Ancestor, you must avenge the young sect master and the 13th elder. This is an outrageous humiliation, a disgrace beyond compare. Since the founding of our Wuji sect, when have we ever suffered such an insult? No matter who plotted against our Wuji sect, even if we must tread through blades and seas of fire and chase them to the very ends of the earth, we will definitely drag that person out. Ancestor, please give the order. Let all of us leave the sect and seize those bastards who have grown so. In the main hall of Wuji sect in Qingming Prefecture, countless furious roars echoed in Chen Lie's ears as he gradually awoke from a dazed, muddle-headed state. Before him knelt a group of middle-aged men in ancient robes, cursing and muttering incessantly, as if they were reporting and seeking his instructions. Beside that group of middle-aged men lay two stretcher-like pallets, each bearing an unconscious body. Seeing this scene, Chen Lie felt completely bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What kind of place is this? He looked around at the antique surroundings, which felt like the set of some grand historical drama. It was strange. Hadn't he just been sleeping soundly at home? How had he woken up to find himself here? Just as Chen Lie was wondering if he was still dreaming, a sharp pain suddenly stabbed through his mind. A vast torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his consciousness, and in that instant, he was completely dumbfounded. Chen Lie finally understood why he had appeared in this utterly unfamiliar place. He had transmigrated. In his previous life, he had loved reading web novels. Before crossing over, he had been staying up late reading an online novel titled, Only I Am Supreme. The main story followed the fate-blessed protagonist Yi Tian, who, aided by a golden sheet, rose from adversity and cut down all gods and Buddhas that blocked his path. Though the plot was somewhat cliched, it was undeniably exhilarating to read. To Chen Lie, who had had no ties in his previous life, transmigrating into a favorite novel world was something to be secretly pleased about. At the very least, this world was full of beautiful women, and after becoming a cultivator, one could soar through the skies, burrow through the earth, and hold the heavens in one's palm. Far more thrilling than being an ordinary man in his former world. Transmigrating into a world filled with cultivators was wonderful in itself, and it was even a world from a novel he liked. Yet what left Chen Lie utterly speechless was the identity he had taken over. Heavens, what a disaster, he thought. How had he ended up possessing the body of Chen Lie, the ancestor of Wuji sect in the novel? Was it just because they shared the same name? This was simply too cruel. There was a very good reason why Chen Lie complained so much about the identity he had transmigrated into. The identity he now occupied was a major villain in the original work. He had a single beloved son named Chen Xian. Perhaps because that child was his only heir, the original Chen Lie had pampered Chen Xian to the extreme. Combined with the status of young sect master of Wuji sect that Chen Xian possessed from birth, it was only natural that he grew up arrogant and domineering. Not long ago, Chen Xian, the young sect master of Wuji sect, went out traveling. Passing through a small city, he caught sight of a beautiful young woman. Her looks were stunning enough to topple nations, and with just a single glance, Chen Xian was utterly smitten. Who would have thought that in such a remote backwater he would encounter such peerless beauty? Chen Xian immediately developed wicked thoughts about her. He quickly had people investigate the girl's background, then personally visited her home under the banner of the young sect master of Wuji sect. By this point, many could already guess the girl's identity. Indeed, she was Su Qingyan, the eldest daughter of the Su family and renowned as the #1 beauty of Liang City. At the same time, she bore another identity. She was the fiancée of the fate-blessed protagonist Yi Tian. Within Liang City, the Su clan was also considered a major family, their strength in no way inferior to that of the Yi clan. Yet in the end, they were still merely a household from a small place. How could they possibly be compared to Wuji sect, whose reputation shook the entire Qingming prefecture? Thus, when they learned that the young sect master of Wuji sect was personally paying a visit, the entire Su clan was thrown into an uproar. Very soon, they brought out the greatest sincerity the family could muster and received Chen Xian with overwhelming warmth. During the feast, Chen Xian did not bother with any roundabout pleasantries. He stated his purpose directly, saying that he had passed through this city by chance and taken a liking to Su Qingyan, then asked whether the Su family would be willing to marry Su Qingyan to him. Hearing these words, the members of the Su family were utterly stunned on the spot. They had never imagined that young sect master Chen's visit as a guest to the Su clan was actually because he had taken a fancy to their own daughter. Yet after that brief dazed moment, the Su family became completely and thoroughly exhilarated. Who was Chen Xian? He was the young sect master of Wuji sect, while his father Chen Lie was a pinnacle existence whose fearsome name resounded throughout the entire Qingming prefecture. He was a mighty expert of the Tianyuan realm. Though their daughter had a betrothal to rely on, how could the Yi clan possibly compare to Chen Xian, who had Wuji sect standing behind him. People always strive upward just as water flows downward. To be able to form a connection with a top-tier sect such as Wuji sect was, for the Su family, nothing short of a heaven-sent fortune. Thus, before such immense temptation, the pitiful heaven-ordained protagonist was simply cast to the back of the Su family's minds. Those delighted by this matter were not only the Su clan elders and senior members. As the person directly involved, Su Qingyan herself was also struck dizzy by this sudden and overwhelming surprise. Although they were childhood sweethearts, Su Qingyan had never harbored any real affection for Yi Tian. Putting aside his ordinary appearance in the past, he had at least borne the title of a cultivation prodigy, which was the only reason she had not voiced many objections. Now, however, after Yi Tian had fallen into crippling ruin, even that final glimmer of brilliance had vanished from him. Young Master Chen Xian was handsome, elegant, and high-spirited. His looks alone far surpassed Yi Tian's, and his background eclipsed Yi Tian's by countless magnitudes. One was a plain and mediocre childhood fiancé with not a single redeeming quality, left the other a top-tier second-generation cultivator born of an illustrious power. In such circumstances, how many girls would choose the former? Being born with a plain face might leave one with no choice, but Su Qingyan was exceedingly confident in her own beauty. As expected, had not this very opportunity fallen right into her lap. She had long been displeased with this engagement, and now that the young sect master of Wuji sect himself had stepped forward, was this not perfectly in line with her wishes? This was the position of young sect master's wife of Wuji sect. How many ambitious young women could possibly withstand such temptation? Thus, after she and her family reached a unified decision, Su Qingyan went straight to the Yi clan to do something major. Yi Tian, with the cultivation talent you once possessed, perhaps we might still barely have been considered as suitable. But now I have received the favor of young Master Chen and have the chance to become a member of Wuji sect. Do you not feel that forcing the two of us to remain bound together by this so-called engagement is no longer appropriate? My words may sound harsh, but they are simply the truth. We no longer belong to the same world. I hope you can recognize this. Let the engagement between our two families end here. Of course, our Su family has no intention of bullying others by relying on power. This foundation establishment pill shall serve as compensation for the annulment. Take this pill, and henceforth do not speak of me as your fiancé to anyone. Yi Tian could understand the matter of breaking off the engagement, but to do it in this fashion, was this not an open humiliation? Driven to the extreme by rage, Yi Tian immediately shouted out the classic warning: he would cleanse his shame in 3 years. He engraved this day's humiliation into his heart. 3 years from now, he would surely storm into Wuji sect, and let Su Qingyan understand that missing her chance with him was the greatest mistake of her entire life. As facts would prove, within the world of wish fulfillment tales, the protagonist truly was invincible. 3 years later, Yi Tian did indeed succeed in washing away his former humiliation in one fell swoop. Whether or not Su Qingyan felt any regret upon witnessing Yi Tian's extraordinary bearing that day was one thing, but the former body's fate was truly miserable. Yi Tian enjoyed beauties in his arms on all sides, reveling in pleasure, while the former body became nothing more than a bleached bone beneath the protagonist's feet on his path to invincibility. To transmigrate into a role destined to be trampled by the main character. Could Chen Lie possibly feel happy about that at this moment? However, matters might not be as terrible as he had imagined. For some reason, at that very moment, Chen Lie's gaze suddenly shifted toward the two people lying upon the stretchers. On those two stretchers lay two individuals. One was Chen Xian, and the other was the elder of Wuji's sect tasked with protecting his safety. Why had the two of them fallen into unconsciousness and ended up being carried on stretchers? This matter was also connected to the heaven-chosen protagonist. Chen Xian had likewise gone along to the scene of the annulment. In his fury, Yi Tian not only hurled vicious words at Su Qingyan, but even crushed that foundation establishment pill beneath his foot. With this single act, he completely enraged Chen Xian. The reason he had wished to marry Su Qingyan was because he had truly fallen for her at first sight. He had planned to take her back to the sect after the engagement was dissolved, inform Chen Lie, and have his father preside over the wedding. Though the wedding had yet to be held, and he had not had any substantial contact with Su Qingyan, in Chen Xian's heart, she was already his woman. His thoughts were exceedingly simple. For his woman to come to you to break off an engagement was your good fortune. How dared you still complain? In that instant, Chen Xian made a decision in his heart. He would thoroughly teach Yi Tian a harsh lesson. Chen Lie cultivated to the Heaven Origin realm, a pinnacle of power across the entire Qingming prefecture. Yi Tian, by contrast, had only reached the body refinement realm, Yet in merely 3 years, he had grown strong enough to rival Chen Lie himself. Such meteoric ascension could only be attributed to an extraordinary advantage granted by the original author. Not only did he possess a divine boon, but he also enjoyed the backing of an invincible patron. Truth be told, Chen Lie could crush Yi Tian with a single palm strike. Yet why did he feel such profound frustration? Not only did he possess a divine boon, but he also enjoyed the backing of an invincible patron. Truth be told, Chen Lie could crush Yi Tian with a single palm strike. She was accompanied at all times by an exceptionally formidable Dao Guardian. Even that Guardian's cultivation rivaled Chen Lie's former self. This above all else was what truly unsettled him. After the broken engagement, Chen Xian sought to teach Yi Tian a lesson and secretly dispatched the 13th elder, the elder who guarded him, to the Yi family residence. Within 2 days, however, the 13th elder not only had his cultivation base shattered, but both he and Chen Xian were publicly suspended upside down from the city gates of Liang City. Both remained gravely injured, unconscious even now. It was precisely this outrage that had gathered so many elders in the sect's grand hall, their fury boiling over. For generations, the Wujia sect had only ever been the aggressor. Never before had anyone dared to strike them down. And this time it was the young sect master himself who had been wounded. No price would be too great. Every resource must be mobilized to identify those responsible, and they would be carved into 10,000 pieces, their bodies scattered to the winds before vengeance could be satisfied. In Chen Lie's eyes, the turning point lay here. The injury inflicted upon Chen Xian and the 13th elder was Yi Tanner's warning to the Wujia sect. In the original narrative, his former self had no idea who had struck Chen Xian, and thus dispatched another elder to investigate the truth in Liang City. Given the Dao Guardian's prowess, that elder uncovered nothing. Yet he was no fool. From subtle clues he deduced that the young sect master had clashed with Yi Tian. Whether or not Yi Tian was truly responsible mattered little. Daring to oppose the heir warranted immediate punishment. It was this very act that forged an irreconcilable enmity between the Wujia sect and Yi Tian, the destined protagonist. What followed was inevitable. The proverbial Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather one after another until no more elders remained to send, by which time Yi Tian himself stood boldly before the Wujia sect's mountain gate, unassailable. Yi Tanner was formidable, but Chen Lie had no idea how to deal with her. Perhaps he could alter the story's trajectory. After all, no one knew the true assailant. If he simply refrained from sending any elder to investigate, might he avoid provoking Yi Tian altogether? Without deepening the rift, the matter would remain no more than a humiliating broken engagement, an insignificant grudge unlikely to lead to the Wujia sect's annihilation. Better yet, he might even cultivate goodwill with Yi Tian. When the latter rose to supremacy, perhaps Chen Lie himself would benefit from that ascent. At this thought, Chen Lie nearly retched. He had painstakingly transmigrated into this world only to become a lapdog to the destined protagonist. It was utterly revolting. Even death would be preferable to such degradation, and without a moment's hesitation, he crushed this plan beneath his heel. Kowtowing to the destined protagonist. That would never happen, not in this lifetime. If no other path remained, then he would embrace his role as the arch-antagonist fully and irrevocably. Drawing upon his knowledge of the original narrative, he reasoned that as long as he avoided foolish decisions, he might actually succeed in eliminating Yi Tian. Yes, Yi Tanner was formidable, but in the original story, she did not shadow him every hour. Was this not the perfect opportunity to strike? Yet what awaited him next would likely be Yi Tanner's unrestrained retribution. Her current Dao Guardian posed little concern, but what if she summoned additional elite cultivators from her ancestral sect without restraint? Should a supreme expert descend upon them, annihilating the entire Qingming prefecture would be accomplished in the blink of an eye. To eliminate Yi Tian without Yi Tanner discovering his involvement, that was the optimal strategy. Such opportunities surely existed, he needed only to reflect carefully. Just as Chen Lie pondered when Yi Tian might next be isolated, a data interface suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding. Detected host is a transmigrator. You have successfully acquired the Supreme Clan Building System. The system is named the Ultimate Family Building System, designed to assist in creating the most powerful family across all realms. What is needed to become the foremost family in all realms? It requires not only strength, but also a thriving population. Thus, the method of using the system is quite simple. Expanding the family population will yield rewards. Marriage or childbirth will suffice. This system is truly impressive, straightforward, and brutal. With my invincible cultivation, marrying and bearing offspring is hardly a challenge. However, the system has strict criteria for marriage. Only women who score above 90 points are eligible to become my family. Chen Lie at this moment was unsure how to assess this score, but the next second he thought of a method to judge it. Without knowing what sparked this thought, his gaze swept over the injured and unconscious Chen Xian before quickly focusing on one of the elders present, third elder, who brought back Xianer and the others. Returning to the ancestor, it was the young lady from the Su family of Liang City who brought them back. This coincides with the original story. Chen Xian and the 13th elder had just come to the Su family as guests, and soon after they were injured and fell unconscious. The Su family, fearing retribution from the Wuzhizong, hurriedly returned the two to Wuzhizong. Moreover, the one who brought them back was precisely Su Qingyan, wanting to assist in explaining to the supreme ancestor of Wuzhizong that the incident involving Chen Xian's injury had nothing to do with their Su family. Hearing the third elder's response, Chen Lie had no further comments. Xianer and the 13th elder are severely injured. Carry them away for treatment. As for who harmed them, you need not inquire further, he continued. I will investigate this matter personally. Seeing the ancestor state he would personally investigate, the elders present dared not ask further questions. Indeed, if the ancestor intended to take action himself, it must be a matter of serious anger. However, unbeknownst to these elders, Chen Lie had no intention of uncovering the truth, nor did he care to save Chen Xian. The trouble stemmed from the misdeeds of his predecessor's troublesome son. He was not his real father, so why bother saving him? In the original story, Chen Xian suffered severe injuries, and his predecessor spent a great deal to heal him completely. Now, without deliberately doing anything, it was likely he would remain unconscious for quite some time. Before Chen Lie decided how to deal with Chen Xian, he thought it best to let him lie there. Chen Xian's situation was inconsequential. What mattered was what he needed to do next. The next moment, Chen Lie ordered, as for who injured the 13th elder and the others, I will handle it myself. You all may withdraw for now. I shall return to my palace for a moment. When you go out, inform that young lady from the Su family to come to my palace. I have some matters to inquire about her. Upon hearing Chen Lie's command, the elders quickly withdrew. Upon returning to the palace, Chen Lie did not wait long before encountering the renowned young lady of the Su family, Su Qingyan. I am the junior Su Qingyan. Greetings to the ancestor Su Qingyan. Upon arriving at Chen Lie's palace, the pale-faced Su Qingyan hurriedly knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing to Chen Lie. Only after she raised her head did Chen Lie get a clear view of her beauty. No wonder she could become one of the destined female leads in the original story and the beginning of all narratives. Indeed, the fiancée of the destined protagonist, Yi Tian, possesses beauty that is not to be taken lightly. In that moment, Chen Lie could not help but feel truly amazed. So beautiful, one might even say she possesses a beauty that could topple a nation. Is this the unique charm of the destined female lead? However, what left Chen Lie speechless was that despite Su Qingyan's unmatched beauty, the system only rated her at 90 points. With such an astonishing appearance being rated only 90 points by the system, Chen Lie could hardly imagine how stunning the beauties with even higher scores must be. Achieving a passing score is already considered not bad. The system's high standards for evaluation are a good thing, right? Although expanding the family population is his goal, Chen Lie does not wish for his companions to be mere pretenders. Only truly exceptional beauties are qualified to be by his side. With the system's assistance, he should no longer worry about the threat of the destined protagonist. As for why Chen Lie summoned Su Qingyan at this point, isn't his intention already evident? Are you the eldest lady of the Su family from Liang City, Su Qingyan? After kneeling, Su Qingyan dared not rise. Her face was pale as the incident involving young Master Chen Xian had occurred in her Su family. How could she not feel anxious and fearful about it? In the presence of an ancestral-level figure, the mere Su family was no more than ants. Su Qingyan feared that Chen Lie would hold her and the Su family accountable for Chen Xian's incident, which is why she felt such trepidation. Seeing the elder begin to speak, Su Qingyan did not dare to waste any time. After biting her lip, she quickly responded in a low voice, replying to the elder. I am Su Qingyan. In the next moment, Chen Lie continued. Do you know why I have called you here? I know the elder wishes to inquire about the incident regarding the young master's injury. Perhaps fearing that Chen Lie would blame her and the Su family for this matter. Before Chen Lie could speak further, Su Qingyan hurriedly added, Elder. The incident concerning the young master has nothing to do with my Su family. We do not know who harmed the young master, and we implore the elder to see clearly and not to blame my Su family. Seeing Su Qingyan kneeling before him, her pale face explaining her ignorance of the matter, Chen Lie suddenly revealed a hint of mockery on his face. Is it true ignorance or false ignorance? What does the elder mean by this? Does the elder perhaps know something? But how could that be possible? That incident was so concealed that the elder should not know about it. While Su Qingyan was filled with countless thoughts, in the next moment Chen Lie slammed his palm on the table, and the large stone table turned to powder under the force of his strike. Then, gritting his teeth, Chen Lie spoke in a tone filled with fury. "What a fine young lady of the Su family, and yet you still hide your true intentions in front of me. Are you trying to deceive me?" I truly have no such intentions, elder. Do not say another word." Before Su Qingyan could anxiously finish her sentence, Chen Lie coldly interrupted her, then recounted the events that transpired. "Shinner and the others must have been injured by people from the Yi family, right? Does Miss Su really dare to say she knows nothing about this?" "What?" The elder actually already knew that the young master was injured by people from the Yi family. At that moment, Su Qingyan was completely stunned. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with disbelief. This matter. Only a few people knew about this. How did he know? In the original story, Su Qingyan was aware that Chen Xian was preparing to send someone to give Yi Tian a lesson, to earn a bit more favor from the beauty and let her know his prowess before sending Elder 13 to take action. Chen Xian had already informed Su Qingyan about this matter. Yi Tian was unworthy of him. What was wrong with him seeking a divorce from her? However, Yi Tian dared to be ungrateful and yell, saying that he would make her regret it in the future. Faced with this situation, Su Qingyan felt quite angry as well. She immediately tacitly approved of this matter as long as it did not endanger Yi Tian's life. It would be fine to teach him a lesson, allowing him to feel just how insignificant he was in her eyes. Chen Xian indeed sent someone to take action, but the development of events was indeed beyond Su Qingyan's expectations. Elder 13 did not return, and young Master Chen also encountered trouble that very night. The incident involving the young master of the Wuzhizong in the Su family was not a trivial matter. Fearing that the elder would blame the Su family for this, Su Qingyan hurriedly brought the two over to clarify. The 13th elder possesses formidable cultivation. Initially, Su Qingyan did not suspect that the injuries sustained by them were linked to the Yi family, as both the Su and Yi families were of comparable strength, and it was inconceivable that anyone in her family could contend with the 13th elder. However, a subsequent event made Su Qingyan realize the extraordinary nature of the Yi family. Slap. On the way to the Wuji sect with the injured Chen Xian and the others, an incredibly beautiful woman with a veiled face delivered a sharp slap to Su Qingyan's face. "Su Qingyan, the greatest mistake you have made in this life is to humiliate Brother Yi Tian. Today I shall spare your life. For in 3 years Brother Yi Tian has already declared that he will personally seek you out at the Wuji sect. At that time you will understand what you have truly missed in this life." Su Qingyan did not dare to resist, for the veiled woman not only had a higher cultivation, but also a stronger aura surrounding her. Additionally, there stood an invincible powerhouse beside her. At that moment, Su Qingyan had already realized who had harmed young Master Chen Xian. Fearing that if she voiced her suspicions the woman might come after her again, Su Qingyan refrained from informing Chen Lie. Yet now, seeing that Chen Lie was not present, she understood that this incident was orchestrated by the Yi family, leaving her heart filled with terror. Could it be that the ancestor had long known that the Yi family was not simple? Just as Su Qingyan looked at Chen Lie with disbelief and unease, he suddenly reached out and gently touched the left side of her face. Does that slap still hurt? Even the fact that she was slapped by that woman was known to the ancestor. At that moment, Su Qingyan bit her lip, completely at a loss for words. Su Qingyan, young Master Xian's injury is, to put it bluntly, also due to your Su family. However, he brought this trouble upon himself due to his infatuation, so I shall not hold you and the Su family accountable for this. But even without my blame, I fear you may not realize just how significant the trouble you have stirred up is. Seeing Su Qingyan looking both anxious and confused, Chen Lie did not beat around the bush. Do you know the origins of the Yi family? The origins of the Yi family. In the past, faced with such a question, Su Qingyan would have surely replied, "Isn't the Yi family just the Yi family?" However, after experiencing that slap, Su Qingyan no longer dared to speak such words. Chen Lie did not make Su Qingyan wait long, and quickly described the origins and backing of the Yi family. In the Tianxiong continent, there are a total of 8 major states. In comparison to those flourishing major states, the Qingming state is merely a small borderland. Yet there exists a race that even the most prosperous forces of the Tianming state dare not provoke easily. This mysterious race is known as the Ancient Immortal Clan. The Ancient Immortal Clan consists of 36 branches. Almost every branch has a demigod-level powerhouse in command. Qingyan, do you think there will be any outcome if such a formidable force sets its sights on you? In Qingming state, even a Tianyuan-level powerhouse is considered invincible. Su Qingyan was unaware of the subsequent cultivation levels, so how could she comprehend the legendary demigod realm? It was clear that the ancient immortal clan was an extremely terrifying force, and the ancestor would not casually mention such things. Not being foolish, Su Qingyan began to piece together the implications, and the next moment, she looked pale as she gazed at Chen Lie ancestor. Do you mean to say? Could it be that the Yi family has some connection to this ancient immortal clan? Not just a connection. The Yi family is originally one of the 36 branches of the ancient immortal clan. For millennia, the ancient immortal clan has seen changes. As of now, 3 branches have declined, one of which is the Yi family that Yi Tian belongs to. Otherwise, the Yi family would not be scraping by in this mere Liang city. Declined, you say? That is somewhat relieving. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan's previously ashen face regained a bit of color. However, before she could feel grateful, Chen Lie's next words again plunged her mood into despair. It is true that the Yi family has declined, but Yi Tian's cousin Yi Tainer, who grew up alongside him, does not have such a simple identity. Yi Tainer, whose real surname is Jiang. The Jiang family is also one of the 36 branches of the ancient immortal clan. Compared to the declining Yi family, the Jiang family is flourishing. Their overall strength ranks among the top 3, even among the 36 branches of the ancient immortal clan. As for why Yi Tainer grew up in the Yi family, I shall not go into detail. What I want to emphasize is that when you went to the Yi family to annul the marriage, you must have seen how close Yi Tainer and Yi Tian are. The 13th elder died at the hands of the protector behind Yi Tainer as she was safeguarding Yi Tian, not to mention that there is Yi Tainer acting as a protective umbrella. Even this Yi family has some extremely powerful ancestors still alive, although they are currently trapped in a few secret realms. Sooner or later, these individuals will break free. In the eyes of these people, the entire Qingming state is insignificant. Do you think that with such a background and so many supporters, Yi Tian will not rise to greatness? With Chen Lie stating it so plainly at this moment, how could Su Qingyan with her intelligence fail to deduce who had given her a slap that day? So it was her Yi Tainer. She had seen her numerous times before, yet had never witnessed her true cultivation level. It seemed that the other party indeed had been hiding herself. Moreover, the figure of the one who slapped her that day seemed to resemble Yi Tainer quite closely. Why? Why did she have such a terrifying family background? In that moment, Su Qingyan's face turned pale. She truly hadn't expected that Yi Tian, who was nearly reduced to a waste, would have such a fearsome background. Had she truly made the wrong decision in withdrawing her engagement? While Su Qingyan's thoughts were in turmoil, Chen Lie did not cease his strikes against her. The next moment he continued, "In your eyes, Yi Tian has become a waste, so you recklessly sought to withdraw your engagement, right? But have you ever considered one thing? Yi Tian, who encountered no danger, why did he suddenly become a... In truth, he has not become a waste. Rather, Yi Tian has obtained a great opportunity, which is why his cultivation has not progressed these past few years. You could understand it as a build-up for a sudden surge. Based on my judgment, it will probably be in just a couple of days that his cultivation will start to skyrocket. I know your cultivation talent is decent, but it still cannot compare to Yi Tian. Aren't you supposed to compete in 3 years? Let me put it this way, if you don't have any extraordinary opportunities in 3 years, you will only meet a tragic fate. That is to say, a crushing defeat at Yi Tian's hands, or even losing your life. You will become a stepping stone for Yi Tian's rise. Do you believe it? What a joke. Su Qingyan is the destined female protagonist who will eventually regret and plead with Yi Tian for forgiveness in a pitiful manner. How could the original author allow such a beauty to perish at Yi Tian's hands? But why was Chen Lie saying this to Su Qingyan? Indeed, Chen Lie was intimidating Su Qingyan, wanting her to feel enough fear. Only then would the young beauty yearn for a support, wouldn't she? The results proved that Chen Lie's strategy was very successful. In Su Qingyan's eyes, as an elder, he would certainly not deceive her. This meant that she would die at Yi Tian's hands in 3 years. No, her path of cultivation had only just begun. How could she meet such a fate? At this moment, Su Qingyan was utterly flustered, repeatedly pleading, "Elder, is there no way to change all of this?" As for a way, there naturally is. However, it depends on whether you Qingyan are willing to pay the price. Upon learning how terrifying Yi Tian's background was, Su Qingyan's heart became filled with immense unease and dread. She did not want to die, nor did she want to become someone else's stepping stone. As long as she could defy fate, what did it matter about the price? Thus, at this moment, kneeling before Chen Lie, Su Qingyan hurriedly pleaded, "Elder, as long as I can change all of this, whatever price Qingyan must pay is fine. Therefore, I hope the elder can show me a clear path." "A clear path, is it?" Not knowing what he was thinking at this moment, a profound smile appeared on Chen Lie's face. The next second, looking at Su Qingyan, he spoke meaningfully. Don't be so quick to speak, Qingyan. It would be better to understand what price needs to be paid before answering. Due to some special reasons, even with Yi Tainer's strong support, her family's influence cannot provide Yi Tian with much help. Even crossing into Qingming Prefecture is not an easy task. But even so, the resources Yi Tian possesses now are sufficient for him to rise swiftly. What I just said was not a deliberate deception. If you continue to cultivate in this obedient manner, in 3 years, you will definitely not be Yi Tian's opponent. Dying at Yi Tian's hands is your only outcome. However, if you can gain the full support of my Wuji sect, then the outcome will be different. Having entrenched ourselves in Qingming Prefecture for many years, my Wuji sect is not something that can be easily manipulated. Moreover, I also possess resources that are absolutely on par with Yi Tian's. If I am willing to use all these resources on you, let alone anything else, I can guarantee with at least a 99% certainty that in 3 years you can easily crush Yi Tian. But you are merely the young lady of the Su family in Liang City with no relation to our Wuji sect at all. You are not even a disciple of our Wuji sect. Why should I invest the resources of the sect in you and nurture your growth? Hearing Chen Lie's words, Su Qingyan's face turned pale. Indeed, she was merely an outsider. The elder had already shown enough leniency by not blaming her for the issues concerning young Master Chen. Why would he help such an insignificant outsider? Perhaps the title of the Su family's young lady held some appeal in Liang City, but before the elder, Su Qingyan truly did not know what she could offer to gain his support. However, Su Qingyan is indeed a very intelligent girl. She quickly realized that if the ancestor had no ulterior motives, he would have driven her away long ago, and it was impossible for him to intentionally say so much to her. Remembering what the ancestor had just said about whether she is willing to pay the corresponding price, it seemed that he had other intentions. After biting her lip tightly, Su Qingyan understood and raised her head to look at Chen Lie. What should Qingyan do to earn your strong support? At this moment, Chen Lie also stopped beating around the bush and once again stroked Su Qingyan's delicate face. Not long ago, by chance, I obtained a dual cultivation technique. This technique is quite powerful, but it requires a sufficiently high-quality woman as a furnace to allow me to continue advancing rapidly in my cultivation. I see that you, Qingyan, meet this requirement perfectly. That is why I deliberately brought it up with you today. I believe you should understand my intentions, and as for what choice to make, that depends on your own will. If you do not agree, I will not force you. The price to be paid is to become the ancestor's dual cultivation partner. A bit frightened, Su Qingyan felt she could understand this. After all, the condition offered by the ancestor was the full support of the entire sect. Besides her beautiful face and body, she had nothing else of value that would attract the ancestor's favor. She neither immediately agreed nor turned to leave. Su Qingyan still knelt in front of Chen Lie, and the next moment she quietly said, "Ancestor, I once heard an elder in my family say that most dual cultivation techniques come from demonic sects and are evil arts that rely on supplementing a woman's cultivation and essence to nourish oneself." Before Su Qingyan finished speaking, Chen Lie understood where the girl's unease stemmed from. After a slight smile, he directly interrupted her. Dual cultivation techniques are not all about the evil practices of supplementing yin with yang. There are also types that balance the two. The former is indeed an evil art, but the latter is a righteous technique of the heavenly path. If Qingyan is willing to follow me, I will never treat you merely as a furnace. I can take you as a concubine. Qingyan can regard this as a transaction. I have never liked to force others, but if you do not agree, I will not press you, but if so, you can choose to leave now. Hearing Chen Lie's words, Su Qingyan's body trembled slightly. Although she did not choose to leave, Chen Lie could tell that the girl was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Should she turn and leave? Or should she cling to the ancestor's leg? Seeing Su Qingyan's pale face weighing the pros and cons, Chen Lie had already silently come to her side, whispering softly in her delicate ear to entice her. "If you are willing to follow me, I will certainly provide you with strong support. From today onwards, all sect resources will be at your disposal, with me as your backing and the sect's resources as your foundation. Even if Yi Tian has an astonishing background, so what? Right now he is just an ant before you, and 3 years from now he will still be an ant crawling at your feet. Huh? Do you think it will be so easy for him to seek revenge on you? With me around, I will absolutely not let Qingyan suffer a bit of grievance. Moreover, the benefits of following me are not limited to this. Your Su family will also receive strong support from my Wuji sect in the future. Your Su family has raised and cared for you so well, you should also strive to obtain some benefits for them. Trust me, after choosing to follow me, you will not regret this choice. Not only will you see higher vistas, but as long as you are willing to work hard, even gaining a place in the skies above is not impossible. And that slap from Jiang Tainer, you should never forget it in this lifetime. Do you not want to one day return it with a higher stance? Return that slap. Even though Su Qingyan did not dare to resist at that time, due to Yi Tainer's pressure, is it possible that she felt no hatred in her heart? Putting aside the matter of survival, being able to become the ancestor's favored concubine should already be considered an honor for her. It is unknown how many thoughts Su Qingyan had at this moment, but in the end she quickly made her decision. Closing her beautiful eyes, taking a deep breath, and opening them again, Su Qingyan had completely transformed into another state, her pretty eyes filled with charm. The next moment she said in an unprecedentedly delicate voice, "It is Qingyan's fortune to be favored by the ancestor. How could I dare to disobey? But there are many things I do not understand, and I hope the ancestor will teach me well in the future." With such words spoken, could Chen Lie still not know how Su Qingyan had chosen? The next moment he did not say anything particularly special, and directly embraced Su Qingyan. "Do not worry, since Qingyan is willing to serve me, I will certainly treat you well in the future. Isn't it just Yi Tian? Do you think seeking revenge is so easy? Rest assured, with my careful nurturing in 3 years, I will definitely make you capable enough to crush Yi Tian. And that slap from Yi Tainer, you will definitely make her pay for it in the future." According to the system rules, to receive the rewards offered by the system, 2 conditions must be met. One condition is to have a beauty score of 90A, and the other is to willingly follow me. Su Qingyan, as one of the destined heroines in the original story, surely meets the beauty requirement. To fulfill the second condition, however, some clever tactics must be employed. In this regard, Chen Lie's tactic is to employ a combination of kindness and coercion. The specific methods are not of utmost importance. What truly matters is that at such a time, does Su Qingyan with no background really have the right to choose in front of me? Thus that day, Su Qingyan was brought to the bed by Chen Lie, and she willingly offered herself. "Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, the great Chaos Yin-Yang sacred body. I must say Su Qingyan's physique is truly remarkable." Even Chen Lie found it quite enjoyable. However, with the 3-year warning hanging over him, Chen Lie would not allow himself to be lost in the pleasures of a woman's bed for too long. After several days of intimacy with Su Qingyan, he forced himself to leave the room and headed to his dedicated training chamber. He came to the training chamber to assess the rewards obtained from taking Su Qingyan as his concubine. What a delightful surprise. To be honest, even after several days, Chen Lie had not fully digested the excitement within him. He never expected to be so lucky. He received the great Chaos Yin-Yang sacred body as his very first reward, a truly astonishing achievement. In the world, special physiques can generally be divided into 2 categories: acquired physiques and innate physiques. Acquired physiques refer to those who begin without any special physique, but gain a great opportunity through serendipity, forming their unique physique. Innate physiques, on the other hand, are those present from birth. There is not much difference in strength between the two. For instance, the destined protagonist Yi Tian initially had no physique, but later obtained an extraordinary opportunity, gaining an impressive physique. Regardless of whether they are innate or acquired, there is not a significant difference in strength. However, the physiques themselves are strictly categorized into levels. According to the setting in the book Only I Am Supreme, there are 4 levels of physiques in the world. They are spiritual body, celestial body, sacred body, and the legendary supreme body. Su Qingyan possesses the water spirit body, which is classified as a spiritual body. It is stronger than cultivators without any physique, but far inferior to the latter 3 levels. The supreme body is legendary and cannot possibly appear in the early stages of the novel, so for now the sacred body level is already the most powerful physique in the mid-early stages of the story. The great Chaos Yin-Yang body that Chen Lie obtained is among the top ranks, even among numerous sacred bodies. Invulnerable to poisons, impervious to malevolence, capable of restraining all aberrations, and invincible among peers. All means of attack and defense birthed from chaos will be greatly suppressed under the great Chaos Yin-Yang body. To put it simply, previously with a combat power at the first level of the Tianyuan realm, even employing secret techniques, he could barely contend with the powers at the second level of the Tianyuan realm. But now with the great Chaos Yin-Yang body, even if a master from the 3rd level of the Tianyuan realm stands before him, he can easily crush them, and even those from the 4th and 5th levels of the Tianyuan realm cannot overpower him. Yi Tian's physique is also quite impressive. It is known as the Eternal Life Body, one of the top contenders among sacred bodies. But when did Yi Tian completely acquire the eternal life body? That would be at least in the mid-novel stages, and it fully matured only towards the end of the story, evolving into the eternal undying supreme body. Yet I obtained the fully developed great chaos yin-yang body right from the start. Isn't that impressive? Take for example the guardian behind Yi Tainer. Before obtaining the great chaos yin-yang body, both he and the guardian were cultivators at the first level of the Tianyuan realm and could only match each other in strength. But now if I were to face him, haha. 1 minute to resolve the battle would feel like an insult to my combat power. Of course, I have never been worried about the guardian behind Yi Tainer. The truly terrifying factor is the Jiang family, which is a member of the ancient immortal clan backing Yi Tainer. But that is no longer important. Any apprehension is merely temporary. I have already received such an astonishing reward from my first wave of rewards. What if I managed to obtain even more rewards? What if I were to give myself a little more time to develop? One day, even the Jiang family will have to crawl beneath my feet, and I believe that day is not far off. However, even possessing a legendary sacred body like the great Chaos Yin-Yang body only means that my starting point in cultivation has risen. To truly become invincible in the world and stand tall at the pinnacle of all realms, I must still devote myself to serious cultivation. Chen Lie muttered to himself, fully aware that having talent does not equate to everything. Only when talent is combined with diligence can one achieve greatness. So at that moment he immediately began his cultivation. Having a sacred body not only greatly enhances combat power, but also accelerates the speed of cultivation. Chen Lie tried to cultivate for a while, and soon noticed a significant difference in his cultivation speed compared to before, which had increased by at least 5-fold. Based on the cultivation speed of his previous incarnation, he would need at least 3 years to hope for a breakthrough to the second level of the Tianyuan realm. Unfortunately, he had not even had the time to break through before being knocked into the abyss by Yi Tian. Now, however, he only needed a few months to successfully break through to the second level of the Tianyuan realm. At that time, combined with the great Chaos Yin-Yang body, his combat power would receive another significant boost. Understanding all this, Chen Lie adjusted his breathing and immediately began to cultivate. Only by continuously growing stronger can he obtain everything he desires. His steps towards advancement officially begin now. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye several months had passed. In Liang City, there is a place called Zhuji Tofu Stand, which typically sells only one type of snack tofu pudding. Due to its delicious flavor, countless customers frequent this place daily. Those who have come here to enjoy the tofu pudding know that the stall is run by a grandfather and his granddaughter. One morning, as usual, the Zhuji Tofu Stand began its operations. A remarkably beautiful young girl was busy at the stall. Qingzhu, you got up so early to come out with Grandpa again today. Recently, you and your grandfather have been starting even earlier than before. Are you trying to earn some extra money? What do you mean by trying to earn some extra money? Wang Jia, don't you know Qingzhu's character? I think Qingzhu is getting up so early to see that young Master Chen. Nie Qingzhu is the full name of the young girl with a pure and captivating beauty that even a simple coarse cloth attire cannot hide her enchanting looks. Due to her collaboration with her grandfather in running a tofu flower stall, she has long been praised as the tofu fairy of Liang City. Naturally, such beauty easily attracts the envy of others. In the entire Liang City, countless individuals have set their sights on Nie Qingzhu. Half a month ago, an incident of harassment occurred at the stall. Several young masters from prominent families in Liang City attempted to tease Nie Qingzhu. Fortunately, a young gentleman with the surname Chen intervened, driving away those rascals, allowing Nie Qingzhu to remain safe. Acts of heroism often evoke admiration, and after this incident, the gentleman named Chen came to the stall every morning for a bowl of tofu flour. Seeing him not only handsome and charming, but also engaging in delightful conversation with Nie Qingzhu inevitably led to some nearby ants teasing her about it. At this moment, seeing the Wang family ant and the Zhou family ant teasing her again, Nie Qingzhu's fair and delicate face turned slightly red. Shy by nature, the blush spread almost to the nape of her neck, yet she couldn't help but whisper, "Aunt Wang, Aunt Zhou, what are you all babbling about? It's because the weather has been nice lately that my grandfather and I chose to open the That's not true. It's not for young Master Chen." The ants being experienced were sharp-eyed. They quickly noticed the blush on Nie Qingzhu's face. In the next moment, Aunt Wang couldn't help but tease, "Isn't it because of young Master Chen that your face turned red? Why are you suddenly becoming shy?" Just as Aunt Wang finished speaking, Aunt Zhou immediately chimed in with a smile. "Wang Jie, stop teasing Qingzhu. After all, she is still young, and it's normal to be shy. However, Qingzhu, as someone who has been through this, I want to remind you, don't be so easily embarrassed when it comes to marriage matters. You're not that young anymore. At this age, isn't getting married just a matter of time? When I was your age, I was already pregnant with our little tiger. I can tell that young Master Chen is truly a fine person. Just look at his attire, he must come from a wealthy family. Not to mention his good looks and polite demeanor, he is courteous wherever he goes and has even saved your life. This is truly a match made in heaven. I observe that young Master Chen seems to have a good impression of you. So Ant feels that sometimes rather than being shy, it's better to take the initiative. After all, sometimes if you miss this opportunity, it won't be easy to find another good match. After hearing a few words from Aunt Zhou, Nie Qingzhu became even shyer. With her face flushed, she didn't know what to say, looking down at her toes in embarrassment. This scene did not escape her grandfather's notice, who found it hard to bear. Seeing the women teasing his granddaughter about marriage again, the old man couldn't help but glare at them. Go away, stop talking nonsense here. Qingzhu is still young, why do you all keep saying these things in front of her? Aren't you supposed to be taking care of your own children at home? From now on, don't meddle in our Qingzhu's affairs. The ants all liked the soft-spoken Nie Qingzhu, but they weren't fond of her fiery-tempered grandfather. Seeing the old man talking about her, Aunt Zhou quickly spoke up. I'm just trying to guide Qingzhu. Isn't she a good match for young Master Chen? You old man haven't given young Master Chen a friendly face every time he comes. What is it? Do you have to spoil Qingzhu's good fortune? Hearing this, the old man was so angry that his beard almost bristled. Aunt Zhou, what nonsense are you talking about? What so-called match made in heaven? My Qingzhu is so beautiful, why would she worry about getting married? Seeing that her grandfather was about to argue again, Nie Qingzhu finally regained her composure and hurriedly pulled him. Grandpa, stop talking. Young Master Chen should be coming soon. We need to prepare the stall early to welcome our customers. Just as Grandpa Nie was about to say something, suddenly a voice came from not far away. Grandpa Nie. Miss, long time no see. Thinking it was young Master Chen, Nie Qingzhu instinctively felt a surge of joy. Young Master Chen. But when Nie Qingzhu turned around with a hint of surprise, she realized that the person was not young Master Chen, but another youth who looked rather ordinary. Oh, it's Brother Yi Tian. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Yi Tian, the destined protagonist from the novel I Alone Am Supreme. Having grown up in Liang City, Yi Tian particularly enjoys eating the tofu flour made by the Nie family. Perhaps because he visited frequently and grew up eating here, he was already very familiar with both Nie Qingzhu and her grandfather. In a way, they could be considered childhood sweethearts, having known each other since they were young. Not long ago, Yi Tian had been busy with something and hadn't come for several months. Now seeing Brother Yi Tian come to visit again made Nie Qingzhu quite happy, and she immediately called out to him cheerfully. Seeing Nie Qingzhu's sweet smile, Yi Tian's already beautiful mood grew even brighter. Even Grandpa Nie, who had just been fuming and thinking of arguing with the gossiping ants, could not help but show a hint of a smile upon seeing Yi Tian, its little Tian. Indeed, it's been many days since you've come to indulge in my tofu flour. Have you been busy practicing? Respectfully greeting Grandpa Nie, Yi Tian then smiled. I have indeed been busy with my cultivation. As soon as I finished my retreat, I hurried here to eat your tofu flour. I haven't tasted it for months, and I'm nearly dying from longing for it. Grandpa Nie chuckled and quickly replied, I may not have much, but I have plenty of tofu flour. Qingzhu, hurry and make a bowl for little Tian. Okay, just a moment, Brother Yi Tian. I'll make you some tofu flour right now. Yi Tian quickly found a seat at the stall, while Nie Qingzhu busily began preparing the tofu flour. Yi Tian glanced at her graceful and alluring figure, unable to resist, inquiring, Qingzhu, I heard Grandpa Nie arguing with someone from afar. Did something happen? Hearing Yi Tian's inquiry, Nie Qingzhu couldn't help but chuckle. Nothing has happened. Isn't Grandpa just like this? Nothing can stop him from boasting to others. Yi Tian understood Nie Lao's fiery temper, so upon hearing Nie Qingzhu say this, he didn't ask any more questions. Oh, by the way, Qingzhu, I think I heard you mention someone named Chen Gongzi. Who is Chen Gongzi? Yi Tian didn't expect that he would be curious about Chen Gongzi, and Nie Qingzhu sweetly smiled, ready to respond. But the next moment a voice came from not far away. Qingzhu. Compared to Yi Tian's relatively ordinary voice, this man's voice was entirely different. It was not only steady and powerful, full of magnetism, but also exuded a mature aura, as if it possessed an invisible charm that struck the soul, making it easy for one to be captivated. Upon hearing someone call Qingzhu's name, Yi Tian instinctively shifted his gaze to the speaker. As soon as he looked, his entire being froze instantly. The newcomer was a young man dressed in a pale blue embroidered long robe with hair as white as snow. His physique was imposing, his appearance dignified, and he moved with an elegant grace. His eyes shone like stars, and his arched eyebrows resembled crescent moons, exuding a unique allure with every gesture. Not only was he handsome and charming, but his deep gaze and warm smile made it easy for those who saw him to feel a sense of intimacy. Such a remarkably good-looking man left Yi Tian in disbelief. He had never imagined that such a handsome man could exist in this world. As Yi Tian stared at the young man stunned by his striking and ethereal beauty, Nie Qingzhu evidently noticed him as well, and suddenly a hint of indescribable joy flickered in her beautiful eyes. Chen Gongzi. With a touch of joy and excitement, Nie Qingzhu hurriedly approached Chen Gongzi like a cheerful bird and greeted him happily. Did you come again for the tofu pudding this morning, Chen Gongzi? Seeing Nie Qingzhu's eyes filled with surprise, Chen Gongzi did not answer her immediately. Instead, he shifted his gaze and glanced at Yi Tian. It was a normal sweep of the eyes, yet at that moment Yi Tian felt a chill suddenly surge from deep within him. A coldness enveloped him from all directions, making his scalp tingle and his hair stand on end. Is this the Chen Gongzi that Qingzhu just mentioned? What is this person? What is going on? Why did I tremble all over just from his glance, unable to move a muscle? A bead of sweat the size of a soybean slid down Yi Tian's forehead. If someone were to observe him closely at that moment, they would surely notice the veins on his forehead bulging. He wanted to move, yet his body wouldn't respond no matter how much strength he exerted. But this overwhelming pressure came and went swiftly. As Chen Gongzi shifted his gaze away from Yi Tian, he finally felt his body could move again. Rising from adversity, Yi Tian, as the destined protagonist, was always highly alert. Without the oppressive pressure, he suddenly stood up, causing the table and tofu pudding in front of him to topple over. Who exactly are you? Why have you come to my Liang city? The sudden turn of events left Nie Qingzhu bewildered, and she instinctively looked at Yi Tian. Yi Tian Gitch. What's wrong with you? Qingzhu, come quickly. Stand behind me. The person in front of you is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Now Nie Qingzhu was even more confused, not understanding who Yi Tian Gitch was referring to. But before Nie Qingzhu could react, Chen Gongzi had already taken a seat in an empty spot with a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Does Liang City not allow outsiders to sit as guests? Hearing Chen Gongzi speak and seeing Yi Tian's tense and alert expression, Nie Qingzhu finally realized that Yi Tian Gitch was nervous because of him. She couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation, but the next moment, she hurriedly said to Yi Tian Gitch. Don't be nervous. This is the Chen Gongzi I just mentioned. He's not a bad person. He is not a bad person. A savior of Qingzhu. Yi Tian did not lower his guard because of this statement and continued to glare at Chen Gongzi with a vigilant expression. However, Chen Gongzi paid no mind to Yi Tian's hostile gaze. Instead, he turned his attention to Nie Qingzhu and smiled slightly. Qingzhu. Let's keep things the same as usual. The same as usual? Alright, I understand. Having known each other for quite some time, Nie Qingzhu naturally understood what Chen Gongzi meant, so she hurriedly looked at her grandpa. Chen Gongzi would like a serving of scallion tofu pudding. Understood. Nie Lao seemed not particularly fond of Chen Gongzi. After preparing a serving of tofu pudding and placing it in front of Chen Gongzi, he directly stated, Kid, finish this tofu pudding and leave quickly. Before Chen Gongzi could respond, seeing her grandfather's cold attitude, Nie Qingzhu appeared somewhat displeased and couldn't help but softly criticize him. Grandpa. What are you talking about? Chen Gongzi is my benefactor. How can you speak to him like that? Even if he were just an ordinary guest, you shouldn't tell him to leave right after he finishes eating. Seeing that his granddaughter seemed to be captivated by Chen Gongzi and was always defending him, Nie Lao felt a flicker of helplessness. However, he did not respond, and merely glanced at Chen Gongzi with a cold snort, before continuing to busy himself at the stall. Knowing her grandfather's temperament, Nie Qingzhu didn't dwell on the matter. She then looked at Chen Gongzi with a cheerful face. Chen Gongzi. The scallion tofu pudding is ready. Hurry and eat it while it's hot. If it cools down, it won't taste the same. Alright. Thank you for the reminder, Qingzhu. Chen Gongzi didn't mind the small stall at all. He picked up a spoon and tasted the tofu pudding, then smiled at Nie Qingzhu. Nie Lao's skills are quite good, but I still think your homemade scallion tofu pudding is better. Hearing the words spoken by young Master Chen, Nie Qingzhu felt an overwhelming joy in her heart, but she replied, Young Master Chen. The scallion oil tofu pudding is actually my grandfather's specialty. I am better at making sweet tofu pudding. So you excel at making sweet tofu pudding, do you? Young Master Chen smiled slightly. Qingzhu is being modest. Although your tofu pudding skills were personally taught by old Nie, in my eyes you have already surpassed your teacher. Before Nie Qingzhu could react, old Nie coldly snorted and interjected. If you think my tofu pudding is not delicious, you can go eat elsewhere. No one is forcing you to come here every day. Grandpa. Seeing her grandfather speak to young Master Chen like this again, Nye Qingzhu was so angry, she felt like stamping her feet. Old Nye, witnessing this scene, let out a cold snort and fell silent. In the next moment, to ease the tension, Nye Qingzhu hurriedly said to young Master Chen, "Young Master Chen, my grandfather is just that kind of person. He doesn't like anyone. You mustn't take it to heart. Does young Master Chen really like the tofu pudding I make? If young Master Chen doesn't mind, I will go make you an extra serving right now." Hearing this, young Master Chen nodded with a smile. "That would be great. Then I will trouble you, Miss Qingzhu." "It's no trouble at all. I would be very happy to serve young Master." Slightly embarrassed, she spoke, perhaps feeling that she had been too direct. In the next moment, Nye Qingzhu covered her slightly flushed face and hurried off to make tofu pudding for young Master Chen. "Who exactly are you? Why have you come to my Liang city? And what is your intention in getting close to Qingzhu?" While Nye Qingzhu went to make tofu pudding for young Master Chen, at some point Yi Tian had already approached young Master Chen with a serious expression. Seeing this destined protagonist from the original story looking at him warily, young Master Chen smiled slightly. "I am just an ordinary guest. Is it really forbidden to come here for a serving of tofu pudding? Just an ordinary guest?" Yi Tian did not believe this. "Don't joke around. I can feel that you are definitely not an ordinary person. I don't care what your intentions are, but if you dare to harm Qingzhu, I will not let you go." Indeed, as a destined protagonist, his insight was remarkably sharp. He thought he had concealed himself, while yet he was still somewhat aware of the oddities. However, it didn't matter. Would he take this small threat to heart? What a joke. No, the young Master Chen who suddenly appeared in Liang City was none other than Chen Lie. Why did he come to Liang City, the base of the destined protagonist Yi Tian? It all started from another matter. As a destined protagonist in a harem novel, Yi Tian naturally had excellent luck with women. Without mentioning other places, even in Liang City several girls were entangled with him, and Nye Qingzhu was one of them. With a stunning beauty rating of 90 points on the surface, she appeared to be an inconsequential girl selling tofu pudding, but in reality, she was the last descendant of the first major righteous sect Tai Wangzong from 100 years ago. This girl held within her a tremendous opportunity, and Chen Lie came here precisely for that opportunity. After secluding himself for a few months, Chen Lie had already elevated his cultivation from the first level of Tianyuan realm to the second level. He felt that progressing in a gradual manner was still too slow. If he could seize the opportunity behind Nye Qingzhu and then bring her into his residence for rewards, it would indeed be a twofold gain. It was proven that as one of the destined female protagonists, Nye Qingzhu did not disappoint him. Born with extraordinary beauty, her 90-point appearance definitely met the system's requirements. Nye Qingzhu was very kind and pure-hearted, completely different from Su Qingyan, who was solely focused on climbing higher. Therefore, using the same methods employed to win over Su Qingyan to court Nye Qingzhu would definitely not work, but for Chen Lie this was still not a difficult task. A few days ago, several dandy young masters had teased Nye Qingzhu at her stall. This was no coincidence, but merely a small trick employed by Chen Lie. Although hero saving the beauty might be somewhat cliché, it was precisely the most effective way to win the favor of innocent girls. The development of events unfolded just as Chen Lie had anticipated, and indeed, he managed to leave a mark in Nye Qingzhu's heart. Of course, cultivating such a high level of affection was not solely due to the initial saving grace. Chen Lie's appearance also played a significant role. As cultivators increase their cultivation, their lifespan also gradually extends. Delaying aging and preserving youth is a rather easy task, so despite his previous identity as an ancient ancestor in terms of appearance, he was truly flawless. It should be known that the original work specifically mentioned that his previous self had once topped the previous gentleman's ranking. There was a sense of déjà vu of a silver-haired handsome man from an anime combined with the mature charm he exuded. Even when Chen Lie looked in the mirror, he couldn't help but sigh. With this level of looks and charm, I wonder how many beautiful girls and young women from my past life would be completely captivated. With high appearance and good temperament coupled with Chen Lie's mature and steady aura, and his humorous manner of speaking under his deliberate guidance, the destined protagonist Yi Tian took over 10 years to develop a brother-sister bond with Nye Qingzhu, while he only took a little over 10 days to make Nye Qingzhu feel like a deer was running wild in her heart every time she saw him. Tisk, what a difference. Indeed, no matter what world it is, women cannot escape the appearance-based phenomenon. Tian Air. You must not act impulsively. Your judgment is not wrong. This person before you is indeed not simple. Do not provoke the other party. As Yi Tian fixed his vigilant gaze on Chen Lie, the dark green jade pendant hanging on his chest glowed silently for a moment. Following that, a woman's voice entered Yi Tian's mind. Upon hearing the mysterious woman's voice, Yi Tian immediately sent a message back, Master. With your insight, can you tell what kind of person this is, and what level of cultivation does he possess? I can't make a judgment, after all, I am merely a soul body now, but according to my intuition, the person before me possesses an aura that is as powerful as the blazing sun. He is at least in existence above the Tianyuan realm. Master, in you. What did you just say? In this person. This person is at least a celestial Yuan realm expert. Impossible. In Liang City is but a humble, insignificant town. Now could it possibly attract a celestial Yuan realm powerhouse? Cultivator's early-stage cultivation ranks comprise 6 tiers in body, refinement realm, innate realm, foundation, establishment realm, spirit core realm, nascent soul realm, and celestial Yuan realm. Liang City was an obscure backwater settlement, so remote it could scarcely be more so, and boasted no formidable experts whatsoever. Even the ancestral elders of the city's 3 great families had attained only the foundation establishment realm. And the celestial Yuan realm was a realm of transcendence, so exalted that Yi Tian dared not even dream of it. Na realm whose master stood unchallenged across the entire Qingming prefecture. Thus, upon hearing his master declare that Chen Lie was at least a celestial Yuan realm expert, Yi Tian was utterly stunned. Within the emerald jade pendant yin, Jean naturally sensed Yi Tian's shock. The next instant her voice resonated once more in his mind in, I too cannot fathom why a celestial Yuan realm powerhouse would deign to visit Liang City. Yet you may trust me, without reservation my judgment here is infallible. And though he deliberately conceals his aura, the sheer magnitude of his soul remains utterly undeniable. Why just now did your body freeze entirely the moment his gaze fell upon you? He employed no technique against you. Rather, your soul is innately perceptive. You sensed his overwhelming power instinctively, and fear rose unbidden within you, thus paralyzing you, however, briefly. Hearing his master's explanation, Yi Tian finally understood why his scalp had prickled and cold sweat had broken out the instant that man glanced at him. And he had assumed some unseen technique had been deployed, but now he realized it was simply the natural visceral terror inspired by such transcendent might. Master, if this gentleman truly is a celestial Yuan realm powerhouse, what purpose might he harbor in approaching Qingzhou? Uncertain. Thus I advise you, until his intentions are clear, refrain from any rash action, lest you provoke him. At these words Yi Tian found himself speechless, yet his gaze, when it fell upon Chen Lie, again sharpened with newfound wariness. Young Master Chen, the douhua is ready, and please enjoy it while it's still warm. As Yi Tian stared fixedly at Chen Lie, and Qingzhou, who knew not when she had slipped away, returned bearing a bowl of douhua, her expression alight with quiet anticipation as she presented it to Chen Lie. And thank you, Miss Qingzhou. Seeing Chen Lie savor the douhua she had prepared with care, and even praise it warmly, Qingzhou's smile blossomed radiant and tender, while a delicate flush bloomed softly along the curve of her throat. Watching Qingzhou converse sweetly with that young Master Chen, her shyness flickering like candlelight, Yi Tian felt an inexplicable surge of irritation rise within him. Ni's master's earlier warning vanished entirely from his thoughts. Nan, face darkening, he called out sharply in, Little Sister Qingzhou, could you come here for a moment? And there's something I wish to speak with you about. And Brother Yetian. Startled by Yi Tian's summons, Qingzhou paused, then turned to Chen Lie with gentle apology, Young Master Chen, please continue enjoying your douhua. I'll return shortly to see what Brother Yetian needs. Chen Lie smiled faintly and nodded in, go ahead. And there's no need to attend me exclusively. I must also greet the other guests. Other guests? And was he referring to me? A faint resentment stirred in Yi Tian's chest, but he said nothing. Only after Qingzhou approached did he lead her discreetly to a quieter corner. And then, lowering his voice, he spoke directly in, Little Sister Qingzhou. Just who exactly is this young Master Chen? Have you truly investigated his background? Though puzzled by the question, Qingzhou nodded readily, and yes, I know. He's a traveler visiting Liang. Brother Yetian, why have you suddenly grown curious about young Master Chen? Yi Tian dispensed with pretense, voice dropping further in, Little Sister Qingzhou. You must exercise caution around this young Master Chen. Caution. Why? Because he is perilous. His cultivation is extraordinary, far beyond that of any ordinary man. And such a being does not appear in Liang City without purpose. I fear he harbors ulterior motives. And ulterior motives. Whether Qingzhou truly heeded his words remained unclear, but in the next breath she blinked, her luminous eyes, curiosity dancing in their depths, Brother Yetian. You mean young Master Chen is a powerful cultivator, correct? Then, who is stronger? You or he in air? And stronger? Who is strong? Even if he flayed his own bones bare, he would not amount to 1/10th of that man. Nei himself stood only at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. Now could he possibly compare himself to a nascent soul realm master? As Yi Tian faltered, tongue-tied by Qingzhu's question, seemingly recalling something, hastily offered an apology in, "I'm so sorry, brother Yetian. I shouldn't have asked you that. And truly, Nan, the moment it left her lips, regret followed. Indeed, the question had slipped out thoughtlessly. Nan, the moment it left her lips, regret followed swiftly. And who in all Liang City did not know that brother Yetian's cultivation had stagnated years ago? Fearing she had wounded his pride, Qingzhu hastened to apologize. Yet Yi Tian merely smiled and replied, "In, little sister Qingzhu. No apology needed. And I know your words were innocent. Don't fret over them. In truth, I came today not only to savor the dohua you and grandfather Nye prepared, but also to share joyful news with you." Joyful news? And Qingzhu gazed at him intrigued. "And what is it?" "And my physical affliction has been fully resolved. I can now cultivate normally, just like anyone else." "What?" "And brother Yetian, you can cultivate again." And overjoyed for him, Qingzhu burst out immediately in, "Is that truly so, brother Yetian? That truly is wondrous news. Years ago you were Liang City's peerless prodigy. Know that you may resume cultivation. None shall dare whisper ill of you again. And perhaps elder sister Qingyan, upon learning you've resumed cultivation, will reconsider her heart's allegiance." Yi Tian had been listening, buoyant with delight. None of the name Su Qingyan fell from her lips. Ni's expression hardened instantly, ice-cold, unyielding. The humiliation of the broken engagement, along with the arrogant demeanor of Su Qingyan that day, truly left an indelible mark on Yi Tian's life. Hearing Su Qingyan's name now, how could Yi Tian maintain a pleasant expression? So at this moment he coldly stated, "Sister Qingzhu, please do not mention that vile woman's name again." The humiliation of the broken engagement, along with the arrogant demeanor of Su Qingyan that day, truly left an indelible. Though she possesses beauty, so what? In my eyes, she does not even compare to a single strand of your hair, sister Qingzhu. Seeing Yi Tian's face turn into a grimace upon hearing the name Su Qingyan, Nye Qingzhu dared not pursue the topic any further. "All right. I understand, brother Yi Tian. I will not mention sister Qingyan's name again. Although I harbor deep resentment towards Su Qingyan, I would not direct my anger towards sister Qingzhu." Yi Tian did not forget the important matter at hand, and so in the next moment, he looked at Nye Qingzhu and spoke directly. "The gentleman Chen at your stall possesses formidable cultivation. My cultivation has just recovered, and I am currently no match for him, which is why I say he is not simple. However, that is not important. I also have my own opportunities, and it is only a matter of time before I surpass him." "So, sister Qingzhu, you must be careful." Knowing that brother Yi Tian's words were for her own good, Nye Qingzhu hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but defend Chen Lie, saying, "I will take your words to heart, brother Yi Tian. However, I still feel that brother Yi Tian may be overthinking it. Even if gentleman Chen is a highly skilled cultivator, I am just an ordinary girl selling tofu pudding. What could possibly attract someone like him to me?" Nye Qingzhu merely wanted to express to Yi Tian that she believed Chen Lie was not a bad person. However, she did not expect that after hearing her words, Yi Tian's expression would grow even darker. He truly did not expect that despite his straightforward warning to Nye Qingzhu, she would still speak in favor of the other party. Has her fondness for him grown so strong? Could it be that a bond of over 10 years is overshadowed by someone she has only known for a little over 10 days? That person is only slightly more skilled and handsome after all. Could it be that sister Qingzhu is captivated by such trivialities? His heart grew increasingly restless, especially as Yi Tian noticed that even though sister Qingzhu was chatting with him, she would occasionally steal glances at that gentleman Chen. Realizing this, Yi Tian's fists clenched tightly in his sleeves. Just as he was about to suppress his inexplicable discomfort and counsel sister Qingzhu, once more the old man at the stall called out for Nye Qingzhu to come help as more customers arrived. "Qingzhu, have you finished talking with that boy from the Yi family? Hurry and come help, the customers are increasing, and I can barely keep up." "All right, Grandpa, I am coming right now," Nye Qingzhu hurriedly replied, then turned to Yi Tian and said, "Brother Yi Tian, let's talk more when I finish my work. I will go help Grandpa now." Yi Tian said no more, simply nodding. "All right then, go help Grandpa." Later I will discuss this matter with you. Watching Nia Qingzu's cheerful figure as she left, Yi Tian realized that his earlier advice seemed to have no effect at all. His sister Qingzhu had not listened. Even while working, she still laughed and chatted with that gentleman, Chen, appearing more intimate than when she spoke with him. Yi Tian's expression darkened further. Because of the deliciousness of the tofu pudding, many customers frequented the stall. At some point, a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe with a long sword strapped to his back sat at the stall. "Boss, I would like a serving of salty tofu pudding." "Certainly, customer." Nia Qingzhu quickly prepared a serving of tofu pudding for this customer, who after tasting it gave it high praise. "I have tried many tofu puddings, but I never expected to find such a delightful flavor here in Liang City. You can tell that the proprietor has put considerable effort into their culinary skills." Hearing the customer praise the flavor of her family's tofu pudding, Nia Qingzhu smiled sweetly. "You flatter me, customer. We haven't put in much effort at all. My grandfather says that the method of making this tofu pudding has been passed down through generations. Even if it tastes good, it is all thanks to our ancestors. We, the later generations, merely follow their steps to make it." Upon hearing Nia Qingzu's words, the gray-robed customer nodded slightly. "So it is a skill passed down from your ancestors. No wonder it tastes so good. However, miss, I find one thing quite strange. Aren't your ancestors from the Tai Wang sect?" When did the esteemed elders of the Tai Wang sect turn to researching the craft of tofu pudding? Tai Wang sect? What is the Tai Wang sect? Just as Nia Qingzhu was puzzled by the customer's words, she did not notice that her grandfather, who was cooking tofu pudding beside her, had suddenly changed his expression. In the next moment, the old man directly shielded Nia Qingzhu, staring intently at the gray-robed man. "May I ask which esteemed person you are?" "I cannot be considered an esteemed person. There are rules in our sect. When executing tasks outside, we must not reveal our true names. So there is no need to inquire further about that. What I wish to say now is no wonder no one has found your whereabouts over the years. After all, who would have thought that the once renowned elder Nie Qingfeng of the Tai Wang sect and the young lady of your esteemed clan would find themselves in such a small place as Liang City running a humble tofu stall? If this news were to spread, wouldn't it astonish everyone who wishes to find out about your whereabouts?" After a brief silence, the old man ceased to converse with the gray-robed man, instead turning to the other customers with a forced smile. "Well, today our stall has encountered some matters and will no longer be open for business. Qingzhu, let's pack up the stall and return home. The tofu pudding that has been sold shall be my treat, so there is no need for everyone to pay." Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Nia Qingzhu was momentarily stunned. "Going home? Grandfather, what happened? We just set up the stall. Why are we going back so early?" "Qingzhu, don't ask so much. There must be a reason for taking you home early." Seeing her grandfather speak this way, the usually obedient Nia Qingzhu stopped asking questions and obediently replied, "All right. Then I will pack up the stall." Seemingly sensing the unfriendly demeanor of the man in gray robes, Yi Tian couldn't help but ask, "Old Nia, what is going on here? Who is this person?" Old Nia shook his head, not answering Yi Tian's question, but instead said, "Yi family kid, don't ask so much, just head home early. If you didn't have enough tofu pudding, you can come back tomorrow. We'll make sure you eat your fill then." Seeing that old Nia was unwilling to say anything more, Yi Tian was at a loss for words, only able to watch as old Nia finished packing up the stall and took Nia Qingzhu away. "Grandfather, this isn't the way home. Why did you take me out of the city?" After old Nia packed up the stall, instead of taking her home, he led her out of Liang City and into a dense forest. Hearing her granddaughter's question, old Nia spoke directly. "We can no longer stay in Liang City. Let's switch to another town to continue selling tofu pudding." "What? We can't stay in Liang City anymore." Nia Qingzhu was still confused, but the gray-robed man who had been following them couldn't help but laugh, switching to another place to run a tofu pudding stall. "Does old Nia really think he can leave safely from me?" Old Nia raised his head to look at the gray-robed man. "You just said that due to the rules of your organization you cannot disclose your real name. If I am not mistaken, you should be an assassin sent by the Divine Killing Pavilion. It's quite impressive that you found us living in such a small place as Liang City. Being hailed as the #1 pavilion in the world, the reputation of your Divine Killing Pavilion is indeed well-deserved. Your cultivation is quite remarkable at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Such cultivation would make you a formidable hand in the Divine Killing Pavilion, likely a top-tier assassin. May I ask, how do you rank among the top-tier assassins?" To this question, the gray-robed man did not hesitate to answer. "Thanks to the pavilion master's favor, I ranked 8th in the pavilion." "Ranked 8th, is it? That's not bad, but the fact that the 7th level of the nascent soul stage only gets you to 8th place means that the overall strength of your divine killing pavilion should not be weaker than that of the Xiantian sword sect. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed man smiled. It's hard to say whether we are weaker than the Xiantian sword sect, as we have never fought them directly. However, compared to the Taiwan sect 100 years ago, we certainly fall short. Taiwan sect. Truly an unforgettable memory. Old Nya sighed. It's no longer important no matter how powerful it is now just a pile of dust. Yes, it's not important anymore. The Taiwan sect's strength is just a thing of the past. The gray-robed man smiled slightly and said, Old Nya, you must know why I am here. Will you voluntarily hand over the item, or shall I forcefully take it? Old Nya looked at the gray-robed man. If I give you the item, will the divine killing pavilion give up its pursuit of us? Yes. Because you are all going to die here today, once you are dead the bounty will naturally be lifted. Hearing the gray-robed man's answer, Old Nya laughed. It's only natural to want the Taiwan sect's secret treasures. Who wouldn't want them? To keep the secret, they would never leave a path for us to survive. But that's fine, we have survived until now not by begging others for mercy. You came here alone, you do have some guts, but it's a pity that your cultivation is still a bit shallow, yet it doesn't matter, it's just right this way. It's been many years since I've fought. Today is a good opportunity to stretch my muscles. As soon as he finished this sentence, the seemingly frail Old Nya instantly erupted with a fierce aura, and in the next moment, he lunged at the gray-robed man with ferocity. Name Nye Qingfeng. Identity Grand Elder of the Taiwan sect. Cultivation Aptitude Supreme. Special Physique Divine Wind Body. Special Talent None. Learned Arts Tai Ching Decision Divine Wine Secret Record. Current Realm Great Perfection of the Nascent Soul Stage. Note: due to injuries can only exhibit the strength of the 6th level of the Nascent Soul Stage. Name Tianba. Identity Divine Killing Pavilion's Top-tier Assassin. Cultivation Aptitude Supreme. Special Physique Thunder Spirit Body. Special Talent None. Learned Arts Divine Killing Scripture 5 Thunder Soul Refinement. Although Old Nya could only exert his strength at the 6th level of the Nascent Soul Stage, due to his serious injuries, he had rich combat experience, and the cultivation techniques he practiced were all top-tier arts from the Taiwan sect. Thus, despite being at a lower cultivation level than the gray-robed man, within less than half an hour the gray-robed man was already at a disadvantage against Old Nya. Seeing this, Old Nya laughed heartily. To think that today I would face a master from the Divine Killing Pavilion, this is truly exhilarating. Old Nya exclaimed, You are getting weaker as you age. Although at a disadvantage, the gray-robed man's expression did not change much. Instead, he smiled and said, If Old Nya were in his peak state, I might not last even half an incense stick of time in your hands. Haha, the younger generation is truly arrogant. If I were in my peak state, I could ensure your instant demise with just a breath, but it doesn't matter. Whether one dies early or late is the same. I don't mind this little bit of effort. As she watched her grandfather fight fiercely in midair with the gray-robed man, Nye Qingzhu was utterly bewildered. Grandfather? Wasn't he just a tofu pudding seller? When did he become a cultivator? And so powerful as well. Just as Nye Qingzhu was completely bewildered, someone suddenly ran over from not far away, urgently calling out to her, Sister Qingzhu. Upon seeing the newcomer, Nye Qingzhu was also taken aback. Oh, Yi Tian, why did you come here? Yi Tian felt that the man in the gray robe was not a good person, for he had chosen to follow him all the way. Sure enough, his judgment was not wrong. Unexpectedly, this gray-robed man turned out to be an assassin. What is going on with Old Nya? Wasn't he just an ordinary old man selling tofu? How did he suddenly transform into a cultivator? Not to mention his profound cultivation, why would he attract assassins? At this moment, Yi Tian was filled with too many questions, so after finding Nye Qingzhu, he quickly spoke up. I was worried about Old Nya and Sister Qingzhu, so I followed secretly. Sister Qingzhu, what exactly is going on? When did Old Nya become a cultivator? And why are there assassins coming after Old Nya? If I knew the answer, Sister Qingzhu wouldn't still be in the dark now. Hearing Yi Tian's inquiry, Nye Qingzhu bit her thin lip and softly replied, I don't know when Grandpa became a cultivator, she said. Grandpa has never mentioned these things to me. Never mentioned. Was it to protect Sister Qingzhu's safety that he kept it hidden? Just as Yi Tian was about to continue asking, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Master Nye is not just a cultivator, and his cultivation is exceedingly profound. Profound cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was taken aback and instinctively sent a voice inquiry. Master, did you already notice that Old Nya is a cultivator? No. Master Nya had hidden it very well before. It was only because he acted just now that I realized he is a cultivator. Realized? How is that possible? The previous young Master Chen was a Tianyuan realm cultivator, and you were able to detect him, yet Old Ni's cultivation shouldn't have reached the Tianyuan realm. Seeing that Yi Tian seemed not to understand these matters very well, Yanji patiently explained that young Master Chen was different from Master Nya. It was because of his powerful soul that I was able to perceive him. So that's how it is. After gaining some understanding, Yi Tian was no longer concerned about this. After all, whatever doubts he had, he could just ask Old Nya in person later. The next moment, Yi Tian asked the question he was really concerned about. Master, do you think Old Nya can successfully deal with this assassin? It should be fine. I observed carefully just now, and Master Ni's cultivation should have reached the grand completion of the nascent soul realm. Perhaps due to injuries, he has fallen to the 6th layer of the nascent soul realm. However, regardless, he possesses rich battle experience, and the cultivation method Master Nya practices is also extraordinary. He should have no problem dealing with a junior at the 7th layer of the nascent soul realm. Hearing Master say that Old Nya could successfully handle the assassin, Yi Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could feel grateful the next moment, Yanji suddenly changed her tone as if sensing something. No. This assassin did not come alone. Not alone. What does that mean? Before Yi Tian could react, the situation on the battlefield had already changed in an instant. Just as Old Nya was about to take down the assassin known as Tian Ba, fierce sword lights erupted from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, striking Old Nya all at once. With a scream, Old Nya instantly fell to the ground from midair. The mission of the God Kill Pavilion has never been a task for two to take. Unless the mission fails, then a higher-level assassin will take over. What a grand display. For this old, crippled body of mine, you actually dispatched 5 people. Isn't this against the rules set by your pavilion master? Having been secretly attacked, Old Nya was immediately injured. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly looked at the few attackers who were gradually revealing themselves. Hearing this, an old man with white hair leaning on a cane smiled slightly. Rules are dead, people are alive. After all, the opponent is the former elder of Tai Wang's sect. No one knows how many trump cards Old Nya holds. So it is better to be cautious to complete the mission. Old Nya looked at the white-haired old man. Grand completion of the nascent soul realm. Are you also a Tian-class assassin from the God Kill Pavilion? The white-haired old man replied lightly. I am ranked 3rd. If Old Nya doesn't mind, you can just call me Tian Lao-san. The other 3 attackers also introduced themselves, Tian Wu, Tian Lu, Tian Shi. Together with the previously mentioned Tian Ba, half of the 10 Tian-class assassins from the God Kill Pavilion were already present. Seeing this scene, even Old Nya couldn't help but exclaim, for the secret treasure of my Tai Wang sect, the God Kill Pavilion, has truly spared no expense. Half of the 10 Tian-class assassins have actually shown up. What merit do I have to deserve this? Tian Lao-san smiled slightly and said, that is also to show respect for Old Nya. Given the situation, I believe Old Nya has also grasped some insights, so it is still what Old Ba said. Will Old Nya willingly hand over the items, or should we take them ourselves? Old Nya coldly looked at Tian Lao-san. Do you really think that with so many people here today you can take me down? Upon hearing this, Tian Lao-san was taken aback. Could it be that Old Nya still had some means he hadn't used yet? But before the other party could react, Yi Tian suddenly received a voice transmission from Old Nya. Yi family boy. Huh, Old Nya. Not expecting Old Nya to suddenly contact him before Yi Tian could respond, Old Nya hurriedly continued transmitting. Yi family boy. You have eaten quite a bit of my tofu over the years, and I have watched you grow up. I know you are not a bad person. I understand that what happened today has left you with too many questions, but there is no time to explain now. I have something to ask of you today. I will find a way to hold off these assassins, so you must take Qing Zhu and run. Run as far as you can. Do not let her return to Liang City. If you can safely take Qing Zhu away, I will be grateful to you even in the underworld. Receiving Old Ni's voice transmission before Yi Tian could react, he suddenly saw Old Ni's old face turn crimson, and his vital energy surged violently. Not knowing what he thought of in the next moment, Tian Lao-san's expression changed drastically as he shouted in fear. Not good. This old fellow actually wants to self-destruct. Don't let him succeed in self-destruction. Everyone attack together and behead this old thing. Grandfather. Old Nya. Seeing Old Nya prepare to use self-detonation to repel the enemy, not only Nya Qingzhu, but even Yi Tian was overcome with anxiety. But just as he prepared to rush forward to stop Old Nya, his body was suddenly held fast. Disciple. Do not act rashly. Master. Release me, I must go save old Nya. Save old Nya. Do you not see the 5 assassins opposite are all experts of the Lingying realm? I know I am no match, but I will not stand idly by and watch old Nya be slain. Disciple, calm yourself. Did you not hear old Nya's final instructions? If you recklessly charge, and you will only bring ruin upon yourself. By then do not expect old Nya to be saved. Even the girl at your side will perish with you. Hearing Yin Ji mention the girl, Yi Tian finally realized Nye Qingzhu was beside him. Master, I know you possess vast prowess. Is there any way to save old Nya? I am willing to pay any price. Disciple, if there were only a single Lingying assassin, I might teach you a secret art to rescue old Nya, but there are 5 assassins here, and one of them has reached the Lingying realm's great perfection. My counsel as your master is this: you should take the young woman by your side and leave at once. Do not squander old Nya's final request. Having absorbed years of Yi Tian's cultivation and soul power, Yin Ji had recovered somewhat. With a soul fusion secret technique, she might provoke a brief surge in Yi Tian's strength, but he is only at the body refinement stage and cannot bear too much power. Flight is the wisest choice. Yi Tian did not know what to do. Old Nya was already on the very brink of self-detonation. Seeing this young brat still hesitating to take Qingzhu and flee, he let out a roar. Young man of the Yi family, what are you dawdling for? Do you truly wish to see my sacrifice wasted? A profound helplessness surged within Yi Tian. Once more he felt the bitter impotence of weakness. Seeing Nye Qingzhu attempt to rush to her grandfather, Yi Tian steeled himself and stopped her. Brother Yi Tian, what are you doing? Do not stop me, I am going to save grandfather. Qingzhu, I cannot let you go. I must take you away now. Indeed, old Nye was right, he could not allow that sacrifice to be in vain. He must protect Qingzhu at all costs. So he paid no heed to her desperate struggles. Yet just as Yi Tian prepared to drag her away regardless of the danger, a faint breeze suddenly whispered past. Before anyone noticed, a graceful figure with a head of silver hair and white robes had silently moved behind old Nye. A single hand pressed upon old Nye's back, and with that gentle touch the turbulent true qi raging through him dissipated. In an instant the self-detonation forcibly dispelled. Who goes there? He had sensed no approach until the move was made. His heart leapt. Could a Xunsha Pavilion expert really have come? But the next moment he turned sharply and for an instant was struck dumb. It is you. Chen, son of the Chen family. How are you here? The elegant, delicate figure stood there, the breeze lifting the silver at his temples like an immortal. Seeing that familiar face and that gentle spring-like smile, Nye Qingzhu, who had been struggling, fell still. In the next breath joy flashed across her eyes. Young Master Chen. Indeed, the one who had appeared behind old Nye and relieved his self-detonation was none other than Chen Lie. Like Yi Tian, he had deliberately followed Nye Qingzhu and old Nye to this place. A century ago in Qingming Prefecture there stood a legendary sect called the Taiwang sect, mighty and foremost among the righteous orders of the region. But later, owing to certain calamities, the Taiwang sect began to decline, and then one night the entire sect was slaughtered to the last. Old Nye's original name was Nye Qingfeng. He had been a grand elder of the Taiwang sect. Nye Qingzhu was not his biological granddaughter, but the daughter of the sect leader and his wife. On the night the Taiwang sect was attacked by a mysterious force, he risked everything to flee with Nye Qingzhu. They became the sole survivors. Because that mysterious power never ceased hunting them, old Nye took Nye Qingzhu into hiding in Liang City and became the proprietor of a tofu pudding stall. Although the Taiwang sect was annihilated, its treasure trove remained, the so-called Taiwang sect's hidden cache. To open it, one requires a proper key. Forcing it open destroys its contents. The Xunsha Pavilion has been probing the whereabouts of the grandfather and granddaughter precisely to obtain that key. As in the original tale, the Xunsha Pavilion's assassins had easily found old Nye. In the end, it was his self-detonation that allowed Yi Tian to escape safely with Nye Qingzhu. But with my intervention, there is no need for such complication. I can gain the key to open the Taiwang treasure and at the same time curry favor with the destined heroine. 2 gains with 1 action. Why not seize it? Striking at the most perilous moment maximizes goodwill. Sensing the time had come, Chen Lie did not hesitate to act. Old Nye's cultivation is deep, living another 100 or so years should pose no problem. So, why be so despairing? Self-detonation is easy, but once done, there is nothing left. Qingzhu would be heartbroken. Chen Lie had indeed eaten old Nye's tofu pudding for many days. Why did old Nye always treat him? It was simple. Old Nye could not see through Chen Lie, and so he was deeply on guard. He could vaguely sense Chen Lie was a cultivator, but he never imagined Chen Lie's cultivation was so terrifying. One palm had dispersed the raging true qi inside him. What a fearsome power. Even Elder 3 back then could not have achieved such a feat, could he? So in that moment old Nia did not relax his vigilance. If anything, his wariness of Chen Lie deepened. He spoke coldly. Have you also come for the Taiwan sect's hidden cache? To claim you have no designs would be too false. If you obtain it, fine. If not, so be it. After all, to me Qingzhou is 1,000,000 times more precious than that Taiwan treasure. Old Nia, if I said I came with the purpose of courting Qingzhou, would you believe me or not? What? In Master Chen. And he said he came here specifically to court me. Since she was standing nearby, Nia Qingzhou naturally overheard Chen Lie's words, and instantly her fair, delicate cheeks flushed crimson. And had Master Chen been visiting her tofu stall every day for this very reason? But Master Chen hasn't even known me for long. And when precisely did he begin harboring such feelings toward me? While Nia Qingzhou's face burned scarlet and her heart raced like a startled fawn, her thoughts spiraling in restless confusion, Nya Lao Tu, hearing Chen Lie's declaration, scoffed with undisguised disdain. Do you truly expect me to believe such nonsense? Utterly preposterous. How many priceless treasures lie hidden within the Taiwan sect's secret vault? Even the Shun Sha Pavilion dispatched an overwhelming force of assassins just to seize it. Spare me your pretense of virtue. I suspect your motive is no different from theirs, the assassins of the Shun Sha Pavilion. I know your cultivation is profound. I admit I stand no chance against you. Yet rest assured, even if I perish here today, I will never reveal the key that unlocks the vault. Seeing Nia Lao Tu still refused to trust him, Chen Lie felt no anger, only a faint wry smile. I already know where the key lies. You know where it lies? Hearing those words, Nia Lao Tu scoffed again. Yet before his mocking laughter could escape, Chen Lie continued calmly, the small peony blooming upon Qingzhou's back. That must be it. Before Chen Lie could finish speaking, Nia Lao Tu's expression shattered, utterly undone. Na sharp, incredulous cry tore from his throat. Impossible. How? How could you possibly know about the peony on Qingzhou's back? Who are you? The peony on Nia Qingzhou's back was no mere tattoo. It was the vault's key, ritually inscribed onto her flesh by her dying mother. Only Nia Qingzhou herself could activate the vault. There existed one other method, flaying the skin bearing that floral sigil. But that path led only to ruin. Such brutality was unthinkable for Chen Lie, a man who cherished grace and gentleness. How could he ever harm Qingzhou, so tender and radiant? By now, Nia Qingzhou's blush had deepened, spreading all the way to the nape of her neck. Na flower. Na flower. Master Chen. How could Master Chen possibly know she bore a peony on her back? Could it be he secretly watched? No, impossible. Master Chen is noble and upright. He would never stoop to such baseness. Yet if not that, how else could he know? Her thoughts spiraled anew, until a cold, derisive laugh sliced through them. So the key to the Taiwan sect's vault was forged into a floral tattoo. It resides on this young maiden's body, does it not? Kill you both, and peel away her skin. We shall claim the vault unimpeded. How splendid. Truly effortless fortune. Your entire contingent of assassins was hardly wasted after all. Today promises extraordinary gains. An ancient elder with snow-white hair, Tian Lao San, leaned upon his cane as he approached, smirking. Yet in the next breath, Chen Lie smiled faintly and spoke, so confident you can wrest the key from this sovereign's hands. Not confidence, certainty. No mission entrusted to the Shun Sha Pavilion has ever failed. Then today you may savor the bitter taste of failure for the first time. Failure? How arrogant. Your sole fate today is death, here before us all. Brothers, strike now. In Qingming Prefecture, an old saying endures. When the Shun Sha decree falls, even immortals cannot flee. What does it mean? It means that once marked by the Shun Sha Pavilion, a target faces only one destiny: annihilation. Indeed, they possess the power to uphold that grim maxim. In 4 decades, their mission success rate remains an unbroken 100%. This alone attests to their terrifying prowess. Yet to Chen Lie, the Shun Sha Pavilion inspires only amusement. Where truly does that flawless record originate? From hunting down trivial prey, mere strays and weaklings. Have they ever dared assail a man? Of the 5 assassins present, Tian Lao San has reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, and others range from 7th to 9th tier within that same realm. They could easily overwhelm Nia Lao Tu, but challenging Chen Lie, a celestial origin realm cultivator. That is nothing short of delusion. Cultivating the celestial origin realm's 2nd tier, and fortified by the great chaos yin-yang sacred body. Chen Lie could reduce even the Xunsha Pavilion's own master, a third-tier celestial origin realm sovereign, to unrecognizable ruin. And could these minor Tian rank underlings possibly prevail against him? Events swiftly confirmed it. And no. You are a celestial origin realm sovereign. Is that not the legendary threefold infinite ultimate art, the signature technique of Elder Chun of the Wuji sect? And I know who you are. You are Chen Lie, the supreme elder of the Wuji sect. And impossible. And what business brings you to such a remote place? What connection do you share with these remnants of the Taiwan sect? Chen Lie struck, swift as lightning, and reduced Tian Lao San and his cohort to helpless stupor. And across Qingming Prefecture, the number of named celestial origin realm masters remains few, and each bears a unique, unmistakable art. And to be identified at first strike is hardly surprising. Watching Tian Lao San stare at him in abject terror, Chen Lie offered a gentle, knowing smile, and correct, though no reward awaits you. Do you still believe you may depart from this sovereign's presence unscathed? The chasm between the nascent soul and celestial origin realms is immeasurable, and even self-immolation would leave him untouched. Nonly the pavilion's grandmaster or deputy grandmaster might hope to slay such a sovereign. Tian Lao San cursed inwardly. How had a routine assignment led him straight into the presence of a sovereign? In knowing resistance was suicide, Tian Lao San blurted out, without hesitation, the Xunsha Pavilion withdraws from this mission. We beg Elder Chen's mercy. Spare our lives, and spare your lives. Chen Lie laughed softly. Are you jesting with this sovereign? It seemed that Tian Lao San sensed the killing intent emanating from Chen Lie locked onto by his aura. At this moment, cold sweat began to bead on Tian Lao San's forehead. Old Ancestor Chen. We are aware of your extraordinary cultivation, he continued, but you should also understand that our divine kill pavilion has never been a soft target. If you were to slaughter us here, it would mean a deadly feud with our divine kill pavilion. The pavilion master will certainly not let Wuji's sect go. At this point, such a minor character dares to threaten me. After a slight smile, Chen Lie simply stated, no worries, if your pavilion master comes for revenge, I will wait for him at the sect. It will only require a bit more effort on my part, sending a few more people down to accompany you. From Chen Lie's words, Tian Lao San understood the implication, and at that moment, he could only shout one thing: run. Everyone scatter and run. We must report this back to the pavilion. The gap between the spirit infant realm and the heavenly origin realm is truly vast. There are only 5 of us here. Even if there were several times more, we would absolutely not be a match for the ancestor of the Chen family. Running is the best choice. Tian Lao San's reaction was indeed quite clever, seeing the 5 assassins from the Divine Kill Pavilion disperse at an alarming speed. Chen Lie laughed. Your reaction is quite quick, but can you really escape? With Chen Lie's current combat power, even a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Origin Realm could be easily killed by him. If he could let a few Spirit Infant Realm cultivators escape from his grasp, he might as well not exist. Thus, in the next moment, Chen Lie took action directly, his figure moving swiftly. In just a few breaths, the 5 previously arrogant assassins from the Divine Kill Pavilion had all turned into corpses. Is this the combat power of a Heavenly Origin Realm expert? Yi Tian was truly shaken. He didn't even see how Chen Lie made his move. Those few assassins were completely eliminated by this guy. Is the gap between myself and the Heavenly Origin Realm truly this large? Just as Yi Tian was struck dumb with astonishment, it seemed that Yinji had sensed his thoughts and discreetly transmitted to him. You feel amazed, don't you? In truth, this is the difference in realms. Yi Tian wasn't foolish. He knew how significant the differences brought by realm disparities could be. The reason for his shock was merely that he hadn't expected it to be this exaggerated. After all, it was his first time witnessing such a powerful expert in action. But what he was concerned about now was not this. He then heard Yi Tian curiously inquire, Master, you once told me that you were also very powerful. Did you also reach the Heavenly Origin Realm? In the green jade pendant, the hazy figure of the woman heard this question and simply smiled faintly. In the next second, Yinji said one sentence. If I still had my physical body, I could annihilate 100,000 heavenly origins with a snap of my fingers, even if the opponent is at the peak of the Heavenly Origin Realm. Hearing this, Yi Tian was truly frightened. Could 100,000 heavenly origins perish with a snap of the fingers, even if the opponent is at the peak of the Heavenly Origin Realm? It seems that Master's background is even more terrifying than I imagined. Master, will I be able to become as powerful as you one day? Tiana, your talent is exceptional. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, and with your master's guidance you will one day become an existence that even this Chen family ancestor must look up to. Qingming Prefecture is truly too small. There are even broader worlds outside. If you wish to grow, you can no longer remain cooped up in Liang City. Remember, true strong ones grow from crises. Thus a seedling in a greenhouse will never become a towering tree. Because Yi Tian had not yet made up his mind to leave Liang City and venture into the outside world, Yinji specifically told him these things. It must be said that Yinji is indeed quite a good teacher, and Yi Tian sincerely took her advice to heart. Indeed, Liang City is truly too small. If I want to become stronger, I must venture out into... In the original work, Yi Tian ventured outside from such a small place as Liang City to escape the pursuit of Nie Qingzhu, thus launching his legendary life. Unexpectedly, now that the escape incident has not yet occurred, Yanzi's words have once again brought Yi Tian onto this path. Of course, Chen Lie was naturally unaware of Yi Tian's changing thoughts. Even if he knew, he certainly wouldn't care too much about it. Currently, the only matter that Chen Lie deemed important was the pair of Nie Qingzhu and her grandfather. Now that the assassins had already been swiftly dealt with by him, it was time to handle this pair. Since the moment he met Chen Lie, Elder Nie had sensed that the other party's identity was extraordinary. Due to his extreme caution, he harbored deep wariness towards Chen Lie, not wanting Nie Qingzhu to have too much contact with him. However, no matter what, Elder Nie never expected that Chen Lie would turn out to be a legendary existence of the Tianyuan realm. Are you the legendary ancestor of the Chun family from the Wuzhizong? Seeing Elder Nie's complex expression, Chen Lie also turned to him, and the next moment he heard Chen Lie chuckle. Doesn't it seem like it? Elder Nie shook his head. Qingming Prefecture is vast, but the number of mighty figures in the Tianyuan realm is few and far between. Moreover, the Sanjuan Wujixuan Gong is the signature skill of the ancestor of the Chen family. Even if others wanted to impersonate him, they couldn't. Chen Lie smiled slightly and did not continue on this topic. Whether I am Chen Lie or not is not that important. What matters is that today, Elder Nie, I indeed saved your life. Elder Nie would not deny this point. He looked at Chen Lie and calmly asked, what do you want? Is it the secret treasure of the Taiwangzong, as a reward? No. I have already said before that although there are many good things in the Taiwangzong's secret treasure, those things are not necessities for me. Having them is good, but not having them is also fine. You should understand, if it were really just for the Taiwangzong's secret treasure, I could have fulfilled that wish when we first met more than 10 days ago. Elder Nie naturally believed Chen Lie's words. What did the ancestor of the Chen family signify in this Liang City, especially without any other Tianyuan realm powers intervening? It meant being invincible in the world. The combined practitioners of the entire Liang City could probably be wiped out with a single gesture from the ancestor of the Chen family. If he really wanted to forcibly take Qingzhu, no one could stop him. But if he did not come for the secret treasure of their Taiwangzong, then what did the ancestor of the Chen family come for? Earlier, Chen Lie had mentioned that he came to pursue Nie Qingzhu. Elder Nie instinctively ignored this statement, thinking what a joke. With the cultivation level and status of the ancestor of the Chen family, what woman could he not have? Just a glance, and countless people would be willing to send their women to the ancestor's bed to affiliate with the Wuzhizong. Would he really travel all the way to a small place like Liang City for a woman? It was obvious that this was impossible. Moreover, neither he nor Qingzhu had ever met this ancestor of the Chen family, making it even more implausible. Sometimes, even saying the truth goes untrusted. Chen Lie found this somewhat amusing, but it no longer mattered whether Elder Nie believed him or not. At this moment, Chen Lie had already shifted his gaze away from him and onto the destined protagonist, Yi Tian. Just a single glance, and that feeling of tingling terror surged again. When Yi Tian noticed Chen Lie looking at him, he felt as if his heartbeat might stop. Even Yin Ji in the jade pendant looked grave, fearing that Chen Lie might strike at Yi Tian. Are you the renowned genius Yi Tian from the Yi family of Liang City? After observing Yi Tian for a few seconds, Chen Lie slowly asked a question. Although he did not know why the ancestor of the Wuzhizong had his gaze fixed on him, Yi Tian still gathered his courage to respond, replying to my senior, I am indeed Yi Tian. May I ask how my senior has heard of my name? Yi Tian had some confidence, especially after restoring his cultivation. However, no matter how confident he was, he did not believe that his title as genius of the Yi family was significant enough to reach the ears of the ancestor of the Wuzhizong. Hearing Yi Tian inquire how he learned of his famous name, Chen Lie couldn't be bothered to answer such questions. The next moment, he directly changed the topic and brought up a name that Yi Tian despised. Su Qingyan is your fiancé. Su Qingyan. Upon hearing this name that he wished he could avoid, even in dreams a flicker of hatred flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. If it were someone else from the Wujizong, he might have turned away immediately. However, considering that the person before him was the ancestor of the Wujizong, even someone who hated this sect would not dare to offend Chen Lie. So, he could only lower his head and grit his teeth to respond. I have already annulled my engagement with the young lady of the Su family. She goes her way and I go mine. There is no longer any relationship between us. No longer any relationship. Upon hearing this, Chen Lie looked at Yi Tian. I have already heard of your annulment, but saying there is no longer any relationship is somewhat absurd. How did I hear that you made some harsh statements in front of Qingyan, saying something like 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, and that after 3 years you would return to the Wujizong to have a good rivalry with her? Yi Tian indeed had said such things, and he could not hide it before the ancestor of the Wujizong. In order not to offend Chen Lie, Yi Tian could only choose to express it tactfully, replying to my senior. My engagement with Su Qingyan was arranged by the elders of our clan, and it was not mutual consent. The two families had a good relationship before, and if I truly do not wish to continue the engagement, I can understand if a message is conveyed indirectly. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. I would never force myself onto her for the sake of an engagement. However, Su Qingyan forced me to annul the engagement in front of everyone, and I must also maintain face with my family. As a dignified man of 7 feet, how could I endure such a humiliation? Therefore, I made an agreement with Su Qingyan to compete with her at the Wujizong in 3 years. To let her know that even without joining a major sect, I can still become a strong cultivator. Faced with Chen Lie's inquiry, Yi Tian had no choice but to answer truthfully. Yet he could never have anticipated that the very instant his words left his lips, calamity struck without warning. A razor-sharp palm strike slashed through the air, cleaving straight toward Yi Tian's position. Sensing the sheer terror of that assault, Yi Tian broke into a cold sweat in an instant. Yet bound by murderous intent, he stood utterly paralyzed, unable to so much as twitch. Tianer, run now. It was plain to see should that palm strike land upon Yi Tian, it would reduce him to dust in a single fleeting moment. At the critical juncture, Yin Ji, residing within the jade pendant, acted with lightning speed. With her already meager soul energy blazing fiercely, she expended every last ember of strength to seize temporary control over Yi Tian's body and wrench him clear of that devastating blow. A thunderous boom shook the heavens. The palm strike obliterated the small grove behind Yi Tian, pulverizing every tree into fine ash. What remained was a barren wasteland, and carved deep into the earth a colossal crater stretching hundreds of meters in length. Though Yi Tian had narrowly evaded death thanks to Yin Ji's intervention, his suffering was far from over. The concussive force of the palm's passing had grievously wounded him. His internal organs churned violently within his chest, his hair whipped into wild disarray, and a thin trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. There was no doubt, the strike had been launched by Chen Lie. Yi Tian had truly never imagined that this venerable patriarch of the Chen clan, who had just moments earlier been questioning him so calmly, would suddenly unleash lethal intent without provocation. His scalp prickled, a dread coiled icy in his gut. Yet deeper still surged a bewildering, aching confusion. Senior, what is the meaning of this? And I bear no grudge against you. No enmity whatsoever. And why then do you strike me down without cause? And no enmity. Is that truly so? Chen Lie felt no surprise at Yi Tian's evasion. He had after all delivered that palm strike with mere casual intent, expending less than a tenthsth of his true power. It was Yin Ji who had intervened, burning precious soul energy to wrench Yi Tian free from the invisible bonds of his killing intent. Now gazing upon Yi Tian's face, pale with shock and incomprehension, Chen Lie offered a faint serene smile before speaking, voice calm and detached. Indeed you, and I hold no grudge nor any feud. Yet my hand against you is not without justification. And young man of the Yi clan, and you even know what station your former fiancé now holds. His former fiancé's station. Yi Tian scarcely grasped the meaning behind Chen Lie's words, until the next sentence struck him like a celestial thunderclap. Months ago Qing Yin became my concubine, and she is now my consort. And you dare speak of challenging my consort 3 years hence? As consort to the supreme elder of the Wuji sect, is she some common stray cat or dog, whose dignity may be trifled with by any fool? Tell me, and to uphold my consort's honor and should I not erase you from this world this very moment? A long hollow silence followed. Upon hearing those words, and seeing the faint chilling smile lingering upon Chen Lie's lips, everyone present stood frozen breathless, as if turned to stone. So, Master Chen is already married. But why then did he just declare his affection? Why did he flirt with me? And why did he even draw near me? Beside them, Nie Qingzhu's beautiful eyes dimmed ever so slightly. While her grandfather, old man, Nie, found the revelation unsurprising. Most men, after all, are ruled by base desire. Even among mighty cultivators, lust for beauty remains rampant. Having run a tofu pudding stall in Liang City for decades, he had long known Su Qingyan's visage, peerless grace, celestial charm, beauty enough to ignite covetous longing in any mortal heart. Throughout Liang City, countless hearts beat in silent devotion to Su Qingyan. What gave old man Nie slight pause was not her desirability, but that this rare blossom had ultimately been plucked by the supreme elder of the Wuji sect. Were Chen Lie's intentions sincere in taking Su Qingyan as concubine, then the Su clan would indeed have ascended to extraordinary heights. Yet for Yi Tian the matter was profoundly cruel. Had the engagement merely been dissolved, perhaps hope might yet linger. But now with his former fiancée wed to the Chen clan's venerable patriarch, all ties between them were severed beyond redemption. How old man Nie wondered would the young man endure such a shattering blow? That quiet concern was not unfounded. For at that very moment Yi Tian was crumbling beneath, as he himself had admitted the betrothal had been arranged by elders. But Su Qingyan, famed across Liang City, as its unrivaled beauty, was no ordinary maiden. How many men in truth could gaze upon her and remain untouched by fantasy? He had never voiced it aloud, but the thought that she was his promised bride, destined to become his wife, had kindled secret quiet joy within him. It was precisely this yearning, for her beauty, her elegance, that had made her sudden annulment of their engagement so bitterly intolerable, so deeply wounding. East of the river today, west tomorrow. None day, Yi Tian, I shall make you rue the day you cast. Though his words rang defiant beneath them, stirred a quieter, more fragile hope, that one day, having grown mighty, he might witness her tearful, desperate plea for another chance. With Yin Ji, a master of unfathomable origin, as his guide, his rise seemed inevitable. Perhaps someday she would beg weeping to be taken back. That dream had fueled his cultivation, until Chen Lie's words shattered it utterly like glass striking stone. Married to the supreme elder of the Wuji sect months ago. In that wretched woman. And how dare she? Now dare she commit such betrayal? In just months, had her very body already been remolded by his touch? And had he truly worn this green cap? Tight, unyielding, and absolute. Jealousy raged, fury burned white-hot. In that instant Yi Tian's eyes flushed crimson. Sensing the violent instability surging within his chi, Yin Ji froze. This boy, barely past the body refinement realm, was already trembling on the precipice of inner demon formation. In the next breath, she projected a thread of calming aura to steady his spirit. And steady yourself. In your engagement with Su Qingyan has been dissolved. Her choice of spouse bears no consequence for you. You two are severed, utterly irrevocably. And what matters now is escape. And I sensed it clearly. Chen Lie's murderous intent was genuine. You must break free from this trap, nor both of us shall perish here today. Yin Ji's words finally helped Yi Tian regain his composure. Yes, that's right. That despicable woman Su Qingyan inherently enjoys climbing the social ladder, even willing to marry an ancestor-level figure for her own benefit. What is there to be concerned about for such a woman? At this moment, the priority was not about that despicable woman. Finding a way to escape the current predicament was the most important thing. Thinking about the fact that this ancestor of the Chen family truly wanted to kill him, Yi Tian felt a chill rise within him. At that moment, to dispel the ancestor's murderous intent, Yi Tian could only force himself to say, I report to you, senior. You, a mere junior, dare to call out Qingyan's name. With a slap, a fierce palm struck Yi Tian's face, sending his body flying. Seeing the coldness in Chen Lie's eyes, Yi Tian, who had just been slapped, could only grit his teeth and endure. I hope senior can forgive my rudeness. I report to you, senior. I truly did not know that Madame Su has married you as a wife and concubine. I was overestimating my own abilities. From now on, regardless of where Madame Su is, I will keep my distance. I hope senior can forgive my previous disrespectful actions in front of Madame Su. In the original text, Yi Tian, the destined protagonist, had never bowed to anyone. But now, in order to save his life, he uttered such words. Is this the courage of a destined protagonist? After all, when faced with a life-and-death crisis, he is also someone who fears for his life. However, thinking about it, Chen Lie's understanding of Yi Tian's actions is not difficult. After all, in the original text, to highlight the protagonist's prowess, the author arranged for Yi Tian to face challenges that he had the ability to solve. Right now, he hadn't even left Liang City, and the ultimate boss of the early novel suddenly appeared before him. Without even the ability to escape and not wanting to die, he could only plead for mercy, even stating that he would keep my distance from Madame Su. However, Yi Tian would never have dreamed that his humble plea for mercy would only intensify Chen Lie's murderous intent towards him. The hard-headed destined protagonist deserves to die, while a protagonist who understands patience and endurance is even more dangerous. Should I take the opportunity to eradicate him completely? However, just as Chen Lie pondered whether to determine Yi Tian's fate right then and there, he suddenly changed his mind, as if he sensed something. Well, since you are a perceptive little brat, you can leave now. Seeing the murderous aura dissipate from Chen Lie, Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly replied, "Thank you for your understanding, senior. Qingzhu, Elder Nye, let's hurry and leave." Seeing Yi Tian wanting to take Nye Qingzhu and Elder Nye with him, Chen Lie glanced at him and said, "What I said was for you to leave alone." But, senior, before Yi Tian could finish his sentence, Yanji quickly transmitted a message to Tianer. Take advantage of the fact that this ancestor of the Chen family has no intention to kill you and quickly leave. Do not worry about the safety of Elder Nye and Miss Nye. I can sense that this ancestor of the Chen family has shown no malice toward them from beginning to end. They should not be harmed. But, Master, I am still a bit uneasy. Seeing Yi Tian hesitating, Yanji became anxious. Do you really want to anger this ancestor of the Chen family and die here? Although he was reluctant to part ways with Nye Qingzhu, Yi Tian ultimately valued his life more, and the next moment, he could only say to Nye Qingzhu, "Sister Qingzhu, since the senior has already helped you resolve the crisis, I will return first." Knowing why Yi Tian was reluctant to leave, Nye Qingzhu, who was still feeling sad about the ancestor having a wife, forced to smile. "Okay. Then, Sister Qingzhu, please be careful." In order to save his life, Yi Tian left as quickly as possible. Seeing his retreating figure, Chen Lie did not make another move against him, but turned his gaze in another direction. "Since you've come, you might as well show yourself. What is the point of hiding? What is young Master Chen talking about? Could there be someone else here?" Just as Nye Qingzhu and Elder Nye felt extremely puzzled, two figures quietly emerged from the bamboo grove not far to the east. One was an old man in a gray long robe, and the other was a young woman dressed in a pink quite long dress with a butterfly mask. Isn't that the ancestor of Wuzhizong? To have detected our hiding place so easily. A high level of cultivation as expected. Does the ancestor not think what happened just now was a bit excessive? The woman's voice was melodious and clear like the song of a yellow oriole. Hearing what she said, Chen Lie immediately turned to her and smiled slightly. "Are you referring to wanting to kill Yi Tian or to that slap?" "Both." The woman's watery gaze, visible through the butterfly mask, calmly looked at Chen Lie. "I believe Yi Tian has not offended you in any way, yet you displayed murderous intent towards him and even intended to kill him here. Is this the conduct of a member of the righteous path, the Wuzhizong? Is it not inferior to even demonic sects?" Hearing the woman speak out for Yi Tian and accusing him, Chen Lie actually smiled at that moment. "With my cultivation, Yi Tian is like an ant before me. Not to mention just murderous intent. Even if I were to kill him here, what difference would it make? Would anyone seek justice for him? The laws of nature dictate that the weak are prey to the strong. Such a trivial matter, how could it be worthy of being associated with righteousness and evil?" Upon hearing Chen Lie's words, a hint of coldness flashed in the woman's beautiful eyes. "Just a trivial. Does the ancestor speak with too much arrogance? Do you truly believe that no one can control the Wuzhizong under heaven? Those who insult others will be insulted in return. Has the ancestor never thought that one day the actions of the ancestor may also fall upon the ancestor himself?" Hearing the words spoken by the woman, Chen Lie immediately turned to look at her. "Are you threatening me, miss?" The woman did not answer Chen Lie immediately, but instead smiled slightly and said another statement. "Though the Wuzhizong is large in the eyes of some people, it is nothing at all. After all, this vast Qingming prefecture is merely a tiny place in the entire continent. With such an arrogant style of action from the senior, it's not that no one can deal with you. So whether my words count as a threat or not, the senior can judge for yourself." Upon hearing the woman's words, Chen Lie smiled at that moment. As a member of the 36 ancient immortal clans being threatened by the young lady of the Jiang family, I must admit it indeed makes me somewhat uneasy. Then, according to your view, should I immediately use a grand sedan chair to invite Yi Tian back and sincerely apologize to him? Otherwise, should I constantly worry about my own safety? Although Chen Lie spoke softly with a smile on his face, his words fell into the woman's ears like thunder. In an instant, the woman's expression changed dramatically. What? This ancestor of the Wuzhizong Chen family actually knows she is a member of the 36 ancient immortal clans. How is that possible? Who is this person? How could a mere elder of a small sect in Qingming Prefecture know about such matters? Not only did the woman's expression change, but even the old man in gray beside her began to show a look of uncertainty. Having a follower with Tianyuan realm cultivation, Chen Lie had already figured out the other party's identity the moment the mysterious woman appeared. The young lady of the ancient immortal clan Jiang family, originally named Jiang Tainer, entered the Yi family in the guise of an adopted daughter to find something from the Yi family, and due to growing up together, she developed a favor for the protagonist Yi Tian, eventually becoming his consort. Aside from Jiang Tainer, no one else would care for Yi Tian so much. She must have come from Liang City because she sensed the stir from the earlier confrontation. Due to the butterfly mask she wore being a magical artifact, Chen Lie could not appreciate her true appearance. But from Jiang Tainer's incredibly graceful figure, he could vaguely sense how stunningly beautiful her figure was hidden beneath that pink and white dress. It was no wonder she could become the consort in the original story. Chen Lie assessed her with the system, and even Su Qingyan, who was already so beautiful, only received a score of 90, while Jiang Tainer's rating reached an astonishing 99 points. This truly made Chen Lie increasingly eager to see her true face. You are not the ancestor of the Chen family. Who exactly are you? How could you possibly know about the ancient immortal clans? In this small Qingming prefecture, merely a tiny place, the utmost a cultivator can achieve is the perfection of the Tianyuan realm. How could anyone in such a small area know about the 36 ancient immortal clans? This immediately caused Jiang Tainer to begin forming deep doubts about Chen Lie's true identity. Seeing the young lady of the Jiang family and her old follower looking at him with suspicious eyes, Chen Lie smiled slightly and spoke. Who I am is not important. What matters is that I know much more than the young lady Jiang imagines. For instance, why the young lady Jiang is here in the Yi family. After so many years of effort, the young lady Jiang probably has not yet found the whereabouts of the Ascension Scroll. For some special reasons, no one has successfully ascended to the upper realm in the Tianxiong continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Some ancestors of mysterious forces have deduced a conclusion that is the ascension passage of the Tianxiong continent has been cut off. If the ascension path is cut off, it means that ascension is impossible, but this issue is not unsolvable. According to legend, if one can gather 12 ascension scrolls, a new ascension passage can be re-established. For this, countless powerful forces are striving to collect information about the ascension scrolls. Among the 12 ascension scrolls, it is known that 6 have fallen into the hands of the ancient immortal clans. The Jiang family possesses 1 scroll, and knowing that the Yi family has a good relationship with them in the past, the Jiang family is aware that the Yi family also holds 1 ascension scroll. Since the Yi family has now fallen, they intend to obtain this scroll from the Yi family. That is why they sent the young lady Jiang Tainer to take action herself. Little did they expect Chen Lie actually knew about the ascension scrolls as well. At this moment, Jiang Tainer's expression completely changed. The possibility that the ascension scrolls might be in the Yi family is a matter of great significance and absolutely cannot be known by other forces. She never expected that the person in front of her would know about such confidential matters. No matter what the identity of the other party is, she absolutely cannot let him leave easily. Jiang Tainer reacted quickly. After a glimmer of killing intent flashed in her eyes, she immediately issued an order to her protector, Elder Ling. Capture this person alive. Make sure to interrogate his background. Yes. After receiving Jiang Tainer's order, her protector, Elder Ling, began to take action. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted instantly. As soon as Elder Ling made his move, it was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking, with a giant hand woven from divine essence descending from the heavens, directly pressing down towards Chen Lie. Your response is quite swift, but do you think capturing me is that easy? Miss Jiang, don't let your cunning backfire. As Jiang Tainer's protector, Elder Ling certainly has some skills. Not only does he possess cultivation at the 2nd layer of Tianyuan realm, but the techniques he has learned also come from the Jiang family. In the past, if I were to face someone of Elder Ling's caliber, I would have to exert all my efforts to achieve a draw. But now would I still dare to take the initiative to attack me? Do you really think my great Chaos Yin-Yang sacred body is something to toy with? The battle had barely begun, yet it was already over. Chen Lie possessed the sacred body of great Chaos and Yin-Yang, a constitution ranked among the celestial bodies. To fail against a mere guardian of the heavenly mandates, Chosen Heroine, would be an unforgivable disgrace. Thus, within mere breaths, not only had Chen Lie fully subdued Ling Lao, the heroine's venerable guardian, but he had also seized Jiang Tainer as an unexpected bonus. Upon witnessing his master's capture Ling Lao, his cultivation sealed and body pinned helplessly to the ground, roared in furious despair, "You wretch! Release my young mistress at once. Do you even know who she is? Do you realize the magnitude of the crime you are committing? How absurd!" He had just uttered Jiang Tanner's name himself. How could he possibly be ignorant of her lineage? Chen Lie had grown utterly weary of this guardian's addled reasoning. In the next instant, he seized Jiang Tanner's form and soared skyward, vanishing in a blink, reappearing with her at another location entirely. This place was a secluded mountain cave. He had brought Jiang Tanner here for a purpose. Something vital required his attention. Indeed, Jiang Tanner possessed remarkable fortitude. Even after being captured and dragged into the cave, her beautiful eyes betrayed no panic, only icy composure, truly befitting a scion of an ancient noble house. One could scarcely fathom how such an exceptional young woman ever came to favor someone as unworthy as Yi Tian. Though Yi Tian, the protagonist blessed by heaven's mandate, was destined for greatness, his ascent would have ended long ago without Jiang Tanner's unwavering support. With her backing, even a stray dog could be elevated to transcendence, let alone Yi Tian himself. Ah, the realm of wish-fulfillment fiction. Were it not for the author's deliberate design, a woman of Jiang Tanner's caliber would never under any circumstance cast her gaze upon such a talentless wretch, unless, of course, she were utterly blind. Yet none of that mattered now. Since he had transmigrated into this world, the original narrative no longer held sway. In the next moment, Chen Lie loosened the restraints binding Jiang Tanner, just enough to restore her voice. "Do you know why I brought you, young mistress Jiang, to this cavern?" With the seal upon her throat lifted, Jiang Tanner gazed at Chen Lie, calm, unflinching, serene. "I do not know your intent in bringing me here, nor do I know your origins or affiliations. But should you dare harm me today, you shall ignite an eternal blood-soaked enmity with the Jiang clan. The Jiang clan will never let this pass. Yet if you release me now, unharmed, I may yet grant you reprieve." Reprieve. Hearing this, Chen Lie smiled faintly. To dispatch emissaries to Qingming Prefecture must surely exact a tremendous price from the Jiang clan, would it not? At those words, Jiang Tanner instantly surmised that Chen Lie too hailed from beyond this realm. Otherwise, how could he possibly know of the primordial immortal clans? That he understood the cost of entering Qingming Prefecture was unsurprising. Thus she replied directly, "Yes, the cost is immense. But given my standing within the clan, if calamity befell me here in Qingming Prefecture, do you truly believe the Jiang clan would hesitate to pay it?" Chen Lie, well versed in the original chronicle, knew full well her words were no idle threat. Among the 36 primordial immortal clans, each bore its own unique sacred constitution. The Jiang clan, for instance, inherited two lineages, the Azure Phoenix body and the Vermilion Phoenix body. Their main branch, headed by Jiang Tanner's father, carried the Azure Phoenix bloodline. Yet in Jiang Tanner's generation, perhaps owing to her destiny as the Heavenly Mandate's heroine, her bloodline underwent a miraculous retrogression, awakening the Celestial Phoenix sacred body. Though ranked lower than Chen Lie's Great Chaos Yin-Yang sacred body, it remained a celestial body nonetheless, guaranteeing boundless potential provided no catastrophe intervened. Could the Jiang clan possibly allow their own future to perish? So long as no grave peril arose, the Jiang clan would refrain from mobilizing its full might. Conversely, should Jiang Tanner face genuine mortal danger, they would descend into utter frenzy. Some might wonder, alone in this remote cave with no witnesses, could one not act with impunity? But that assumption was dangerously flawed. Jiang Tanner's soul lamp remained enshrined within the Grand Ancestral Hall. Should calamity strike her, the clan's elders could trace every detail of her final moments through its flickering flame. By his current cultivation level, Chen Lie could not withstand the Jiang clan's wrath. Yet had young Mistress Jiang misjudged something fundamental? Did she truly believe her verbal threats alone could instill fear in him? True, he could not take her life outright, but that did not mean he was powerless to act. Had he feared consequences, he would never have brought her here at all. And so, without hesitation, Chen Lie moved. What do you intend to do to me? Do you truly fear no retribution from the Jiang clan? My soul lamp remains within the ancestral hall. If harm befalls me here, the elders will divine the perpetrator without fail. In truth, Chen Lie had done nothing to her, merely removed the butterfly-shaped mask veiling her face. Yet such a small gesture had provoked an astonishing surge of agitation. Jiang Tanner glared at him, eyes blazing with fury, but Chen Lie paid no heed to her outburst. Instead, upon beholding her unveiled visage, a subtle dissonance stirred within him. She was undeniably beautiful. Her true face revealed beneath the mask was still that of a rare beauty. Yet in Chen Lie's estimation, she rivaled Su Qingyan only in equal measure, not remotely worthy of the legendary 99-point appraisal. Ah no, this was not her true face at all. He had nearly forgotten when she first appeared at the Yi residence her features had been concealed beneath a layer of artful disguise, another mask crafted from human skin. Now Chen Lie finally understood why her beauty had seemed strangely muted. In the next instant his hand swept forward and peeled away the final delicate layer of illusion. At last Jiang Tanner's true countenance lay fully exposed before him, striking him with profound wordless awe. Jiang Tanner's true beauty was truly striking, unmatched in grace and charm. However, being a revered ancestor, after a brief moment of distraction, Chen Lie quickly steadied his thoughts. He had never shown his real appearance before Brother Yi Tian, yet now it was plainly revealed to the ancestor of the Wujizong. How could Jiang Tanner not feel a surge of anger within her? However, Chen Lie directly ignored her furious gaze. The next moment he smiled slightly and said, "Due to the existence of the Destiny Soul Lamp, I indeed cannot do anything to you, Miss Jiang. However, in my view, if I merely sought to reclaim some justice from you, the Jiang family shouldn't make a big fuss about it, right? Reclaim some justice." Jiang Tanner fixed her gaze on Chen Lie. "What are you trying to reclaim from me? It's quite simple. After all, it was Miss Jiang who instigated the attack on me, wasn't it?" he continued. "Letting you leave safely like this would be too unfair to me, wouldn't it?" Seeing the faint smile that emerged on Chen Lie's face, Jiang Tanner suddenly felt a strong sense of unease welling up within her. As Chen Lie approached her step by step, Jiang Tanner found it impossible to maintain her previous calmness. Flustered, she spoke up. "What do you want to do to me?" she asked. "Aren't you afraid of the Jiang family's revenge?" Before Jiang Tanner could finish her sentence, she was rendered completely voiceless, for Chen Lie had sealed her mouth once again. This time it was not sealed using techniques, but rather mouth-to-mouth. In the midst of Jiang Tanner's furious, almost murderous gaze, Chen Lie swiftly proceeded with his next move. An hour later, everything had come to an end. Compared to her previous enchanting beauty, Jiang Tanner's state had significantly changed. This was primarily evident in her disheveled clothing. It was clear to anyone with eyes that this woman had gone through something extraordinary. Chen Lie indeed felt a hint of caution towards Yi Tanner, mainly due to the terrifying power of her backing the Jiang family. It was far beyond what he could contend with at that moment. It was because of this apprehension that the instant he sensed Yi Tanner's presence, he retracted his killing intent and allowed Yi Tian to leave. He had given Yi Tanner enough face, but there is an old saying, even a clay figurine has some temper. Sometimes Chen Lie could choose to back down, but at other times he would not be one to simply swallow his anger. He only slapped Yi Tian once, yet he spared his life. However, this Miss Jiang seemed to truly think she could manipulate him at will, directly ordering her protectors to take action. Now, even after being captured, she still dared to chatter and threaten him with all sorts of words. The Jiang family was indeed formidable, but one must consider that their people were currently so far away. Could long-distance aid resolve an immediate crisis? If you give face and don't want it, then I won't hold back. Indeed, it was in this small cave that Chen Lie forcibly took away Yi Tanner's first experience. Of course, Chen Lie's actions were not entirely impulsive. He had carefully weighed the pros and cons before taking action. It must be said that as the future consort of Yi Tian, Yi Tanner's beauty was not to be underestimated. She was stunningly beautiful, and at first sight Chen Lie was genuinely tempted. However, it must also be noted that throughout the original work, Jiang Tanner was undoubtedly the most difficult woman to pursue. After all, they were enemies from the outset, so there was no possibility of winning her over through normal means. He could not possibly lower himself to ingratiate her. That approach was futile and would only demean him. Therefore, it was better to be straightforward and seize the advantage first, planning for the rest later. As for how to deal with the aftermath after forcibly taking Yi Tanner, Chen Lie had also given it serious. It was a gamble indeed. Having read the original work thoroughly, Chen Lie believed he understood Jiang Tanner's character quite well. How should one put it? Given her feelings for Yi Tian, if he were to disregard everything and attack Yi Tian, taking his life, perhaps Jiang Tanner would go to great lengths to seek revenge for him from her family. However, being defiled might not drive her to the same extent. Not that she did not care about such a thing, but Chen Lie was betting that she would not dare report this incident to her family. If she were to lose her purity before fully cultivating her Tianluan sacred body, it would affect the potential of her sacred body. If her family knew that her first time had been taken, the Jiang family would surely demand an explanation in their fury. Yet at the same time, Jiang Tanner's status in the family would plummet. Even if Jiang Tanner was indifferent and did not care about her family's status, she still had to consider her parents and the dignity of being their daughter, right? If word got out that the noble eldest daughter of the Jiang family had suffered a mishap in such a small place as Qingming Prefecture and lost her purity, it would not only be her parents, but the entire Jiang family that could become a laughingstock among the ancient immortal clans. Of course, Chen Lie was merely speculating. If Jiang Tainer truly went all out and sought vengeance for herself, he would accept that. After all, that was just his character. If you refuse my kindness, then so be it. He would not hesitate to go to extremes. Moreover, even if the Jiang family did send someone, they would not arrive immediately. He could still develop for a while, and it was uncertain whose hand fate would favor. Even if he were to die, could he not say that he had taken Jiang Tainer's first time? That would not be a loss, would it? It must be said that Chen Lie had truly immersed himself in the role of the villain. Since he was initially the villainous ancestor, he naturally should engage in acts befitting a villain. However, it must also be noted that Chen Lie was rather fortunate. This gamble he took was indeed a successful one. Just as he had judged after losing her first time, although Jiang Tainer longed to tear Chen Lie apart, she did not entertain any thoughts of reporting this incident to her family. This bastard must die. Once her cultivation grew stronger, she was determined to make him experience the greatest pain in the world and personally send him to the underworld. If eyes could kill at this moment, Chen Lie would estimate that he had already been tortured to death under Jiang Tainer's gaze. Unfortunately, the gaze could not kill. You will regret this. No matter who you are, Jiang Tainer, the young lady of the ancient fairy clan of the Jiang family. What, Yitan? I swear it here, and now I shall carve you into 1,000 pieces, scatter your remains to the winds. Even if you flee to the 9 heavens above or the yellow springs below, I shall never, never let you go. Then await my most merciless retribution. After forcibly claiming Jiang Tainer, the de facto sovereign of the harem in the original narrative, Chen Lie felt an unburdened serenity within. One who fears death would never have acted thus. Having already crossed that threshold, he paid no heed to her venomous words. Seeing her gaze pierce him with seething hatred and murderous intent, Chen Lie uttered no retort, only reached out, gently pinching her delicate chin, and offered a faint knowing smile before saying, "This sovereign awaits Madame Jiang's vengeance." When Chen Lie returned to Niechingzhu and the others over an hour later, Jiang Tainer's loyal guardian immediately roared, "You wretch! Where have you taken our young mistress? I warn you, if you dare harm her even slightly, I shall never forgive you." Nor will the Jiang family. He had harmed her not at all, merely indulged in intimacy, but such matters required no explanation to outsiders. With a light flick of his finger, Chen Lie effortlessly dispelled the binding restraint upon Elder Ling. The elder instantly lunged forward, ready to fight to the death. Yet before he could close the distance, Jiang Tainer reappeared. "Elder Ling, cease at once. I am unharmed, young mistress." Relieved to see her unscathed, Elder Ling exhaled deeply and hurried to her side. "Young mistress, did that wretch inflict any harm upon you just now?" At those words, Jiang Tainer instinctively recalled what had transpired inside the cave. Her fair, delicate face paled instantly. Yet as Chen Lie had anticipated, though fury burned fiercely within her, the loss of her purity could never be revealed, not to anyone. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, she calmed her turbulent spirit and replied to Elder Ling with quiet composure, "Nothing happened. I merely discussed certain matters with this. I merely spoke with senior ancestor Chen of the Chen clan. Once concluded, he graciously released me." Spoke. Only spoke. Elder Ling sensed something was amiss with his young mistress today, but having lived a solitary life, he could not articulate precisely why. No matter. Her safe return was all that mattered. "It is enough that you are unharmed, young mistress. Else how could this old servant ever face the clan elders again? Then, young mistress, what shall we do now? Shall we report today's events too?" Before Elder Ling could finish, Jiang Tainer already knew his intent. Her gaze turned icy, and she cut in sharply, "Elder Ling, today's events must remain unknown to any elder of the clan. This humiliation demanded retribution, and she would exact it herself once her cultivation deepened. Yet the loss of her purity was too grave to risk exposure. Until vengeance was secured, silence was absolute. Elder Ling did not know the source of the killing intent now simmering beneath his young mistress's calm exterior, but her command remained law. "Understood, young mistress. I shall guard this matter with my life. Now that this is settled, Elder Ling, let us depart." And so Jiang Tainer led Elder Ling away, pausing only to fix Chen Lie with a final lingering glance, her eyes brimming with concealed loathing and lethal resolve. Chen Lie caught it all, and merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Indeed, brilliance often becomes its own cage were she to summon the full might of her clan. Without hesitation, he might have felt a twinge of caution. but to bide her time waiting to grow strong enough for personal revenge. She had gravely miscalculated. She was formidable, yet so was he. With the system at his side failing to subdue, a mere noble heiress would render his entire path meaningless. Whether she came seeking vengeance or warmth, he would ensure Madame Jiang experienced both. This crisis has been resolved. Master Nia, what are your intentions moving forward? Claiming Jiang Tainer had been little more than an unforeseen interlude. Chen Lie had not allowed one woman to distract him from his true purpose in Liang City. Nie Qingzhu was the objective. Thus, the moment Jiang Tainer departed with Elder Ling Chen Lie's attention shifted decisively to Nie Qingzhu and Master Nia. With no others nearby, Master Nia cast Chen Lie a complex searching look, then asked directly, Senior Ancestor Chen, what is your true design? Speak plainly. I harbor no hidden agenda. My intent as stated earlier remains unchanged. It was admiration for Miss Nie Qingzhu that brought me to this humble city. As for the Taiwan sect's hidden treasury, should you wish to bestow it upon this sovereign, it would be welcomed. Yet should you decline, I shall impose no pressure. Given Chen Lie's status, had he truly coveted the treasury, he could have seized it by force. No need to indulge an old man with pleasantries. Clearly the treasure held no real significance for him. Could it be? Was he truly captivated by Qingzhu's beauty? Master Nia remained uncertain, and so ventured a cautious probe. If Senior Ancestor Chen covets my granddaughter's beauty, yet I refuse to wed her to you, what then becomes of us? Chen Lie met his gaze with a tranquil smile. Did I not say it already? Should you decline to give Miss Qingzhu's hand, I shall make no demand. You may depart now, with Miss Qingzhu, this very moment. Depart. Just like that. Chen Lie's unwavering stance left Master Nia unsettled, yet truth could be tested. Without delay, he called out, Qingzhu. Grandfather shall take you from Liang City now. We shall settle in a quiet village far from danger. But, grandfather, Seeing that Nie Qingzhu seemed unwilling to leave with him the old man, Nia felt a wave of frustration. What was going on? Had his granddaughter really taken a liking to this ancestral figure from the Chen family, after just over 10 days of acquaintance? Seeing that Nie Qingzhu seemed unwilling to leave with him the old man, Nia felt a wave of frustration. What was going on? Had his granddaughter really taken a liking to this ancestral figure from the Chen family, after just— did she really have to set her sights on an old ancestor? Nie Qingzhu was usually sensible and obedient. She couldn't possibly be so infatuated, could she? In fact, the old man Nie, who had been single all his life, still didn't quite understand a girl's feelings. No matter which world or era it is, are there any girls who don't care about looks? What was that classic saying? If a girl finds someone handsome, she feels she can only repay him with her body. If he is ugly, she quickly considers it as a favor to be repaid in the next life. Strictly speaking, Nie Qingzhu wasn't really the infatuated type, but it's perfectly normal for her to develop a fondness for someone good-looking. It was just that she had seen too little of the world. Growing up in such a small place as Liang City, she had always followed the old man Nie, and the people she encountered were always so ordinary and unremarkable. But no matter how handsome Chen Lie's face, his charming demeanor, or his ethereal presence, he could easily overshadow all the men in Liang City. Added to that, he had saved her life, and he was mature yet humorous. If that couldn't win Nie Qingzhu's heart and leave a good impression on her, then that would be truly ridiculous. However, to say that she was madly in love would be a bit far-fetched, but there was indeed some affection there. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have suddenly felt so anxious after hearing the words, the ancestor has a wife. The old man's intention was to take her away from Liang City, and Nie Qingzhu's instinctive reluctance to leave was not solely because she feared never seeing Chen Lie again. That was just one reason. The most important point was that she had grown up in Liang City, and to suddenly leave her hometown would naturally evoke some feelings of nostalgia, wouldn't it? Qingzhu, you don't really have a crush on the ancestor of the Chen family and want to marry him as a concubine, do you? The old man seemed to misunderstand something, and Nie Qingzhu, feeling a pang of urgency, hurried to explain, Grandpa. I don't. I just. Originally, Nie Qingzhu wanted to say that she was just a bit unwilling to leave her hometown, but in the next second, she didn't know what was happening to her body. Suddenly, she felt a wisp of white mist rise from her forehead, and instantly her fair face turned bright red. Her body trembled violently, almost causing her to fall. Qingzhu, what's wrong with you? The old man, Nie, was quick to react, and caught Nie Qingzhu in time to prevent her from falling. Grandpa, I am so hot. I feel so uncomfortable. Nie Qingzhu's entire body was burning red and her speech became hurried and disordered. Seeing her suddenly in this state, the old man, Nie, shot a fierce look at Chen Lie. Did you do something to Qingzhu? Are you asking me? If I wanted to do something to Miss Qingzhu, would I need to resort to underhanded means? Then, what is happening to Qingzhu? Seeing the old man, Nia almost break into a cold sweat from anxiety, Chen Lie simply smiled faintly. Why Miss Qingzhu's body is in this condition is unclear to others. Could it be that Senior Nia doesn't know? But don't forget who sealed Miss Qingzhu's physique. Physique. Chen Lie's words instantly left the old man, Nia dumbfounded. Physique. At that moment he seemed to understand why Qingzhu had suddenly fainted. Didn't I just say? If Senior Nia wants to take Miss Qingzhu away, I will never force you. If you have made up your mind, then Senior Nia can directly take Miss Qingzhu away now. The above two sentences were what Chen Lie said to the old man Nia. Though that's what he said, would Chen Lie really just watch as the destined female lead Nia Qingzhu slipped from his grasp? What a joke. He didn't come all the way to Liang City to do good deeds. As the venerable ancestor of the Wuzhizong, how could he allow a girl he had set his eyes on, a destined female, lead to leave? Nonsense. The reason he said those two sentences was that Chen Lie was confident that the old man Nia would not be able to take Nia Qingzhu away today. All of this was related to Nia Qingzhu's special physique. Nia Qingzhu possessed a very rare physique, known as the Great Zhou Tian Yin-Yang body, which is a celestial-level physique only subordinate to the sacred body. Since ancient times, yin and yang have been divided into two extremes, intersecting, yet not merging. Unlike his own great chaotic yin-yang sacred body, which could suppress the yin and yang energies, with its chaotic energy, what about Nia Qingzhu? She has nothing inside her that can suppress these yin and yang energies. The two energies destined to be incompatible collide within her body, and it was only a matter of time before problems arose. Not letting Nia Qingzhu cultivate and sealing her special physique was meant to prolong her lifespan. Otherwise, once she embarked on the path of cultivation, the collision of the yin and yang energies within her would only become more intense. Without a solution, the only outcome would be her body exploding. The small Zhou Tian Yin-Yang body has awakened. But how is this possible? Didn't the sect master and his wife seal her physique when she was just born? What on earth? What on earth is happening? After a thorough investigation, the old man, Nia, quickly realized where Nia Qingzhu... What on earth? What on earth is happening? After a thorough investigation, the old man, Nia, quickly realized where Nia Qingzhu's fainting came from, and he was also sweating profusely from anxiety. At this moment, Chen Lie didn't beat around the bush and quickly provided the answer. This is because all of you from the Forgetting sect are a bunch of idiots. How? Could it be that just because Miss Qingzhu's mother was a small Zhou Tian Yin-Yang body, you all mistakenly believed that Miss Qingzhu also had this physique? Not only was that wrong, but it was also completely off the mark. Miss Qingzhu actually possesses the great Zhou Tian Yin-Yang body. This is a celestial-level physique. Do you really think that sealing her physique and preventing her from cultivating can restrict the growth of a celestial-level physique? What? Is that child Qingzhu actually endowed with the great Zhou Tian Yin-Yang physique? How is that possible? Has an elder Nia already witnessed the truth? If it weren't for a celestial-grade great Zhou Tian Yin-Yang sacred physique, how could this physique's growth not be restricted even by seals? That's why I say you members of the Wang family are nothing but a bunch of fools unable to even discern a celestial-grade physique. It's no wonder you're facing extinction. With those words from Chen Lie, Elder Nia was left speechless. Then what should we do now? Seeing Elder Nia in a panic drenched in sweat, Chen Lie said nothing more. He casually took out a pill from his storage ring and tossed it to Elder Nia. Take this pill, it should alleviate the situation temporarily. A pill? What pill? Receiving the pill that Chen Lie threw, Elder Nia instinctively caught it. But once he looked closely, he was taken aback. This is a 5th grade yin-yang transformation pill. How? How could you possess a pill of this level? Seeing the shock in Elder Nia's eyes, Chen Lie couldn't help but chuckle. Is it really so surprising that I possess a pill of this level? Hearing Chen Lie's words, Elder Nia was rendered speechless at that moment, feeling as if he had asked an incredibly foolish question. A 5th grade pill can only be refined by a 5th grade alchemist. In the entire Qingming prefecture, the number of 5th grade alchemists is extremely limited. This alone illustrates how precious a 5th grade pill is. For instance, selling the entire Liang City might not even be enough to buy a single 5th grade pill, something that a poor man like Yi Tian certainly cannot afford. But who is the person in front of me? The person before him is the supreme ancestor of the Wuji sect, of figures standing at the pinnacle of the Qingming prefecture. Although 5th grade pills are precious, they are merely so in the eyes of ordinary people. For an existence like the ancestor of the Chen family, they hold little significance. After all, even a 5th grade alchemist would be eager to befriend someone of the ancestor's stature. This is truly wonderful. With the assistance of this yin-yang transformation pill, Qingzhu will finally be saved. At that moment, Elder Nie no longer doubted Chen Lie's intentions. Just as he had said before, if he truly wanted to harm him, and Qingzhu the ancestor could simply act directly without any pretense. So after receiving the yin-yang transformation pill from Chen Lie, Elder Nie hurriedly fed it to Nie Qingzhu. The effect of the yin-yang transformation pill is to harmonize and resolve the inner yin and yang energies. Naturally, it works wonders. Just a short while later, her flushed face gradually returned to its previous pallor, and her chaotic breathing began to stabilize. However, it would still take some time for her to fully awaken. After taking the yin-yang transformation pill, Miss Qingzhu will likely need to sleep for several days to completely digest the drug's potency. At that time, her great Zhou Tian yin-yang physique should directly advance to the minor success stage. This pill's effects can protect her for 3 years, he added. But I believe Elder Nie understands that relying on the power of pills to harmonize and suppress is ultimately a stopgap measure. 3 years later, regardless of whether Miss Qingzhu cultivates or not, the yin and yang energies within her will erupt again. When that time comes, it will truly be a matter of life and death. Chen Lie's words were well understood by Elder Nie. Pills could only provide temporary salvation. To cure the root cause, something even more extraordinary would be necessary. The old man knows of something that can save Qingzhu's life, he said. But that thing is simply, well, at this point we can only take it one step at a time, he continued. It's unfortunate for Qingzhu to awaken such a physique, especially the great Zhou Tian yin-yang physique. How long she can live depends entirely on fate. Today, for the sake of saving Qingzhu the ancestor of the Chen family, I have given you a yin-yang transformation pill. I'm not someone who repays kindness with ingratitude. I won't speak of gratitude for such a significant favor, but if the ancestor has any task that requires my assistance, I will risk my life to help. Seeing Elder Nie's somewhat despondent expression, Chen Lie couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Although he was a bit hot-tempered, Elder Nie could be considered a loyal servant. With his cultivation, even if the Wang family were to collapse, he could still live well. However, for the sake of the sect master's daughter Nie Qingzhu, he had buried his identity for many years, living in a place like Liang City selling tofu pudding. When facing assassins, he would rather self-destruct than allow Nie Qingzhu to leave safely. Just for that, Chen Lie found it hard to harbor any resentment towards Elder Nie. Elder Nie, you need not be so despairing, he said. The issues with Miss Qingzhu's body may not be impossible to resolve. Those words seemed to ignite all of Elder Nie's hope. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Chen Lie with intensity. Ancestor of the Chen family, do you have a method to resolve the imbalance of yin and yang energies within Qingzhu? Naturally, I do. After a slight smile, Chen Lie did not elaborate further on that topic, but instead brought up another matter. Earlier, I heard Elder Nie mention knowing of something that could preserve Miss Qingzhu's life. Let me boldly speculate, he continued, is the object you speak of the legendary Qiankuan Pearl. The Qiankuan Pearl. I didn't expect that the ancestor of the Chen family had even heard of this item. Truly, he is a person of great knowledge coming from a grand sect. Elder Nie showed no signs of concealment, saying the item I mentioned is indeed the Qiankuan Pearl. Moreover, I also know where it is located, but knowing its location is useless. No one can obtain the Qiankuan Pearl. If the ancestor is thinking of resolving Miss Qingzhu's issues through the Qiankuan Pearl, then I can only advise you to abandon that thought as soon as possible. No matter what, the ancestor has saved both my life and Qingzhu's. I would not wish to see you lose your life. Hearing Elder Nie's words, Chen Lie chuckled to himself. Is it because that place is the ruins of Tianqin? The ruins of Tianqin. Upon hearing this, Elder Nie's expression suddenly changed dramatically. How do you know that the Qiankuan Pearl is located within the ruins of Tianqin? I know many things. Not only do I know the location of the Qiankuan Pearl, but I am also fully aware of how your Wang family was destroyed. Indeed, if it weren't for the obsession with obtaining the Qiankuan Pearl, how would so many powerful figures of the Wang family rush to the ruins of Tianqin seeking thrills? It's a pity that because of this fleeting thought, the vast Wang family met with a complete annihilation. The ancient site of Tianqin is one of the 4 notorious forbidden areas in Qingming Prefecture. In terms of danger level, it surpasses even the Forest of 10,000 Beasts. Countless adventurers have been eternally trapped there, and it was only because of the discovery of the whereabouts of the Qiankuan Pearl, which was believed to be hidden within the Tianqin site, that Taiwan sect sent numerous powerful individuals to delve into this perilous place in search of treasure. Unfortunately, everyone perished there, and the greatly weakened Taiwan sect faced its doom as a result. If even the most powerful sect in Qingming Prefecture could not return safely from there, it illustrates just how terrifying the Tianqin site truly is. Though it remains a mystery how the esteemed ancestor of the Chen family learned of the secrets behind Taiwang's sect's decline, the fact is that Taiwang's sect has become a thing of the past. It is pointless to dwell on such matters now. The next moment Elder Nye sighed and directly spoke up. Indeed, had it not been for the top combatants of Taiwang's sect perishing in the Tianjin site, how could Taiwang's sect have been so easily annihilated by the thieves? As the elderly elder of Taiwang's sect, how could I have fallen to become like a stray dog today? After uttering these words, Elder Nye suddenly shifted the tone of the conversation, looking seriously at Chen Lie. While I don't know how the ancestor learned of the root cause of Taiwang's sect's destruction, however, since you are aware that Taiwang's sect stumbled in the Tianjin site, you should be able to imagine just how perilous that location truly is. Do not think that just because the ancestor is currently at the initial stage of the Tianyuan realm, even someone at the late stage, or even the great completion of the Tianyuan realm, could not return safely from there. After all, even the supreme elders of Taiwang's sect who possessed the great completion of the Tianyuan realm still died in that Tianjin site. Therefore, to aim for the Qingquan Pearl, to be honest, in my old eyes, the ancestor might as well think of another way. Chen Lie knew all too well the secrets of the Tianjin site. It was indeed extremely dangerous, yet obtaining the Qingquan Pearl from within was not impossible. After all, he had read the original work. So at this moment Chen Lie did not say anything particularly special. He merely smiled slightly and left a sentence. The fact that your Taiwang sect could not bring the Qingquan Pearl out of the Tianjin site only shows that you failed to do your job, but that does not mean I cannot achieve it. Did the ancestor of the Chen family really have such confidence in obtaining the Qingquan Pearl? Elder Nye did not know whether to believe Chen Lie's words, but what if this ancestor truly had the ability to acquire the Qingquan Pearl? That would be tremendous news. What does this mean? It means there is a way to resolve the issue with King Zhu's. The expression in Elder Nye's eyes fluctuated. The next moment he seemed to have thought of something, took a deep breath, and spoke to Chen Lie with utmost seriousness. While I do not know where your confidence comes from, if you truly have a way to bring back the Qingquan Pearl, to save Qingzhu, then from today on my life belongs to you, ancestor. Regardless of whether you ask me to walk through fire or over mountains, if I frown even slightly, may my soul be extinguished, and I fall into the underworld forever. Indeed, a loyal servant willing to make such a vow to save Nye Qingzhu's life. However, Chen Lie wanted more than just that. So the next moment he smiled faintly and said, I do not lack manpower under my command. Even attracting a powerful being at the 6th level of the spirit infant realm to join voluntarily is something only Chen Lie could achieve in all of Qingming Prefecture. Yet surprisingly, he was still unable to move the ancestor. However, upon seeing the unconscious Nye Qingzhu, Elder Nye likely began to realize what Chen Lie truly wanted. Taking a deep breath, Elder Nye directly spoke, if the ancestor truly has feelings for Qingzhu, then that would be her fortune. If the ancestor can successfully save Qingzhu, and if she is willing, then I, the old man, can agree to this marriage, allowing Qingzhu to become a concubine for the ancestor. In truth, it mattered little whether he agreed or not. Once Chen Lie had set his eyes on a woman, she would be unable to escape. However, how should he put it? Both Nye Qingzhu and Elder Nye were genuinely good people. Thus, in the face of this situation, Chen Lie did not wish to resort to overly aggressive means. The Qingquan Pearl is a fine treasure that he must obtain, and if he could also get Elder Nye to sincerely follow him, while saving Nye Qingzhu, that would be a threefold gain. Therefore, with the conversation at this point, Chen Lie did not say anything particularly special. After taking the Yin-Yang transformation pill, Qingzhu has at least 3 years left. There is no need to rush for the Qingquan Pearl right away. She is still in a coma. Let us first return to Liang City, let her recuperate well, and when she awakens, you too can temporarily follow me. I will fulfill what I have promised. Within 3 years, I will certainly obtain the Qingquan Pearl to save Qing. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye more than 10 days had passed. Outside Liang City, in a certain desolate mountain, a sudden violent surge of true energy erupted. A seemingly ordinary man dressed in simple clothes let out a loud roar and smashed a large rock in front of him with a single punch. Seeing the boulder, which resembled a small hill, reduced to dust beneath his fist, a hint of indescribable excitement flashed in the man's eyes. Master, I have finally succeeded. Is this the power of innate qi? Indeed, the difference from the body refinement realm is immense. This is simply too incredible. Exactly, this is the might of innate qi. Congratulations, Tian. Your efforts have not been in vain. After more than 10 days of cultivation, you have finally stepped into the innate realm. Indeed, the man who had been hiding deep in the desolate mountains for cultivation was none other than Yi Tian, the destined protagonist of the novel Only I Am Supreme. With extraordinary talent, he had been hailed as the first genius of Liang City since childhood. However, after the awakening of Yanji within the jade pendant, part of her soul power and cultivation had been absorbed from Yi Tian, leading to a stagnation in his cultivation for many years, causing him to plummet from the pedestal of genius. But isn't it true that gold will always shine? With Yanji fully awakened, no longer needing to absorb too much of Yi Tian's soul power and cultivation, and having built up over the years, Yi Tian's cultivation finally experienced a tremendous outburst, rising from the third level of the body refinement realm to the great completion of the body refinement realm in just a few months. However, why has Yi Tian come to this desolate mountain to cultivate? There is a reason behind this. Since resuming his cultivation speed, the confidence that belonged solely to the child of destiny has also returned to Yi Tian. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Before he could rejoice for a few days, Yi Tian was struck down once more. That wretched Su Qingyin actually married a being of ancestral level. While the other party is enjoying a good life, what about himself? With countless resentments in his heart, he could only bow low before that ancestor. Over 10 days ago, when he was saved from Chen Lie's hands, Yi Tian secretly vowed in his heart that he would become an existence that even that Chen family ancestor would look up to. At that time, he would reclaim the humiliation he had suffered in the past from the Chen family ancestor and that wretched Su Qingyin. Feeling the tremendous blow, Yi Tian had no mood to return home after being spared his life. He directly ran to this desolate mountain to cultivate. His talent was indeed extraordinary. In just over 10 days, he successfully broke through from the great perfection of the body refining realm to the innate realm. Now, looking across the entire Liang city, he could be considered a top expert. How could Yi Tian not feel excitement in the face of this scene? Seemingly sensing Yi Tian's joyful mood and fearing he would become arrogant within the jade pendant, Yanji couldn't help but remind him, given your age, successfully breaking through to the innate realm is a mark of genius wherever you go, yet you must not become arrogant because of this. The innate realm is in the long journey of cultivation merely a starting point. You must understand that the world is vast, and you must continuously improve your cultivation to truly control your fate. Knowing that Yin Jia's words were for his own good, Yi Tian sincerely responded at that moment, I understand, master. Rest assured, I will not become arrogant simply because I have stepped into the innate realm. I will continue to work hard in my cultivation. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, I will overcome the foundation establishment realm, the spirit pill realm, and the nascent soul realm one by one. Even that Chen family ancestor will only become a stepping stone for me in the future. Seeing Yi Tian full of ambition as he looked to the future, Yanji within the jade pendant couldn't help but secretly nod. Having ambition is a good thing. After all, ambition provides the motivation to move forward. However, just as Yanji was about to impart further teachings to Yi Tian, suddenly a crisp and pleasant voice of a girl echoed nearby. Yi Tian Gij. Hearing someone calling him, Yi Tian instinctively turned around. This glance was enough to make a glint of surprise flash in his eyes upon seeing the visitor's appearance. Tainer cousin, what are you doing here? The girl who appeared before Yi Tian was none other than Jiang Tainer, the young lady of the ancient fairy clan, the Jiang family. What Yi Tian didn't know was that during the over 10 days he was in seclusion, the complex-hearted Jiang Tainer, like him, had not returned to Liang City, but had been quietly guarding him from the shadows. However, there was no need for Yi Tian Gij to know about these matters. Seeing the surprise in Yi Tian's eyes, Jiang Tainer forced a smile. I noticed that Yi Tian Gij hadn't returned home for several days, so I came out to look for you. Sure enough, I found you here, Yi Tian Gij. Only Tainer knew that she liked coming to the desolate mountain to cultivate. Finding her, Yi Tian was not particularly surprised. The next moment, as if recalling something, Yi Tian happily shared some good news with Jiang Tainer. Tainer sister, you came at the perfect time. I have some huge news to share with you. Tainer sister, do you know? Just now I successfully refined the innate qi within my body. Now I have successfully advanced to the innate realm. In the moment Yi Tian broke through, Jiang Tainer already knew this matter, but it was not appropriate to reveal it now, so she pretended to express her surprise. Really? Yi Tian Gij has successfully broken through to the innate realm. This is truly wonderful. Now no one in the family will dare to underestimate you. Having broken through to the innate realm, his status in the family would finally change. Thinking of this, Yi Tian's mood immediately improved even more. However, to showcase his talent a little more in front of Jiang Tainer, after smiling, he directly said, I no longer care about the opinions of those people in the family. Cultivation is a personal matter, and it is for myself. Why should I care about others' views? Moreover, the innate realm is nothing. It is merely the starting point on the path of cultivation. In the future, I will cultivate to even higher realms. Foundation, establishment, realm, spirit, pill realm, nascent soul realm. Even those mighty beings of the Tianyuan realm, I will certainly step on them in the future. For some reason, Yi Tian did not want Jiang Tainer to know about his escape from Chen Lie, so he could not possibly share that day's experiences with her. However, at that moment, hearing Yi Tian say he would step on the mighty beings of the Tianyuan realm, Jiang Tainer's expression instinctively changed. In her mind, that scene of being forcefully turned upside down by Chen Lie in the cave inexplicably resurfaced. In recent days, she had recalled that scene countless times, and it was precisely these memories that troubled her. Jiang Tainer had not returned to the Yi family. No, she could not think about that day's experience any longer. Otherwise, if Yi Tian Gij noticed something amiss that would not be good, that old thief would eventually die by her hand. Once he dies, no one would ever know what happened that day. In order to prevent Yi Tian from noticing anything unusual, Jiang Tainer also tried hard to cast aside those images that surfaced in her mind. The next moment, she pretended to admire him and said, Tainer believes in Yi Tian Gij. With your outstanding talent, let alone the mere Tianyuan realm, even higher realms, you will surely reach them. Struggling to keep Yi Tian from noticing anything amiss in that moment, Yi Tian did sense something. The next second, scratching his head in confusion, he looked at Jiang Tainer. Tainer's sister. Did you dress up specially today? Dress up specially? No. Why do you ask, Yi Tian Gij? Upon hearing what Yi Tian had said, Jiang Tainer felt a sudden chill in her heart. She was somewhat nervous, fearing that Yi Tian Gij might have noticed something. No, that can't be. So many days have passed, and during this time, she had taken countless baths. Even if there were any traces, they should have been cleaned long ago. Thinking of this, Yi Tainer also blinked her beautiful eyes and pretended to be relaxed, saying, What's different? I feel just like usual. Yi Tian scratched his head, foolishly summarizing for a long time before finally saying, I don't know if it's just my illusion, but I feel like Tainer Mei has become even prettier. In reality, the Jiang Tainer standing in front of Yi Tian had no changes in her appearance. After all, she was still wearing that human skin mask. With that on, how could there be any significant difference? If there was indeed any difference, it was merely in her demeanor. If there were any experienced individuals present, they would definitely notice that the aura Jiang Tainer exuded leaned more towards that of a young woman. Unfortunately, among the people present, Yi Tian and Old Ling had never experienced intimacy, and Yin Ji had never been in a relationship, so they could not perceive this nuance. Originally feeling a bit tense after hearing Yi Tian's words, Jiang Tainer immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Yi Tian Gij simply thought she looked prettier. Thinking of this, Jiang Tainer revealed a sweet smile, saying, How could I have become prettier? I'm obviously the same as before. I didn't even dress up on purpose. You must have misjudged Yi Tian Gij. Yi Tian grinned foolishly, saying, Even without dressing up, Tainer Mei is still very beautiful. Not wanting to continue on this topic, Jiang Tainer chatted with Yi Tian for a bit before looking for an opportunity to change the subject. Thank you for the compliment, Yi Tian Gij, she giggled. It doesn't matter whether I look good or not. What's important is that Yi Tian Gij likes it. Oh, right, Yi Tian Gij, you've been cultivating here for so many days. Do you plan to continue cultivating? If you plan to continue cultivating, I can have the servants at home bring you some food. Upon hearing Jiang Tainer ask if he would continue cultivating, Yi Tian immediately shook his head. I can't continue cultivating. Tomorrow is the day of the family competition, and I need to hurry back to prepare. In the Tianxiong continent, strength is paramount. Even a small family possesses the heart of not wanting to be ordinary. The Yi family holds a family competition every year aimed at motivating the younger generation's growth and ambition. Yi Tian had endured 5 previous family competitions filled with ridicule. Now that he had successfully restored his cultivation and amazed everyone with his rapid progress to the innate realm, he would not miss this rare opportunity to turn the tables. Clearly, Yi Tainer also knew how much humiliation Yi Tian Gij had suffered over the years, so desiring to regain the face he had lost in the family competition was quite normal. Thus, she directly said, If you want to participate in the family competition, you indeed need to return early. Yi Tian Gij, now that you've successfully broken through to the innate realm, I'm sure there are no peers in the family who can compete with you. I know Yi Tian Gij has endured many disdainful glances over the years, but all of that will eventually pass. I believe that you will definitely re-establish your reputation in tomorrow's family competition. Seeing Jiang Tainer encouraging him, Yi Tian felt an immense sense of relief and, filled with excitement, immediately assured Jiang Tainer, Tainer Mei. You can rest assured. This time in the family competition, I will definitely take first place. Everything I lost will be reclaimed. I will absolutely not let Tainer Mei down. Half an hour later, accompanied by Jiang Tainer, Yi Tian finally returned to the front of the Yi family's gate. Upon seeing the clear inscription of Yi family hanging at the entrance, an unusual emotion suddenly surged within him. 5 years. A full 5 years. He had endured humiliation in silence, and even his father, who cared for him deeply, had once been unable to hold his head high in the family. This scene was bound to come to an end. Let his rise to fame start from tomorrow's family competition. Father, don't worry. Starting from tomorrow, I will no longer let you suffer ridicule or disappointment. Uncle, third uncle, didn't you always look down on me and my father? Tomorrow I will show you just how ridiculous your mission. Only I can become the future of the Yi family. Imagining the family competition tomorrow, Yi Tian's heart surged with ambition. However, just as he stood at the entrance of the Yi family, silently vowing to make a name for himself from now on, a concerned voice suddenly rang out, "Tur, where have you been these days? Why haven't you returned home for such a long time? I was almost about to send someone out to look for you." The speaker was Yi Tian's father, Yi Shanhe, who was also the current patriarch of the Yi family. Seeing his father arrive, Yi Tian's eyes flashed with surprise. "Father, how did you end up here?" "This is the Yi family. Oh, where else would I be?" In the next moment, he hurriedly changed the subject. "Father, I've been cultivating outside these past few days and I forgot to inform you." In the next moment, he hurriedly changed the subject. "Father, I've been cultivating outside these past few days and I forgot to inform you in advance, so I worried you up. Please do not blame me." "Oh, so you went out to cultivate?" Yi Shanhe intended to say something further, but the next moment he seemed to recall something and quickly turned to serious matters. "Diligence in cultivation is a good thing as long as you haven't encountered any trouble outside. Tianer, I won't discuss this with you for now. Timing is everything. Today there are distinguished guests visiting the family, and I will take you to meet them right away. Remember, when you see the guests, greet them immediately. Make sure not to be rude, do you understand? If you offend this esteemed guest, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for our Yi family." A distinguished guest. Before Yi Tian could even ask anything, Yi Shanhe had already hurriedly pulled him to the family hall of the Yi clan. Upon entering the hall, the next moment revealed Yi Tianhe kneeling on the ground. "I, Yi Tianhe, pay my respects to the ancestor." Seeing Yi Tian remain unresponsive, Yi Shanhe anxiously tugged at him, urging him to kneel as well. "Why are you still in a daze? Aren't you going to pay your respects to the ancestor with me?" Within the Yi clan's family hall, many people had gathered there. Yi Tian's uncles, cousins, and siblings were all present, even more complete than during festive occasions. Even his grandfather, who had been in seclusion for many years, was present. However, unlike before this time, Yi Tian's grandfather was not seated in the main position. Instead, a handsome man with silver hair occupied that seat. It was evident that Yi Tian's grandfather, sitting to the side, was smiling and flattering the man as they conversed. The scene was indeed quite grand, yet Yi Tian's mind was no longer on this matter. What occupied his thoughts was the identity of this man, the supreme ancestor of the Wuji sect. Why was he here? Why did he appear in our Yi family? In that moment, Yi Tian felt completely frozen in place. Indeed, the distinguished guest seated in the main position was none other than the supreme ancestor of the Wuji sect, Chen Lie himself. The reason for his visit to the Yi family as a guest was indeed not without cause. It was primarily related to the two beautiful young maidens serving Chen Lie at that moment. I must say, as the destined protagonist, Yi Tian indeed possessed some special advantages. One of them was that the women around him were all exceptionally beautiful. Not only his close confidants, but even his relatives were no exception. Yi Meyer, Yi Tian's cousin, was incredibly alluring with a slender waist and long legs. Yi Qingqing, his younger cousin, had fair skin and a youthful appearance. Their beauty was renowned in Liang City. If it weren't for Su Qingjian's suppression, perhaps both could have competed for the title of the most beautiful woman in Liang City. Even if they didn't rank as high as Su Qingyan, the two girls had no shortage of admirers. "Qingyan, who is that girl? She seems to be quite comparable in beauty to you. In this small Liang city, there are actually so many beauties." Since Nie Qingzhu was still in a coma, Chen Lie found it inconvenient to take her away directly, so he simply went to the Su family to stay for a while. Su Qingyan was also called over, as it was only fitting to bring her along since the Su family was her maternal home. Having grown accustomed to being attended by beautiful women in his nightlife, calling Su Qingyan back to her family was also to take care of his daily needs. However, he didn't spend all 24 hours in bed. Occasionally, when boredom struck during the day, if he saw the ancestor looking bored, Su Qingyan would often take him to visit some scenic spots in the city. Then one day, while out and about, Chen Lie's gaze was instantly captivated by a beautiful woman with a slender waist and long legs. Although Liang City was not large, it had a population of millions, and it was impossible for everyone to be unknown. Yet this woman was someone Su Qingyan not only knew, but was also very familiar with. Seeing that the ancestor seemed to take an interest in the charming beauty, she promptly revealed her identity, sir. She is a young lady of the Yi family named Yi Meyer. She is the daughter of the main branch of the Yi family, and according to seniority, Yi Tian must call her cousin. Yi Meyer, you say? Hearing her name, Chen Lie became even more interested in this woman. TSK. I must say, even in the original story, Yi Meyer and Yi Qingqing had substantial roles. Given Yi Tian's exceptional talent, the two girls had befriended him since childhood, always circling around him. However, once they saw Yi Tian fall from grace, they immediately distanced themselves, often mocking him. It can be said that Yi Tian's later determination to cultivate diligently was to some extent influenced by the incentives from these two girls. Of course, this is a story of triumph. The outcomes are always favorable. Yi Tian not only restored his cultivation, but also successfully broke through to the innate realm. Upon seeing the genius of the Yi family return, the two girls immediately felt various degrees of regret. Yi Tian, of course, generously chose to forgive them amid their numerous attempts to please him. Both Yi Tian's cousin and younger cousin were very beautiful. One was a charming long-legged beauty, while the other was a pure and youthful girl. In terms of appearance, they were absolutely not inferior to Su Qingyan. However, perhaps they fell slightly short in overall temperament. In the system's evaluation, both girls received a score of 89. However, this was no longer significant. In Chen Lie's eyes, a score of 89 might not qualify to be his favored concubine, but they were certainly qualified to be his personal maid. Su Qingyan was also very perceptive. Without Chen Lie needing to speak, she sent a visitation invitation to the Yi family through the Su family. Upon learning that the supreme ancestor of the Wuji sect was interested in visiting the Yi family as a guest, the entire Yi family truly became boisterous. Everyone sprang into action, meticulously cleaning the family premises dozens of times, and then all came out together to welcome the ancestor. Yi Grandpa. The ancestor has been busy with cultivation over the years and lacks servants by his side. Not long ago, I happened to encounter Sister Meyer and Sister Qingqing. The ancestor believes that both of them possess excellent talents and qualities, and he is interested in having them by his side. I wonder if Yi Grandpa is willing to let Sister Meyer and Sister Qingqing become the ancestor's maids, serving him from now on. Upon seeing Yi Tian's grandfather, Yi Tianlong, Su Qingyan didn't beat around the bush. She went straight to the point. After Su Qingyan clearly stated her intentions, the entire Yi family experienced two emotions: first shock, followed by an overwhelming joy. The Wujizong is an invincible existence, for any family being able to cling to the leg of the Wujizong would be akin to an extraordinary blessing comparable to smoke rising from their ancestors' graves. To illustrate how enticing such a situation is, let's take a simple example. There are three major families in Liang City, namely the Yi family, the Su family, and the Wang family. All three families possess similar strengths, but upon closer examination, the Yi family certainly stands out. So why does Su Qingyan dare to disregard the Yi family's face and boldly come here to directly annul the engagement? Isn't it simply because she successfully entered the Wujizong? Even as an ordinary disciple of the Wujizong, her status already carries an extraordinary intimidation. With Su Qingyan's presence, the Su family's influence has long surpassed that of the Yi and Wang families. Just the identity of an ordinary disciple has such an effect. If a female junior from their family were to become someone close to the ancestor, wouldn't the impact and effectiveness be even greater? Seeing the ancestor express interest in taking Yi Meyer and Yi Qingqing as personal maids, the old master Yi was elated. The parents of the two girls were also thrilled, feeling as though smoke must surely be rising from their ancestors' graves. How else could such a high-level fortune befall the Yi family? Of course, the most delighted and ecstatic are undoubtedly Yi Meyer and Yi Qingqing, the two directly. Both girls are self-aware. With their talents and the Yi family's reputation, they might gain some recognition in Liang City, but once they step outside, who would pay them any mind? At most, someone might say from the Yi family of Liang City. Sorry, I haven't heard of them. But what if they could become the ancestor's personal maids? Then the effect would be vastly different. Let alone this small Liang City. Even if they were to visit some larger sects nearby in the future, the entire sect would treat them with utmost courtesy. There is no other meaning. This is the glory of being someone closely associated with the ancestor. Thank you, ancestor, for your favor. Returning to the ancestor, Meyer is willing to become your personal maid. I feel the same. Thank you, ancestor, for your favor. Qingqing is also willing to become your personal maid. Growing up in Liang City, they had seen little of the world. How could they have ever encountered someone as handsome, elegant, and extraordinary as the ancestor resembling a celestial being? With his terrifying cultivation and background, even being a foot servant to the ancestor would be a tremendous opportunity for them. They were overjoyed, never expecting they would have a day to soar to greatness. The excited sisters wasted no time and eagerly knelt before the ancestor, expressing their heartfelt intentions to Chen Lie. With his terrifying cultivation and background, even being a foot servant to the ancestor would be a tremendous opportunity for them. They were overjoyed, never expecting they would have a day to soar to greatness. The excited sisters wasted no time and eagerly knelt before This long journey to Liang City was indeed worthwhile. Not only had the main task been completed, but they also encountered unexpected gains. Enjoying the utmost attention from Yi Qingqing and Yi Meyer, Chen Lie was comfortably indulging himself. However, unexpectedly, while he was happily chatting with the old Master Yi, our adorable destined protagonist returned home. Chen, the ancestor of the Chen family. Why? Why are you here? Upon seeing Chen Lie, Yi Tian's previous confidence and spirited demeanor completely vanished, replaced by an intense fear and unease. He had not forgotten the shudder that Chen Lie had instilled in him. Surviving from the hands of the Chen family's ancestor, Yi Tian felt immensely fortunate. However, he never expected that after barely escaping, the ancestor of Wuzhizong would come to their Yi family as a guest. What on earth is going on? Why has the ancestor of the Chen family come here? And why are Meyer and Qingqing so close to this ancestor of the Chen family? Yi Tian was truly filled with fear and confusion. Of course, he was not the only one feeling this way. Jiang Tainer, upon seeing Chen Lie here, also lost the sweet smile that had adorned her face, replaced by an indescribable hatred and anger. However, with Chen Lie present, naturally no one paid attention to the changes in Jiang Tainer's expression. Seeing Yi Tian kneel without proactively greeting the ancestor, but instead loudly questioning why he was at the Yi family at that moment, his father Yi Shanhe was indeed both frightened and confused. He quickly spoke up, "Unfilial child. What nonsense are you spouting? It's a blessing for my Yi family that the ancestor can come as a guest. Hurry up and greet the ancestor." Seeing his father's anxious and fearful expression, Yi Tian finally reacted. Regardless of why the ancestor of the Chen family came to the Yi family, now he was the fish on the chopping block, and he could not provoke the ancestor under any circumstances. With that thought, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and bowed his head to greet Chen Lie. Junior Yi Tian pays respects to the ancestor. So it's Tanner who has returned. I noticed your surprised expression when you saw the ancestor. Have you had the honor of meeting the ancestor before? Old Master Yi wanted to use this topic to cover up Yi Tian's earlier rudeness. Chen Lie naturally understood the old Master Yi's intention, so before Yi Tian could respond, he smiled slightly and said a few simple words. I happened to see this little kid when I arrived in Liang City. I didn't expect he would turn out to be a descendant of the Yi family. If I am not mistaken, he should be the child of the second branch of the Yi family. Everyone was surprised that the ancestor actually remembered Yi Tian. After a moment of delight, old Master Yi quickly responded, "Yes. He is the child of my second son. I didn't expect such a small matter could be remembered by the ancestor. It seems Tenor truly possesses great fortune." Great fortune, you say? Underneath his robe, Yi Tian's fists were clenched tightly, ready to shatter. Although he did not know why the ancestor of the Chen family appeared at the Yi family, his instincts told him that this matter could only bring disaster, not fortune. Master, why do you feel the ancestor of the Wuji sect has come to visit our Yi family? Hearing Yi Tian's transmission, Yanji understood his unease. Indeed, the Wuji sect's ancestor visiting the small Yi family was quite suspicious even to Yanji. However, mere speculation could not unveil the other's intentions. With that thought, Yanji could only gently remind Yi Tian, no matter the other's purpose, what you must do is avoid provoking them as much as possible. Otherwise, the entire Yi family might be implicated. At that point, everything would truly be irretrievable. Understood, Master. Rest assured, I will try my best to control my emotions until my cultivation becomes stronger. Yi Tian responded to Yanji and then fell silent. At this moment in the grand hall of the Yi family, Yi Tian was not the protagonist. Thus, the gazes of those present could not possibly linger on him for long. After Yi Tian had paid his respects to the ancestor and received the ancestor's assurance, Yi Shanhe hurriedly took Yi Tian to a side position where they began to stand respectfully. Ancestor. Actually, apart from Meyer and Qingqing, our Yi family has many other young disciples who are quite ambitious. I wonder if they could be fortunate enough to gain your favor and join the Wuji sect. Perhaps because Yi Meyer and Yi Qingqing had become the ancestors' personal maids, the old master of the Yi family was thick-skinned enough to seek a chance to recommend other young talents from his family to the Wuji sect. Chen Lie naturally understood the old master's intention behind these words. The next moment he smiled faintly and shook his head. The recruitment period for disciples of the Wuji sect has already passed this year. If any other members of the Yi family wish to join, they can wait until next year when we recruit again and try to sign up then. This was also a polite refusal. Chen Lie, the handsome man, still had interest in bringing back someone to serve him at the sect, but as for the other disciples of the Yi family, they were nothing but a bunch of useless individuals. What need was there to bring them to the sect? Did they consume the sect's resources? Although the old master felt regret at being refused, he did not dare to say much more and could only smile. I see, it seems we will have to wait until next year for them to try again. I was being presumptuous, please don't take offense, Ancestor. Having achieved his purpose for visiting the Yi family by successfully acquiring 2 maids, Chen Lie had little desire to stay any longer. He smiled slightly and said, "All right, old master of the Yi family. I have already disturbed you for quite some time here. I still need to return to the Su family to rest, so I will not continue to intrude." Upon seeing Chen Lie's intention to leave the Yi family, the old master became anxious. The visit of the Wuji sect's ancestor to their Yi family was a tremendous opportunity. With such a chance to align with the ancestor, how could he let Chen Lie leave just like that? So the next moment the old master hurriedly spoke. "Ancestor, are you planning to return to the Su family to rest?" "That. Please forgive me, Ancestor. I have a small request to make and I hope you can grant it." A small request. It was true that he had obtained 2 maids from the Yi family, but the Yi family would not dare to take liberties with him simply because of this matter. The next moment Chen Lie looked at the old master of the Yi family with indifference. What is this small request? Sensing Chen Lie's displeasure, fearing the ancestor might misunderstand, the old master quickly explained, "Ancestor, please do not misunderstand. I believe it is a great fortune for the ancestor to visit our Yi family. Everyone in the Yi family has become incredibly blessed with your presence. If we do not properly entertain the ancestor, wouldn't others say that the Yi family members lack manners? Therefore, I humbly request, if the ancestor does not mind, could you stay a few more days at our Yi family, allowing us to extend our hospitality as well as to express our gratitude for your support to our Yi family. Moreover, to be honest, tomorrow is the day of our Yi family's grand family competition, which is a stroke of good fortune coinciding with your visit. If the ancestor is interested, you could observe it. If we could receive a few words of guidance from you, it would truly be a great honor for our Yi family." At this point, Chen Lie finally understood why the old master of the Yi family was so eager to invite him to stay at the Yi family for a few days. He certainly had the intention to properly host him, but beyond that, the old master had other motives. In his eyes, it was not enough that Yi Qingqing and Yi Meyer became his personal maids. If he could stay a few days at the Yi family, that would truly be impressive. The implication being, look, everyone, our Yi family girls not only became the ancestor's personal maids, but the ancestor even stayed in our Yi family for a few days. Isn't that a good connection? At that time, it would be easy to see that the Yi family's reputation would rise to another level. Forget about the small Liang city. Even the surrounding hundreds of powers would have to treat the Yi family with utmost caution. Indeed, the older one gets, the more cunning one becomes. This little idea was quite clever. Originally, Chen Lie had little interest in staying for a few days at the Yi family, but now upon hearing about the family competition, he found himself genuinely intrigued by the matter. In the original text, it seemed that the fateful protagonist Yi Tian's path to fame began with the family competition, right? Such an interesting event, should he also involve himself? The next moment, without knowing what he was thinking, Chen Lie had an intriguing idea in his mind, and no longer declined the old master's warm invitation. Since the old master of the Yi family is so courteous, I shall take the liberty of staying a few more days. Seeing Chen Lie agree to stay a few days at the Yi family, the old master was overjoyed. "Ancestor, you truly are too kind. Your presence here is a blessing for our Yi family. Please rest assured, everyone in the Yi family will treat you with utmost hospitality. Meyer Qingqing, go prepare the best rooms in the eastern courtyard for the ancestors' rest." Shanha immediately arranged for the household servants to procure the best ingredients. "We must present the finest wines and delicacies to honor the ancestor tonight. I have already made it clear, if anyone makes an oversight, they will be dealt with according to family rules." Remember, that night the Yi clan adorned their estate with lanterns and hosted an opulent banquet in honor of Chen Lie. Seated at the head of the table, Chen Lie was lavished with fine wine and exquisite delicacies. Yet what truly underscored the family's fervent hospitality were the 2 young women, Yi Jingjing and Yi Meyer who nestled beside him on either side, attending to the elder patriarch with devoted grace. To onlookers the scene evoked envy, but to Yi Tian it ignited a storm of fury, his fists clenched so tightly his teeth ground together in silent agony. I knew from the start this old fox would bring no good fortune to our Yi clan. Indeed, he came not as a guest, but with designs upon my cousins Yi Meyer and Yi Jingjing. What a paragon of the orthodox sect, abducting another's kinswomen. His deeds shame even the most unscrupulous disciples of the demonic path. Such obsession with beauty will surely one day topple him, crushed beneath the weight of his own lust. In just one day Yi Tian had learned enough. He now knew that Yi Meyer and Yi Jingjing had been formally bestowed upon the elder patriarch as his personal attendants. Jealousy, resentment, and seething rage surged through him all at once. Why did his emotions run so violently deep? There was cause, profound and personal. Yi Meyer and Yi Jingjing were hailed as the twin blossoms of the Yi clan, exquisitely beautiful yet strikingly distinct in temperament. Even measured against Su Qingyan, they fell only slightly short, a difference so slight as to be imperceptible. As any man would, Yi Tian appreciated beauty, and though bound by blood as cousins, he harbored no improper intentions toward them. Yet the truth remained, even without desire for intimacy he still yearned, for admiration, for devotion, for the radiant attention of such captivating women orbiting him alone. When he had been lauded as the clan's unparalleled genius, both Yi Meyer and Yi Jingjing revolved around him like stars around the sun, attentive, adoring, ever-present. But the moment his cultivation faltered and his title of genius was stripped away, he became in their eyes little more than an eyesore, unwanted, irrelevant, discarded. Blind fools, they mistake a dog's gaze for wisdom. The day will come when I make you regret this contempt beyond measure. Though he despised their fickle hearts and cold abandonment, Yi Tian secretly cherished a vision, one where he soared to unimaginable heights, and they knelt before him, tears streaming, begging forgiveness with broken voices. Now even that dream lay shattered. Not only had his fiancée been taken by the elder patriarch, but his own cousins had become his attendants. Could such a humiliation fail to ignite jealousy and wrath within him? He could not fathom at what power did this elder patriarch of the Wuji sect truly wield. Was lofty cultivation alone enough to command such sway? Given equal time to cultivate, Yi Tian was certain he would eclipse the elder patriarch's achievements, far surpassing them. Though consumed by hatred for Chen Lie, Yi Tian dared not voice such thoughts aloud, only whispering them telepathically to his master Yanji. Sensing the violent turbulence of his disciple's spirit, she quickly offered counsel to her. Do not let your heart harden in despair. Do not allow this matter to cloud your Tao heart. In truth, from this master's perspective, your cousin's appointment as the elder patriarch's personal attendants may well be a blessing, albeit an unexpected one. A blessing. They've become his servants. How can that possibly be deemed fortunate? Shouldn't they be revolving around me? Even if they no longer orbit me, must they stoop so low to abandon their noble station and serve as mere handmaidens? His bitterness swelled, yet he dared not voice dissent against Yanji, his revered master. Swallowing his fury, he asked quietly, Master, why do you call this a blessing? Our clan's daughters forced into servitude. How can that be auspicious? Yanji replied softly, Before we feared uncertainty, unclear of the elder patriarch's true intent in visiting the Yi clan. Now, however, I deem it fortunate. Because with your cousins serving him closely, we may at least rest assured the elder patriarch bears no ill will toward our clan. His pursuit of beauty proves at the very least that he arrives not as an enemy, but as a man enticed. Moreover, observe your cousin's expressions. They show no sign of coercion or dread. How is it not coercion? Yi Tian interrupted, transmitting his words urgently. If not for his overwhelming cultivation and exalted status, would our Yi clan daughters truly surrender their dignity, renouncing their noble birth to kneel as servants? And besides, Yi Tian fell silent, unable to continue. For at that very moment his gaze locked onto his cousins' faces, gentle, obedient, radiant with quiet joy, adoring, compliant, utterly devoted. That expression, their eager honeyed deference to the elder patriarch, made the word coerced ring hollow even in his own mind. Clarity arrived, and with it unbearable anguish. Truth stripped away illusion, yet left behind only deeper pain. Yi Tian clenched his fist and muttered bitterly, Fickle women, just like Su Qingyan, always scrambling upward, seeking only the highest branch to cling to. So vain, so shallow. I am shamed to share blood with such kin. Yet human nature flows ever upward like water seeks the lowest point. How many truly resist the lure of ascent? Consider the phrase, "I must strive on my own." Those who utter it are precisely the ones without connections, without influence, without shortcuts. Give them a path paved with privilege, and how swiftly would they cast aside every vow they ever made. Yin Ji understood their choice. These girls born of a minor clan, small and fragile in the vast world. When fortune offers a rare chance to grasp greatness, how many could possibly refuse? She would never compromise her principles, nor would she disdain theirs. For each soul holds the sovereign right to choose its own path through life. Yet she had not expected Yi Tian to condemn his own kin so harshly, nor had she anticipated such profound incomprehension. In that moment, Yin Ji found herself at a loss for judgment. After a thoughtful pause, she spoke again, solely to steady his spirit. Whatever has transpired with your cousins is irrevocable. Let go of it then. Your foremost duty now is to elevate your cultivation. Only with formidable strength can you shield those you hold dear. Otherwise, this very wound will reopen again and again upon those closest to you. Without strength, one cannot properly protect those around them. Yi Tian deeply resonated with this statement. Thus, upon hearing his master's guidance, he took a deep breath and worked hard to calm his mind. The next moment, Yi Tian spoke solemnly. I understand, Master. Without strength, one cannot properly protect those around them. Yi Tian deeply resonated with this statement. Thus, upon hearing his master's guidance, he took a I will train diligently, Yi Tian declared. Let my path to cultivation officially set sail after tomorrow's family competition. His two beautiful cousins had already become the personal maids of the family patriarch. No matter how hard he tried, this fact could not be changed. Since the past events were unchangeable, he could only find a way to manage the future. 5 years have passed. A full 5 years. During these 5 years, he had truly endured too much disdain and ridicule. Now for Yi Tian, nothing was more important than the family competition. He wanted to use this opportunity to slap those who once looked down on him hard in the face and formally embark on the path to fame and fortune. What he had lost, he would surely reclaim. One cannot deny that Yi Tian's thoughts were quite admirable, but would things really be that easy? Soon, with the grand arrival of the Yi family's family competition, something that Yi Tian could not have imagined even in his dreams occurred. The family competition began. On the Yi family's martial arts arena, two young disciples were fiercely clashing on the stage. A man in white swung his fist, striking his opponent's lower back with the force of a descending tiger, sending him flying. This is impossible. Yi Chun, you are not using our Yi family's cultivation methods, he exclaimed. You were originally only at the 7th level of body refinement. How could you have cultivated to the peak of body refinement so quickly? You are not using our Yi family's methods at all. Where did you learn this demonic technique? Participating in the family competition without using the family techniques is simply violating the rules of the family competition. You should voluntarily step down and apologize to the elders of the clan. Yi Chen, 19 years old, is the eldest son of the Yi family's main branch. By seniority, Yi Tian had to call him cousin even though they had grown up together. Their relationship had always been exceedingly poor. Traditionally, family power is passed down to the eldest, yet the old patriarch Yi insisted on promoting his second son Yi Shanhe to the position of clan leader. Do you think the people from the main branch would treat those from the second branch kindly? Yi Tian was once a renowned genius of the Yi family, having reached the 5th level of body refinement by the age of 10. With such terrifying talent, he was bound to become the strongest expert in the family in due time. Despite feeling a myriad of resentments, Yi Chun could only choose to endure. Yet who would have thought that not long after his luck would suddenly arrive? 5 years ago, he was at the 6th level of body refinement, but what about now? Yi Tian not only made no progress, but even showed signs of regression, causing the once great genius to fall to rock bottom. Yi Chun took full advantage of this opportunity to trouble Yi Tian, and although they were cousins, they had long been at odds with each other. Yi Tian did not expect that in the first match of the family competition, he would draw Yi Chun as his opponent. Before the battle began, he had already resolved to give Yi Chun a good lesson. There was no need to immediately reveal his innate realm. Since Yi Chun was just at the 7th level of body refinement, he would suppress his own realm to match Yi Chun's just to have some fun with him. One should show off at the most critical moments. Yi Tian engaged with Yi Chun while concealing his own cultivation. However, as soon as Yi Chun made his move, Yi Tian felt a surge of despair. Yi Chun had also hidden his cultivation, reaching the peak of body refinement. Caught off guard, Yi Tian was successfully ambushed and sent flying by a single punch. He sustained some injuries, but they were not serious. After all, his Bodis defenses had already reached the level of the innate realm. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Tian trembled with rage, not from the injury itself, but from the fact that he had been knocked off the stage by that punch. According to Yi family's rules, being knocked off the stage in the family competition counts as a loss. How infuriating. He had not even had the chance to fully showcase his strength or officially begin his journey to fame, yet he was knocked off the stage in the first match. How could Yi Tian endure such humiliation and disgrace? The phrase about showing off too much perfectly describes Yi Tian's current situation. But so what? Yi Tian's heart was filled with discontent, otherwise he wouldn't be so furious as to roar at Yi Chun. Cousin, you must be joking. I am also a disciple of the Yi family. Since when have I heard of a rule prohibiting us from using other techniques during the family competition? The elders of the clan are present. I would like to ask them, is there such a rule in the family competition? The most powerful technique of the Yi family is named War God Technique, classified as a top-grade yellow technique. Thus, everyone would definitely use their strongest technique during the family competition, leading to all Yi family disciples clashing using the War God technique. However, the clan rules did not explicitly prohibit the use of other techniques. Hearing Yi Chen's words, an elder of the clan spoke in a deep voice. As long as the technique Yi Chen is using is legitimate, it does not violate the rules. Thus, this duel is won by Yi Chen. The elder continued. Yi Tian, please step down and do not disturb the next duel. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's face changed instantly. Had he just lost? No, absolutely not. He had endured for 5 years, building up his strength for this moment to gain fame. To lose in the first match? No, he absolutely could not accept this. Father, uncle, and esteemed elders of the clan. I did not exert my full strength just now. I was ambushed, which is why I fell off the stage. I beg Father and the esteemed elders for another chance to start over. This time I will definitely win the match. I truly made a mistake just now. No one could have imagined that Yi Tian would say such words. At that moment, not just the elders of the Yi family, but even Yi Tian's father Yi Shanhe was rendered speechless. The purpose of the family competition is to test the cultivation of each clan member and to inspire everyone's ambition through combat. The starting point is good, so who on earth told you to hide your cultivation? Shouldn't you look for the reason for your defeat due to hiding your cultivation? Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Yi Tian's second uncle's face turned extremely unsightly as he said, is the purpose of the family competition to allow you to hide your cultivation? Losing is losing. All right, Yi Tian, you should just step down. On the main seat, accompanied by the old master of the Yi family, Chen Lie, was also watching the family competition. Yi Meyer and Yi Qingqing, the two sisters, were still obediently serving beside the ancestor. Perhaps it was due to their connection with the ancestor, but the sisters already looked down on Yi Tian, and after hearing his words they looked down on him even more. Seeing Yi Tian so shameless, unwilling to admit defeat, Yi Qingqing immediately scoffed. To treat the family competition as a child's play, Yi Tian is truly going backwards. Sister Meyer, what do you think? Hearing Yi Qingqing's words, Yi Meyer smiled lightly. Deliberately hiding one's cultivation and losing can only be said to be self-inflicted. To still have the face to ask for a redo, it truly brings shame to our Yi family. The two sisters did not deliberately lower their voices. Although they were quite far away, Yi Tian was now an innate realm expert, so he naturally heard every word of disdain from his cousins. This only fueled Yi Tian's anger. He clenched his fists so tightly that his teeth were almost crushed. Tianer, losing is losing. I advised you earlier that Yi Chun seems to be somewhat extraordinary. Indeed, he has also hidden his cultivation. Well, it's too late to change the situation now. Just try again next year in the family competition. Hearing Yin Jia's voice transmission, Yi Tian felt even more unwilling. I regret not listening to my master's advice. But master, I'm just not willing. Yi Chun was only at the 7th level of the body refinement realm, so I deliberately suppressed my cultivation. How could he suddenly break through to the great perfection of the body refinement realm? I say he must have used some cheating means. I refuse to accept defeat, even more so, to let such a petty person succeed. So I can't just leave like this. If given a chance to start over, I will definitely teach this petty person a good lesson. Hearing Yi Chen's unwilling voice, even Yin Ji was left speechless. What was going on? Wasn't it just that the other party's cultivation had suddenly become the great perfection of the body refinement realm? You're allowed to have opportunities, but others aren't. Yin Ji had clearly seen the scene of the previous battle. How should I put it? Although there were elements of surprise attack involved, the process of the battle could be considered fair and square. Yi Chun had indeed knocked Yi Tian off the stage using his cultivation. If anything, shouldn't he blame himself for hiding his cultivation? How can Tian'er, who has hidden his own cultivation, still speak ill of others? Yin Ji frowned slightly, but then did not say anything more. At this moment, Yi Tian was unaware that his previous remarks had slightly diminished Yin Ji's good impression of him. Even if he knew he might not be able to care about such things because all his reason was filled with unwillingness and anger. Father, I was really careless and got knocked off the stage just now. I haven't lost yet. Give me another chance and I will definitely defeat Yi Chun. Unable to communicate with the older generation in the clan, Yi Tian could only seek help from his father, the clan leader. To be honest, even Yi Shanha was left speechless by his son's request at this moment. Alright Tian'er, I know you lost because of carelessness. However, in competitions, losing is losing. Every year someone falls off the stage for various reasons. If everyone was as unwilling as you would, the past competitions have to be fought again. Step down. As long as your cultivation remains, that's the most important thing. Father. Seeing that even his father did not speak up for him, Yi Tian became truly anxious. Just when Yi Tian was extremely anxious and unwilling, unexpectedly at this moment Yi Chun took the initiative to speak. Respected elders of the clan and second uncle. If Yi Tian is truly unwilling, then let him have another chance to fight me. To also not expect Yi Chun to say such a thing, Yi Shanha immediately looked at him with some confusion. Chainer, what do you mean? Yi Chen smiled slightly and said, Second uncle, I see that Yi Tian seems to be genuinely unwilling. Rather than letting him linger here, why not let me defeat him fair and square once more? This way Yi Tian should have no reason to complain. Yi Shanha seemed to want to say something, but before he could, Yi Chen's second uncle spoke up. Yi Chen, have you thought this through? If you lose again, your path to advancement will be irretrievable. No problem. If I lose in a rematch, it can only mean that I'm inferior. You can rest assured, respected elders, I will not be like someone who talks endlessly. Seeing Yi Chen's graceful demeanor as he stood on the stage, many members of the Yi family couldn't help but nod slightly. Compared to the chattering Yi Tian, the eldest young master of the Yi family, Yi Chun seemed more like a member of a prestigious family. Just in terms of demeanor, he was much more upright than Yi Tian. Well, since Yi Chun is willing to give Yi Tian another opportunity, we will not obstruct it. Yi Tian, prepare yourself. You will immediately have a rematch with Yi Chun. Soon the two returned to the stage. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Yi Chun would actually speak up for him. Yet Yi Tian felt no gratitude in his heart. Instead, he was filled with jealousy and anger. What are you pretending to be a good person for? Yi Chun, let me tell you, I was just careless. Since you took the initiative to request a rematch, don't blame me for being merciless. This time I'll let you experience what it feels like to shoot yourself in the foot. Facing Yi Tian's provoking words, Yi Chen remained calm, even smiling faintly. To compete with Yi Tian again is an honor for me. Since that is the case, let us engage in a fair match once more. Let me feel how much my younger brother's cultivation. Chen remained calm. You will regret this. Seeing Yi Chen still pretending to be the nice guy, Yi Tian felt even more infuriated. He was already determined to teach Yi Chen a lesson. Since the other party was seeking death, he must satisfy him thoroughly. In that moment, Yi Tian struck out in anger, his fist, like lightning, hitting directly towards Yi Chen's chest with lightning speed. Having learned from the earlier lesson, Yi Tian no longer concealed his cultivation. At this moment, a primordial energy radiating from his entire being. The fierce wind from his punch even shook the surrounding air. Upon witnessing this scene, before anyone could react, Yi Shan's eyes suddenly sparkled with surprise. This is primordial energy. Tian'er has broken through to the primordial realm. Though Yi Shanha was the head of the Yi family, his position was not very favorable at home, with the main house watching him closely and the third house deeply dissatisfied. It was only because Yi Tian had great talent in the past that the discord within the family was temporarily suppressed. However, following Yi Tian's fall from grace 5 years ago, members from the main and third houses had often paid lip service to him. After Su Qingyan called off the engagement, many voices within the family began to call for Yi Shanha to step down. But faced with all this, all Yi Shanha could do was endure. What could he do? His son was disappointing and brought no hope to the family. Perhaps he would not be able to hold on to the position of family head for much longer, but Yi Shanha never expected that Yi Tian would bring him such great surprise today, breaking through to the primordial realm. Doesn't this mean that Tian'er's terrifying cultivation talent has not only returned, but has also made him the undisputed top among the younger generation of the family? At this moment, not only was Yi Shanha filled with excitement, even the other elders of the Yi family watching from the side revealed expressions of indescribable astonishment upon seeing Yi Tian break through to the primordial realm. This child, Yi Tian, really concealed his cultivation. Primordial energy has he broken through to the primordial realm. This year Yi Tian should only be 16 years old. To break through to the primordial realm at such a young age, was he intentionally hiding his true strength? Not necessarily hiding it intentionally. Didn't the elders check his body before? Indeed, he hadn't made any progress for years. Perhaps he recently obtained some great opportunity and his talent has returned. Great. Yi Tian was originally a genius of our Yi family. If his cultivation talent has returned, wouldn't he be able to add another prodigy to our Yi family? Seeing Yi Tian not only regain his cultivation, but also break through to the primordial realm, the members of the Yi family present were filled with joy, disbelief, and some felt a threat and discomfort. Of course, the latter two emotions would only appear among members of the main and third houses. For now, regardless of the family's reactions, Yi Tian had already achieved his goal. After 5 years of silence, the moment to soar into the sky had finally arrived. Seeing that Yi Chen seemed to have exerted great effort to barely dodge his previous punch, Yi Tian finally revealed a smile at this moment. That's right, this should be the normal pace. Just now I was just careless. As long as I take it seriously, no one can stop my rise. Only I deserve to be the first in the family competition. Feeling the gaze of countless people upon him, Yi Tian felt an immense sense of exhilaration. He then looked at Yi Chen with pride. Didn't expect this, did you, Yi Chen? Don't you dare believe that I would be in the primordial realm. I can clearly tell you this is not a dream. You are merely at the peak of the body refinement realm. How could you possibly be my opponent? I already said I fell from the platform earlier because I was careless. As long as I perform, well, even if we did it 100 times, you would still definitely not be my opponent. Now do you see why I am so confident in asking for a rematch? The difference between the primordial realm and the body refinement realm is like a chasm. You have no hope. No matter, being willing to give me a chance to fight again is the biggest blunder you've made today. If you surrender now, perhaps you can suffer a little less pain for your own foolishness. Otherwise, my next punch will not hold back like the last one. With confidence and a sense of superiority, seeing Yi Tian flaunting in front of him, Yi Chen felt not a shred of unease. Not only was he unafraid, but he even felt like laughing. Indeed, the old ancestor's vision is profound. Yi Tian truly has broken through to the primordial realm. The next second, not knowing what he thought of seeing Yi Tian so full of himself, Yi Chen looked at him with a playful gaze. Cousin Yi Tian, you haven't won yet, and you want me to surrender. Aren't you just a bit too early to celebrate? What do you mean? Now that I am already in the primordial realm, does cousin Yi Chen still have the courage to want to compete with me again? Are you not thinking straight? Yi Chen suddenly revealed a strange smile. The outcome is not yet decided. Let's continue the competition. Why is cousin talking so much nonsense? Does cousin truly think he has me at his mercy? Seeing Yi Chen say this, Yi Tian felt he had no need to be polite any longer. The next second, he immediately revealed a sinister smile. I originally wanted to give cousin a chance to exit gracefully, but since cousin doesn't cherish it, I won't be polite. In that case, I shall fulfill cousin's wish. At this moment, Yi Tian unleashed all of his cultivation. The primordial energy erupted instantly. At this moment, Yi Tian unleashed all of his cultivation, the fierce tiger fist being a powerful technique of the Yi family. Once unleashed, it carried the might of a fierce tiger, and with the addition of primordial energy, any ordinary body refinement realm opponent struck heat in would suffer severe injuries, if not death, and would have to lie in bed for months. It was clear that at this moment Yi Tian held nothing back, genuinely intending to severely injure or even cripple Yi Chen. Yet facing this terrifyingly domineering punch, Yi Chen showed no fear and instead smiled. Bring it on. Since cousin is showcasing his true strength, how could I, your elder brother, hold back any longer? Now let cousin experience what kind of person deserves to be called the true prodigy of the Yi family. Yi Tian, take a taste of the power of my supreme fist technique. Seeing that Yi Tian had already achieved the innate realm, most of the people present believed that Yi Chen was bound to lose. However, the moment Yi Chen made his move, everyone was stunned. With just a single strike, one person was sent flying in the battle, and that person was not Yi Chen, but surprisingly Yi Tian. With glowing light flickering around him, the innate energy permeated his entire being. Anyone with eyes could sense that the innate energy emanating from Yi Chen was even more intense than that of Yi Tian. The well-informed Yi Shanhe immediately felt the change in Yi Chen's momentum and could not help but exclaim in shock, this is the third layer of the innate realm. How is this possible? Just a few days ago, Yi Chen was at the 7th layer of the body refining realm, wasn't he? How could he break through to the innate realm in the blink of an eye and come out at the 3rd layer? Seeing the shocked and bewildered expression on Yi Shan's face, Yi Chen's father Yi Pejun couldn't help but reveal a proud smile. What does my second brother mean by that? Why? Is it allowed for Yi Tian to break through to the innate realm, but not for my son Chainer to make a breakthrough? There are so many opportunities in this world, they do not belong solely to Yi Tian. Although Yi Pejun had been seeking his own affairs over the years, he still held a degree of respect for his elder brother Yi Shana. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly apologized. Brother, you misunderstood. That was not my intention. It's just that I was momentarily shocked by how quickly Chainer's cultivation has grown. As I just said, the opportunities in this world do not solely belong to Yi Tian. Shouldn't my son also be able to gain some opportunities? Yi Tian had no time to pay attention to others' conversations. His mind was filled with just one. Could he lose to Yi Chun? How could this guy possibly have reached the innate realm? What on earth is going on? Yi Tian got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and could not help but look at Yi Chun with extreme anger. How can you possibly be at the innate realm? Yi Chun, what trick have you played? Cousin, you jest. Do I need to resort to any tricks when sparring with you? Does the whole world allow only you to increase your cultivation? If that's the case, should we all just stop cultivating and rely solely on you, my cousin? Seeing Yi Chun smile at him, Yi Tian felt an overwhelming rage in his heart. Master, what on earth is going on? Just a few days ago, Yi Chun was at the 7th layer of the body refining realm. How could he break through to the innate realm so quickly? This is simply against the common sense of cultivation. Has this bastard cheated? With Yen Ji's perspective, she could naturally detect the anomalies surrounding Yi Chun. The next moment, she sighed slightly and spoke. Breaking through from the 7th layer of the body refining realm to the innate realm in just a few days is indeed somewhat astonishing, but using certain special methods, it is indeed possible. Yi Chun must have employed some method to overdraw his potential, resulting in such rapid growth in his cultivation. In my opinion, achieving such a level for the sake of the family competition might come with some downsides, but it does not count as cheating within the rules. So, before Yen Ji could finish her sentence, Yi Chun interjected, Master, did you already discover Yi Chun's cultivation? Why didn't you inform me? No, I did not notice anything unusual before. It should be that a master has concealed Yi Chun's presence. Otherwise, I would have advised you to surrender at the first opportunity. Surrender? Why would you advise me to surrender? Sensing Yi Tian's anger, Yen Ji could only carefully explain. Regardless of whether Yi Chun has used any forbidden techniques, his current cultivation is indeed at the 3rd layer of the innate realm. You have just entered the innate realm. There is a gap of 2 whole small realms between the two of you. There is basically no chance of victory. If I don't advise you to surrender, what else can be done? If you voluntarily concede, you wouldn't have to suffer these injuries for no reason. Now Yi Tian finally understood why Yi Chun could injure him with a single strike. This bastard was actually at the 3rd layer of the innate realm, 2 small realms higher than him. Although he learned the truth, Yi Tian's heart was filled with even more anger and resentment. After all the effort, he had finally reached a moment to make a name for himself, and he couldn't bear to become another defeat under Yi Chun. Thus at this moment, Yi Tian directly made a request to Yen Ji. Master, I know you possess incredible power, as surely you have a way to help me defeat this bastard Yi Chun, right? Sorry, Tian, I can't help you with this matter. Can't help me? Why? Aren't you an invincible master? How could you not handle such a trivial— Yen Ji took a deep breath and explained helplessly, I have a method of merging that can temporarily transfer part of my cultivation and soul power to you. This would indeed allow your cultivation to increase significantly in a short time. It would be no problem to crush Yi Chun completely. But, before Yen Ji could finish, Yi Tian exclaimed in delight, Master, then what are you waiting for? Just transfer your soul power to me. Tunner, it's not that I don't want to transfer my soul power to you, but this is merely a competition. If you achieve victory by relying on my strength, can that really be considered your true victory? In Yen Ji's eyes, 1 equals 1 and 2 equals 2. Regardless of whether Yi Chun had used any forbidden techniques, he had gained power at the cost of sacrificing a part of himself. This was not against the rules. However, if she intervened to transfer her cultivation to Yi Tian, that would truly be cheating. Yen Ji believed Yi Tian was reasonable and should understand this principle, but unexpectedly, the next moment Yi Tian's reaction left her stunned. Master, it seems that winning through my own efforts is not important at all. Right now all I want is to— I have endured humiliation for 5 years, not to be a stepping stone for others in the family competition. I refuse to be looked down upon again. So no matter what means, as long as I can win, I will use it. I ask Master to lend me a helping hand in light of my sincere heart. Master, I beg you. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Yen Ji was truly rendered speechless. At that time, the decision to take Yi Tian as a disciple was based on the belief that Yi Tian had a good heart, never willing to give up even in the face of adversity. However, Yin Ji never imagined that even for a victory of little significance, Yi Tian would resort to any means necessary. Faced with this scene, Yin Ji, who was in the jade pendant, could not help but sigh lightly. Tianer is still too young and immature. I hope that after more experiences this child can change in this regard. Thinking of this, Yin Ji spoke directly the next moment. Tianer, there is another reason why I am unwilling to help you. Have you not noticed that the Supreme Elder of the Wuji sect is also watching your family's competition live? It would be easy for me to transmit soul power to you, but if you use power that does not belong to you to fight against someone at the transformation realm, it will be easy to expose something unusual. At that time, not only might you be accused of winning without honor, but even I might be at risk of exposure. I think you should not want to see such a thing happen, right? Upon hearing these words from Yin Ji, Tian was instantly left speechless. For the sake of victory, he could disregard all means, but if it led to the exposure of his master, that would be a loss that outweighed the gain. His master is his greatest support and must not come to harm. But is there really no other way to win besides calling for his master's help? Tianer, to avoid exposing my existence, the best choice right now is to directly admit defeat. The path of cultivation is exceedingly long. A momentary victory or defeat truly means nothing. Even I experienced many failures when I was young. True strong ones grow from their adversities. Do not let trivial matters disrupt your basic judgment. Knowing that Yin Ji's words were for his own good, Yi Tian still did not want to utter the words I concede. After enduring for 5 years, what he desired was not to become a laughingstock again. He absolutely could not allow himself to be looked down upon again. The next moment, Yi Tian gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and directly employed another method. All clan leaders, I am unwilling to accept this. Yi Chun was only at the 3rd level of the body refinement realm a few days ago. How could he possibly break through to the 3rd level of the innate realm so quickly? Now I seriously suspect that my cousin Yi Chun has been using evil techniques like soul refinement to achieve such rapid growth and cultivation. If I were to be defeated by such a person, I absolutely cannot accept such a result. Unable to win and unwilling to admit defeat, Yi Tian thought of the method of casting dirt on others. Of course, Yi Tian himself did not believe this. In his eyes, breaking through from the 7th level of the body refinement realm to the 3rd level of the innate realm in just a few days could only be attributed to practicing evil techniques. As soon as Yi Tian finished speaking, before anyone else could react, Yi Pejun could not help but angrily stand up. First, Yi Tian, what nonsense are you talking about, you little brat? How could my son possibly practice any evil techniques? Now that he cannot defeat my trainer on the arena, he starts to slander him, huh? Faced with his uncle's scolding, Yi Tian felt a twinge of regret, but at this moment, he also knew he had no way out. He spoke boldly. If he is not practicing any evil techniques, then please tell me, uncle, what other method could allow a cultivator to achieve such a breakthrough in just a few days? Yi Tian calmly looked at Yi Pejun. What kind of great opportunity could allow cousin Yi Chun to break through so quickly? Honestly, uncle, I am not intentionally doubting cousin Yi Chun. Rather, if cousin Yi Chun truly has some good method, he should generously share it to prove it. As fellow members of the Yi family, let the clan's brethren learn from it. Cousin Yi Chun should not be stingy. This way, not only will I be convinced of my defeat, but it will also enhance the strength of our clansmen, making it a win-win situation. How wonderful is that? Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, not to mention the others, even Chen Lie at that moment had 2 words flash through his mind. Shameless. Damn, is this something that the destined protagonist would say? Unable to defeat his opponent and unwilling to admit defeat is one thing, but he even wants to set a trap in his words to make the other party share their methods of becoming stronger. How thick-skinned do you have to be to do such a thing? Sure enough, as soon as Yi Tian said these words, not only did Yi Shan he feel embarrassed to face others, but Yi Pejun also stood up and directly scolded him for being shameless second brother. Look what kind of good son you have raised. If you can't defeat your brother, you slander him for practicing evil techniques. How could my Yi family have such a shameless descendant? You truly bring shame to my Yi family. Even Yi Tainer, who was in the shadows, furrowed her brows slightly. She did not understand why Yi Tian would say such words today. Even if she was unwilling to accept defeat, there was no need to sow discord within the family, right? He was indeed being pointed at by everyone. Seeing all the hateful and disgusted gazes directed at him, Yi Tian felt an indescribable sense of resentment and frustration. Why should everyone look at him with such eyes? Is it wrong for him to raise doubts? If not for practicing some evil techniques, why would Yi Chen not dare to speak? But what Yi Tian did not expect was that just as this thought passed through his mind, Yi Chen smiled slightly and directly spoke, "Father, there is no need to say more. Since cousin Yi Tian suspects that I have greatly increased my cultivation because of practicing some evil techniques, I will simply let him be convinced." After saying this, Yi Chen directly looked at Yi Tian, "Cousin, are you curious why I advanced to such a level in just a few days? Forget it. I will simply let you understand. In fact, even at this time yesterday, I was still only at the 7th level of the body refinement realm." What? This guy Yi Chen was still only at the 7th level of body refinement realm just yesterday. Then why has he suddenly become at the 3rd level of the innate realm in just one day? Regarding this matter, Yi Tian truly could not figure it out. Fortunately, Yi Tian did not have to wait long. Yi Chen himself dispelled his confusion. As if struck by a sudden thought, Yi Chen solemnly kowtowed 3 times toward the direction where Chen Lie stood, then rose and turned to face Yi Tian. Last night, elder brother was honored with an audience by the sect patriarch. His Holiness personally performed the rite of enlightenment upon me, enabling my cultivation to surge dramatically in mere hours. Were it not for the patriarch's patronage, your current realm would render you no match for me today. Yet fate has granted this favor to elder brother alone. Yi Tian, do you now submit heart and soul? Understanding dawned at last. All doubts dissolved. It was the Wuji sect patriarch himself who had elevated Yi Chen's cultivation. Yi Tian's heart burned with seething fury and envy. Again, the Wuji sect patriarch. That wretch's presence in the Yi family could herald nothing but calamity. Why him? Why bestow such grace upon Yi Chen? Cursed. All I sought was redemption, to erase past shame and rise to renown. Why must that wretch stand ever in my path? Old fiend, beware the day my power swells. When that hour comes, this young master shall slay you without mercy. Only your utter dismemberment can quell the hatred festering in my breast. Yi Tian dared not lift his gaze, yet venom blazed fiercely in his eyes. At that moment, murmurs rippled across the viewing platform. Did the patriarch truly intervene to elevate Yi Chen's cultivation? Such fortune is beyond measure. To earn the patriarch's favor, surely the eldest branch of the Yi family shall ascend without restraint. Alas, bearing a beautiful daughter truly is auspicious. Is this not the ancient adage? When one ascends the Tao, even hounds and chickens soar with him. Why was I not blessed with such a daughter? I dare say young Master Chen reaps the blessings of his sister Mayer. Yi Chen and Yi Mayer were blood siblings. Now that Yi Mayer served as the patriarch's personal attendant, the assembled Yi clansmen could not help but conclude that Yi Chen's sudden recognition stemmed solely from his sister's proximity to the patriarch. Those without daughters envied the eldest branch, those with daughters gazed upon their own children's features and wept inwardly. Most, however, resolved to align themselves unreservedly with the eldest branch. After all, Yi Chen had been personally elevated by the patriarch, and Yi Mayer had become his trusted attendant. If even this branch could not soar, none ever would. A waste remains a waste. Yi Tian, you may possess superior talent, yet what is that worth against my having a peerless younger sister? Her grace eclipses all your toil. A worm should lie still. Why strive so desperately to overturn your fate? If I trod you beneath my heel before, I shall do so again. Today, just as yesterday. His earlier civility had been mere masquerade. Leaning close to Yi Tian, Yi Chen whispered these words, the true face of his nature. Yet the instant he finished speaking, he stepped back, instantly resuming his polished, smiling demeanor. Well then, does young Master Yi Tian still suspect elder brother of practicing forbidden arts? May you now yield, not grudgingly but wholeheartedly. Humiliated by Yi Chen's scorn, Yi Tian clenched his teeth until they threatened to shatter. The words "I yield" lodged like shards of ice in his throat, unutterable. Then Yi Shana sighed deeply and declared, this bout belongs to Chenner. Unbearable. Why does heaven toy with me so cruelly? Deny me my rise, and I swear the humiliation endured this day shall be repaid tenfold. Unbearable. Why does heaven toy with me so cruelly? Deny me my rise, and I swear the humiliation endured this day shall be repaid tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. That night, within a secluded courtyard of the Yi family's eastern residence, Chen Lie sat serenely amid the flower beds, admiring the blossoms. Yi Qingqing stood behind the patriarch, gently kneading his shoulders with quiet devotion, while Yi Mayer nestled tenderly in his embrace, pouring a cup of fine wine and lifting it delicately to his lips. Master, this vintage, Qingqing Xinyan, was specially procured today by Mayer's father from Qingshan City. It is brewed exclusively with the city's sacred spirit spring water. mellow in flavor, intoxicating in aroma. Its renown echoes throughout the entire southwest province. Would Master care to savor its exquisite? Chen Lie had read of Qingqing Xinyan in the original chronicles. It ranked among the top 3 vintages in the entire Great Yin Empire. Brewed with spirit spring water, it subtly enhanced cultivation. Though its effect was negligible upon beings of Chen Lie's exalted rank, for lower-tier cultivators, it held immense value. Its sublime taste and rare efficacy drove its price to staggering heights. For Mayor's father to commission such a vintage bespoke extraordinary devotion and no small sacrifice. Clearly, he sought to express profound gratitude for the patriarch's intervention in elevating Yi Chen's cultivation. Watching Mayor's luminous eyes shimmer with eager delight as she offered the wine, Chen Lie drank it down in one smooth draught. As its rich essence coursed down his throat, even he could not suppress a murmur of admiration. To rank among the Empire's top 3, it truly lives up to its legend. Your father's gesture was most thoughtful. You may convey my gratitude to him on my behalf. Seeing the patriarch's evident appreciation, Mayor's smile blossomed into something even more radiant. Father purchased this wine gladly, as tribute to Master. There is no need for such formality. So long as Master delights in it, that is all that matters. Indeed, supreme cultivation brought unparalleled ease wherever he walked. Countless souls vied to win his favor. Yet Chen Lie had long grown accustomed to such deference, it stirred no inner tremor. Noting the remaining wine in the pitcher, he remarked, "Alas, for one of my stature, even Qingqing Xinyan yields scant benefit. What remains, I grant to Mayor." As he spoke, something seemed to stir in his thoughts. His gaze lingered upon Mayor's radiant, captivating face. Then without warning, he took another sip of the wine and drew her swiftly into his arms. He bestowed not only the wine, but fed it to her himself. The suddenness of the act left Mayor momentarily stunned. As the patriarch claimed her lips, her wide, luminous eyes fluttered instinctively. Being personally fed wine by Chen Lie, Yi Meyer felt a moment of blankness in her mind. But in the next second, her throat gently moved as she swallowed the exquisite wine offered by the elder. Yi Meyer's fair and delicate face instantly flushed red, and unable to resist, she shyly and playfully said, "Master, you really know how to bully people. Is this how one bestows wine?" Chen Lie couldn't help but pinch Yi Meyer's small face and asked, "Does Meyer not like it?" "I like it." For Yi Meyer, being close to Chen Lie was a great fortune, as if smoke were rising from her ancestral grave. How could she not feel joy when the elder treated her so intimately? So in the next moment, Yi Meyer blinked, her beautiful big eyes filled with flattery, and playfully asked, "Thank you for the wine, Master. May I request another cup of this Qingqing Creek brew in such a manner?" Chen Lie, always generous when faced with a bowtie's request, immediately smiled and said, "No problem. Since Meyer likes it, I shall grant you another cup." After speaking, Chen Lie again offered Yi Meyer a cup of Qingqing Creek brew in the same manner as seeing Yi Meyer and the elder in such playful intimacy, Yi Qingqing's beautiful big eyes immediately brimmed with deep envy. After all, it was the elder personally feeding her, and it was the legendary Qingqing Creek brew which could enhance one's cultivation. How could Yi Qingqing not want to taste it? So in the next moment, she also began to playfully pout at Chen Lie, saying, "Master, Qingqing also wants to taste the flavor of this Qingqing Creek brew. Can Master also bestow a cup to Qingqing?" "Of course, no problem." Chen Lie did not let Yi Qingqing continue to relax his shoulders. Grabbing her fair and delicate wrist, he gently pulled her into his embrace. While enjoying the flowers, he also reveled in the service and flattery of the two stunning beauties. At that moment, Chen Lie felt immeasurable joy in his heart. No wonder so many ancient kings loved wine pools and meat forests. It seems there is a reason for everything. Honestly, feeling the graceful figures and the soft, sweet whispers, Chen Lie wished time could freeze at that moment. Embracing the two beauties and playing with them for a while, after a stick of incense, Chen Lie, sensing something, suddenly frowned. It seemed he noticed something odd in the elder's expression, so Yi Meyer asked, "What's wrong, Master?" "It's nothing. I might have some matters to attend to." "Meyer, Qingqing, you two should return and rest." Seeing that Chen Lie seemed to have something to deal with Yi Meyer, and Yi Qingqing did not dare to ask further. After bowing respectfully, they hurriedly left. Chen Lie took a sip of the fine wine, and then glanced faintly in a certain direction, saying, "If you come, then just come. Why hide your head and show your tail?" Chen Lie took a sip of the fine wine, and then glanced faintly in a certain direction, saying, "If you come, then..." Upon noticing that Chen Lie had discovered her presence, the figure no longer hid. She quickly stepped out from behind a rockery, and under the bright moonlight, the woman's beautiful face appeared before Chen Lie's eyes. Indeed, the visitor was none other than the young lady of the ancient immortal clan Jiang Tanner, loving beauty and indulging in debauchery. How could the dignified ancestor of the Chen family behave in such a manner? Is this Wuji sect really a righteous sect? In my opinion, it is even inferior to the devil sect. Seeing Jiang Tanner coldly insulting him upon arrival, Chen Lie did not get angry. Instead, he looked at her with great interest, saying, "Is loving beauty not a mark of a righteous sect? As far as I understand, I won't even mention other forces, but your Jiang family seems to have quite a few elders with multiple wives, right? There is even an elder in your clan whose number of wives and concubines exceeds 100. I only have 2 beauties in my embrace right now. If according to your young lady Jiang's logic, I would be considered a devil sect, then with the conduct of those old men in your Jiang family, wouldn't your family be the true devil sect?" Unexpectedly, Jiang Tanner found herself caught in Chen Lie's words. The next second, she coldly huffed and stopped using this matter to mock him. As Jiang Tanner fell silent, it was Chen Lie who spoke up. "I am here playing with beauties. How could the young lady Jiang have the time to come find me? Is it that you are lonely and wish to rest in my embrace for a while? If so, I wouldn't mind leaving a spot for you, young lady Jiang. How dare this old rogue be so brazen?" Jiang Tanner's beautiful eyes sparkled with intense killing intent, but she also knew that with her current cultivation, she could do nothing to this old thief. Forget it. There was no need to get angry with someone destined to die. One day she would make him pay the price. Thinking this, Jiang Tanner took a deep breath, trying to calm her mind. Then she no longer beat around the bush with Chen Lie, but coldly asked, "Old thief, I ask you, what exactly are you plotting by appearing at the Yi family? What plot?" Facing this question, Chen Lie responded quite seriously, "Of course, I am plotting for the beauty. Although the Yi family is insignificant, there are indeed a few girls in the family that possess stunning beauty. Did you not see them just now? I just want a few more people to serve me. Is this difficult for young lady Jiang to understand?" Jiang Tanner didn't want to argue with Chen Lie about such matters. The next second, she coldly said, "Today, during the family competition of the Yi family, Yi Chen's victory was due to your interference, wasn't it? Old thief, I don't care what your intentions are, but I must remind you, if you dare to harm brother Yi Tian, I will make you regret it. At that time, what you will face will definitely be the most furious revenge from the Jiang family. Dare to harm Yi Tian and face the Jiang family's fiercest revenge." Upon hearing this, Chen Lie became somewhat interested. The fiercest revenge of the Jiang family, huh? This really sounds quite interesting. I want to ask, young lady Jiang, are you threatening me with these words? Staring coldly at Chen Lie, Jiang Tanner's voice was icy and unyielding. "Old man, the words I just spoke, whether you deem them threats or intimidation, the meaning behind them has been made perfectly clear. I care not what schemes you plot. Should you dare lay a finger upon brother Yi Tian, I shall sacrifice my very life to carve you into 1,000 pieces and scatter your remains to the 4 winds. Doubt it? Then by all means, test me." Faced with Jiang Tanner's ultimatum, a faint, inscrutable smile flickered across Chen Lie's face. Whether some memory had surfaced or some hidden calculation stirred, he offered no direct reply. Instead, he veered abruptly into an unexpected aside. "Miss Jiang, where is your guardian elder today? Why hasn't he accompanied you?" "Guardian elder?" Jiang Tanner frowned. Why would this old man suddenly raise such a question? A sudden, unsettling premonition tightened in Jiang Tanner's chest. In the next breath, her gaze sharpened with wary vigilance as she fixed it upon Chen Lie. "What business do you have asking about elderling?" After Yi Tian's defeat in the Yi family's grand competition earlier that day, whether shaken by humiliation or something deeper, he had stormed out of the Yi residence without looking back. Concerned for his safety, Jiang Tanner had discreetly dispatched Elder Ling to follow him. Thus, Elder Ling was absent from her side, not out of negligence, but duty. Seeing Jiang Tanner's sharp suspicion, Chen Lie's enigmatic smile deepened. "Nothing of consequence, merely idle curiosity. What I truly wish to speak of is an Elder Ling. But you, Miss Jiang, truly Miss Jiang, you possess extraordinary courage. Granted, Elder Ling's protection holds little weight against me, but I confess I never imagined you'd dare appear before me alone. Not after our last intimate encounter. Do you truly take me for some benevolent soul? Or do you still naively believe the Jiang family's name alone can cow me into submission? No matter, such trifles are irrelevant now. Truth be told, I've grown rather nostalgic for the pleasures of that night we shared. Since you've come, you needn't leave. Let me guide you once more through those exquisite sensations, and who knows, perhaps in time you'll even grow fond of me." With a casual flick of his fingers, Chen Lie sealed the courtyard's spatial boundaries. As he advanced toward her, his expression a mask of chilling amusement, Jiang Tanner realized, too late, that she had walked straight into the tiger's den. Panic, dread, and terror surged through her. Yet when she tried to flee, she found her body utterly immobilized. "You old scoundrel. Release me at once. What do you intend to do to me? Do you truly fear no retribution from the Jiang family? You will regret this. Profoundly. Though paralyzed, Jiang Tainer's tongue remained sharp, her curses ringing loud and defiant. Chen Lie listened unmoved, yet unwilling to silence her entirely. He could easily suppress her speech, but he sought not mere silence. He sought surrender, true visceral submission. And so, leaning close to her ear, his voice curled like smoke. Even if you summoned reinforcements from your clan by the time they arrived, I could kill Yi Tian 1,000 times over. Surely, Miss Jiang, you wouldn't wish harm to befall brother Yi Tian. Hence I advise you, now is the moment to be compliant. Provoking me further may lead to consequences neither of us wishes to bear. What say you, Miss Jiang? At those words, Jiang Tainer's furious tirade froze mid-breath, her entire body rigid with horror. Chen Lie uttered no further pleasantries. With one swift motion, he drew her into his arms and began to undress her. The sealed courtyard ensured privacy, the earth became their bed, the sky their canopy, and the daughter of the Jiang family their shared indulgence. And so, without hesitation, Chen Lie proceeded to savor the feast laid before him. To Chen Lie, the Yi family's grand competition held no intrinsic interest. So why had he intervened to elevate Yi Chen's cultivation and ensure his crushing victory over Yi Tian? It was not to humiliate Yi Tian. Such pettiness was beneath him. No, his true objective was Jiang Tainer. He believed he had discovered the key to controlling her, by exploiting her devotion to Yi Tian. Even after yielding to him once, she had not rushed to summon her clan. Yet should Yi Tian fall, she would unleash vengeance without restraint. Her deep affection for him was precisely the vulnerability he needed, the perfect fulcrum for leverage. His test confirmed it. Events unfolded exactly as he had foreseen. Upon realizing Chen Lie's hand guided Yi Chen's triumph, and fearing he might turn that power upon Yi Tian, Jiang Tainer came straight to confront him. Whether accusation or threat, that was her choice. For Chen Lie, only one truth mattered: her arrival meant she had delivered herself to him. To let her escape would be to abandon all dignity. He had uncovered Yi Tian's true utility, wield him as a blade against Jiang Tainer, and she would instantly falter. Had she not gone utterly still the moment he whispered, "You wouldn't want Yi Tian harmed," ceasing even to resist. Perhaps resignation played its part. Having already fallen once, what difference does a second? But Yi Tian's leverage was undeniable. The realization thrilled him. To see Jiang Tainer's beautiful eyes burn with fury and hatred, yet hold her body utterly still, Chen Lie felt a surge of pure, unadulterated triumph. Beyond the walls of Liang City, in a desolate mountain range, Yi Tian casually shattered a massive boulder, then let loose a roar of fury. This is beyond contempt. That old man truly knows no bounds. For the family martial contest, I endured in silence for 5 full years. Yet due to that vile elder's covert manipulation, not only did I lose the contest, I was stripped of all dignity within my own clan. Such an unspeakable humiliation. I, Yi Tian, shall never bear it meekly. I, Yi Tian, swear upon heaven itself, one day I shall storm the sacred gates of the Wuji sect and carve that treacherous elder Chen Lie into 10,000 pieces. Only by eradicating every soul within the Wuji sect can this burning hatred be quenched. Old fiend, you will regret this, I swear it. Whenever Yi Tian's heart boiled with unbearable anguish, he would flee to these barren mountains to vent his rage. In times past, when he fell into such despair, Yan Ji would gently soothe him with tender words. But now, faced with his thunderous outburst, she stood silent, uncertain how to voice her thoughts on the matter. In Yan Ji's eyes, it was true that Chen Lie, the patriarch of the Chen clan, had indeed intervened behind the scenes to ensure Yi Tian's defeat. Yet at its core, it was merely a loss in a family martial contest, hardly an unforgivable disgrace. How had this wound festered so deeply within Yi Tian's heart? So deeply that he now spoke of slaughtering an entire sect. Such profound bloodlust. How had she failed to perceive it before? Had she, in choosing Yi Tian as her disciple, made a grave miscalculation? Sigh. Perhaps it was simply youth. His character still unformed, his mind not yet tempered by time. And now, with matters set in motion, there was no turning back, not even if she wished to change disciples. With that thought, Yan Ji quietly consoled herself, then finally spoke aloud. You have just felt in your bones what it means to be mortal chaff beneath the gaze of a cultivation sovereign. Your cultivation is still far too weak. Only strength can shield you from such humiliation ever again. Strength. Again, strength. Yi Tian had heard those very words from Yan Ji countless times. Clenching his fist in seething hatred, he slammed it into the trunk of a nearby tree, shattering it cleanly at the waist. Master, I know full well that once I grow stronger, no one will dare scorn me again. But how long must I wait before that strength arrives? Elder Chen Lie cultivates at the Tianyuan realm, and I have barely reached the Xiantian realm. When will I ever close that gulf? Sensing Yi Tian's raw, unyielding resentment, Yin Ji transmitted her voice directly into his mind. The gap between your cultivation and that of the Chun clan's patriarch is indeed vast. Yet you must also reckon with one truth: how many centuries has he cultivated? And how few years have you walked the Tao? In my eyes, your talent rivals his without question. Given equal time, you would surpass him without... He had heard that promise, again and again. Then, teeth gritted, he replied, Master, I know my talent does not fall short of that elder's. But he has cultivated for hundreds of years. Must I also wait centuries before I may exact vengeance? You once told me yourself that in your prime, even Tianyuan realm sovereigns crumbled beneath a single flick of your finger. I have always believed in your unmatched might, yet now, even with your guidance, I could not triumph in a mere family martial contest. I confess, I now deeply question whether you were ever truly that formidable. Yin Ji was utterly stunned. She had poured sincerity and diligence into Yi Tian's training, yet never imagined he would utter such words. Tianer, do you speak thus because you feel demeaned, having chosen me as your master? After a long, heavy silence, her voice calm, almost hollow, Yi Tian finally realized his transgression. Instantly he bowed low and pleaded, Forgive me, master. That was not my meaning. I have never doubted you, master. It is only this unbearable loss in the family martial contest that has clouded my reason. Please, grant me your mercy. Seeing Yi Tian kneel in sincere apology, Yin Ji's resolve softened, especially as she recalled how for 5 long years he had selflessly nurtured her shattered divine soul through his own life force. After a long, quiet pause, she sighed, faintly, Do you truly yearn, desperately, to accelerate your cultivation? What prompted this question? Did she possess a method to hasten his ascension? At the thought, Yi Tian's spirit surged, alert, electrified. Master, I do wish to advance swiftly. Do you have a way? A method exists, though. Perhaps sensing his burning urgency, Yin Ji hesitated no longer. When my physical body still endured, I once chanced upon an extraordinarily rare cultivation art, the heaven-devouring, earth-consuming scripture. Its rank is exalted beyond measure. I cannot precisely gauge its tier, yet judging by its power, it stands above even celestial rank arts. The heaven-devouring, earth-consuming scripture is boundless in might. It accelerates cultivation at an astonishing pace, and allows the practitioner to absorb and assimilate the true energy of others. With this scripture, attaining the Tianyuan realm in record time is no mere fantasy. Yi Tian was no novice. He knew the 4-tier hierarchy of cultivation arts: earth, profound, mystic, and celestial, with celestial being supreme. Yet across all Liang City, a celestial rank art was but a myth. Even a low-tier profound rank art was a dream beyond reach. In Qingming Prefecture, even dominant sects possessed, at most, a single earth rank art, treasured as their most sacred, irreplaceable legacy. Now, hearing Yin Ji declare she held an art beyond celestial rank, one that accelerated cultivation and devoured others' cultivation, he ignited with exhilaration. He could not wait for her to finish. Master, why did you withhold such a peerless scripture until now? Had I wielded it earlier, I would never have fallen before that insignificant Yi Chun in the family martial contest. Yin Ji had not expected him to remain so consumed by that defeat. Even now, with another sigh, she revealed the truth she had long withheld. There was a reason I withheld this scripture from you. I feared, should you possess it, you might lose your way and forfeit your own Tao heart. Is it impossible to uphold one's true heart? Master, what do you mean by that? Seeing that Yi Tian seemed to not fully understand, Yin Ji patiently explained, after practicing the swallowing heaven and earth technique, if one merely seeks to accelerate their training speed, that would be one thing. If one does not possess a sufficiently resolute heart to wield this technique and resist the temptations of the inner demon, the cultivator can easily go astray and fall into the demonic path. However, this technique can also devour the cultivator's own cultivation, using it to nourish oneself. Tana, you should ponder deeply on how terrifying this is. With this explanation, Tana, you should understand my concerns right. Having grasped the situation, Yin Ji's detailed explanation finally made Yi Tian realize why his master was hesitant to reveal this technique. Regardless of the level of cultivator, their cultivation is painstakingly built over time Yet practicing the swallowing heaven and earth technique could devour the hard-earned cultivation of others for one's own use. This is indeed terrifying. But similarly, the ability to do this also proves how extraordinary this technique is, doesn't it? Due to repeated setbacks, deep down Yi Tian was already confused about his path forward. Can he truly hope to avenge himself by merely following the usual training routine? But now, this concern was finally alleviated. He never expected that his master possessed such a formidable technique, the swallowing heaven and earth technique. Yi Tian was truly overjoyed, and at that moment, without a hint of hesitation, the intensely eager to grow stronger Yi Tian immediately implored Yanji, Master, I beseech you to teach me this technique. Please rest assured, with my temperament, I will definitely be able to master this technique perfectly. I will never be tempted by the inner demon to become a great demon that everyone seeks to eliminate. To be honest, Yanji was unsure whether telling Yi Tian about the swallowing heaven and earth technique was right or wrong. But now that things had developed to this extent, seeing Yi Tian's strong desire to grow stronger, she could only choose to trust him this once. However, Yanji did not immediately impart the technique to Yi Tian, but instead said solemnly, I can pass this technique to you. But before that, there is something I must clarify with you. Even after learning the swallowing heaven and earth technique, you must not harm the innocent for the sake of increasing your cultivation. Otherwise, even without others intervening, I will take the initiative to cleanse the sect. At this moment, Yi Tian's mind was only filled with the desire to grow stronger. How could he pay attention to anything else? No matter what conditions his master set, he would definitely agree. With this thought, Yi Tian eagerly gave his assurance, Master, don't you know my character? I've always only killed those who deserve to die. How could I ever harm them? After saying this, Yi Tian seemed to recall something and suddenly asked, Master, you don't want me to harm the innocent, right? But if I encounter those truly vile and evil individuals, would you permit me to devour their cultivation? Truly vile and evil individuals. I hadn't considered that before. Yanji pondered for a moment and then softly replied, if they are indeed irredeemably guilty, I would allow you to devour their cultivation. But still, I reiterate, you absolutely must not act against the innocent. At this point, Yi Tian had no more doubts and promptly replied, Master, I promise you. Now please, Master, impart the swallowing heaven and earth technique to me immediately. Seeing Yi Tian made a promise, after taking a deep breath, Yanji began to teach him the method of the swallowing heaven and earth technique. After mastering the cultivation technique, Yi Tian did not hesitate at all and eagerly tried practicing it. This practice was no small matter. Once he began, Yi Tian was utterly amazed by the astonishing speed of cultivation this technique provided. It felt as if a black hole had formed within him, drawing in all the spiritual energy surrounding him. In less than 2 hours of practice, Yi Tian felt his cultivation had significantly increased. Master, this swallowing heaven and earth technique is simply incredible. I've barely practiced for a short while, and I already feel my cultivation rising far beyond several days of arduous training. At this rate, will I not be able to reach the legendary Tianyuan realm in 3 years? Yanji could naturally feel Yi Tian's excitement. The next moment, she softly explained, the rapid increase in cultivation is because your current realm is still not high enough, but even so, it surpasses the speed of your practice with other techniques by 3 to 5 times or more. Reaching the Lingying realm in 3 years may be unlikely, but if you have other opportunities, it is still very possible. Is it really possible to hope to reach the Lingying realm in 3 years? Hearing this, Yi Tian felt not discouraged at all. Instead, he was even more delighted. For Yi Tian, although he hadn't eaten much pork, he had seen pigs run. For instance, his grandfather Yi Laozi had cultivated for over 100 years, yet only reached the peak of foundation establishment. He had never succeeded in taking that final step into the Lingdan realm, but now he could hope to achieve Lingying in 3 years. What if he had more time? If 3 years aren't enough, then 10 years. If 10 years aren't enough, then 20 years. No matter what, 20 years should be enough for him to enter the Tianyuan realm. After being wronged under Chen Lie, Yi Tian secretly sought to gather information about Chen Lie. The ancestor of the Wuji sect's Chen family was the #1 on the previous generation's talents list in Qingming Prefecture, yet even so, it took him several hundred years to successfully enter the Tianyuan realm. Feeling his current cultivation speed, Yi Tian suddenly realized that the ancestor of the Chen family didn't seem so impressive after all. It took him hundreds of years to enter the Tianyuan realm, but what about him? In just over a decade, he could potentially catch up to him. This means that the day he successfully avenges himself does not seem very far away. Not only that Chen family ancestor who had repeatedly mocked and humiliated him, but also that Su Qingyan who looked down on him. You would never expect that I Tian would have such a great opportunity. Just wait, it won't be long before I reclaim 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold of the humiliation you brought upon me. I will make you regret it. Brother Yi Tian. At least there is one shining point about Yi Tian, which is that he has always been very diligent when it comes to cultivation. Having learned the 9 heavens devouring earth technique from Yin Ji Tian, had made up his mind not to waste a single minute. However, just as he was reflecting and preparing to continue his cultivation, a melodious, yet slightly melancholic female voice suddenly sounded beside him. Who is calling me? Yi Tian instinctively turned his head, and upon seeing the visitor's face, he was instantly filled with joy. Sister Tainer. What brings you here? Indeed, the one who came to find Yi Tian in this desolate mountain was none other than Jiang Tainer, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Yi Tian did not detect the hint of melancholy in her tone. Jiang Tainer did not elaborate, but simply looked at Yi Tian softly and said, Brother Yi Tian, are you hiding here alone to cultivate again? Yes. Sister Tainer, there was a little incident in the family competition today. I have already deeply reflected on it. I know that ultimately it is because of my insufficient cultivation that I was toyed with by that old man from the Wujizong. Only by becoming stronger can I ensure that such humiliation does not happen again. Sister Tainer, I'm sorry. I did not win the family competition today and disappointed you. Seeing that Yi Tian was still troubled by his failure, Jiang Tainer seemed to want to say something, but her lips moved for a long time without a word coming out. Finally, she could only softly comfort him. Brother Yi Tian, it's okay. In the process of cultivation, no one will always have smooth sailing. Failure is not to be feared. As long as Brother Yi Tian does not easily give up and can gain insights from failure, that is the greatest reward. Having obtained the 9 heavens devouring earth technique, Yi Tian's mood has long since changed from before. Upon hearing Jiang Tainer's words, he immediately smiled and said, You are right, Sister Tainer. Rest assured I will not let this minor matter affect my mindset. By the way, Sister Tainer, I noticed you haven't been cultivating much lately. Have you encountered some bottleneck? Do you need me to guide you a bit? Jiang Tainer did not directly answer Yi Tian's question, but after a moment of silence, she softly said, Brother Yi Tian, I might need to leave for a while. Leave me for a while. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's expression instantly stiffened. What is going on? Why does Sister Tainer need to leave? Is something wrong? If Sister Tainer has suffered any grievances, you must tell me. I will stand up for you. Before Yi Tian could finish his emotionally charged words, Jiang Tainer smiled gently. Rest assured, Brother Yi Tian, I have not suffered any grievances. The reason I need to leave for a while is that I have a rather urgent matter to attend to. After saying this, Jiang Tainer seemed to recall something, and after a moment of silence softly said, Brother Yi Tian, wouldn't you also consider leaving Liang City for a while? I have something I want to give to you, Brother Yi Tian. Before Yi Tian could respond, Jiang Tainer took out a letter and handed it to him. Yi Tian received it, but did not immediately open it. Instead, he curiously asked, Sister Tainer, what is this? It is the admission notice from the Tianlong Academy. Jiang Tainer looked at Yi Tian and softly explained the matter. I know Brother Yi Tian has always been eager to become stronger, but the more this is the case, the more I feel Brother Yi Tian should go out more. Liang City is too small, and there are many things you cannot see here. Only by going out and experiencing more can Brother Yi Tian gain more insights into cultivation. If Brother Yi Tian is willing, you can take this admission notice to the Tianlong Academy and give it a try. I believe that if Brother Yi Tian goes there to cultivate, you will surely gain something. In Qingshan Prefecture, any force with a Tianyuan-level powerhouse can be considered a super force. Basically, super forces are prominent sects active in the first line of the cultivation world. However, there are also a few exceptional forces that are not sects, yet their influence is by no means inferior to that of super forces. Such forces are referred to as external forces, and the Tianlong Academy, mentioned by Jiang Tainer earlier, is one of the best among them. The dynasty ruling Qingshan Prefecture is known as the Dian Empire. It is well known that it is difficult for cultivators to manage. The land under heaven belongs to the king. The shores of the land belong to the king's ministers. How could the rulers of the Dian Empire idly watch as so many sects remain unrestrained? Thus, they concentrated all their imperial power to establish the Tianlong Academy. The intention was to cultivate cultivators who could be commanded by the empire. The dean of the Tianlong Academy is a well-known Tianyuan-level expert in the cultivation world. Of course, with the strength of the Tianlong Academy, it is impossible to contend with the entire cultivation world, but it still possesses strength comparable to that of super forces. Having nurtured countless talents, even in a small place like Liang City, Yi Tian has heard of the Tianlong Academy's great name. However, wanting to become a student of the Tianlong Academy is not an easy task. What background does Sister Tainer have that she could get her hands on an admission notice from the Tianlong Academy? Yi Tian is not a fool. Having known Jiang Tainer for many years, he has long suspected that she has a mysterious background. Yet Yi Tian has never brought it up, perhaps fearing that if he learned about Jiang Tainer's true background, she would leave him. He refrained from mentioning it before, and now he is even less likely to do so. So at this moment, he did not ask Jiang Tainer how she obtained this invitation, but instead asked another question. Sister Tainer, do you hope I will go to the Tianlong Academy to study? Upon hearing Yi Tian's question, Jiang Tainer gently nodded. Brother, Yi Tian has already stepped into the innate realm. Even if you stay in Liang City, you cannot gain better guidance. But if you join the Tianlong Academy, I believe you will surely gain a lot. However, whether Brother Yi Tian is willing to attend the Tianlong Academy still depends on your own thought. For some reason, Yi Tian felt that today Jiang Tainer seemed a bit strange. However, he could not pinpoint exactly what was strange about her. Nevertheless, Yi Tian was quick to respond. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he decided not to let Jiang Tainer's kind intentions go to waste. He solemnly replied, Sister Tainer, I agree. I am willing to attend the Tianlong Academy. Why did Jiang Tainer recommend Yi Tian to cultivate at the Tianlong Academy? There is indeed a reason for this. If Yi Tian's insight were a bit sharper, he would surely notice that something was amiss with Jiang Tainer. Indeed, during those 2 hours when Yi Tian was immersed in his cultivation on the desolate mountain, Jiang Tainer fell back into Chen Lie's hands, practically delivering herself to him. Chen Lie would certainly not hold back. What happened that day in the cave replayed itself with Jiang Tainer. Previously, Chen Lie had only taken advantage of her once, but today he indulged himself multiple times. It was not until half an hour ago that Chen Lie let the tattered and stumbling Jiang Tainer leave. After cleaning herself several times and changing into a set of clean clothes, Jiang Tainer finally dared to seek out Yi Tian. Her body may have been cleansed, but the humiliation she endured could never be washed away. After all, she is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. How could Jiang Tainer allow herself to be subjected to Chen Lie's repeated insults and torment? Filled with rage and a strong desire for revenge, she immediately resolved to make Chen Lie pay the price no matter what. The time for the family's second round of inheritance was about to begin. She needed to return to her family to receive the inheritance. Only by becoming stronger could she reclaim the humiliation she suffered 100-fold. However, while leaving was easy for Jiang Tainer, she couldn't help but worry about Yi Tian. She felt that before returning to her family for the inheritance, she had to arrange things for her older brother Yi Tian. She could no longer stay at the Yi family. Not to mention that many people within the Yi family looked down on Yi Tian. Even externally, the Chen family's ancestor was still lurking with ill intentions. If Yi Tian could enroll in the Tianlong Academy with the academy as his backing, even that ancestor of the Wuzhizong would not dare to act against Yi Tian easily. Originally, Jiang Tainer was contemplating how to persuade him if he was unwilling to go to the Tianlong Academy. But now seeing Yi Tian not ask a single question and directly agree, instead she revealed a smile of relief. Her older brother Yi Tian was indeed very thoughtful. With this, she saved herself a lot of persuasion effort. Yi Tian Gij. Since you are willing to study at the Tianlong Academy, let's set off now. This burden is for you, Yi Tian Gij. I've put some spirit stones inside for you to use on your journey. Seeing Jiang Tainer hand him a package, Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. Although he had promised Jiang Tainer to go to the Tianlong Academy for cultivation, he never expected her to have everything prepared for him, even the package for their departure. Tainer Mei, do I really have to leave now? He was about to leave Qingming Prefecture while the ancestor of the Wuzhizong was still in Liang City. What if he encountered danger on the way back? But there was no need to share all his concerns with Yi Tian. Jiang Tainer had already prepared her words. Yi Tian Gij. The Tianlong Academy is located in the imperial capital of the Dian Empire, Dian City. It's far from here, and just the journey will take at least several months. The registration deadline for the Tianlong Academy is in 2 months, so if we don't set off soon, I'm worried you won't make it. Yi Tian Gij, you don't have to worry about family matters. I spoke to Uncle Shanha before coming to find you, and he also supports your decision to gain more experience in the outside world. So I hope you can set off as soon as possible, preferably right now. Yi Tian could understand the urgency of leaving, but surely he should have time to inform his father. Yi Tian vaguely sensed something was off, yet he didn't question it further. After a moment of silence, he accepted the package Jiang Tainer handed him. I understand. I want return to the Yi family. I'm setting off for the Tianlong Academy now. It seemed Jiang Tainer noticed many questions in Yi Tian's heart. She looked at him and said, Yi Tian Gij, don't you want to ask why I want you to leave right now? I want to ask. I trust you, Tainer Mei Mei, and I know you would never harm me. Seeing Yi Tian's earnest gaze, Jiang Tainer smiled after a moment of silence. It seemed her sacrifice today was not in vain. For Yi Tian to trust her completely was more important than anything else. In the next moment, Jiang Tainer said, nothing particularly special. Once I finish my business, I will go to the Tianlong Academy to find you ASAP. Alright. Then Tainer Mei Mei am setting off now. Tainer Mei Mei, urging him to leave quickly, must have sensed some danger lurking in Liang City that would be unfavorable to him. Yi Tian was not indecisive now that he had learned the swallowing heaven and earth technique. Anyone who harbored ill intentions towards him would be dealt with in the future. However, just as Yi Tian was about to bid farewell to Jiang Tainer and leave, she suddenly called out to him, Wait a moment. What is it, Tainer Mei Mei? Seeing Yi Tian stop and look at her in confusion, Jiang Tainer said no more and stepped in front of him, removing something from his hair. A leaf fell on your head, Yi Tian Gij. I helped you take it off. A leaf. Seeing the green leaf Jiang Tainer held, Yi Tian realized that a piece of green foliage had fallen on his head without him noticing. It must have been from the tree he had just knocked down, with the shaking leaves landing on his head. Not caring much about such trivial matters, Yi Tian smiled and said, Thank you, Tainer Mei Mei. It's no trouble. Just a small thing. Neither Yi Tian nor Jiang Tainer paid much attention to the single green leaf. As Yi Tian prepared to leave, Jiang Tainer smiled and said, When I see you next, I hope you have already become a master on the heavenly ranking. Heavenly ranking? What is that? Seeing Yi Tian's curious expression, Jiang Tainer smiled and didn't explain much. You'll find out once you go to the Tianlong Academy. Alright. No matter what that heavenly ranking master is that you mentioned, as long as it's what you hope for, I will strive to achieve it, even if it costs me my life. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye a few days had gone by. On this day, several cultivators descended from the sky, arriving outside a town known as Shenzong City. My lord, is this truly the legendary Shenzong City? I have heard that this city was once the largest in the northwest region. How could it have fallen into such disrepair? Surely we haven't come to the wrong place, have we? The unexpected guests outside Shenzong City consisted of 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women. Apart from an elderly man with white hair, the other 3 were strikingly handsome men and a woman of exceptional beauty. Indeed, the ones appearing outside Shenzong City were none other than Chen Lie, Su Qingyan, and the grandfather-granddaughter duo Nye Qingzhu and Old Nye. The reason Chen Lie brought these 3 individuals to Shenzong City had its roots in a particular matter. A few days prior, the news that Jiang family's eldest daughter Jiang Tainer had left Liang City with the destined protagonist Yi Tian reached Chen Lie. To be honest, upon hearing the news, Chen Lie was quite perplexed. Could it be that Jiang Tainer was so fragile? After all, she did not choose to flee after losing her virginity to him the first time. Why was she now so anxious that she packed up and fled overnight? However, upon further reflection, Chen Lie began to surmise why Jiang Tainer would choose to leave without notice from Liang City. Considering the timeline, if he remembered correctly, the day of inheritance for the Jiang family seemed to be approaching. It was not necessarily that she was afraid of him seeking her out for a third encounter. Perhaps Jiang Tainer simply wished to return home to receive her inheritance. Chen Lie's judgment was indeed quite sharp, as he quickly deduced the reasons behind Jiang Tainer and Yi Tian's nocturnal escape. Given Jiang Tainer's apparent hatred towards him, it was clear that she must have wished to flay him alive. The family inheritance, which could significantly enhance her strength, was certainly not something she would miss out on. She must be eager to return home to grow stronger and then take her revenge once she has the power. As for Yi Tian, it seemed that Jiang Tainer was worried about him and feared that during her absence he would take action against Yi Tian, so she arranged for Yi Tian to escape as well. Chen Lie felt speechless after realizing the true reason. He didn't know how to tease Jiang Tainer anymore, nor could he comprehend how her mind worked. With his strength, if he truly wished to harm Yi Tian, that fellow would have long since met his demise countless times. So why had he not truly harmed him yet? Was it not because he wanted to keep Yi Tian alive to use him to pressure Jiang Tainer into submitting to him? If he wanted to strike, he should have done so long ago. The fact that he hadn't made a move indicated he bore no killing intent. Yet this girl went so far as to arrange for Yi Tian to escape in advance. Sigh. Jiang Tainer truly seemed to assume the worst of him, thinking he harbored such murderous thoughts. Why would she think that way? Well, it didn't matter. As the saying goes, you can run from the monk, but you can't run from the temple. The Qingming state is not that large, and there are only a few places Yi Tian could go. No matter how far he ran, he couldn't escape Chen Lie's grasp. Moreover, as long as Yi Tian remained in his control, Jiang Tainer would eventually return. There would be ample opportunities to handle these two. Therefore, he decided to enjoy the interactions with Jiang Tainer a bit more and was not in a hurry at this moment. In contrast, he had more important matters to address first. In Chen Lie's eyes, there was only one matter that could be deemed important: the enhancement of his strength. He must not let the pleasures of life blind him. Only by continuously growing stronger could he ensure the happiness he currently experienced would last forever. If his memory served him correctly, Jiang Tainer would need at least a year to return home and receive her inheritance. One should not underestimate the Jiang family inheritance. According to the original text, after receiving the family's second round of inheritance, Jiang Tainer would have reached the third level of the Tianyuan realm. How should he put it? Even if Jiang Tainer raised her cultivation to the third level of the Tianyuan realm after acquiring the great Chaos Inyang holy body, Chen Lie still had confidence that he could easily handle her. However, it must be noted that there are many geniuses in this world, not just Jiang Tainer. For his own sake and for other reasons, it was essential for him to continue enhancing his strength. After consuming the 5th grade elixir Inyang transformation pill and undergoing several days of deep slumber, Nie Qingzhu awoke safely yesterday. Learning from her grandfather about the cause of her fainting and how she was saved by Chen Lie again, Nie Qingzhu felt deeply moved, and her admiration and affection for Chen Lie naturally increased. Qingzhu, I have already promised your grandfather that within 3 years I would retrieve the Qinkuan pearl from the remnants of Taizong sect to heal your body and thoroughly resolve your physical issues. To increase the chances of success, I need to access the secret vault left by your Taizong sect in the world to obtain an item. Would you be willing to give that item to me? Given that both she and her grandfather were saved by Chen Lie, and with her feelings of admiration for him, Nie Qingzhu could not bear to refuse his request. She immediately revealed her thoughts without reservation. If that secret vault of Taizong sect can help you, young Master Chen Qingzhu is willing to give it all to you. With Nie Qingzhu's cooperation, Chen Lie did not hesitate and brought them all with him today. Now, seeing Su Qingjian's look of confusion as she asked if they had come to the wrong place, Chen Lie smiled slightly and explained the reason for Shenzong City's decline. You haven't come to the wrong place. This is indeed the legendary Shenzong City. The prosperity of Shenzong City in the past was solely due to the support of Taizong sect. Now that even Taizong sect has become a memory of past glories, how could Shenzong City not be affected? Its decline is a perfectly normal occurrence. Perhaps it was a matter of sentiment. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, old Nie glanced at the dilapidated Shenzong City and couldn't help but sigh, saying, "The ancestor was right, we haven't come to the wrong place. Even in its decline, I will never mistake Shenzong City. Old ancestor, we are currently located to the east of Shenzong City. If we fly west for over 10 miles in this direction, we will reach the former mountain gate of our Taizong sect. The location of the secret vault is right there. I will lead you there now." The location of the Tai Wang sect is not far from the Divine Sect City, merely a distance of over 10 miles. With Chen Lie's flying speed, it took less than 10 breaths to bring a group of people to the ruins of the Tai Wang sect. In the past, the Tai Wang sect was hailed as the #1 sect in Qingming State, truly flourishing. Yet now not only is it deserted, but the once grand buildings have been reduced to mere remnants of walls. Master Sect Leader, disdainful disciple, Nie Qingfeng returns to visit you. Perhaps the current dilapidated state of the Tai Wang sect evokes sorrow in Elder Nie's heart. As soon as they landed, Elder Nie's eyes turned red. He approached the ruins of the former assembly hall of the Tai Wang sect, kneeling on the ground with tears in his eyes, bowing 3 times to this place, then brought Nie Qingzhu over. Qingzhu, you now know the truth. Indeed, your biological parents are none other than the sect leader and his wife of the Tai Wang sect. This was once the place where your father managed the sect, the very heart of our Tai Wang sect. You should also bow a few times to your father and mother here. I hope their spirits in heaven will bless you, allowing you to resolve your physical issues and live in peace. When Elder Nie took Nie Qingzhu away, she was just a newborn baby, completely unaware of matters. Thus, at this moment, hearing her grandfather speak of her biological parents, Nie Qingzhu did not feel too sad. However, being naturally filial, she still knelt down respectfully in the direction indicated by Elder Nie. I, Nie Qingzhu, have come to visit my parents and elders. If in heaven, I hope my parents and all elders can bless Qingzhu and Grandpa. It didn't take long. Soon Elder Nie regained his composure and pointed in a direction, saying to Chen Lie, old ancestor, that pagoda-like building over there is the treasure vault of our Tai Wang sect, also known as the Tai Wang sect's secret cache to the world. The ruins of the Tai Wang sect cover a vast area of nearly 100 kilometers filled with remnants of walls. However, in the center of the ruins stands a pagoda-like structure that is exceptionally eye-catching, not only undamaged, but also resplendent. To outsiders, this pagoda seems to be just another building, but in fact Chen Lie, who is familiar with the original text, knows that this pagoda is actually a magical artifact known as the Seven Marvels Glazed Pagoda. Indeed, the Seven Marvels Glazed Pagoda is the legendary secret cache of the Taiwan sect. Once opened, it grants access to the treasures within. However, it remains intact after all these years because it requires a key to unlock. Forcing it open or attempting to refine it will only lead to the self-destruction of the Seven Marvels Glazed Pagoda. Qingzhu, do you see the treasure mirror hanging in front of the tower? That is the entrance. You just need to walk over and present the flower pattern on your back to the treasure mirror. This way the Seven Marvels Glazed Pagoda will open smoothly. Upon hearing Chen Lie's words, Elder Nya was truly puzzled. Why was Chen Lie so familiar with the method to open the Seven Marvels Glazed Pagoda? Could it be that the ancestor of the Chen family had once practiced in the Taiwan sect? Though Elder Nya was filled with confusion, he chose not to ask further. After hearing Chen Lie's opening method, Nya Qingzhu softly responded, "Young Master Chen, I understand so many secrets about their sect." Though Elder Nya was filled with confusion, he chose not to ask further. After hearing Chen Lie's opening method, Nya Qingzhu softly responded, "Young Master Chen, I understand. I will go open the door now." Since opening the door requires revealing her back, the men present should not get too close. Chen Lie didn't mind, but Elder Nya certainly couldn't follow. So at this moment, Nya Qingzhu had to choose to go alone. After a moment's thought, Su Qingyan spoke up, "Old Master, I will accompany Sister Qingzhu. In case of any danger, I can protect her." Chen Lie did not say much, merely nodded gently. "All right. Then you go with Qingzhu." However, before Chen Lie could finish his sentence, he suddenly reached out to stop Su Qingyan and Nya Qingzhu. "Old Master, what is it?" Seeing her path blocked by Chen Lie, Su Qingyan looked at him with some confusion. Chen Lie did not explain much. Instead, gazing in a certain direction, he calmly said, "I almost forgot that there are some little mice lurking here. Are you coming out voluntarily, or should I personally invite you out?" As soon as Chen Lie's words fell, everyone understood his meaning and turned to look in the direction he was staring at. The next moment, a faint laugh echoed from behind a section of crumbled walls, truly worthy of the ancestor of the Chen family. "Your insight is indeed sharp. Regarding the art of concealment, I consider myself quite confident. I believe that throughout Qingming State, there would not be 10 people who can see through my concealment techniques. Yet you saw through it at a glance. To lead the Wuzhizong into a superior power, the ancestor of the Chen family is truly not an ordinary person." A white-haired old man in gray clothing slowly walked out from behind the crumbled walls. Chen Lie glanced at him and did not say anything particularly special. Are the others still planning to hide? No one responded from behind the crumbled walls, but the white-haired old man couldn't help but laugh. "Well, since you've all been discovered, what else is there to hide? We are all in the Tianyuan realm, so let's not let the ancestor of the Chen family look down on us." As soon as the white-haired old man's words fell, 3 more figures emerged from behind the crumbled walls. All 3 wore silver-gray masks, but the masks differed from one another. The person at the forefront had a long sword etched onto his mask, while the other 2 had the numbers 1 and 2 engraved on theirs. Looking at the 3 masked individuals, Chen Lie couldn't help but smile. The god-killing pavilion is quite the force. To stake out, even the legendary vice sect leader of Sword Absolute personally came out and brought along elders Tian E and Tian Air. Should I assume that the vice sect leader of Sword Absolute came here specifically for me? The Divine Kill Pavilion is not only an assassin organization, but also a member of the external forces. Apart from the legendary and rarely seen enigmatic Pavilion Master, the most renowned within the organization are the 2 Vice Masters known as Blade Supreme and Sword Supreme. In the cultivation world, they are referred to as the dual sovereigns of Blade and Sword. It is rumored that both have attained the 3rd heaven of the Tianyuan realm. However, when they joined forces, even a powerful ancestor of the 5th heaven in the Tianyuan realm fell victim to them. This battle not only made the Divine Kill Pavilion famous across the land, but it also made Blade Supreme and Sword Supreme terrifying figures that instilled fear in the hearts of all in Qingming Prefecture. Chen Lie, who was well-versed in the original work, understood that there were always ambushes at the ruins of the Taiwan sect. However, he never expected to encounter a Vice Master of the Divine Kill Pavilion here, and what's more, this Vice Master wasn't alone. He had brought along the top-ranked killers from the organization Tian E and Tian Air. With the addition of the white-haired old man, the combat power of these 4 alone could easily annihilate a slightly weaker supergrade force. What a grand display. There are actually 4 experts in the Tianyuan realm personally involved. How did you guess I would come here? Feeling Chen Lie's curiosity, the Blade Supreme, wearing a silver mask, quickly spoke up. A few days ago, Elder Tian San from the pavilion led a team to Liang City for a mission, but they never returned. If I'm not mistaken, Elder Tian San must have perished at the hands of an ancestor. Hearing Blade Supreme's words, Chen Lie finally understood how the assassins of the Divine Kill Pavilion had traced him down. Within the Divine Kill Pavilion, every assassin must leave a detailed task record before going out on missions. The absence of any news only indicates that the assassin failed their mission and was killed. This means that the target of Elder Tian San's mission has fallen into the hands of others. Only the remnants of the Taiwang sect know how to unlock the hidden treasures of the Taiwang sect. Therefore, regardless of who the assailants were, as long as they lay in wait here, it was only a matter of time before they came to unlock the Taiwang sect's treasures. At that point, it would become clear who was opposing the Divine Kill Pavilion. After clarifying the situation, only one thought emerged in Chen Lie's mind: the people of the Divine Kill Pavilion are indeed quite persistent. Considering the time, they must have been waiting here for more than 10 days. It's truly not easy. Chen Lie never intended to hide his involvement in the killing of Elder Tian San, and he certainly wouldn't choose to hide it now. The next moment he smiled slightly and said, "You're not mistaken, Blade Supreme. The assassins sent by your Divine Kill Pavilion to Liang City were killed by me." What audacity! Hearing Chen Lie's response, a strong killing intent emerged in the cold eyes of the Blade Supreme. "Do you know what price you will pay for daring to act against our Divine Kill Pavilion?" "What price will you pay?" Seeing the overwhelming killing intent emanating from the Blade Supreme, Chen Lie merely smiled and said, "A few assassins from the Divine Kill Pavilion are nothing. What of killing them? As for the price, if you want me to pay a price, it depends on whether your Divine Kill Pavilion has the strength for it." A mere ancestor of the Wuji sect, how bold you are. How dare a newly risen supergrade force speak so arrogantly here? Before the Blade Supreme could respond, the white-haired old man chuckled. "I have long heard that the elder from the Chun family of the Wuji sect has been acting domineeringly since he became famous. Today, seeing it for myself, it's truly well-deserved. It's just a pity that this time you have misused that dominance." "Enough, Blade Supreme." This Chun old man chuckled. "I have long heard that the elder from the Chun family of the Wuji sect has been acting domineering." After saying this, the white-haired old man seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned his gaze to the old man Nya. The next moment he laughed. "You've really been able to escape for so long, hiding and running for so many years. That's quite impressive. I say, Elder Nya, you're being foolish. You managed to escape safely back then, so why return now? Isn't that just throwing yourself into the net? What a pity. In my old view, the last embers of the Taiwang sect will be completely extinguished today. But don't worry, Elder Nya. After obtaining the hidden treasures of the Taiwang sect, out of respect for your voluntary return into the net, I will provide you with a good burial place." From the moment the white-haired old man appeared, Elder Nya felt a sense of familiarity. However, after recalling for a long time, he couldn't remember who the other party was. But now, as the white-haired old man spoke more, Elder Nya seemed to remember something, and suddenly, he became completely frenzied and agitated. "I know who you are now. It's you. You are one of the thieves who destroyed my Taiwang sect. Who the hell are you? My Taiwang sect has been established for many years without making enemies. Why did you want to strike so ruthlessly against us? Oh, I must kill you today, to avenge the countless wronged souls of my Taiwang sect." Seeing Elder Nya recognize his enemy and become emotionally agitated, Chen Lie gently pointed his finger, directly restraining Elder Nya. "Elder Nya, don't be so impulsive. The dragon-subduing ancestor of the Xiantian sword sect is not someone you can deal with." "What?" The white-haired old man before them is actually the legendary dragon-subduing ancestor of the Xiantian sword sect. With just a simple sentence from Chen Lie, everyone present was left dumbfounded. After the fall of the Taiwang sect, the Xiantian sword sect, ranked second among supergrade forces, took over the mantle and became the leader of the righteous path in Qingming Prefecture. It is said that the Xiantian sword sect has 3 ancestral-level beings, namely the Tian Nu ancestor, the sword spirit ancestor, and the dragon-subduing ancestor. All are formidable beings of the Tianyuan realm with unfathomable strength. It is precisely because of the presence of these 3 ancestral figures that the Xiantian sword sect can dominate so many supergrade forces and firmly hold the position of the leader of the righteous path. However, what shocked Elder Nya and Su Qingyan was not merely the appearance of an ancestral-level being from the Xiantian sword sect, but rather how, as the leader of the righteous path, the dragon-subduing ancestor could be with someone from the assassin organization, the Divine Kill Pavilion. At this moment, besides the shock and anger at seeing his enemy Elder Ni's heart was also filled with 1,000 questions. Ancestor, are you certain that the person before us is the revered Master Fu Long of the Xiantian Sword Sect? Indeed, the one who stealthily attacked our Taiwan sect back then was. Before Niao Laotu could finish his trembling words, Chen Lie interjected, "You are not mistaken, Niao Lao. It was the Xiantian Sword Sect that struck against you. As for the reason behind their actions, it is rather simple. After being the second strongest for thousands of years, who wouldn't feel a bit unwilling, right? You don't necessarily have to find a way to grow stronger. Sometimes simply eliminating the top-rank power can naturally bring about the position of leader." Chen Lie, well-versed in the original text, knew all too well the reasons behind the fall of the Taiwan sect. Indeed, it was the Xiantian Sword Sect, ranked second among the righteous forces of the Qingming continent, that struck against them. Most of the sect's experts perished at the Tianshan ruins, which essentially gave the Xiantian Sword Sect an opportunity. If they missed such a rare opportunity, the Xiantian Sword Sect might as well not exist. After years of searching in the shadows, Niao Laotu finally learned who the culprit behind the downfall of the Taiwan sect was. In fact, he should have realized who it was. A withered camel is larger than a horse. Even though a large part of the sect's experts died at the Tianshan ruins, given the foundation of the Taiwan sect, not just anyone would dare to provoke them. In terms of strength, there are really only a few who would dare to oppose the Taiwan sect throughout the entire Qingming continent. It was indeed the work of the Xiantian Sword Sect, the sect leader. As an old man, I finally know who harmed our Taiwan sect, but how frustrating it is. Knowing who the murderer is, what good does it do? What pains Niao Laotu the most now is knowing the true culprit, but lacking the strength to take revenge. That is what truly torments him. Oh, Master, if this person really is the legendary Master Fu Long of the Taiwan sect, why would they be involved with the Divine Killing Pavilion? The sudden appearance of so many Tianyuan realm experts also made Su Qingyan uneasy. Chen Lie smiled slightly and quickly clarified for her, it's not exactly that they are involved together. Rather, the Divine Killing Pavilion has only reached this point because of the support from the Xiantian Sword. Chen Lie's words fell on the ears of the crowd like thunderclaps, as no one expected that the infamous first assassination organization of the Qingming continent would be backed by the currently leading righteous power, the Xiantian Sword Sect. At that moment, everyone was left speechless. Both Su Qingyan and Niao Laotu were shocked by this. The elderly figure with white hair, Master Fu Long, felt a flicker of curiosity. The relationship between the Divine Killing Pavilion and my Xiantian Sword Sect is our sect's greatest secret. May I ask how the ancestor of the Chen family came to know of this? Of course, that was because I have read the original text. However, Chen Lie certainly wouldn't say that out loud, as the other party wouldn't understand anyway, right? So the next moment, after a slight smile, Chen Lie casually fabricated a reason. It is said that the leader of the Divine Killing Pavilion has reached the 7th level of the Tianyuan realm. The Qingming continent is not so large that someone with such formidable strength could just appear out of nowhere, right? Even among the superpowers, there are only a handful of forces with such powerful experts guarding them. I've heard that the sword spirit master of the Xiantian Sword Sect has not shown himself for many years, always in closed-door cultivation. Isn't it possible to deduce where this mysterious leader of the Divine Killing Pavilion came from? The fact that the Xiantian Sword Sect has been able to expand its influence so dramatically over the years is not without reason. As the self-proclaimed leader of the righteous path, there are always some matters they find inconvenient to handle directly. The true purpose of supporting the Divine Killing Pavilion is to secretly eliminate those powers that refuse to submit to them. This matter is considered the Xiantian Sword Sect's greatest secret, known only to the sect leader and 3 ancestral masters. Naturally, it couldn't have leaked from their side, so Master Fu Long truly believed Chen Lie's words, thinking that the other party had inferred this from some clues. In that moment, he couldn't help but express a sigh. Impressive. I didn't expect that the ancestor of the Wuji sect Chen family not only possesses extraordinary talent, but also has such keen insight. The Divine Killing Pavilion has eliminated so many obstacles for us, Xiantian Sword Sect, yet no one has noticed our connection. I didn't expect the ancestor to deduce the truth of the matter merely from a few clues. Such cleverness and alertness have made this old man unable to suppress a sense of admiration for talent. I can't bear to keep the ancestor here forever. Well, then I can give the ancestor a choice today. Originally, due to the matters concerning Tian San and the others, the ancestor was destined to die here today. However, if the ancestor is willing to swear an oath to the Tao and lead the Wuji sect to pledge allegiance to us from now on, it can still leave a path for the ancestor. As soon as these words were spoken, before Chen Lie could react, Niao Laotu's expression changed anyone would fear death. With the Fu Long master of the Xiantian sword sect present, and the deputy leader of the divine killing pavilion, leading two Tianyuan realm assassins, the ancestor of the Wuji sect, had only recently entered the Tianyuan realm, and was far inferior to these older Tianyuan experts in terms of influence and foundation. It was essentially a dead end. What if in order to save his life the ancestor truly chose to submit? The ancestor might consider it, but for himself and Qingzhu they bore a deep-seated grudge against the Xiantian sword sect. Could it be that he and Qingzhu were truly destined to perish here today? However, just when Nye Laotu was filled with despair and didn't know how to cope at this moment, Chen Lie smiled. With 4 Tianyuan realm experts here, such strength is enough to destroy some lower-ranked superpowers. However, in the face of me, it still seems insufficient. Does the Fu Long master truly believe that you can persuade me to surrender with just the few of you? Master Fu Long seriously responded to Chen Lie, is it really impossible to persuade you? I have grown through numerous adversities to reach where I am today. From my perspective, I cannot see any means by which the ancestor can resolve today's predicament, of course. If the ancestor truly wants to give it a try, I would be more than willing to let the ancestor experience what a true Tianyuan realm is like. With the conversation having reached this point, why continue with pointless chatter? Chen Lie never liked to waste words. To put it bluntly today, he merely intended to casually take a treasure, but unexpectedly encountered an unexpected surprise. Since that is the case, he would not hold back. He would thoroughly enjoy this sumptuous feast at hand. 4 masters at the heavenly origin realm stood ready to confront Chen Lie. Among them, the patriarch of the Xiantian sword sect, Master Fu Long, was at the 5th level of the heavenly origin realm, while the deputy sect master of the divine killing pavilion, Jianzhu, was at the 3rd level. Additionally, there were 2 assassins from Tian Yi at the 2nd level. To outsiders, this scene appeared to be a certain death trap for Chen Lie, but in his eyes these people were merely delivering themselves to him. Indeed, the holy body is formidable. In the presence of his great chaos yin-yang holy body, all offensive methods would be greatly suppressed. It had been previously stated that after acquiring the great chaos yin-yang body, even with a cultivation of the 1st level of the heavenly origin realm, Chen Lie would not fall behind against someone at the 5th level. But what about now? Before heading to Liang City, Chen Lie had already elevated his cultivation to the 2nd level of the heavenly origin realm. Possessing a physique of the holy body level not only accelerates the speed of cultivation, but also significantly enhances combat power, with each minor realm advancement far surpassing that of cultivators without special physiques at the same realm. Honestly, even if Master Fu Long led the charge, and even with the addition of the deputy sect master of the divine killing pavilion at the 7th level, Chen Lie was confident he could contend with them on even ground in a normal state. Here the phrase normal state is crucial. It refers to Chen Lie not using any special techniques during his confrontation with the enemies. Let's not forget his previous self gained fame in Qingming Prefecture through the 3 transformations of the ultimate mystic art. Although in Chen Lie's eyes this technique is not of too high a rank, it is still a secret method classified as a top-grade Earth-level technique. By employing a special operational technique to allow spiritual energy to flow within his body in a short time, Chen Lie could unleash combat power 3 times beyond his limits. With a cultivation of the 2nd level of the heavenly origin realm, the great chaos yin-yang holy body, and 3 times the combat power, Chen Lie couldn't fathom how he could possibly lose. Daring to approach him. In Chen Lie's mind, only one thought emerged. Since they were actively seeking their own demise, he wouldn't hold back. It turned out Chen Lie's judgment was entirely correct. Master Fu Long and the others were indeed there to deliver themselves to him. No. I can sense your cultivation is merely at the 3rd level of the heavenly origin realm. But why is the quality of the spiritual essence within you so dense? Why do my attacks cause you no harm? What kind of demonic technique have you used? This is impossible. He had initially thought he could easily take down Chen Lie, but after just a few exchanges, Master Fu Long sensed something was amiss. His attacks had clearly struck Chen Lie, yet why did it seem as if nothing had happened? Seeing the incredulous expressions on Master Fu Long and the others, Chen Lie, suspended in midair, couldn't help but smile. There's nothing impossible. This world is vast, and there are many things you have yet to encounter. Do you really think I would dare to come to the ruins of the Tai Wang sect without any means? When you encounter me, there is only one outcome. That is to become a lost soul under my command, just like Tian Lao San. With a wave of his hand, Chen Lie conjured a massive sphere of light woven from the power of spiritual essence. Its overwhelming might seemed to alter the very heavens and earth. Chen Lie's complexion reddened slightly as he pushed the 3 transformations of the ultimate mystic art to its limits. In the next moment after infusing most of his spiritual essence into the orb, he merely flicked it with his finger, and the sphere shot towards Master Fu Long and the others. Sensing the thick spiritual essence emanating from the orb, Master Fu Long felt a chill run down his spine. For the first time in his life, he sensed the threat of death. This move must not be taken heeded. Jianzhu Tian air. Run, run, can we escape? Chen Lie quickly sealed off the space with the remaining spiritual essence within him. It could only last for a few seconds, but that was enough. Just as Master Fu Long and the others attempted to break free from the confinement and escape, the orb landed, and the ensuing shockwave obliterated everything in the vicinity. The mountains crumbled and the earth shook. Did the water burst? Even residents of the Divine Sect city located several miles away felt the tremendous tremor, thinking an earthquake had occurred. Little did they know all of this was caused by Chen Lie. The ground was breached, and even a nearby peak was reduced to flatland. Once the endless dust was blown away by the Wind Master Fu Long and the Deputy Sect Master Jianzhu, who had been so boastful moments ago, were now lying on the ground, their lives uncertain. As for the two assassins from the Divine Killing Pavilion, their bodies were nowhere to be found. Seeing Chen Lie suspended in midair looking like a celestial being at that moment, not only Su Qingyan and Nie Qingzhu were taken aback, but even the old man Nie felt an indescribable shock. At the second level of the Heavenly Origin Realm. No. The attack method just displayed by the old ancestor seemed to rival that of a full-force strike from an 8th-level powerhouse. But wasn't the old ancestor only at the second level of the Heavenly Origin Realm? What kind of secret technique did he use to unleash such an astonishing attack? Chen Lie did not feel any excitement from crushing his enemies, for to him, this was merely a normal occurrence, wasn't it? In the next moment after landing, Chen Lie spoke directly. Old Nie, go check if these two fools are still. Hearing Chen Lie's command, Old Nie was immediately on high alert. The next moment, he put aside all other thoughts and hurried to check on Master Fu Long and the others. Old Ancestor. These two still have a breath left. Should I take them out now? Old Nie's eyes brimmed with killing intent. Although the root cause of the Tai Wang sect's destruction was the Xiantian Sword sect, being able to directly eliminate a patriarch-level figure from the other side would still count as revenge. It should be sufficient to appease the ancestors of the Tai Wang sect. But the next moment Chen Lie spoke up, don't kill them just yet. As long as they still breathe, take them back to the Wujizong. I still have use for them. After issuing his orders, Chen Lie also assigned a task to Su Qingyan. Qingyan, now that no one is bothering us, take Qingzhu and retrieve the hidden treasures of the Tai Wang sect. Once this matter is settled, we can return to the sect. Hearing Chen Lie's command, Su Qingyan quickly bowed. My lord. I will take Sister Qingzhu to retrieve the treasures of the Tai Wang sect. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye it was the next day. Chen Lie sat in his palace cultivating and regulating his breath, when suddenly Su Qingyan entered clad in a stunning red dress, holding something in her hand. The jade slip you mentioned has been found. Yesterday, after successfully obtaining the secret treasure of the Tai Wang sect, Chen Lie had brought Su Qingyan and the others back to the sect. The secret treasure referred to the former treasury of the Tai Wang sect, filled with countless rare treasures. Chen Lie was too lazy to search through them one by one, so he entrusted this small task to Su Qingyan, asking her to find a white jade slip among those treasures. Now seeing Su Qingyan present this jade slip to him, Chen Lie immediately stopped his cultivation, and for the first time a faint smile broke across his usually calm face. Indeed, this is it. This is the jade slip. Thank you for your hard work, Qingyan. This is what I desire, he said. You may go rest now, and once I finish with this jade slip, I will come find you. After Su Qingyan cheerfully acknowledged him, she quickly left Chen Lie's chamber. With no one around to disturb him, Chen Lie soon held the jade slip tightly in his palm. Finally, I've successfully gotten my hands on this thing. He thought it's worth the time I spent for you. Since acquiring the great Chaos Yin-Yang sacred body from the system, there were few things in the entire Qingming continent that Chen Lie still yearned for. After all, what could possibly surpass the sacred body? Yet this jade slip he sought from the Tai Wang sect's secret treasure was one of the rare few items that could still stir his interest. It seemed like an ordinary jade slip, but in truth, it was actually a bone. But do not underestimate this bone. If news of its existence were to spread, even in the celestial realm, it would attract countless powerful beings vying for it. Why do so many powerful figures covet it so fiercely? Because this bone has a renowned name. It is the legendary Supreme Bone. Legend has it that children favored by the Tao, born under the auspices of heavenly luck, will have a bone covered in runes within them. Those who possess this bone can wield a power related to the Tao from birth. This innate Tao power is boundless and exceptionally rare. If they do not die prematurely, those who possess a supreme bone are destined to enter the legendary realm of supremacy. In the original story, why was the destined protagonist Yi Tian able to become an invincible existence that could suppress all realms? In addition to awakening the legendary sacred body of eternal life, another crucial reason was that he possessed a supreme bone within him that had matured to great success and held the power of Tao devouring. This bone could devour the cultivation of all living beings and transform it into its own power. Even among the 3,000 powers of the Tao, it would rank in the top 10. With the sacred body at full maturity and the Tao devouring at its peak, how many could stand against Yi Tian? Unfortunately for the destined protagonist Yi Tian, one of his greatest fortunes has now completely become his own. Each supreme bone pertains to a type of Tao power. The supreme bone before him relates to Tao devouring. At this moment, Chen Lie recalled something rather interesting. If he remembered correctly, the destined protagonist Yi Tian's golden finger, the beautiful woman, Yanji, seemed to possess a particularly special technique, the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring technique. This technique has a very high rank. When cultivated to perfection, it allows its practitioner to master the fundamental power of Tao devouring. Although it appears similar in function to the supreme bone, upon closer examination, there are significant differences between the two. Holding a supreme bone allows one to directly utilize the power of Tao devouring without any negative consequences. This means that as long as you can digest it, feel free to devour it. However, attempting to master the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring technique to grasp the Tao devouring power can lead to severe negative effects. Generally, when devouring the cultivation of others, one also absorbs their resentment at the moment of death. Over time, this endless resentment can easily erode one's mind, causing inner demons and transforming one into a ruthless killer. In the original story, although Yanji took Yi Tian as her disciple, she refrained from immediately teaching him the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring technique due to concerns that he might not withstand the erosion of resentment and inner demons. It was only later, after Yi Tian obtained this supreme bone, that she felt assured to pass on the technique, knowing the bone's innate power could suppress the inner demons. The two could complement each other, not only resisting the erosion of inner demons, but also greatly accelerating the growth of the supreme bone. And now, having intercepted this supreme bone, with Tao devouring power, logically, Yanji would no longer teach Yi Tian the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring technique. She probably won't teach it anymore. Without the supreme bone to suppress it, recklessly cultivating the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring technique would be too dangerous. Given Yanji's cautious nature, she would likely not want Yi Tian to take such a significant risk. However, Chen Lie was too lazy to think about Yi Tian's matters now. For him, the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring technique was a great treasure. When the opportunity arises, he would seize this great fortune from Yanji. At present, the urgent matter was to quickly integrate this supreme bone. With this in mind, Chen Lie immediately began to take action. Chen Lie, who was well-versed in the original story, understood the origin of this supreme bone. It came from a supreme being of the upper realm who possessed the power of Tao devouring. Unwilling to let this bone fall into the hands of enemies, he cast it into the void before his demise. After countless years, this supreme bone ended up in the Tianxiong continent and was acquired by the Taiwan sect. The people of the Taiwan sect had a keen eye and recognized the item's extraordinary nature. However, after studying it for countless years and trying every method, they could not discover the correct way to utilize the supreme bone, so they treated it as a jade slip and simply tossed it into the treasure vault. To refine it, to recognize it through blood. What a joke! Would these methods activate the supreme bone? After obtaining the supreme bone, Chen Lie wasted no time. He directly tore open the flesh of his own arm, brutally shattering a piece of bone from his arm. It was excruciatingly painful, but Chen Lie gritted his teeth and persisted, using his other hand to place the supreme bone over the area where his bone was missing. It's no wonder that Taiwan sect couldn't find the correct method to fuse the supreme bone. After all, who on earth would think of directly inserting such a thing into their own body to replace their bones? As Chen Lie installed the supreme bone into his arm, a significant amount of blood soon stained the supreme bone. At that moment, Chen Lie immediately circulated the divine essence within his body, beginning to establish a connection between the supreme bone and his own body. The process of fusing the supreme bone would be rather painful, but as long as he could master the power of devouring and become stronger, what was a little pain and suffering? Thus, Chen Lie directly entered a state of seclusion, starting the fusion of the supreme bone. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Chen Lie breaking through directly brought old Nye to the dungeon of Wuji sect. Chen family ancestor, no matter what means you have used to scheme against us, you had better release us immediately. Otherwise, when the Xiantian sword sect learns of this, it will be a disaster for your Wuji sect. Hurry, otherwise you will have committed an unforgivable crime. In the dungeon, Ancestor Fu Long and Deputy Pavilion Master Jianzhu had already awakened 2 days prior. However, bound by their cultivation, they were unable to escape the dungeon. When they saw Chen Lie arrive, they immediately roared and threatened him. Chen Lie felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Under such circumstances, how could these two still dare to threaten him? Can't they tell the difference between big and small? Do they really think that if they are afraid of retaliation from Xiantian Sword Sect and Divine Killing Pavilion, they would directly attack them? Faced with the two's resentful gazes, Chen Lie said nothing particularly remarkable. He merely smiled slightly and said, "If I release you, do you think the Xiantian Sword Sect will reconcile with me? Releasing you doesn't mean reconciliation. After all, knowing the connection between Divine Killing Pavilion and Xiantian Sword Sect, this ancestor of Wuji sect has already been marked for death by both factions." Thus, facing the silent ancestor Fu Long, Chen Lie only said a few words at that moment. "We are no longer children. The world of cultivators is a survival of the fittest. Your fates are already sealed. Moreover, do you really think I would be afraid of retaliation from Xiantian Sword Sect? Let's not even discuss whether they will find out that you died at my hands. Even if they do, so what? For me, daring to come to my door only means adding more souls to my collection. Come at me, ooh, haha, how amusing. Dying under me, you might not even get a chance to reincarnate, let alone become a ghost." As soon as Chen Lie finished speaking, old Nye, filled with hatred, spoke up, "Ancestor, may I take action against these two myself?" Old Nye wanted to take action personally to seek vengeance for Tai Wang's sect. Naturally, Chen Lie was willing to grant such a small request, and then said, "You can handle it, old Nye, but before that I need to do something to them first." Do something? Old Nye didn't quite understand what Chen Lie meant, but in the next moment Chen Lie had placed one hand on the head of Deputy Pavilion Master Jianzhu. In 3 days, Chen Lie had completely fused with the Supreme Bone. At this moment, he could already use the power of devouring. He couldn't waste the two who provided experience, could he? Killing them directly would still be a bit too wasteful. Why didn't Chen Lie execute the two on the spot, and instead brought them back to imprison in the dungeon? The answer was right now. In the next moment, as Chen Lie's palm pressed against Jianzhu's head, terrifying devouring power instantly erupted from his palm. Jianzhu's entire cultivation was being swallowed, as if it were being devoured by a whale, continuously drawn into Chen Lie's body from the point of contact. "No, you. What method did you use on me? Why is my cultivation disappearing? What kind of method did you use? Let me go? Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much, let me go." Not only was his cultivation flowing away, but Deputy Pavilion Master Jianzhu's vitality, blood energy, and even soul power were being devoured by Chen Lie. The pain was indescribable, far worse than being cut to pieces. A horrifying scene unfolded. In the shocked and terrified eyes of old Nye and ancestor Fu Long, Jianzhu, who had just been full of vitality, was rapidly shriveling at a visible rate. In less than half a stick of incense, he had completely turned into a dry corpse. Of course, Chen Lie kept a breath of life in him to fulfill his promise to old Nye, allowing him to avoid immediate death. What kind of devil are you? What kind of method did you use on Jianzhu?" At this point, Ancestor Fu Long was no longer afraid of death, but he never imagined that Chen Lie would use a demonic technique to turn Deputy Pavilion Master Jianzhu into a dry corpse. Even if he died, Fu Long did not want to die like this. How could he accept it? Thus, at this moment, he was also filled with terror. What does it matter to you what techniques I used? Anyway, it's your turn next, Ancestor Fu Long. You have lived long enough, let your entire cultivation serve me. After all, this is the greatest value you can create. Just remember to thank me well when you reach the underworld. Ancestor Fu Long glared at Chen Lie with resentment. Devouring others' cultivation, how could you practice such a vile technique? Evil and wicked, there will surely be someone who will carve you into 1,000 pieces. I shall await you in the underworld. Before Ancestor Fu Long could finish his words, Chen Lie had already pressed his palm against the opponent's forehead. After half a stick of incense, yet another nearly lifeless, dry corpse was born. All right, I have left the two of them with a last breath. How to deal with them next, old Nye can arrange it. Seeing that Chen Lie had given him the opportunity for personal vengeance, old Nye's eyes flashed with gratitude. "Thank you, Ancestor. No matter if the Ancestor can cure Qingzhu in the future, I am willing to serve you for life." After saying this, old Nye immediately took up his knife and approached Ancestor Fu Long, "Old dog, who destroyed my Tai Wang sect today, is the day I seek justice from you. Rest assured you will not be the first. Sooner or later, I will make you pay back 100-fold, 1,000-fold for what you did to my Tai Wang sect. Seeing that Elder Nya wanted to vent his frustrations on Master Fulong, Chen Lie did not disturb him any further. Instead, he chose to leave the dungeon alone. Of course, after leaving the dungeon, Chen Lie did not return to continue his closed-door cultivation, but instead walked along a path of the sect to a beautifully scenic garden. There he saw a beautiful woman dressed in a white dress, quietly sitting by the flower bed, gazing at the flowers. Her beautiful eyes appeared somewhat dazed, as if lost in thought, unsure whether she was admiring the flowers or preoccupied with her own concerns. Miss Qingzhu, are you troubled by something? Chen Lie's voice startled Nia Qingzhu, breaking her reverie. When she noticed someone was speaking to her, she instinctively stood up in a fluster, and only after seeing that it was Chen Lie did she let out a sigh of relief. Embarrassed, she bowed to Chen Lie and said, Chen. Young Master Chen, there's no need to stand on ceremony, Miss Qingzhu. You don't need to go through the formalities since you're not a disciple of my Wuji sect. Seeing Nye Qingzhu standing there somewhat at a loss, her eyes filled with confusion, Chen Lie chuckled and said, I'm not a man-eating tiger. Why are you so nervous, Miss Qingzhu? I'm not nervous. Though she claimed she wasn't nervous, Nye Qingzhu's voice grew increasingly softer in front of Chen Lie, and she didn't even dare to meet his gaze. Observing her state, Chen Lie couldn't help but chuckle, saying, if you aren't nervous, then why are you standing so far away from me? Is it that you don't like being around me? I don't dislike it. I just. Perhaps fearing that Chen Lie would misunderstand, Nye Qingzhu tried hard to explain herself. However, being inherently introverted, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, clearly stuttering for a long time without fully expressing what was on her mind. Seeing her nearly on the verge of tears, Chen Lie decided to stop teasing her and smiled gently, saying, all right. I know that you don't dislike me, Miss Qingzhu. There's a pavilion over there. Why don't you accompany me there for a chat? The view should be better there, and you can talk with me. As Chen Lie walked ahead, Nye Qingzhu gently bit her lip, seemingly lost in thought. However, she soon mustered her courage and followed closely behind him with small, determined steps. Once they sat down in the pavilion, Chen Lie noticed that Nye Qingzhu still seemed a bit tense sitting across from him. He couldn't help but laugh and speak up. Are you still treating me like a tiger, Miss Qingzhu? I didn't. Young Master Chen. I'm just a bit. See me. Before Nye Qingzhu could finish her jumbled words, Chen Lie smiled and said, all right, I understand that you are still adjusting to this completely unfamiliar environment, which is why you feel this way. I didn't. Young Master Chen. I'm just a bit. See me. Chen Lie truly understood the feelings of a young woman. Regardless of her background, Nye Qingzhu grew up in a small city, having seen very little of the world and interacted with very few people. Suddenly being brought from the small Liang city to the bustling Wuji sect would naturally make anyone take time to adapt. Seeing that Chen Lie seemed to understand her very well, Nye Qingzhu felt a sudden sense of relief in her heart. However, before she could say anything, Chen Lie continued, you've been staying at Wuji sect for several days now. I've been a bit busy and didn't come to see you right away. I hope you won't hold it against me. Chen Lie was her savior and someone she had feelings for. If he hadn't rescued her, she might have already been killed by assassins. Nye Qingzhu was filled with gratitude towards Chen Lie and couldn't possibly feel upset over such trivial matters. So in the next moment, Nye Qingzhu hurriedly replied, it's all right. I know that young Master Chen is a person of great importance. You must be busy with many things on your plate. Just the fact that young Master Chen is willing to take me and my grandfather in makes me immensely grateful. If it weren't for your rescue, my grandfather and I might have ended up as corpses in the mass grave of Liang City. That's not quite. Even without his intervention, according to the original plot, Yi Tian would have safely led her away. However, her grandfather surely wouldn't have survived. He would have self-destructed, leaving no remains. Of course, Chen Lie would never share these thoughts with Nye Qingzhu. So after a slight smile, he directly said, it's just a small matter. You don't need to take it to heart, Miss Qingzhu. How can a life-saving grace be considered a small matter? I truly appreciate young Master Chen. Nye Qingzhu spoke softly, but in the next moment, as if remembering something, she gently bit her lip and continued in a low voice, young Master Chen. I have always been somewhat disrespectful in your presence. Disrespectful? What do you mean? Seeing Chen Lie's puzzled expression, Nye Qingzhu softly said, young Master Chen. You are a senior expert, the supreme ancestor of Wuji sect. Yet I have always treated you as an equal and have often rudely referred to you as young Master Chen. My grandfather. They have also scolded me about this. If not, then perhaps I should call you Ancestor like everyone else in the future. Chen Lie couldn't help but find it amusing. Watching Nie Qingzhu hesitate and struggle for so long, he initially thought she wanted to say something else only to realize that she was racking her brain over how to address him. Were you lost in thought by the flowerbed earlier because of this matter? Perhaps feeling embarrassed about getting so worked up over an address, Nie Qingzhu nodded slightly, her face flushed, tacitly admitting that she had indeed been troubled by this issue. I never expected that this girl would be so troubled over a mere title. The next moment Chen Lie smiled slightly and spoke directly. Cultivators do not count the years nor judge relationships by age or seniority. Therefore, as long as Miss Qingzhu is comfortable, you may address me however you wish. I assure you I will not concern myself with such trivial matters. However, seeing Chen Lie pause after saying this, Nie Qingzhu hurriedly looked at him. However, what? Chen. Young Master Chen. Please feel free to speak. But is it really okay to speak freely? Not knowing what he was thinking, a strange smile appeared on Chen Lie's face. However, if Miss Qingzhu doesn't mind, I actually hope you could address me with another title. Another title for young Master Chen. Nie Qingzhu was still processing this, blinking her beautiful eyes. She curiously looked at Chen Lie. What title? Well, of course it would be something like husband or partner when addressing me. Chen Lie chose to be straightforward, and upon hearing his words, Nie Qingzhu was truly stunned. Husband or partner when addressing young Master Chen. How could this be? Could it be that young Master Chen truly has feelings for her? But wouldn't this develop too quickly? Seeing Nie Qingzhu's fair jade-like face flushed with embarrassment, standing there utterly at a loss, Chen Lie knew that his earlier blunt words had greatly impacted her. But now this was exactly the effect he wanted, wasn't it? Why did he choose to confess to Nie Qingzhu so directly? There was indeed a reason behind it. In Chen Lie's eyes, Nie Qingzhu and Su Qingyan were completely different types of girls. Nie Qingzhu appeared weak on the outside, but was strong internally and soft externally. The method of pursuing Su Qingyan would definitely not work on Nie Qingzhu. To successfully bring Nie Qingzhu into his life and have her sincerely serve him, he must first win her affection. This was precisely why Chen Lie had employed so many strategies with her. First, arrange a hero saving the beauty scenario to gain her favor, then, for several consecutive days of rain, sit at the stall daily, gradually deepening this affection through conversation and interaction. Although she is one of the destined female leads, to put it bluntly, Nie Qingzhu has yet to experience those things in the original story. She is still just a girl who hasn't seen much of the world. As long as he guides her intentionally, capturing her heart shouldn't be too difficult. Chen Lie must admit he understands Nie Qingzhu's character very well. Perhaps his good image and mature demeanor earned him quite a few points. But that didn't matter anymore. What was important was that over the course of their interactions, he had successfully made Nie Qingzhu develop feelings for him. So how to proceed from here? Did he even need to think deeply about it? In the original story, Yi Tian and Nie Qingzhu had a deep bond, but at first their relationship was merely that of siblings. I don't know if it's a common trope in web novels, but the male lead often has a hesitant personality when it comes to feelings. Without experiencing numerous hardships, the male and female leads would not end up together. In fact, the plot of the original story does follow this path. When the old man, Nie, self-destructs, Yi Tian disregards everything to escape with Nie Qingzhu. But that's not all. The two really went through countless crises together before they found the courage to confess to each other. What does that mean to Chen Lie? If this were modern society, wouldn't this openly give the green light to the competition? A man who hesitates in front of a woman he has feelings for, such indecisiveness only suits a lowly figure. Who would have thought that so many childhood sweethearts ended up with someone else? Chen Lie would not make mistakes in such matters. If he has feelings, the correct approach is singular strike while the iron is hot. Honestly, if he were to traverse into the shoes of the destined male lead, he would have the confidence to make Nie Qingzhu pregnant in less than half a year. Of course, for him who has now traversed into the role of the villainous ancestor, it was the same. The identity doesn't matter at all. If there are feelings involved, why hesitate? Having rescued Nie Qingzhu, she currently has nowhere else to go. Since he has taken her in, he can't just let her stay for free, right? When it's time to act, one must act decisively. Chen Lie not only thought this in his heart, but also acted accordingly in reality. Seeing Nie Qingzhu's pretty face flushed and her utterly lost demeanor, Chen Lie did not give her a real chance to think or respond. He directly grasped Nie Qingzhu's delicate wrist and pulled her into his embrace. I traveled thousands of miles to that Liang city. I believe Miss Qingzhu must have sensed my intentions by. However, I admit that I have been a bit too direct, but I will not deny my original intention. Indeed, I can responsibly say that my journey to Liang City was solely for the purpose of pursuing Miss Qingzhu. No matter how enticing the treasures of the Tai Wang sect may be for others in my eyes, only Miss Qingzhu is the most precious treasure worth more than 1,000,000 times that treasure. I like Miss Qingzhu and wish to be with her for a lifetime. I believe that after all these days together, Miss Qingzhu should have some feelings for me as well. So now I would like to seriously ask Miss Qingzhu, are you willing to be my woman? Nie Qingzhu was unsure if it was because it was her first time being so intimately held by a man, or the first time hearing such a bold and direct confession. Being embraced by Chen Lie and listening to his fiery declaration, at that moment her mind went completely blank. Chen. Young Master Chen. There was no resistance, no struggle, only a face full of blush and shyness. Isn't this the best reaction? Chen Lie would not give Nie Qingzhu the time to react. The next moment, he directly lowered his head and kissed her delicate red lips. No need to be nervous. I already know Miss Qingzhu's feelings. From now on, you and Qing Yin will both be the esteemed matriarchs of my Wuzhizong. Rest assured, even if I have to risk everything, I will resolve any issues regarding your body, Miss Qingzhu. You just need to stay by my side. I will take Miss Qingzhu's hand and walk the path of greatness together. Ding! Congratulations. You have received a reward 100 times cultivation speed. Since we're already striking while the iron is hot, we must finish forging the iron right. After expressing his affections to Nie Qingzhu in the garden yesterday, Chen Lie directly picked her up and took her back to his palace, taking care of everything that followed. With a slim waist and long legs, her skin as smooth as cream, one must admit that Nie Qingzhu, being one of the destined heroines in the original work, possesses certain qualities. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her figure is also perfectly proportioned. However, everything about her now completely belongs to herself. Upon waking up, Chen Lie initially intended to review the rewards he had obtained this time, but before he could focus on the system, he noticed that Nie Qingzhu had already awakened from her slumber, gazing at him with her beautiful big eyes filled with shyness and obedience. Chen. Young Master Chen. Nie Qingzhu and Su Qingyan are of completely different personalities. If Su Qingyan initially seemed like a pampered young lady who knew little of the world, then Nie Qingzhu can be regarded as the soft-spoken, submissive type, lacking any will of her own. Such girls don't require much worry. Once fully possessed, they will be utterly devoted. Of course, Chen Lie is not concerned about this. After all, even Su Qingyan, who initially seemed aloof, has become completely obedient to him, right? With a personality like Nie Qingzhu's, there's truly no need for him to worry too much. Perhaps he acted too quickly yesterday, but regardless, Nie Qingzhu has now become his woman. Seeing her still calling him young Master Chen, Chen Lie smiled slightly and gently pinched her cheek. Now that Qingzhu and I share this relationship, do you still wish to call me young Master Chen? Instantly, Nie Qingzhu's fair and exquisite face turned slightly red and hot. Yet being gentle and obedient by nature, she chose to comply with Chen Lie's wishes. The next moment, she lowered her head and timidly called out, Master. That's right, this is how you should behave. Seeing Nie Qingzhu's shy demeanor, Chen Lie felt immensely comfortable and pulled her into his embrace, saying, from now on, I will simply call you Qingzhu. Qingzhu, you are now my lady, so you need not worry anymore. Just stay here at my Wuji sect. No matter what happens, I will shield you from the storm. To be honest, since childhood, Nie Qingzhu had fantasized countless times about what her future husband would look like and what type he would be. However, she never imagined that her future husband would actually be a great sect ancestor. This unexpected turn of events left her somewhat unprepared, yet at the same time, she felt it was rather miraculous. However, deep down, she had no trace of regret. Perhaps it was all fated. Feeling the ancestor's kindness toward her, Nie Qingzhu's heart was filled with sweetness. At that moment, after hearing Chen Lie's dominant declaration of possession, she obediently responded, Qingzhu. Well, listen to Master. Is Master getting up? Qingzhu. I shall assist Master in undressing. Chen Lie naturally did not refuse Nie Qingzhu's service. Soon under her assistance, he dressed and then left the room with her. Disciple Chen Waya greets the ancestor's lady. Disciple Zhou Shun greets the ancestor's lady. Disciple Zhang Tian greets the ancestor's lady. As Nie Qingzhu linked arms with Chen Lie, they had just stepped out of the palace when she was startled. There were truly many people standing in the outer hall. Upon seeing her, these men, old enough to be her father or even grandfather, all performed a bow of respect. Having grown up in Liang City, Nie Qingzhu had never witnessed such a spectacle. This sudden scene left Nie Qingzhu somewhat at a loss. Master. What is this? Before Chen Lie could respond, he saw Su Qingyan dressed in a stunning red gown approach with a gentle smile. Sister Qingzhu. These are our elders from both the inner and outer sects of the Wuji sect. Upon learning that Sister Qingzhu has become the Ancestor's lady, they specially came to pay their respects. The Wuji sect was founded entirely by Chen Lie. Regardless of whether they were sect leaders or elders, they could all be considered his disciples. Respect for one's teacher is a serious matter in any world. Now that someone has become the Ancestor's beloved concubine, it is only natural for them to pay their respects to the new matriarch right. Noticing that Nie Qingzhu was a bit overwhelmed by the spectacle, Su Qingyan smiled and said, "Sister might still be a little unaccustomed, but you'll be fine in no time." Upon hearing Su Qingyan's words and seeing countless people bowing to him, and Nie Qingzhu, Chen Lie took a seat at the main position in the outer hall and said, "No need for such formalities. All right, everyone please rise." Perhaps due to Chen Lie taking another concubine, everyone in the outer hall appeared joyous, except for old man Nie, who seemed a bit displeased. How to put it? After spending so many days together, he had long sensed that his granddaughter's heart had been completely captured by Chen Lie, and there was no escaping it. However, old man Nie had never expected that just yesterday, after taking revenge in the dungeon, spending a little time his granddaughter would be taken to the Ancestor's room that very day. Of course, the so-called displeasure was simply related to being surprised at how quickly the Ancestor acted. Deep down, old man Nie was no longer opposed to Nie Qingzhu marrying the Ancestor. After all, if it weren't for Chen Lie's rescue, he and Qingzhu would have long been finished. Regardless of the Ancestor's initial intentions, the fact that he genuinely treats Qingzhu well and has allowed the sect elders to acknowledge her as the sect leader's wife left him with nothing to complain about. Therefore, after the formalities were completed, and seeing that the elders had left, old man Nie finally couldn't help but speak. "Ancestor, I have no other requests," he said. "I only ask that you treat Qingzhu kindly in the future. Since the downfall of my clan, I have had no dreams. I just want to see Qingzhu live safely." "Grandfather." Hearing the words of the old man, Nie Qingzhu was so moved that she could not even speak, and in the next moment Chen Lie directly agreed to the requests made by the old man, Nie Senior Nie. "Since Qingzhu has followed me, I will naturally protect her. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one can harm her in the slightest. I will also find a way to resolve the issues with her body as soon as possible." As the patriarch of a powerful faction, Chen Lie had made such a commitment, and what more could he ask for? After taking a deep breath, the old man Nie directly looked at Nie Qingzhu. "From now on, while following the patriarch, you must listen carefully to his words. Understand?" "I understand, grandfather." "Do not worry from now on. I will definitely serve the patriarch well." After speaking with the old man, Chen Lie did not continue to focus on him. After all, what was there to discuss with an old man? There were more important matters at hand, and with that in mind, Chen Lie assigned a task to Su Qingyan. "Next, I may need to enter closed-door cultivation for a while. Qingzhu has joined later than you, plus it's her first time in the sect, so she might not be accustomed to many things during my closed-door retreat. Please help her get familiar with our Wuji sect's environment and guide her in the areas she doesn't understand." Hearing Chen Lie's arrangements, Su Qingyan quickly replied, "My lord, you can focus on your cultivation. Qingzhu is now one of us. Oh, I will definitely take good care of her and ensure she does not feel the slightest discomfort." Having just consummated the marriage, he sent Nie Qingzhu aside. To be honest, even Chen Lie felt he might have been a little excessive, but he had no choice. Right now, there were indeed more pressing matters to attend to, and after utilizing the devouring power of the Supreme Bone to absorb the cultivation of two powerful beings at the Tianyuan realm, he needed to digest it right. He also needed to properly account for the rewards he had just obtained. Therefore, after arranging for Nie Qingzhu to be with Su Qingyan, Chen Lie immediately went to his closed-door cultivation place to begin his path of retreat, but little did he expect that his retreat would last for over half a year in the blink of an eye. In Qingming Prefecture, there are 4 major forbidden areas, namely the Tianshan Ruins, the Void Sea, the Myriad Demon Forest, and the Endless Sand Sea. Among these 4 forbidden areas, it may be difficult to rank them by the degree of danger, but if one were to ask which forbidden area is most filled with legendary stories, the vast majority of practitioners in Qingming Prefecture would undoubtedly place the Tianshan Ruins in the top position. Legend has it that over several 100,000 years before the Great Yin Empire was born, there existed another empire on the land of Qingming Prefecture that once shook the world, known as the Tianshan Empire. No one knows how many years this country lasted, but at its peak there were no less than several thousand powerful beings at the Tianyuan realm within the empire, which shows just how terrifying the strength of the Tianshan Empire was. However, how this Tianshan Empire declined and became the forbidden area known as the Tianshan Ruins is a matter that has its own set of tales. At this moment in the city of Shinfeng outside the Tianshan ruins, there was a storyteller narrating the story of the Tianshan ruins to the guests in the tavern. Legend has it that the last emperor of the Tianshan Empire was named Emperor Fu Qiong. This Emperor Fu Qiong was indeed exceptionally talented, having achieved foundation establishment at 18, attained the spiritual pill realm at 25, forged the nascent soul at 50, and before reaching 100 successfully stepped into the legendary Tianyuan realm. Seeing Emperor Fu Qiong's extraordinary talent, the old emperor directly passed the throne to him. At that time, everyone from the officials to the millions of subjects believed that the empire would achieve unprecedented glory under the leadership of Emperor Fu Qiong, yet unfortunately, even if he was exceptionally gifted and talented, Emperor Fu Qiong was still just a mortal. As long as he had not transcended to become an immortal, being immortal, he could not escape the emotions of the human heart. This Emperor Fu Qiong ultimately fell like those legendary heroes, succumbing to the Bowtai's barrier. Under heaven, all lands belonged to the king. Although the Tianshan Empire ruled the entire Qingming prefecture, there were still some small bordering nations that were unwilling to submit to the empire's commands. Seeing these small nations unwilling to surrender, Emperor Fu Qiong dispatched the empire's army to crush them. Among the countless nations destroyed by the empire, there was an inconspicuous small country called the Listening Tower Ancient Nation, which had a remarkable woman named Su Xiangxue. This Su Xiangxue was the princess of the Listening Tower Ancient Nation, and it is said that her beauty was extraordinary, captivating the nation, and she was revered by her subjects as the reincarnation of a fairy. While she was out on her adventures, she escaped a calamity, and upon returning to her homeland, she found that her beloved home had been reduced to rubble by the Tianshan Empire. In her grief and anger, Su Xiangxue vowed to the heavens that in her lifetime, regardless of the cost, she would make the empire pay for its blood debt. Later, Su Xiangxue disguised herself and quietly entered the imperial capital of the empire. Although Su Xiangxue was extremely talented and had achieved the spiritual pill realm in just a few decades, how could she possibly get close to the Emperor Fu Qiong, who resided in the palace? Wanting revenge, yet unable to even breach the palace gates at that time, Su Xiangxue thought of a... That year was the year when Emperor Fu Qiong held a selection for brides, so Su Xiangxue signed up for the selection under another name, and being hailed as the reincarnation of a fairy, one can well imagine how beautiful she must have been. Therefore, the results of the selection go without saying. Su Xiangxue, with her unparalleled beauty, cleared all obstacles and finally met Emperor Fu Qiong in the palace as the first selection. One glance at the beauty can change one's life. Upon seeing Su Xiangxue's breathtaking beauty, Emperor Fu Qiong was inevitably captivated. In this life, only this woman can become my one true love. This was what Emperor Fu Qiong exclaimed upon seeing Su Xiangxue. However, at that time, Emperor Fu Qiong could never have imagined that beneath Su Xiangxue's gentle and obedient demeanor lay a sea of hatred for him. When Emperor Fu Qiong first laid eyes on Su Xiangxue, he immediately fell at her feet. Later, disregarding all opposition from his ministers, he wished to make her his empress. However, on that joyous day, what awaited Emperor Fu Qiong was not tender affection, but rather an assassination plot meticulously devised by Su Xiangxue. Then what happened next? Seeing that all the guests were intrigued, the storyteller smiled and said, although Su Xiangxue had poisoned the wedding wine with a deadly toxin beforehand, her cultivation was still shallow. How could she possibly match the unparalleled Emperor Fu Qiong? Thus, even though she was poisoned, Su Xiangxue was unable to break through Emperor Fu Qiong's protective aura. He continued. Then she was swiftly apprehended by the imperial guards who rushed to the scene. Perhaps it was true love for Su Xiangxue. Emperor Fu Qiong could not bear to harm her, and even repeatedly tried to console her, wishing for her to have a change of heart, he explained. But in the face of deep-seated enmity, how could Su Xiangxue submit to her enemy? Seeing no hope for revenge after cursing the empire and Emperor Fu Qiong, she took her own life in prison. Upon hearing this tale from the storyteller, some listeners were instantly puzzled. Hey, storyteller, when you first took the stage, didn't you say you would tell us how the Tianshan Empire became the ruins it is today? Why are all your stories about the loves and hates of Emperor Fu Qiong? Upon hearing this, the storyteller quickly replied with a smile, Dear guests, do not rush. Let me explain it to you slowly. It is not that I intentionally want to tell you these tales of love and hate, but the origin of the Tianshan ruins is indeed related to this matter. He continued, though their acquaintance was short, Emperor Fu Qiong truly loved Su Xiangxue deeply. After her death, he held her corpse and sat alone in the palace for 3 days and nights. Many ministers tried to persuade Emperor Fu Qiong, but little did they know that due to the tragedy of Su Xiangxue's demise, he fell into madness. At that moment, a wandering Taoist suddenly arrived with a mysterious treasure. He exclaimed this treasure is called the Qian Kuan Pearl. The wandering Taoist informed Emperor Fuqiong that if he used this treasure as the core to establish the Qian Kuan Great Array, it could overturn yin and yang, reversing life and death, and perhaps bring Su Xiangxue back. Disregarding the countless objections from his subjects, Emperor Fuqiong honored this wandering Taoist as the national master, sacrificing everything to provide him with the empire's resources, he explained. With the wandering Taoist's help, after 3 years, they finally succeeded in setting up this Qian Kuan Great Array in the imperial capital. The Qian Kuan Great Array, with its boundless power shrouded in mystery indeed, had the capability to overturn yin and yang and reverse life and death, he noted. However, Emperor Fuqiong never anticipated that this was a scheme devised by the wandering Taoist. The wandering Taoist was actually Su Xiangxue's childhood companion. They had grown up together, he revealed. With the nation destroyed and the one he loved lost, how could the wandering Taoist simply let it go? Heeding Su Xiangxue's last request, after activating the Qian Kuan Great Array, the wandering Taoist did not summon life energy, but instead called forth boundless death energy from the depths of the underworld. Disaster struck as the endless death energy surged forth from the underworld, transforming the lands within 100,000 miles of the imperial capital into a barren wasteland within just 1 day. Within this range, all living beings were consumed by the death energy, turning into a peculiar form that was neither human nor ghost, which is what everyone now knows as the wandering spirits in the Tianshan ruins. As the death energy continued to spread at this rate, within 10 years the entire Qingming continent would be completely engulfed. At this critical moment of life and death, a mysterious, powerful entity could not bear to see the suffering of the common people and intervened. This mysterious, powerful entity was a great cultivator who sacrificed their entire life's cultivation to set up the Tianxian Divine Wind Great Array, he explained. This great array sealed away the endless death energy and numerous wandering spirits within the Tianshan ruins, allowing the living beings outside a chance to survive. Everyone can see that the reason our city is named Xinfeng City is to commemorate that incredibly mysterious master of the Divine Wind. Had it not been for the intervention of the Divine Wind Master, there would be no Xinfeng City today. In the tavern, there was a pair of special guests, a grandfather and his granddaughter. The grandfather had silver hair while the granddaughter was a cute and clever little girl, likely captivated by the storyteller's tale. "Grandpa, if the Tianshan ruins are so dangerous, why do so many people still want to go in?" The grandfather chuckled in response. Hearing the old man's words, the storyteller immediately smiled and said the old gentleman is correct. Although it is dangerous, the Tianshan ruins are also filled with countless opportunities. Considering the former prosperity of the Tianshan Empire, we need not mention how many treasures are buried here. Just speaking of the countless wandering spirits in the Forbidden Land, they are all highly valuable. If one can hunt these spirits, they can obtain a treasure called Soul Crystal. After consuming it, not only does it enhance soul power, but it also increases cultivation. It is precisely because of the unique effects of soul crystals that countless people come to explore here. Unfortunately, soul crystals can only be consumed within the Forbidden Land. Once outside, without the nourishing death energy, they will dissipate completely in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Now, looking at all the guests present, many of you appear familiar. I believe you are all here to explore the Tianshan ruins for treasure and hunt for soul crystals. That said, I have something to remind everyone: whether you wish to enter the Tianshan ruins for treasure or to hunt for soul crystals, you must prepare 2 things in advance. One is to prepare a pill called the Transmigrated pill. Taking this pill beforehand will protect you from the endless death energy once you enter the Tianshan ruins. It's not expensive and can be found in many shops in Xinfeng City. However, just preparing the Transmigrated pill is not enough. You must also find an excellent guide. Upon hearing this, many people in the tavern immediately became puzzled. If we buy the Transmigrated pill, won't we be able to enter and exit the Tianshan ruins safely? Why do we still need a guide? The ruins of Tianshan are saturated not only with boundless death chi, but also teeming with countless wandering specters. Without a guide intimately familiar with the terrain, guests risk encountering specters of formidable strength, leaving no chance even to regret their fate. After all, is it not one of the 4 forbidden realms of Qingming Prefecture? Its perils are extreme, thus I earnestly advise all, when safety is within reach, choose caution above all. Hiring a guide may entail considerable expense, but surely nothing outweighs the value of one. Upon hearing the storyteller's words, the porcelain-like little girl turned instinctively toward her grandfather. "Grandfather, We too are heading to the Tianshan ruins to hunt specters. According to this gentleman's account, ought we not also engage a guide? Hearing his granddaughter's question, the elder smiled and nodded. Indeed, a guide is indispensable. Though the elder had intended to converse longer with his granddaughter, he gradually sensed something amiss. Why did her gaze keep drifting backward? Instinctively following the direction of her furtive glances, the elder looked, and what he saw left him both amused and exasperated. His granddaughter was secretly admiring a handsome young master. At the table behind them sat a man clad in pristine white robes, strikingly handsome, radiating an extraordinary, almost celestial aura. Even the world-wise elder found himself glancing repeatedly at the figure. In truth, he was not alone. Throughout the tavern, countless young maidens, married women, and female cultivators could not resist stealing covert glances at him. Though Shinfeng City thrived with splendor, men of such ethereal grace remained exceedingly rare. Yes, this very man captivating the eyes of maidens, matrons, and even little girls alike was none other than Chen Lie. Time flies. After entering seclusion, Chen Lie emerged half a year later. Though his retreat had been long, its rewards were immense. 100-fold acceleration in cultivation speed. Truly, Chen Lie could scarcely articulate the exhilaration surging within him. Half a year earlier, he had successfully claimed Nie Qingzhu as his consort, an outcome beyond even his wildest dreams. Yet from the system came a reward so transcendent it defied belief. The higher one's realm, the slower cultivation progresses. Especially upon reaching the Tianyuan realm, advancement becomes excruciatingly gradual. To illustrate, with his former innate talent, attaining even a single minor breakthrough might require a century of devoted practice. And even then, fortune must smile upon him. Which great cultivator among those at the 5th or 6th heaven of the Tianyuan realm has not spent centuries, or even millennia, honing their power since first stepping into this realm? Yet Chen Lie, from the moment of his transmigration, he had spent less than a year elevating his cultivation from the 1st to the 7th heaven of the Tianyuan realm. Were this revelation to spread, it would undoubtedly strike terror into countless hearts. Absorbing the cultivation bases of the Funyo Patriarch and the Sword Annihilator Deputy Sect Master of the Shun Sha Pavilion elevated Chen Lie to the 4th heaven of the Tianyuan realm. The subsequent 3 heavens were attained solely through 6 months of disciplined cultivation. And yet, he did not rely on mere acceleration alone. His sacred body and supreme bone lent further profound reinforcement. In the original narrative, the destined protagonist Yi Tian required a full century to ascend from the 1st to the final heaven of the Tianyuan realm. But with his current pace, Chen Lie was confident he could achieve that zenith within 3 years. His cultivation velocity was terrifying, truly peerless across the known world. Yet what delighted him most extended far beyond mere speed. His combat prowess had surged just as astonishingly. With the great chaos yin-yang sacred body anchoring his foundation, and the supreme bone granting him the power of annihilation and absorption, Chen Lie stood unshaken, even against 10 masters at the pinnacle of the Tianyuan realm. Should he activate the secret art, threefold ultimate non-duality, the sheer magnitude of his combat strength became unfathomable, even to himself. Against beings transcending the Tianyuan realm, he believed he could not only engage them in battle, but emerge victorious with over 70% certainty. He was invincible, utterly irrevocably invincible. Barring the emergence of reclusive hidden sects, none within Qingming Prefecture could hope to stand against him. Indeed, after breaking through to the 7th heaven of the Tianyuan realm, Chen Lie had originally intended to continue seclusion, pushing relentlessly toward the final heaven, perhaps even beyond. Yet an unexpected development compelled him to emerge prematurely. Nie Qingzhu, his second consort, possessed the great Zhou Heaven yin-yang body. Though the yin-yang subduing pill ensured her survival for 3 years, she endured agonizing surges of turbulent yin-yang energy each month. As his own consort, Chen Lie cherished her deeply, and thus abandoned his seclusion, journeying to the Tianshan ruins to retrieve the Qianquan pearl. Moreover, the ruins might yet yield unforeseen treasures. Having thoroughly studied the original chronicle, Chen Lie knew precisely why the Tianshan ruins had become a forbidden zone. His visit to this tavern was not for tales, but because the chronicle itself praised its wine. Shinfeng brew, truly worthy of its fame as Shinfeng City's finest. Its flavor rivaled any vintage across Qingming Prefecture. Draining the last drop from his wine vessel, Chen Lie rose, prompting yet another wave of admiring glances from female cultivators throughout the hall. This young master appears unfamiliar. Do you also seek treasures within the Tianshan ruins? Perhaps sensing Chen Lie's extraordinary bearing, even the storyteller felt compelled to initiate conversation. Meeting the storyteller's gaze, Chen Lie replied, "Indeed. The Tianqian ruins hold many treasures. I merely wish to test my fortune. Any questions?" Noticing Chen Lie's gaze upon him, the storyteller hastily offered a deferential smile. "No issue at all. Surely your young master heard every word I just spoke." "Indeed. Whether for personal safety or to maximize gains, it is highly advisable to hire a guide before entering the Tianqian ruins. From our end, head eastward. You'll find a vast plaza teeming with guides who make their living by leading travelers through the ruins. Anyone, your young master included, may approach them there to inquire about hiring a guide." Understanding the storyteller's words as well-intentioned, Chen Lie said nothing further, only smiled warmly and uttered a quiet "thank you" before departing the inn. Seeing Chen Lie had already left the inn, and noticing his granddaughter still gazing intently in that direction, the old man sighed in exasperation and remarked to her, "Stop staring. He's long gone. Time to snap out of it." The girl was 12 or 13, perhaps just awakening to the tender stirrings of affection. Realizing her grandfather had caught her stealing glances at the handsome young master, she blushed deeply, jarred. "Grandfather, what on earth are you implying?" I saw absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Yet you kept watching even after he'd vanished from sight." The old man chose not to press her gentle dishonesty further. "Enough. Yin, have you finished eating?" "Yes, I'm ready to attend to our important task." "Important task?" The girl tilted her head curiously. "Are we going to hire a guide?" "Precisely. Without a guide, danger looms. Those solitary specters near the ruins' periphery are scarce. Encountering a spectral horde would be perilous indeed. Yet, grandfather, do we even have enough spirit stones to afford a guide? Didn't the storyteller say it's quite expensive?" "Expensive or not, we must hire one." The storyteller himself declared life more precious than any coin. "Enough, Yin. This is no concern of yours. I shall handle all arrangements. May this expedition yield sufficient soul crystals to finally resolve your constitutional affliction." As they spoke, the pair swiftly departed the inn, while the storyteller, as ever, began weaving his next tale for the assembled patrons. "Young master, have you come to Shinfeng City seeking the Tianqian ruins? Might you require a guide? I've plied this trade for over a decade. No one knows the ruins' outer reaches better. Hire me, and you'll pay only 20 low-grade spirit stones per day. Young master, consider me instead. I am a primordial realm cultivator, my cultivation perfected to its zenith. I can safely escort you 200,000 kilometers into the ruins for just 50 low-grade spirit stones daily. Young master, might you not consider me? I too have attained the primordial realm, and though my usual rate is 100 spirit stones per day, for you I'd grant an 8-fold discount. No, better yet, a 5-fold discount. Won't you hire me? Besides guiding you, I could keep you company along the way, lightening your journey's solitude." In truth, within Shinfeng City, these so-called guides bore another title: mercenaries. The Tianqian ruins sprawled across over 1,000,000 kilometers. Hiring a seasoned mercenary familiar with its treacherous paths was indispensable. Perhaps owing to Chen Lie's striking appearance and ethereal aura, no sooner had he entered the mercenary plaza than dozens rushed forward eager to recommend themselves. Having read the original chronicle, Chen Lie knew precisely how much such services cost. Fees were strictly tiered by cultivation realm. Body refinement cultivators were irrelevant. Even at the ruins' outermost edge, they stood little chance of survival. Thus, every mercenary present held at least the primordial realm. A typical primordial realm mercenary charged 10 to 100 low-grade spirit stones per day. Foundation establishment cultivators demanded 500 to 2,000. Those at the Golden Core realm commanded far higher fees, some nearing 5 to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones daily. Plainly, the higher a mercenary's realm, the greater one's odds of surviving intact. Across all realms, beautiful women leveraged their charm to secure profit. Now confronted by a graceful female cultivator, her beauty rating 85, clad in flowing robes, who persistently promoted herself, Chen Lie politely declined. "I'll consider other options." Her cultivation stood at the 3rd tier of the primordial realm. Her guiding fee should cap at 20 to 30 low-grade spirit stones per day. Why then did she boldly demand 100? That promise to lighten your solitude along the way warranted special attention. Chen Lie had come solely for the Chinquan pearl, not for leisure. And even where he inclined toward diversion, not just anyone earned the privilege of sharing his bed. His extraordinary bearing and aura made refusal difficult. Undeterred, the lovely cultivator pressed on. Rarely had she encountered such a peerless silver-haired sovereign whose elegance transcended mortal measure. To forge a deeper bond, even without payment, would be no loss. Seizing the moment, she pleaded, "Young master, truly won't you reconsider me? Though my cultivation is modest, I know the ruins' fringes intimately. I can guide you and ease your solitude. Here's my offer should danger arise within the ruins, and I must intervene. I'll charge you nothing extra. Will you accept?" A wry thought flickered. So this was the legendary allure of the Qingming Prefecture's #1 gentleman on the virtuous scholars list. Chen Lie had never imagined hiring a guide would draw such persistent pursuit, not merely from this one cultivator, but from many others nearby whose eyes gleamed with similar intent. Faced with the spectacle, he could only shake his head in amused resignation, then spoke a single line. "I require passage 1,000,000 kilometers into the Tianqian ruins. Is there anyone here willing to guide me?" When Chen Lie's words fell, the entire venue fell silent. Just now, what did this customer say? He wants to venture 1,000,000 miles into the Tianqian ruins. Hearing what he said before considering others' reactions, the beautiful female cultivator who was earnestly promoting herself in front of him instantly appeared dumbfounded. "Ha ha! Did you all just hear what this person said? He actually wants to venture 1,000,000 miles into the Tianqian ruins. This is just too funny. Is there something wrong with his mind? Venture 1,000,000 miles into the Tianqian ruins. Do you know what kind of place that is? That is truly a life-forbidden zone. This young brother, if he wants to seek death, it shouldn't be like this. He looks quite impressive, yet he comes here to play with us. Really, what a waste of time. Let's disperse everyone." It's not surprising that the people around had such reactions. When it comes to hiring mercenaries as guides, the asking price is not solely based on the other's cultivation level, it also depends on their familiarity with the Tianqian ruins. Before entering the Forbidden Zone, the mercenaries would inform the clients in advance. Simply put, the price for safely guiding you 100,000 kilometers into the Forbidden Zone is different from guiding you 200,000 kilometers. For the same mercenary, if you ask him to take you to operate within 100,000 miles of the Forbidden Zone, the price might only be a few dozen to 100 spirit stones. However, if you want him to guide you deeper, say 200 or even 300,000 miles, the deeper you go, the price will escalate exponentially. Many times, even if you offer a high price, there might not be anyone willing to take you. There's no helping it. The mercenaries present are not fools. Everyone knows that the deeper you enter the Tianqian ruins, the greater the likelihood of encountering danger, and the peril is far beyond what can be compared to the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. Among the mercenaries here, the most capable ones can only confidently take you a maximum of 300,000 kilometers deep, not 1,000,000. Do you understand what this means? It means that distance is almost reaching the core area of the Tianqian ruins. What kind of place is that? That was the royal court of the former Tianqian Empire. Almost all the fiercest specters in the Forbidden Zone gather there. To guide someone there is essentially seeking death, isn't it? Because of this, many mercenaries present mistakenly believe that Chen Lie was just joking with everyone. Does this young man want to find someone to guide him 1,000,000 miles into the Forbidden Zone? Young man, you must be visiting the Tianqian ruins for the first time, right? Do you understand what it means to venture 1,000,000 miles into the Forbidden Zone? That's almost close to the royal capital of the Tianqian Empire, the innermost area of the Forbidden Zone. Could it be that you want to enter the core area of the Tianqian ruins? The beautiful female cultivator, after regaining her senses, was already at a loss for how to express her feelings. Such a handsome male cultivator, could he possibly be a fool? Nevertheless, she was still captivated by his face and did not leave immediately. Instead, she kindly reminded Chen Lie, which left him a bit amused. Was what he said really that difficult to understand? At that moment, Chen Lie couldn't be bothered with further nonsense. Standing in the center of the square, he immediately took out a table from his storage ring and placed an item on it. "I need someone to guide me. Whoever can take me to the royal court of the Tianqian Empire, this reward is yours." The beautiful female cultivator initially wanted to say something, but the next second, upon seeing the items laid out on the table, she truly was dumbfounded. Spirit stones. So many spirit stones. Strictly speaking, the spirit stones Chen Lie displayed on the table, in terms of quantity, weren't particularly many, just about 100. But at this moment, the quantity was no longer the main point. It was about quality. What grade were the 100 spirit stones that Chen Lie took out? They were all high-grade spirit stones. 100 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 medium-grade spirit stone. 100 medium-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 high-grade spirit stone. What does 100 high-grade spirit stones equate to? Converted to low-grade spirit stones, the 100 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged. To speak bluntly, since the establishment of Xinfeng City in these nearly 10,000 years, no one has ever offered such a large sum of spirit stones to hire a guide. After all, even for a powerful being in the Ling Ying realm, the hiring fee would at most be 200,000 to 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, right? No one had ever seen someone take out a full 100 high-grade spirit stones to hire a guide. At that moment, everyone was truly shocked into silence. Miss, after seeing the price I offered, do you still think I'm joking? The beautiful female cultivator was now completely at a loss for words. 100 high-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. What kind of international joke is this? Who would bring out such a huge sum just to joke with everyone? Showing a hint of an awkward smile, the beautiful female cultivator truly dared not say anything at that moment and quietly took a few steps back. Seeing this scene, Chen Lie did not pay her much attention anymore, but rather shifted his gaze to the other mercenaries who had gathered around. Greed, covetousness, envy, shock. Almost every mercenary displayed similar expressions in their eyes. This was a fortune, 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Who wouldn't want to earn such money? Yet even with Chen Lie directly presenting the hiring fee, at that moment no one dared to step forward. There's no helping it, it's still the same, saying no amount of money is more important than one's life. The Tianshan ruins are known as one of the 4 great forbidden zones in the Qingming region, and the level of danger cannot be described in words. The price of 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, if Chen Lie's request was merely to venture 50,000 kilometers into the forbidden zone, perhaps some bold individuals would dare to take the risk. But 1,000,000 kilometers into the core area of the forbidden zone, this is clearly not a life-or-death situation, it's plainly 10 deaths without life. Chen Lie stood in the square for a full half an hour, yet no one dared to take on his order. Seeing this scene, Chen Lie calmly stated, many people have told me that the mercenaries in Xinfeng City are daring, and as long as you can pay, they will take on any job. Now it seems it's not quite so. Many mercenaries were angered by Chen Lie's words. While it is said to be guiding, the fact is that once you enter the Tianshan ruins, which mercenary hasn't fought their way through numerous dangers? They live lives on the edge. How could they tolerate being looked down upon like this? Immediately a mercenary stepped forward, indignant. On what basis do you say such things? Who doesn't want to earn money? But to earn that money, one must have a life to spend it. To venture 1,000,000 miles into the Tianshan ruins, that's the core area of the Forbidden Zone, going there is no different from seeking death. Don't even mention the core area of 1,000,000 miles. How many people can safely return even from 50,000 miles? If you don't know the terror of the specters in the inner and outer zones, don't stand here and speak carelessly. Seeing this mercenary indignantly speak up on his behalf, Chen Lie paid him little heed. He had offered a staggering 1,000,000 spirit stones, a sum he was certain would attract takers. Yet whether the one who accepted the contract would be the very person he sought remained to be seen. These mercenaries lived lives balanced on the edge of a blade. Among them, some were still willing to die for wealth, as the old saying goes. Men perish for profit, birds die for food. Chen Lie did not wait long. In the next moment, a towering armored man strode forward with a retinue, 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, to guide someone into the inner forbidden zone. Correct. I accept the commission. Surely, young master, you understand the guild's code. Upon seeing a volunteer, Chen Lie offered a faint smile. I am well acquainted with your code. 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones covers only guidance. Should intervention be required, additional fees apply. Am I right? Precisely. This fee secures only safe passage. Should danger arise en route and you decline to pay our combat fee, we reserve the right to withdraw immediately. Hearing this, before Chen Lie could even react, the faces of several surrounding mercenaries darkened. It's Han Hu. What brings him here? Daring to accept a commission into the inner forbidden zone. The Tiger Fang mercenary corps must value gold over life. Brother, are you daft? Have you not been scraping by in Xinfeng City long enough to know Han Hu's true nature? You mean, he's already set his sights on this young master? Hell, what do you think? 1,000,000 spirit stones. That's a plump lamb indeed. Who wouldn't covet it? Pity it happened so swiftly. Han Hu's move has likely chilled any other scheming hearts. Poor. You know Xinfeng City better than anyone. To arrive alone carrying such a fortune is to invite slaughter. Though whispered softly, every word reached Chen Lie's ears with perfect clarity. He said nothing in reply, only asked calmly, if I hire you, what would be the fee should your intervention become necessary? The guiding fee is already 100 high-grade spirit stones. Surely the combat fee cannot fall below that threshold, can it? Chen Lie nodded. That price seems fair, but can you truly guarantee my safe arrival at the inner forbidden zone right to the gates of the royal court? Naturally. We uphold strict principles. We deliver precisely what our fee warrants. And let me state plainly, you'll find no other mercenary corps in all of Shinfeng City capable of escorting anyone deep into the inner forbidden zone. As for the rest, before Han, who could finish, a woman's voice rang out, clear, unexpected, and cutting through the air like a silver bell. Should you wish to see tomorrow's sun, then, by all means entrust this commission to them. Her voice was exquisite, crystalline, and melodious like a nightingale's song. Yet upon hearing it, Han, whose expression twisted into grim fury. In an instant he whirled toward the source, jaw clenched, and snarled, mewling. What meaning lies behind those words? Do you intend to shatter our guild's code? She stepped forth, a woman of breathtaking beauty, alabaster skin, a delicate oval face, statuesque height, long legs clad in crimson and white martial attire, her hair drawn high in a bold ponytail, a long sword resting lightly in her hand, grace fused with unyielding valor. Meeting Han, whose wrathful gaze, mewling showed not a trace of fear. Her voice, clear and calm, fell like frost. Who among us has long corroded this guild's honor? Who has poisoned its integrity? Many present know full well. And you, Captain Han, need not further humiliate yourself before this assembly. Without waiting for Han, whose reply, she walked straight to Chen Lie. His refined bearing stirred no admiration in her eyes. Even the 100 high-grade spirit stones laid upon the table drew only a brief, indifferent glance before her gaze withdrew. Then, meeting his eyes, she spoke coolly. Even if you offered 1,000 or 10,000 spirit stones, no one in Shinfeng City can guarantee safe passage into the inner forbidden zone. If you value your life, young master, gather your spirit stones and leave Shinfeng City at once. Return whence you came. Mewling's words laid bare Han, whose hidden intent. His face darkened instantly, a flash of murderous intent flickering coldly in his eyes. Mewling, you know well how long certain people in Shinfeng City have endured your insolence. Are you truly bent on courting? Mewling regarded him with icy silence, utterly disinterested in reply. Yet at that moment others rose to her defense. Old dog Han, what do you mean by that? Do you dare threaten our captain? Tsk. Do you truly believe Shinfeng City belongs to the Tiger Fang alone? Let me remind you, others may fear your corps, but the Lingquan sect fears none. Snarling like a rabid beast. What's your game? Shall we settle this here and now? We have nothing to lose. Should the city lord grow wrathful, let us see whose losses run deeper. Several cultivators emerged from the crowd and stood behind Mewling, her senior brothers most likely. One, perhaps moved by goodwill, turned to Chen Lie after rebuking Han, who Shinfeng City enforces strict order within its walls. Trouble rarely flares here. But beyond them, all guarantees vanish. So many spirit stones, many eyes gleam with envy. Especially those petty bands, the Little Cat Corps, the Elephant Corps. They've committed countless atrocities these past years: murder, robbery, plunder. Beyond Shinfeng City lie mass graves, many souls already buried there. So heed our senior sisters' counsel, young master, return whence you came, before you join their number. Delay even slightly, and you may well forfeit your life. So the Lingquan sect has fallen to such a state, and yet dares still meddle in others' affairs. We of the Tiger Fang Brigade will not forget this debt. Mountains may turn, but rivers flow on. We shall see who prevails in time. Do not imagine that the city lord's protection renders you untouchable. Should I ever seize my chance against you? Before Han, who could even finish his sentence, his face twisting with fury, Mewling cast a calm, detached glance his way. No need for empty threats. Disciples of the Lingquan sect do not seek conflict, but neither do we fear it. If senior brother Han has any technique to display, we stand ready to receive it. Having spoken, Mewling turned her gaze away from Han, who entirely, and fixed it instead upon Chen Lie. Whether you hail from some great sect or not, your elders surely taught you one fundamental principle: never flaunt wealth openly. Henceforth, exercise greater prudence. A young novice like yourself wandering unguarded through the world is little more than a lamb straying into the wolf's den. Should misstep, even once you may vanish without a trace. Never flaunt wealth openly. A wandering lamb. Truly, Chen Lie had never imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that he would one day be described thus. A wry, faint smile flickered across his lips. As Mewling concluded her admonition and prepared to depart with her fellow disciples, something seemed to occur to him, and with quiet curiosity, He called out, "Young lady, are you and your companions mercenaries based in Shinfeng City? You all seem remarkably decent. What say you accept my commission?" Li Muling had not anticipated that after such an explicit warning this lamb would still intend to venture deep into the forbidden zone, nor that he would dare attempt to hire her. She halted mid-step, turned, and met Chen Lie's gaze directly. "Was my meaning not already clear enough? No one in Shinfeng City will accept your commission, not for lack of courage, but for lack of strength. Those who would take it do so with ulterior motives. Anyone truly capable of traversing the Forbidden Zone's heart would hardly stoop to mercenary work. Can you not grasp so simple a truth?" Chen Lie smiled faintly, then replied, "Should I guarantee your safety, would you merely guide me through the path?" "Guarantee our safety? Merely guide you?" Upon hearing these words, before Li Muling could utter a reply, her fellow disciples burst into laughter. "Young master, do you even know where you intend to go? Countless elders of nascent soul and heavenly origin realms have perished within the ruins of Tianqin. Even we, mercenaries who dwell daily at the edge of the Forbidden Zone, dare not advance too far. And now you speak of shielding us. I must agree with Senior Sister's earlier words. Judging by your attire, you likely hail from a major sect. Yet I confess I am deeply curious, how did your elders ever permit you to journey alone through the cultivation world? To have reached Shinfeng City unscathed is nothing short of a miracle." Chen Lie answered earnestly, "Along the way I encountered several who lacked foresight. Yet eliminating them resolved the matter neatly." "Eliminate them all?" His disciples laughed again, yet before their mirth could settle, Chen Lie vanished from sight. In the next instant he stood before Han Hu and his men. Exposure left no room for further deception, but Han Hu and his band would not let this wealthy lamb slip away. Shinfeng City forbade violence within its walls. To break that law would summon the city guard. Yet no outsider could remain sheltered behind those walls forever. Han Hu had already resolved to assign men to shadow Chen Lie. Once he exited the city, they would strike. As for Li Muling and her interfering sectmates, retribution would come in due course. Yet Han Hu could never have foreseen that before he himself had even taken a single step away, Chen Lie would appear before him, like thunder from a clear sky. "You." Stunned by the sudden appearance, Han Hu instinctively tried to speak. Yet before a single coherent word could escape his lips, Chen Lie seized his skull with one hand. "No!" A shriek tore from his throat, then fell silent, abruptly severed. An insatiable, devouring force surged forth, draining Han Hu's cultivation and vital essence. Within mere breaths, he crumbled into a desiccated husk beneath Chen Lie's grip. Nor did Chen Lie spare Han Hu's followers. After a dozen breaths, as the last corpse collapsed to the ground, Chen Lie turned toward the Lingquan sect disciples with a faint, knowing smile. "Now do you understand how I arrived safely in Shinfeng City?" No one answered. In that moment, all were frozen, petrified by what they had just witnessed. With Chen Lie's profound cultivation and intimate knowledge of the Tianqin Forbidden Zone, venturing deep within held no peril for him whatsoever. Hiring mercenaries was merely a pragmatic choice, to save time, avoid detours, and reach the innermost sanctum swiftly. Yet given his power, could securing guides truly pose any difficulty? Whoever he chose to lead him would obey without hesitation, or perish instantly for defiance. Most would under such circumstances make the correct choice. So why then did Chen Lie choose to stand in the plaza offering spirit stones to hire mercenaries? Did he truly have nothing better to do? Securing guides was incidental. The true purpose of his visit was far more exquisite, the pursuit of peerless beauty. Li Muling, one of the fated heroines, possesses unparalleled beauty and a captivating aura. She is the senior sister of the Lingquan sect, endowed with the extremely rare constitution known as Heavenly Spirit Body, and has received a score of 90 in the system evaluation. With unparalleled talent, logically a girl with such cultivation potential should be cherished and nurtured by the sect like a star. However, why did Li Muling choose to become a lowly mercenary in Shinfeng City? To understand this, we must start from over a decade ago. The Lingquan sect is located in a picturesque area not far from Shinfeng City. The number of disciples is few, but their strength is decent, barely placing them as a second-tier power. In the surrounding regions of Shinfeng City, they are considered quite respectable. With strength comes respect, and naturally no one dared to provoke the Lingquan sect easily. Hence, from its establishment to the present, the sect has lived a life of non-contention. Yet unexpectedly, a calamity struck the Lingquan sect 10 years ago. While exploring a secret realm, the current sect leader of the Lingquan sect and several elders encountered an extraordinarily terrifying existence. In that battle, 5 out of the 6 elder-level practitioners perished. Even the sect leader, who had reached the nascent soul stage, escaped by a stroke of luck, but suffered severe injuries. Both body and spirit were harmed with only 1/10 of his cultivation remaining. A specialized physician diagnosed him, concluding that his injuries were grave and that even a 5th-tier healing pill could only delay the effects rather than cure him. To fully heal, he would need to purchase a 6th-tier healing pill. Previously, in Liang City, Chen Lie had given Nie Qingzhu a yin-yang transformation pill to save her life. This pill is a 5th-tier alchemical creation, and it was noted that such high-tier pills are exceedingly rare even across the entirety of Qingming province, given the scarcity of 5th-tier alchemists. Acquiring a 5th-tier pill is already a challenge, let alone a 6th-tier. In all of Qingming province, there are only 3 6th-tier alchemists, each of whom holds significant power. Collecting the materials to refine 6th-tier pills is also extremely difficult. While 6th-tier healing pills certainly exist, they are not something a mere 2nd-tier sect like Lingquan can afford. Upon learning this diagnosis, all disciples of the Lingquan sect were left devastated. To put it bluntly, even if the entire Lingquan sect were sold, it would not be enough to purchase a single 6th-tier healing pill. It is absurd. Pills of this caliber are treasures that even powerful beings at the Tianyuan stage hold dear. The temptation they pose to super-tier powers is tremendous. How could acquiring a 6th-tier healing pill be so easy? During its peak, they could not obtain one, let alone now, when the sect is still in a state of severe loss. Due to this diagnosis, the Lingquan sect disbanded. Many high-ranking members left, as did numerous disciples. After all, with the sect in such a dire state, why would they choose to stay? It would be a waste of time and meaningless, wouldn't it? However, there are still many who value deep relationships in this world. More than 20 disciples of the Lingquan sect chose not to leave, led by their senior sister, Li Muling, who ran to Shinkong City to earn spirit stones for the sect leaders, healing, transforming from esteemed sect disciples to mercenaries looked down upon by everyone. In the original work, the fated protagonist Yi Tian, after leading Nie Qingzhu to safety from Liang City, found her in a state of unconsciousness. However, Yin Ji is quite capable, skilled in alchemy. She taught Yi Tian the art of pill making, allowing him to create some pills that temporarily preserved Nie Qingzhu's life. Still, as previously mentioned, for Nie Qingzhu's unique constitution, pills could only provide temporary relief, not a cure. After inadvertently learning that the Qianquan pearl might be found at the site of Tianqin, Yi Tian rushed there to save Nie Qingzhu's life. The fated protagonist truly is a fated protagonist. Wherever he goes, fortune follows. Li Muling, a girl with a strong sense of justice, after leading her fellow disciples to become mercenaries, found herself viewed as a thorn in the side of many unscrupulous mercenaries due to her frequent exposure of their vile deeds. Later, in retaliation, Han, who leading the Tiger Squad, gathered a group of mercenaries who enjoyed killing and robbing, ambushing these disciples of the Lingquan sect outside Shinkong City. In a moment of crisis, Yi Tian, with Yin Jis help, performed a ghostly counterattack and successfully rescued the Lingquan sect disciples. These disciples, being of noble character, understood the importance of gratitude. Upon learning that Yi Tian needed to venture into the forbidden area to retrieve treasures to save his childhood friend, Li Muling decided to lead her fellow disciples to guide him. Following that, the development of the plot became rather cliched. Following the fated protagonist, supporting characters rarely meet a good end. They often face trouble and get beaten up. No matter where they go, danger lurks, especially in perilous places like the Tianqin site. Throughout their journey to retrieve treasures, they encountered countless dangers. Men are deemed unworthy of surviving. One by one, Li Muling's fellow disciples perished in the Forbidden Land. Although Li Muling felt immense sorrow, she remained steadfast in her resolve to help Yi Tian, driven by her sense of gratitude. The bond between them naturally deepened as they supported each other through numerous life and death crises. At the end of the story, Yi Tian successfully obtained the Qianquan pearl, saving Nie Qingzhu's life. Simultaneously, he also captured Li Muling's heart completely. To be honest, even though it's a feel-good story, the original author expressed complaints several times while writing this section. He was quite fond of the disciples of the Lingquan sect, who were all loyal and righteous. To highlight the emotional bond between Li Muling and Yi Tian, did all these disciples really have to be written off? Well, it doesn't matter anymore. How the original plot was arranged is beyond my control, and I can't be bothered about it. Now that Yi Tian's childhood friend Qingzhu is completely with him, he certainly won't be returning to the Tianqin site. Thus, these disciples of the Lingquan sect will not face the melodramatic events of the original story. Whether Yi Tian comes back is irrelevant. What truly matters is that the beauties are all his. With fair skin, stunning beauty, a slender waist, and long legs tied in a high ponytail, with an exquisitely delicate face, since he has traveled all the way to Shinkong City, how could he not turn Li Muling, the fated heroine, into his own, just like Su Qingyan? With a straightforward personality and a strong sense of justice, she emphasizes repaying kindness. Such a beautiful woman, if not cherished and pampered, would indeed be a great loss. If it weren't for the need to capture Li Mu Ling, Chen Lie would have simply grabbed any mercenary to lead him. Now seeing the destined heroine standing right before him, Chen Lie could only think that she truly embodied the description in the original story, being an exceedingly righteous young girl. If you don't want to see tomorrow's sun, you can hand this order over to them. Led by Han, who the Tiger Brigade is essentially engaged in murder and treasure theft. It's unknown how many innocent lives have been lost at their hands. This is precisely why Li Mu Ling openly cautioned him. Perhaps it means nothing to her, but Chen Lie appreciated this kind-hearted reminder and was willing to acknowledge it. In the original story, it was Han Hu's men who ambushed the disciples of the Lingquan sect. Chen Lie didn't like to waste words. He directly eliminated these people on the spot. He wasn't fond of waiting for someone to ambush him outside the city before striking back. Of course, directly annihilating Han Hu and his gang in Shinfeng City served another purpose for Chen Lie: to warn all mercenaries present who harbored ill intentions. Not everyone can easily toy with them. It was evident that Chen Lie's decisive actions successfully intimidated everyone present. Han Hu, the leader of the Tiger Brigade, had reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Pill realm. As for the cultivation level at the nascent soul stage, very few practitioners would stoop to the mercenary profession. Hence, among the mercenaries in Shinfeng City, Han Hu could be considered a standout in the industry. Regardless of his character, his cultivation level was undoubtedly among the elite among countless mercenaries. Yet, even Han Hu was killed in an instant by Chen Lie, leaving everyone shocked and terrified, without even catching a glimpse of how the ancestor struck. At least he was at the nascent soul level. My good was undoubtedly among the elite among countless mercenaries. Seeing Han Hu drop dead at Chen Lie's hands, many mercenaries who had harbored ill intentions couldn't help but swallow hard, instinctively stepping back a few paces, afraid to even dare look at Chen Lie again. Chen Lie's swift execution of Han Hu had thoroughly intimidated countless mercenaries present. This silver-haired handsome man was clearly not a little lamb, but at least a senior expert with nascent soul cultivation. However, at this moment, Li Mu Ling's first thought was not about Chen Lie's high cultivation level, but rather, how did this young master dare to act so boldly in Shinfeng City? The next second, perhaps thinking of something possibly out of goodwill, Li Mu Ling anxiously urged this young master. How dare you kill someone in Shinfeng City? What's wrong? These people had ill intentions towards me. Should I not teach them a lesson? Teach them a lesson. This young master is an outsider and might not be aware of the rules in Shinfeng City. Li Mu Ling, anxious at this moment, did not beat around the bush. Shinfeng City has a rule that practitioners cannot act within the city, let alone harm or kill. Otherwise, they will face severe punishment according to the city rules. This young master. Hurry. While there is still time before the law enforcement team and the city lord discover you, you still have a chance to leave. Han Hu and the Tiger Brigade frequently schemed to harm others, and the mercenary culture in Shinfeng City was indeed tainted by such individuals. In Li Mu Ling's eyes, such people deserve to die. Chen Lie decisively eliminated them, which could be seen as a service to the people. However, it was absolutely unacceptable to act within Shinfeng City, especially in broad daylight. Judging by this young master's words and actions, he should not be a bad person. Hence, Li Mu Ling anxiously urged Chen Lie, hoping to remind him to leave quickly. Yet her kind reminder came a bit too late. Just as her words finished, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire square, and the next moment a middle-aged man descended from the sky. Who dares to violate the city lord's regulations and act violently in Shinfeng City? The aura emanating from the middle-aged man was frightening, indicating that he was at least at the nascent soul level. This man was the city lord of Shinfeng City. Perhaps because he recognized Li Mu Ling, he asked with puzzlement as soon as he landed, "Ling girl, why are you here?" The city lord of Shinfeng City is named Shi Jingtian. In his youth, he had received help from the Lingquan sect. Because of this connection, Li Mu Ling and her companions were afforded significant care in Shinfeng City. Otherwise, those mercenaries with ulterior motives would not have waited until they could no longer endure before acting against them. Clearly, Li Mu Ling was quite familiar with Shi Jingtian. It was likely that he sensed the fluctuations in Chen Lie's cultivation when he acted, prompting him to arrive immediately. After all, this young master had indeed done a service for the people. The next second, upon seeing Shi Jingtian, Li Mu Ling quickly spoke, "Uncle Shi. Just now the people of the Tiger Brigade attempted to set a trap to harm this young master, which is why he acted in anger and killed Han Hu and the others. This young master is an outsider and may not be fully aware of the rules in Shinfeng City. I hope Uncle Shi can take this into consideration." Upon hearing Li Muling's words, Shi Jingtian understood the situation. So Han, who was killed, this situation had now become troublesome. As the city lord, Shi Jingtian could afford to be lenient, but Han, who was not just the leader of the Tiger Brigade, he was also a member of one of the two prominent families in Xinfeng City, the Han family. This family had a nascent soul ancestor overseeing them. If he were to let this slide, could it be that the Han family, already acting in bad faith, would seize the opportunity to stir trouble for him? In a brief moment, Shi Jingtian thought of many things. However, upon seeing Chen Lie's true face, he froze completely. This person's appearance. Why does it seem so familiar? It feels as if he has seen him somewhere before. As a practitioner, the ability to remember faces is naturally quite strong. The next moment, it was unclear what connections Shi Jingtian made. His expression instantly changed drastically, and even his voice trembled as he spoke. You. Are you a predecessor of the Wujizong? Chen, the ancestor of the Chen family. How could you come to my Xinfeng city as a guest? In his youth, Shi Jingtian had also traveled abroad and was fortunate enough to have witnessed Chen Lie's true visage. After all, being a venerable ancestor, Shi Jingtian surely remembered the other's appearance. However, he never expected to encounter him again in the Xinfeng city under his jurisdiction. He also never anticipated that the city lord of Xinfeng city would recognize him. It must have been from a previous meeting with his past self. Chen Lie couldn't be bothered with these thoughts anymore. Seeing the astonished and horrified expression on Shi Jingtian's face, he merely smiled faintly and said, "Is it forbidden for me to come to Xinfeng city?" "No. Please, esteemed ancestor, do not misunderstand. It is an honor for our Xinfeng city to have the esteemed ancestor visit. I, the younger generation Shi Jingtian, pay my respects to the esteemed ancestor." Seeing even the city lord Shi bowing in reverence to Chen Lie, the vast square fell into a complete silence. I, the younger generation Li Muling, pay my respects to the esteemed ancestor. I, the younger generation Li Chengfeng, pay my respects to the esteemed ancestor. I, the younger generation Jiang Xian, pay my respects to the esteemed ancestor. I, the younger generation Yun Na, pay my respects to the esteemed ancestor. Upon recognizing Chen Lie's identity, the city lord Shi Jingtian immediately invited Chen Lie to the city lord's mansion as a guest. Due to Chen Lie's words, Shi Jingtian also brought along these disciples of the Lingquan sect. To be honest, at that moment, the emotions of these Lingquan sect disciples were incredibly complex. They could hardly believe that the dashing young man they had inadvertently helped at the mercenary square turned out to be the legendary supreme ancestor Chen Lie of the Infinite Sect. In a high position as a venerable ancestor with cultivation at the Tianyuan realm, his reputation had spread throughout the entire Qingming continent. Such a terrifying existence had been mistaken by them for an inexperienced young master. Invited to the city lord's mansion, several Lingquan sect disciples couldn't help but feel anxious, fearing that in a fit of anger the ancestor might strike down this group of insightless little sect disciples. Of course, among the Lingquan sect disciples present, the one with the most complex feelings was undoubtedly Li Muling. Like the others, she never imagined that her act of righteous help today would lead to aiding a venerable ancestor of the Tianyuan realm. It was somewhat awkward, but more so filled with astonishment. Nevertheless, the necessary courtesies had to be observed. After seeing Uncle Shi seat Chen Lie in the main position at the city lord's mansion under Li Muling's lead, the Lingquan sect disciples knelt down one by one to pay their respects to Chen Lie. "There is no need for excessive formality in my presence. All of you may rise." After Chen Lie's calm words, Li Muling dared to lead her fellow disciples to stand up, saying a quick, "Thank you, esteemed ancestor." Chen Lie glanced at Shi Jingtian and spoke. "City Lord Shi, I have a matter to discuss with them privately. Would you kindly step aside?" How could Shi Jingtian dare to oppose? Seeing that Chen Lie wanted to speak to Li Muling and the others alone, he hurriedly replied, "I shall take my leave." Shi Jingtian quickly exited the hall, leaving only Chen Lie and Li Muling with her companions. Perhaps it was the first time they had seen a venerable ancestor of the Tianyuan realm in person. The Lingquan sect disciples present felt quite nervous, with some even holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. As Chen Lie did not take the initiative to speak, the Lingquan sect disciples grew increasingly tense, with no one daring to break the silence. Just when the atmosphere in the room became somewhat strange, it was finally Chen Lie who spoke up, shattering the silence. "I have heard that the Lingquan sect has an excellent reputation in the area of Xinfeng City," he said. "Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its name. I also thank you all for the kind reminder at the square earlier." The Lingquan sect disciples led by Li Muling naturally had to respond to Chen Lie. The next moment, Li Muling spoke softly, "Esteemed ancestor, you flatter us. We had no idea that the esteemed elder was the ancestor of the infinite sect before. If we were disrespectful in any way, we hope the esteemed ancestor will not hold it against us. Will I hold it against you? Chen Lie smiled faintly and did not elaborate further on this topic. Instead, he inexplicably asked, "How has Yuner been over the years?" Yuner. Upon hearing this seemingly out-of-place question, Li Muling initially did not react, but the next moment, not knowing what she thought of her expression changed instantly. "Esteemed ancestor, do you know our sect master?" "Well, that was many years ago." Chen Lie did not explain much, and Li Muling did not dare to ask further. She could only honestly state the current condition of the sect master. The sect master was injured and is not in good condition. The pharmacist said that she needs a 6th-grade healing pill to fully recover. I have already heard about this matter from others, so after the Lingquan sect dispersed, those disciples who were unwilling to leave the sect came to Shinfeng City to work as mercenaries, relying on guiding others to earn some spirit stones to save their sect master. Quite commendable. Yuner truly has gathered a large group of grateful disciples. This matter was not a secret, as many people in Shinfeng City knew about the Lingquan sect's predicament. Therefore, Li Muling did not suspect anything and softly responded after hearing Chen Lie's words, "The grace of our parents in raising us and the teachings we receive are the greatest kindness in the world. If one can forget such kindness, wouldn't that be no different from a beast?" Hearing Li Muling's words, Chen Lie nodded in agreement. "Well said. If one can easily set aside the kindness of being taught, they would indeed be worse than beasts. You have done well in this regard, at least better than many elders in your Lingquan sect." Seeing Chen Lie complimenting her, Li Muling and the others did not say much in response. However, the next moment Chen Lie seemed to think of something and directly spoke. "To fully heal, a 6th-grade healing pill is required. Coincidentally, I happen to have a few 6th-grade healing pills. I need you to do something for me. After the task is completed, I will grant you one of them. I wonder if you are willing." A 6th-grade healing pill was exactly what Li Muling and the others desired. However, at that moment, Li Muling did not let Chen Lie's words cloud her judgment. She had already guessed what Chen Lie wanted them to do. The next moment, after a slight bow, Li Muling softly spoke, "If the esteemed ancestor wishes for us to take you deep into the ruins of Tianqin, then we might not be able to accomplish that. It's not that I do not trust the esteemed ancestor, but the depths of the Forbidden Zone are too dangerous. We simply do not have the confidence to lead the esteemed ancestor safely to the gates of the royal court." Li Muling was quite self-aware as a girl. Even with a high reward, she would not take on tasks she could not complete. This was not only a responsibility to her fellow disciples, but also to the clients. At this moment, Li Muling was concerned about something, and Chen Lie naturally understood her thoughts. Thus, before she could finish her sentence, he smiled slightly and spoke up, "No worries, I reiterate what I said earlier. Once we enter the forbidden area, whether it concerns your safety or anything else, it will be my responsibility. All you need to do is lead the way for me." "What? Does Miss Li think that with my cultivation I cannot protect a few people in this Tianqin ruin?" Seeing that Chen Lie seemed to have misunderstood something and fearing to anger him, Li Muling hurriedly explained, "Please forgive me, ancestor. I didn't mean it like that. It's just..." Originally, Li Muling just wanted to inform Chen Lie about the terrors surrounding the Tianqin ruins, where even those in the Tianyuan realm had perished in large numbers. However, at this moment, Chen Lie was already too disinterested to listen to her prattling on, and he directly interrupted her, "Since that is not what you meant, it implies that you trust my cultivation. Therefore, the task of leading the way will be entrusted to you disciples of the Lingquan sect. I do not appreciate dawdling. You have one day to prepare what you need. Tomorrow morning you shall accompany me to the Tianqin ruins." "But, ancestor..." Li Muling seemed to want to say more, but with just a glance from Chen Lie she understood that the ancestor had made up his mind. To avoid angering him, she ultimately swallowed down all of her thousands of words, and could only say, "Since the ancestor trusts us disciples of the Lingquan sect, then we shall accept this task." Time flashed by, and in the blink of an eye 3 days passed. In the central area 50,000 miles deep into the Tianqin ruins, a ghost at the peak of the nascent soul realm was frantically fleeing. The reason the Tianqin ruins were called a forbidden zone was that there existed a species known as ghosts. These ghosts living in the forbidden area, neither human nor ghost, were formed from the practitioners of the former Tianqin Empire who had been eroded by death energy. Having lost their intelligence and feeding on the living, they would launch attacks heedlessly upon encountering any life forms. Every year, countless cultivators who ventured into the Tianqin ruins met their demise at the hands of these ghosts. Yet now the terrifying ghosts were actually fleeing. If outsiders witnessed this scene, it would surely drop their jaws. In fact, many people did not know that these ghosts were also a unique form of life. Although they had lost their intelligence, they would gradually awaken some biological instincts as their cultivation increased. When sensing a terrifying presence, they would instinctively choose to avoid it. When they sensed something that posed a threat to their lives, they would choose to flee. However, this biological instinct would only form in the minds of the ghosts once they reached the nascent soul stage. So why was this ghost at the peak of the nascent soul realm, fleeing in a frenzy? It was because it sensed a crisis, a terrifying existence that posed a severe threat to its life. At the peak of the nascent soul realm, this ghost could indeed be considered a ruler among rulers in the central area of the Forbidden Zone. It was fleeing swiftly, but was that even useful? Before this ghost could escape, a giant hand woven from divine essence descended from the sky and smashed it into the ground. The ground quaked and the earth shook. The originally dark and smooth surface was dented deeply by the impact, cracking for thousands of meters. After enduring such a terrifying blow, could this poor ghost still have any chance to resist? It was directly crushed by this horrifying attack. Alright, this ghost has been subdued. However, the soul crystal within it is still worth something. You all go retrieve it. A figure dressed in white, exuding an ethereal aura as if descended from the heavens, landed on the shattered ground. Hearing his command, several diligent cultivators immediately rushed to retrieve the soul crystal from within the ghost. A stunningly beautiful female cultivator respectfully presented the soul crystal to the man in white ancestor. The soul crystal has been retrieved. Since you have obtained it, this soul crystal is a gift for you. I will protect you here while you refine it quickly. Due to the pervasive death energy in the Tianqian ruins, even flying speed was slowed. In the outside world, Chen Lie could traverse a distance of 1,000,000 miles in no time to reach the core of the Tianqian ruins. However, now it took him a full 3 days to cover 500,000 kilometers, still half the distance from the core area of the Tianqian ruins. Of course, the slow speed was not solely due to the death energy, it also included some trivial matters that Chen Lie wasted time on during the journey. In the Tianqian ruins, there were not many things, but there were plenty of ghosts. The soul crystals within these ghosts were valuable. After refining them, one could increase their cultivation. With Chen Lie's cultivation level, entering the Tianqian ruins would be like a stroll in the park. Thus, all the ghosts that appeared in front of him were eliminated, and all the collected soul crystals were generously distributed. 3 days may not seem long or short, but it was enough for Chen Lie to thoroughly familiarize himself with the Lingquan sect disciples he had forced to accompany him. Initially, some may have felt reluctant as they were compelled by Chen Lie's authority to lead him deep into the Forbidden Zone. However, now no one among these Lingquan sect disciples felt such emotions. Instead, they were filled with endless excitement and joy. Why did their emotions reverse so quickly? It's simple, damn it, following the ancestor was just exhilarating. A vivid metaphor clarifies the difference here. In the original work, it was indeed Li Mu Ling and her group guiding Yi Tian. Before even entering the ruins of Tianqian, they were already targeted by malicious mercenaries. Once inside, powerful specters pursued them relentlessly. The entire storyline of the Tianqian ruins could be summed up in one phrase: they were constantly being beaten. This sentiment resonates deeply among the disciples of the Lingquan sect, embodying their suffering. For these Lingquan sect disciples, since they met the destined protagonist Yi Tian in the original work, their lives have been filled with unbearable hardship day after day. They have never slept soundly, and even losing limbs seemed like a fortune. Yet in the end, they all faced grim fates, with the exception of the destined heroine Li Mu Ling, while the others met untimely ends. But now, as guides for Chen Lie, what kind of life are they experiencing? They don't even need to fight for their lives. With a mere wave of the hand from their ancestor, the specters within hundreds of miles are obliterated. They never imagined that in such a terrifying place as the Tianqian ruins they could attain a profound sense of security. They don't need to fight for survival or worry about their lives. Yet this is not even the most exhilarating part. What could be more thrilling? It is the generosity of their ancestor, who does not oppress them with his invincible cultivation and seniority. Instead, after annihilating countless specters, he directly bestowed the soul crystals upon them. In just 3 days, these Lingquan sect disciples significantly increased their cultivation merely by refining the soul crystals. Surely for this alone, how could they not feel happiness? How could they not develop fond feelings for Chen Lie? How could they not feel gratitude towards him? Although they have known him for a short time, they are beginning to regard Chen Lie as a father figure. Dressed in a red dress with a high ponytail, Li Mu Ling remains beautiful and charming today. Before following Chen Lie into the Tianqian ruins, her cultivation was at the 9th level of the Spirit Pill realm. However, after 3 days of refining soul crystals, she has elevated her cultivation to the peak of the spirit pill realm, just one step away from entering the nascent soul realm. Her talent for cultivation is commendable, yet even so under normal circumstances, she would need at least 1 to 2 years to achieve such a breakthrough. But now this tremendous advancement has been realized in just 3 days. Whose merit is this? Isn't it all due to the efforts of their ancestor? Thus, feeling an immense sense of gratitude like her fellow disciples, Li Mu Ling is filled with appreciation for Chen Lie. During these 3 days, Li Mu Ling consumed 2 soul crystals from the nascent soul realm, which is why her cultivation progressed so rapidly. Although they cannot be taken out, their worth is undeniable. Hiring a powerful practitioner from the nascent soul realm to hunt such specters would cost at least several 100,000 spirit stones. By consuming 2, in a sense, she indirectly received a benefit equivalent to hundreds of thousands of spirit stones from their ancestor. However, Li Mu Ling has reached a point where she is at a loss for how to repay Chen Lie's kindness. Seeing him offer her another crystal from a fully realized nascent soul specter, how could she find it in herself to accept? Ancestor, I cannot accept rewards without merit. I really feel too embarrassed to take any more of the soul crystals you hunted for. In these 3 days you have already bestowed upon me 2 soul crystals from the nascent soul realm, just this kindness. I genuinely do not know how to repay you, ancestor. The original work describes Li Mu Ling's character as generous and strong in justice, a straightforward girl who has never shown any signs of a delicate demeanor. Yet now before him, with her lips tightly pressed, she unexpectedly reveals such an expression of vulnerability, causing Chen Lie to be momentarily stunned. Have I given too much, making the inherently generous destined heroine Li Mu Ling feel embarrassed? After a slight smile, Chen Lie spoke directly. No need to worry. You should understand at my level, soul crystals from the nascent soul realm have become useless to me. After a slight smile, Chen Lie spoke directly. No need to worry. You should understand at my level. While Chen Lie's words made sense, didn't it still feel like she was taking his benevolence for free? Seeing Li Mu Ling biting her lips as if she wanted to say something before she could speak, Chen Lie reached out and gently patted her head. Didn't I say before? I have an old relationship with your sect leader. You are all considered my juniors, and just think of it as me helping you because of your leader. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Your cultivation has already reached the peak of the spirit pill realm. Refining this soul crystal should allow you to successfully break through to the nascent soul realm. I am in a hurry to go deeper into the forbidden area, so don't waste time. Quickly refine this soul crystal, and we will continue on our journey. If Chen Lie's system could discern affinity levels, it would undoubtedly reveal that Li Mu Ling's affection for him had reached a sky-high level. Of course, this affection was not romantic, but rather the respect and admiration of a junior for a senior. However, it doesn't matter. Even if Li Mu Ling now feels gratitude towards her senior, Chen Lie has ways to quickly transform this sentiment. Just as he sees the senior sister hesitating, the next moment a female cultivator could not help but step forward. Senior sister, the ancestor is so kind to you. Why are you still hesitating? The soul crystals cannot be taken out if you don't consume them. Won't that be a waste? Shouldn't you quickly express your gratitude to the ancestor? Once you improve your cultivation in the future, you can find ways to repay him. The speaker is Li Mu Ling's junior sister, the only other female disciple remaining in the Lingquan sect besides Li Mu Ling. She is quite pretty, rated around 85 points, but when compared to Li Mu Ling, she is immediately overshadowed. Nevertheless, this girl has a good personality, and over the past few days Chen Lie has also given her several soul crystals, so she, like her fellow disciples, is filled with gratitude and admiration for him. Seeing even her junior sister urging her to quickly refine the soul crystal, Li Mu Ling was left speechless. After biting her lip tightly, the next moment perhaps she thought of something. She held the soul crystal and knelt before Chen Lie. Thank you, ancestor, for bestowing the soul crystal to linger. I do not know how to express my gratitude for your immense kindness over these past few days. If there is ever anything you need from me in the future, I, Li Mu Ling, will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Li Mu Ling felt truly grateful to Chen Lie, which is why she swore an oath of true destiny at this moment. However, with the unparalleled cultivation and high status of the ancestor, does she truly have any hope of repaying the ancestor in the future? Li Mu Ling had no confidence in this regard at all. After all, the gap between them was simply too vast. As the supreme ancestor of the Wuji sect, would she really need the help of a mere spirit pill realm cultivator like her? Wouldn't that just make her a laughingstock? Yet at this moment, apart from the promise, she had no other way to express her gratitude to the ancestor. Of course, there was one thing Li Ling could not foresee now that she actually had a way to repay Chen Lie, and not only that, but the speed at which it would happen was also quite fast. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In a certain Taoist temple at the site of Tianqin, the little junior sister of the Lingquan sect Yun Na rushed over in a hurry. Ancestor, the master sister has encountered trouble. Please, Ancestor, lend a hand to save the master sister. Under the guidance of this little junior sister, Chen Lie quickly arrived at a certain room in the Taoist temple. He saw Li Ling, who had once been elegant and poised, now lying on a bed, her face flushed, trapped in a state of unconsciousness. It's here, it has finally arrived. Chen Lie, having deliberately come to this Taoist temple, already knew why Li Ling had fallen into unconsciousness. However, at this moment he did not raise any alarm, but simply asked, what did Linger do today? How could she end up like this? Possibly startled by the sudden situation, Yun Na was at a loss for how to explain it to Chen Lie. Instead, a male disciple from the Lingquan sect hurriedly recounted the events. Ancestor, did we not say we would temporarily rest in this Taoist temple tonight and continue our journey tomorrow? Then we saw that the scale of this Taoist temple's ruins was quite large, resembling that of a major sect, so we decided to explore the ruins together to see if we could collect some treasures. We found a red pearl deep within the ruins. Seeing its placement, master sister thought it was some kind of treasure and picked it up to examine it closely. However, as soon as she touched the pearl, a surge of red mist rushed into her body. After that, master sister became like this. After saying that, the male disciple took out a box. Ancestor, this is the pearl. Chen Lie glanced at the pearl and then spoke lightly. You all are quite courageous, daring to casually touch things at the Tianqin ruins. Did I not specifically instruct before entering this Taoist temple that it was not simple and that the items inside should not be carelessly disturbed? We were only supposed to rest here for one night and then leave. Why did you not listen? Wait, did the ancestor say this before entering the temple? The several disciples of the Lingquan sect were momentarily stunned, but the next second they no longer cared about these trivial matters. Worried about Li Ling's safety, the little junior sister, Yun Na, hurriedly spoke. Ancestor, it was our fault. We should not have disturbed the items in this Taoist temple. What exactly happened to master sister? Why did just touching this pearl lead to this? Seeing that everyone was anxious and unsettled, Chen Lie straightforwardly explained the origin of the red pearl. If I am not mistaken, this red pearl should be the wind dust pearl recorded in ancient texts. During the era of the Tianqin Empire, the wind dust sect was a demonic sect that favored enhancing their cultivation through dual cultivation. Legend has it that the wind dust sect possesses a treasure called the wind dust pearl. By using this item and activating it through a special secret method, it can confuse the minds of female cultivators, compelling them to willingly offer their entire cultivation during the dual cultivation process, allowing the collector to gain maximum benefits. If I am not mistaken, your master sister has been mentally eroded by this item. Since this item has appeared, it seems that this Taoist temple is indeed the demonic sect wind dust sect recorded in ancient texts. What? Master sister's current state is actually due to being eroded by a treasure from a demonic sect. Now Yun Na and the others were even more anxious. Ancestor, is there a way to resolve this? Naturally, there is a way to resolve it. But as Chen Lie reached this point, he did not continue, but instructed the wind dust pearl has always been refined using the pure yang energy of innocent women. To completely eliminate its negative effects is quite troublesome, and I do not have much confidence. I can only say we will try. You all should leave first. I will try to see if I can awaken Linger's consciousness. Once Chen Lie had spoken to this extent, the people present naturally had no objections. After Yun Na and the others left, in the next moment Chen Lie directly used a spell to completely seal off the room. Then Chen Lie placed one hand on Li Ling's forehead. A strand of energy seeped from his palm into her head. Perhaps due to the nourishment of Chen Lie's power, Li Ling slowly opened her eyes from her unconscious state. Ancestor, what is happening to me? She was awake, but Li Ling was still in a state of flushed confusion. Seeing that she had regained some awareness, Chen Lie immediately snorted coldly. How dare you touch such an evil thing as the wind dust pearl? The wind dust pearl. Li Ling's beautiful eyes flashed with confusion, but she quickly realized that the ancestor was referring to that red pearl. I'm sorry. Ancestor, I did not mean to touch the things here, but... At this point, Li Ling did not know what to say. What did she mean by not intending to? Did she not touch the items here because she wanted to find some valuable treasures to bring back and strengthen their sect? So in the end, Li Ling was left speechless and could only whisper it was wrong of Linger to disturb the items here. Please punish me, ancestor. At this point, it is no longer a matter of punishment. Linger, do you not realize that your body and consciousness have already been eroded by the wind dust pearl? Do you not feel that you are in great discomfort now? Great discomfort. Indeed, it felt as though a flame was burning within her body. Her recently restored awareness seemed on the verge of being pushed back down, and Li Mu Ling did not know what was happening to her. Seizing the moment while she still had some clarity, she weakly asked Ancestor, What? What is happening to me? Is being eroded by this wind dust pearl serious? Is it just a serious problem? This function pearl is a secret treasure used by the practitioners of evil magic. Once it invades, it is akin to being engulfed in the flames of desire. I am currently using my profound cultivation to forcefully suppress it, barely awakening a sliver of clarity within you. However, soon that endless desire will consume your consciousness once more. If no solution is found, it would be easy for you to go astray and be turned into a sacrificial furnace by this function pearl. Now you should understand the severity of the situation, right? Chen Lie has explained everything in such detail. If Li Mu Ling still cannot grasp the seriousness of the issue, she might as well not be in the cultivation world. At this moment, understanding the gravity of the matter fills Li Mu Ling's heart with bitterness. Why is it that a pearl she randomly touched turns out to be something from the evil path? Faced with such a situation, Li Mu Ling didn't even know how to comment. Is this really good luck or bad luck? Unfortunately, there is one thing Li Mu Ling could never have imagined: encountering this function pearl is not a matter of luck, but rather someone's deliberate arrangement. The function sect is located within an area of 8,000 miles around the ruins of Tianqin. In the original story, the destined protagonist Yi Tian and Li Mu Ling were chased by a ghost with the cultivation of the 8th level of the nascent soul realm, and to escape, they inadvertently ran into the ruins of the function sect. Li Mu Ling did not actively touch the function pearl. According to the original text, it seems more like the function pearl sought her out. As one of the destined female protagonists, Li Mu Ling possesses a very special constitution known as the heavenly spirit body. While it does not provide much advantage in combat power, those with this physique have a very unique trait: their cultivation speed is exceptionally fast. To describe it, the heavenly spirit body is a kind of physique favored by the Tao of heaven. It absorbs spiritual energy from the heavens and earth faster than other physiques of the same level. However, this physique also has its drawbacks. Not only does it attract spiritual energy into the body quickly, but it also easily draws the attention of demons and evil spirits. The people of the function sect use the pure energy of innocent women to refine the function pearl, causing harm to countless girls. Naturally, this treasure is also tainted with the resentment of many victimized women. It's not an aphrodisiac. Where does all this desire come from? Li Mu Ling's current situation is in fact a result of being eroded by the resentment attached to this evil treasure. As soon as one enters the vicinity of the function pearl's ruins, the resentment from the function pearl will be attracted to the heavenly spirit body automatically, seeking out Li Mu Ling. This reasonably explains why others are unaffected, yet Li Mu Ling fell victim. Based on Chen Lie's understanding of the original text, this situation could have been avoided. If he had just steered clear of the function sect, there would have been no issue. But then again, why should he steer clear? How could he not use some means to make the destined female protagonist willingly lay in his bed? He never said don't touch anything here. In fact, even if she didn't touch anything, Li Mu Ling's constitution would still be affected. One must say most protagonists in these novels aren't true men. To resolve Li Mu Ling's physical condition, there are two methods. One is through dual cultivation, breaking Li Mu Ling's body to dispel the resentment. The other is to expel it with pills. Yi Tian chose the latter, which might be the saying that where there is toxic medicine, there is also an antidote. In the treasure vault of the function sect, there is a specially refined pill to dispel the resentment. Yi Tian stumbled upon it by chance, and under the guidance of Yan Ji, identified the antidote among countless pills, thus completely curing Li Mu Ling. The gentleman acted well, and then Yi Tian received a "Thank you, young Master Yi." Chen Lie knew where the treasure vault was. To him, that place was one he would never go to. Why bother with a thank you? What he wanted was to capture Li Mu Ling today. Why should he give the soul crystal he obtained to her? Did he really think he was simply being kind to a stranger? He just wanted to enhance the strength of his woman. In truth, for Chen Lie, there was also a third method to resolve Li Mu Ling's issue, which was to directly suppress it with his profound cultivation. A mere bit of resentment could be easily crushed. However, he wouldn't use the second method, let alone this third one. At this moment in his eyes, Li Mu Ling had completely turned into a delicious treat. Perhaps feeling a bit uncomfortable from the flames of desire, Li Mu Ling, who felt her breathing gradually becoming difficult, mustered the strength to ask Chen Lie, "Old Ancestor, I I don't want to be turned into a furnace by the flames of desire. Is there a way to resolve this? There is naturally a way. At this moment, Chen Lie also stopped beating around the bush. There is only one method, and that is dual cultivation. I have a secret method of dual cultivation that can dispel these resentments. However, doing so would be equivalent to tarnishing your purity as a woman. What? What do you mean? Dual cultivation. Stunned upon hearing Chen Lie's answer, Li Mu Ling was truly taken aback at that moment. She had never imagined that the problem she faced could only be resolved through dual cultivation. She was on the verge of tears, wondering why she had to take such a risk and touch that function pearl. Having never even been in a relationship, where would she find someone to dual cultivate with? Perhaps due to being utterly embarrassed, Li Mu Ling's consciousness became much clearer than before. At this moment, her fair face turned crimson as if it could drip blood. Naturally outgoing and generous, she was still a girl. Discussing dual cultivation in front of an old ancestor would understandably make her shy. Old ancestor? Is there really no other way? No. With my cultivation, I could suppress it temporarily, but it wouldn't last long. You would return to this state. Without a partner, it would be impossible to find someone for dual cultivation. Even though she felt uncomfortable, Li Mu Ling never considered asking Chen Lie for help. After all, Chen Lie had helped her so much and treated her so well. Li Mu Ling sincerely regarded him as a senior. Given the circumstances, she could only first ask the old ancestor to use his profound cultivation to suppress the flames of desire within her. With the last bit of clarity, Li Mu Ling quickly made her decision in her heart. Please, old ancestor, help me suppress these. Originally, Li Mu Ling wanted to say to Chen Lie to help her suppress these things, but before she could finish her sentence, suddenly Chen Lie directly held her delicate hands. The situation is urgent, and there is no other choice. I understand Linger's intentions. Let me use the secret method of dual cultivation to help you completely resolve this issue. Li Mu Ling. Oh, ancestor. I did not mean it like that. In a state of panic, Li Mu Ling anxiously attempted to explain to Chen Lie, but before she could finish her words, Chen Lie had already pulled her into his embrace, their lips meeting, silencing everything she wanted to say with his forceful method. Not only is Chen Lie unmatched in cultivation, but he is also exceptionally skilled in understanding the clothing of others. As he held Li Mu Ling close, one hand swiftly transformed her into a little white lamb. With things having developed to this extent, is there really a need to elaborate on the subsequent results? More than an hour later, once the clouds and rain had finally ceased, Li Mu Ling, draped in a thin blanket, was blushing so deeply that it seemed she could bleed. I must say, Chen Lie is truly a decisive man in his actions. Why was he able to so swiftly completely consume the destined female, lead Li Mu Ling? In fact, there was a lot of contemplation behind this matter on Chen Lie's part. It's a simple statement, do not treat everyone as fools. Perhaps in the original works, certain destined female leads might exhibit behavior indicative of diminished intelligence when facing Yi Tian, but one must remember that Yi Tian is the destined protagonist. And what about himself? He is merely a villainous ancestor. Chen Lie would never naively believe that the diminished intelligence of a female lead would occur in his presence. Thus, when capturing these destined female leads, not only must the methods be forceful, but strategies should also be employed to some extent. Under normal circumstances, if an ancestor suddenly had relations with a destined female lead, she would inevitably suspect whether it was all part of the ancestor's scheme, right? Therefore, Chen Lie never did anything particularly special from start to finish. He merely happened to arrive at the ruins of the Wind Dust sect. The Wind Dust Pearl was something she herself provoked by choosing to touch it. If something went wrong, how could it be blamed on him? As for using forceful means to possess her, it was all for her own good. Did he really think that the previous valuable soul crystals were given away for free? The intense affection was merely to eliminate any shred of doubt within Li Mu Ling's heart at this moment. The facts proved that Chen Lie's strategy was indeed very successful. Why did such a thing happen? Why did such an absurd event occur to him? How did he end up losing his virginity out of nowhere? And moreover, the object of his loss was an ant. With a complex mood, feeling a mix of emotions at this moment, even if Li Mu Ling had completely regained her rationality, she did not doubt that everything was part of the ancestor's scheme. All she felt was uncertainty about how to face Chen Lie and the waiting fellow disciples outside. Wrapped in a thin blanket, her face as red raised Li Mu Ling's affection to a high level. Before, in her heart, all she had was respect for him. There was no other choice. The generation gap was too significant, and aside from the matter is urgent, I only acted this way to save you. I hope Linger will not take offense. Chen Lie's judgment was not wrong. Even though he had raised Li Mu Ling's affection to a high level before, in her heart, all she had was respect for him. There was no other choice. The generation gap was too significant, and aside from treating the ancestor as a senior, it was impossible for her to think of him in any other way. However, once the two crossed the final threshold, certain feelings immediately changed. With a complex mood, there was no resentment, only uncertainty about how to face Chen Lie now. At this moment, hearing Chen Lie's words and seeing his expression filled with guilt, it took quite a while before Li Mu Ling gently bit her thin lip and uttered a few words. Old ancestor, it was to save me that you took such measures. Linger can understand and will never blame the ancestor. Ancestor, if not, let today's events be regarded as an accident. We absolutely cannot let the junior brothers and sisters know about this, so can Linger implore the ancestor to help her keep this a secret. Keep it a secret? What nonsense. In the next moment, after a slight smile, Chen Lie directly spoke. Linger, do you see me as an irresponsible man? Irresponsible? What do you mean? Suddenly, Li Mu Ling widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Chen Lie with confusion. At this moment, Chen Lie did not beat around the bush. While once again wrapping his arms around Li Mu Ling's slender waist, he leaned closer to her ear and said, since this has already happened, it cannot be undone, but I will definitely bear the responsibilities that I must bear. If Linger has lost herself to me, then I will no longer regard her as just a junior. I believe that in Linger's heart, she certainly does not have an aversion to me, thus I wish to marry Linger. I wonder if Linger would be willing to marry me. What? The ancestor actually wants me to marry him. Hearing Chen Lie's words at that moment, Li Mu Ling was completely stunned. But in the next second, she hurriedly stammered this. How can this be? Ancestor. I am merely a junior. I am just. Before Li Mu Ling could finish her words, Chen Lie once again silenced her with his lips, using the same mouth-to-mouth method. What does it matter? Could it be that Linger looks down on me? No. Ancestor. I just. Struggling to break free, Li Mu Ling seemed to want to say something, but unexpectedly Chen Lie quickly pulled her back into his embrace. Do not worry about other issues. Even if there are outsiders who do not understand, what does it matter? In the future, with me to shield Linger from the wind and rain, you will never suffer grievances again, nor live that pitiful life. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the reward affinity with the heavenly Tao. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. After a somewhat forceful approach, in a second round, Chen Lie ultimately succeeded in firmly grasping Li Mu Ling's heart. Indeed, intimacy is the quickest shortcut to transforming a relationship. Yesterday, when things reached a certain level of happiness, Chen Lie asked Li Mu Ling once again whether she would be willing to marry him. Regardless of the complex emotions she felt at that moment, she ultimately responded with a shy yes, allowing Chen Lie to completely win her over. After a stick of incense's time, Chen Lie emerged from the room with Li Mu Ling, who had put her clothes back on. As they arrived at the outer hall of the Wind Dust Sect's old site, Li Mu Ling's junior disciples were already eagerly gathering around. Senior sister, is your health feeling any better? Is this a sign of recovery? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have suggested treasure hunting here. I'm sorry, senior sister. If we hadn't acted without permission, you wouldn't have been corrupted by that damned demonic sect's artifact. Although the Lingquan sect had declined with Li Mu Ling as the leader, the atmosphere within the sect remained harmonious. The junior disciples were quite affectionate towards one another. It was understandable that they were so anxious after their senior sister inadvertently fell into a trap yesterday. Some were inquiring about whether senior sister had fully recovered, while others were blaming themselves for suggesting the treasure hunt. Seeing her junior disciples care for her so much touched Li Mu Ling's heart. Just as she was about to say she had completely recovered, sensing something amiss, her junior sister Yana suddenly couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior sister." At this moment, observant individuals had already noticed that while Li Mu Ling usually wore her hair in a high ponytail, today she had remarkably styled her long black hair. The next moment, she heard Yana say, "I don't know why it feels strange, but it seems like after yesterday's incident, senior sister has become even more beautiful and charming today." At this moment, observant individuals had already noticed that while Li Mu Ling usually wore her hair in a high ponytail, today she had remarkably styled her long black hair into a beautiful bun. Due to her innocence, the junior sister did not realize that this change in Li Mu Ling was a normal transformation from young girl to mature woman. Just when Li Mu Ling's heart was racing, unsure how to respond, Chen Lie stepped forward and directly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. From today onward, Linger shall be my favored concubine. Li Mu Ling was suddenly embraced by Chen Lie, causing her body to instinctively tremble slightly. However, the situation had already escalated to this point, and since the ancestor had previously said there was no need to hide, what more could she oppose? Thus, after a slight tremor, Li Mu Ling bit her lip and ceased any further movements, choosing to lean gently against Chen Lie's embrace, surrendering her slender waist entirely to his arms. Upon hearing Chen Lie's declaration and witnessing their senior sister being gently held by the ancestor at that moment, all the disciples of the Lingquan sect were left dumbfounded. What? What is happening? Senior sister. How did she become the ancestor's favored concubine? What happened last night? What exactly transpired with senior sister? Feeling utterly bewildered, the junior sister Yun Na instinctively asked senior sister. You and the ancestor, what is this? Perhaps due to a sense of overwhelming shame, Li Muling had no idea how to explain what happened last night. The next moment, it was Chen Lie who took the initiative to briefly clarify the situation. Last night, in order to thoroughly eliminate the issue within Linger, I inadvertently made physical contact while using my method. I am a responsible man and couldn't bear to easily ruin Linger's purity, so I decided to take her as my concubine. Though it was merely a few casual remarks, it was enough for everyone to infer what had occurred the previous night. They never expected such an incident to happen with senior sister, leaving the disciples of the Lingquan sect at a loss for how to evaluate the matter. However, regardless of what everyone thought, the situation had already developed to this point and could not be changed. Biting her lip and seemingly recalling something, the junior sister suddenly couldn't help but whisper then. Can I still call you senior sister? Yesterday she was everyone's senior sister, but today she had transformed into the ancestor's favored concubine. Seeing her junior disciples not knowing how to face her at that moment, Li Muling felt extremely shy. She cherished her junior disciples and did not want this matter to affect their relationship. Thus, after hearing her junior sister's words, Li Muling lowered her head and softly replied, No matter who I have become now, as long as you are still willing to call me senior sister, I will always be your senior sister. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, in awe at the castle walls of the former imperial capital of the Tianqian Empire. The next moment, Li Muling also responded softly. Is this the former imperial capital of the Tianqian Empire? It's truly magnificent and grand. A male disciple of the Lingquan sect gazed in awe at the castle walls of the former imperial capital of the Tianqian Empire. The next moment, Li Muling also responded softly. Before it became a forbidden land, the Tianqian Empire once ruled over the entire Qingming prefecture, so it's not surprising that the imperial capital is so spectacular. After saying this, Li Muling seemed to recall something and couldn't help but look at Chen Lie. My lord, are you looking to enter the imperial capital to search for something? If so, let Linger accompany you inside. According to their previous agreement, Li Muling and her companions only needed to guide him to the gates of the Tianqian Empire's imperial capital, as entering those gates would mean stepping into the most core area of the Forbidden Land, where personal safety could hardly be guaranteed. However, the situation had completely changed now. Previously, Chen Lie was just a guest who had hired her as a guide, but now the ancestor had become her man. Even if the Forbidden Land was dangerous, Li Muling wanted to accompany Chen Lie inside. Although her cultivation was low, having another person would still mean more strength, right? The ancestor not only helped her improve her cultivation, but also saved her life. Li Muling willingly wanted to go with him into the perilous place. Before Chen Lie could respond to Li Muling's words, her junior sister Yun Na couldn't help but speak up anxiously. Senior sister, you want to accompany the ancestor inside? This is not acceptable. Once you step through the gates, you will have entered the innermost region of the Forbidden Land. Inside, it is extremely dangerous. What if you encounter danger? Yun Na spoke thus only out of deep concern for senior sister Li Muling's safety. Yet Li Muling had already resolved her course. It does not matter. Junior sister, I am already wed to my husband. Precisely because danger looms, I must stand beside him and face it together. As for you all, there is no need to venture into the Forbidden Land's innermost sanctum. Wait for us at the periphery instead. Should we fail to emerge within 7 days, it will mean we have likely met our end. In that case, leave this place immediately. What say you? Having spoken, she did not wait for her junior brothers and sisters to reply, but first turned to seek Chen Lie's counsel. Husband, do you find this arrangement acceptable? Truly, she was destined to be the fated heroine, the very embodiment of devotion, willing to walk hand in hand with him into the jaws of death. Chen Lie, fully aware of Li Muling's intentions, responded with a gentle smile. No need for such caution. There is no reason to station anyone outside as sentinels. Take your juniors with you. Enter the Forbidden Land alongside this sovereign. I know every peril concealed within its innermost core, and I shall ensure none of you come to harm. Oh. At the thought of bringing her juniors into the Forbidden Land, Li Muling instinctively opened her mouth to speak. Yet before a single word could escape, Chen Lie gently pinched her dewy, tender cheek. How? Do you doubt the invincibility of your husband's cultivation? Believe I cannot shield your younger brothers and sisters? No, husband. I meant no such thing. It is only that. Li Muling struggled to clarify her intent, but before she could finish, her juniors stepped forward of their own accord. Senior sister. The venerable ancestor speaks truly. Let us accompany you both inside. Though our cultivation remains shallow, our numbers may yet lend mutual support. Sister. With the venerable ancestor's peerless might standing guard, you need not fear for us. And did we not vow when we pledged ourselves as mercenaries that, no matter what perils arise, we face them together? Gazing upon their resolute, unwavering eyes, Li Muling fell silent, until Yana, fearing her sister's hesitation, teased Chen Lie with playful banter. Venerable ancestor, if true danger arises within the forbidden land, will you protect only senior sister and abandon us? Hearing this, Chen Lie could not help but chuckle. Is that truly how you see this sovereign? Certainly not. Even senior sister chose to marry you. I know you must be a man of virtue. Yuna, suddenly brightening, added with a mischievous grin, it is truly Lady Mu Ling's great fortune to wed the venerable ancestor, and by extension, even we lesser disciples of Lingquan's sect reap the benefits. Venerable ancestor, with such ties now binding us, even the lowliest disciples of Lingquan's sect, who once dared not raise our heads in the cultivation world, may now stride boldly through it. Knowing full well she jest, Chen Lie laughed aloud, striding boldly. Do you imagine yourself a crab? Yet one thing you said holds truth. For Mu Ling's sake alone, I shall extend my patronage to you in times to come. As for this forbidden land, fear not. What I brought here whole and unharmed, I shall return whole and unharmed. Every last one of you. She had originally wished to leave her juniors behind, not out of indifference, but to preserve Lingquan's sect's ember of hope. Yet seeing their unity, hearing the venerable ancestor's solemn vow, what more was there to hesitate? A radiant smile returned to her exquisite face. Then let us enter, together. Yea? Thank you, senior sister, for your kindness. Though I may lack strength for grand feats, I can certainly serve tea and attend to humble tasks for you and the venerable ancestor. The imperial capital of the Tianqian Empire, rightly deemed the heart of the Forbidden Land, had barely welcomed Chen Lie, his newlywed wife, and her juniors when over a dozen spirit-infantile specters, heedless of their own doom, surged forth to devour their flesh and blood. With cultivation refined to the seventh heaven of the heavenly origin realm, and fortified by the great chaos yin-yang sacred body and the supreme bone, Chen Lie's combat prowess had long surpassed all peers within the heavenly origin realm. Even cultivators of the higher celestial wheel realm were no match for him in direct confrontation. To subdue mere spirit-infantile specters, a triviality. With but a single backhanded strike, he reduced those reckless specters to dust. Having crushed countless spirit-infantile specters, and even annihilating over a dozen heavenly origin-tier specters en route, he carved a path through half the imperial capital in less than a day, arriving at the Forbidden Land's ultimate core, the imperial palace itself. Who dares invade the imperial palace and disturb his majesty's repose? Perhaps the thunderous force of Chen Lie's advance had stirred the slumbering sovereign deep within the palace, for an indomitable consciousness began to awaken, unleashing an overwhelming aura that locked onto every intruder. The sovereign who rose from the palace depths was none other than Fu Qiong, the final emperor of the Tianqian Empire, a half-step celestial wheel realm cultivator, undisputed master of this forbidden domain. So immense was his cultivation that even after millennia of corruption by boundless death, a shard of lucid awareness still lingered within his being. Not only had Fu Qiong sensed the traces of Chen Lie's power, but the moment the emperor stirred, Chen Lie instantly perceived him. With a single blink of space, he appeared before the emperor himself. Gazing upon the wretched half-corporeal form before him, Chen Lie sighed softly. At the zenith of the Tianqian Empire's glory, none could have foreseen that Fu Qiong, the sovereign revered and yearned for by legions of subjects, would one day decay into this grotesque liminal state. Truly, fate is capricious and destiny cruel. Facing the sudden arrival of Chen Lie, the withered, gaunt visage of Fu Qiong Emperor revealed little outward emotion, yet his eyes betrayed a faint gravity and surprise, as if he had vaguely perceived Chen Lie's extraordinary cultivation. Could he be a bearer of Shengdi, a sacred body? It had been many years since he had seen such a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Fu Qiong Emperor, a man who had seen and known much in life, quickly composed himself, then regarded Chen Lie with a cool gaze, and asked, "Who are you, and why do you dare intrude upon my inner palace?" Hearing the emperor's question, Chen Lie answered calmly, outsiders are but passing clouds. You need not know my name, your majesty. Yet my purpose in coming here I may disclose. I have come to seize the Qianquan Pearl. This reply did not greatly surprise Fu Qiong Emperor. In the countless millennia he had dwelt here, he had seen too many covet the Qianquan Pearl. After all, in these ruins of Tianqian, only a treasure such as the Qianquan Pearl could exert such a powerful pull on a mighty cultivator. Hearing Chen Lie's purpose, the emperor fell silent for a moment before saying directly, the Qianquan Pearl is indeed in my possession. It is not impossible for me to hand it over to you. However, you must do one thing for me first. Before Fu Qiong Emperor could finish, Chen Lie interrupted, speaking plainly. If I am not mistaken, what you ask is for me to join you in breaking the Qianquan array, is it not? Fu Qiong Emperor was genuinely astonished at this. How do you know what I am thinking? Of course, the truth was Chen Lie had read the original tale. In that story, the destined protagonist endured death after death before finally arriving by chance before Fu Qiong Emperor. The emperor had told Yi Tian, the Qianquan Pearl may be yours, but in return you must help me break the Qianquan array. There was no need to mention the original tale to Fu Qiong Emperor. He would not comprehend it. So Chen Lie offered no elaborate explanation. He only said softly, although the Tianqian Empire has long since fallen, certain events from the emperor's life have lingered on in stories beyond these ruins. When the Qianquan array was first activated, in the formation I spewed forth endless deathly qi. The emperor immediately sensed that something was terribly wrong. He then tried to forcefully seize control of the Qianquan array, but in the end he failed. That is why he sought someone like me to break the array. Am I not right? The reason he wanted me to shatter the Qianquan array is because its core can only be touched by the living. He intends to retrieve Su Xiangsu's corpse, does he not? It had been for the sake of reviving Su Xiangxue that Fu Qiong Emperor had spared no expense hiring that itinerant Taoist to lay the Qianquan array across the capital. Yet when the array was activated, it vomited forth not life, but an endless miasma of death. The emperor realized he had been deceived. In a fury, he plunged into the formation, attempting to wrest its control, but the wandering Taoist's cultivation proved not inferior to his own. The Taoist's power matched the emperor's, and having command of the array, he ultimately forced Fu Qiong Emperor out of the formation. Still, Fu Qiong Emperor, brilliant and peerless in cultivation, did not leave empty-handed. In the very instant before his expulsion by sheer might, he snatched the Qianquan Pearl from the array's core. Alas, reclaiming the pearl was of no use. His beloved Su Xiangsu's body remained trapped within the array. He sought to break the Qianquan array to recover her corpse. That this outsider knew even such details proved he was exceedingly versed in the history of the Tianqian Empire. Since the stranger could guess the thoughts in his heart, Fu Qiong Emperor no longer bothered to conceal them. You speak truly. I wish to break the Qianquan array and reclaim Schwenner's body. Perhaps the memory stung. The emperor's face twisted with rancor. Damn Luo Chengfeng. I thought I had treated him well, yet he dared to mock me so. Not only did he fail to return my Schwerer as promised, he turned me and my empire into this ruin. If I ever catch him, I will rend him limb from limb to ease the hatred in my heart. But because Luo Chengfeng was the architect of the Qianquan array and held the initiative, even my unrivaled cultivation could not wrest control of the formation. To prevent my return, that scoundrel fortified the array with protections. Now I exist as a wandering soul and cannot approach the formation at close range. Only the living may penetrate the array's core and shatter it. Fu Qiong Emperor, continued Luo Chengfeng, and I are both half-step Tianluan in cultivation. Under normal circumstances, breaking the array beneath his very eyes would be no easy matter. One would have to wait for a night of full moon, when Luo Chengfeng withdraws to refine and recuperate, to have a chance to sneak in. Yet you, I suspect, need not trouble yourself with such patience. Do not fear that I will go back on my word. I will swear by my true fate that if you help me shatter the Qianquan array and return Schwerer's body to me, I will bestow the Qianquan Pearl upon you. Luo Chengfeng was the other master of this forbidden domain, equal to Fu Qiong Emperor at half-step Tianluan. If an outsider lacked sufficient cultivation, it would be impossible to break the array beneath Luo Chengfeng's watch. One would normally wait for the full moon to make a covert incursion. Yet Chen Lie's cultivation was invincible. He need not wait. After a faint smile, Chen Lie spoke. If I break the Qianquan array, will your majesty hand the Qianquan Pearl to me? Very well. I accept this bargain. After negotiating the deal with Emperor Fu Qiong, Chen Lie quickly walked out of the imperial palace. As he strolled leisurely along the main road of the imperial city, Li Muling hesitated for a moment before finally asking husband, "Are you really going to make a deal with Emperor Fu Qiong? Is there any danger behind this matter?" Having been a mercenary for many years, and having seen much Li Mu Ling never easily trusts others. In her eyes, Chen Lie did not know Emperor Fu Qiong well enough to rashly engage in a deal with him. There might be hidden dangers behind this matter. After all, even though the other party had become a ghost, he was still the Emperor Fu Qiong who had shaken the world for hundreds of thousands of years. What if he employs some underhanded schemes? Knowing that Li Mu Ling's caution was for his own good, Chen Lie couldn't help but smile as he pinched her tender little face. Are you worried that Emperor Fu Qiong will plot against your husband? Actually, there is no need to worry about that. Have you heard a saying, Linger? In the face of absolute strength, any scheme is merely a paper tiger. No matter what intentions Emperor Fu Qiong has, if he dares to harm me, it would merely mean adding another soul to my collection. Li Mu Ling seemed to want to say something more, but in the next moment, she felt a lightness in her body. It turned out that Chen Lie had pulled her into his embrace. I know you are worried about me, dear. But rest assured, I still stand by what I said. While the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lies in wait. However, who will be the last to laugh is uncertain. If you do not trust Emperor Fu Qiong, do you not trust my capabilities? At this point, Li Mu Ling completely understood Chen Lie's meaning. She seemed to have misjudged something. Regardless of his cultivation level, her husband was certainly not a novice in the cultivation world. He was the ancestor of a major sect, having eaten more salt than she had rice. If she could feel uneasy, how could her husband, with his perspective, not sense something amiss? It seemed that regarding this matter, her husband must have his own thoughts. With that in mind, Li Mu Ling felt relieved and did not press further. If you have your own plans, then I shall not ask more. Please forgive me for being too inquisitive. What do you mean by being too inquisitive? You are just showing concern for me. Since it's based on your kind intentions, I must reward you well. Reward? Before Li Mu Ling could react, she suddenly felt a lightness in her feet as her delicate chin was lifted. She never expected that Chen Lie's reward would be a kiss. Although there were no living people in the imperial city, they were still in public. How could her husband act so wild in front of everyone? After a brief moment of distraction, Li Mu Ling, feeling incredibly shy, instinctively began to struggle. However, would her feeble resistance akin to that of a little lamb be effective? After pushing for a while, not only did she not escape Chen Lie's embrace, but her slim waist was held even tighter by him. It was too stimulating, too rough. Is this the way of the ancestor? She never expected that the ancestor would take advantage of the senior sister in public. Witnessing this scene, the junior sister Yun Na felt her fangirl heart about to overflow, and her nosebleed was nearly imminent. What are you all staring at? The ancestor dotes on the senior sister. Is this something you all can look at? Hurry up and close your eyes. While enjoying the view herself, Yun Na also reminded the other brothers and younger disciples to look away. In fact, she was overthinking it. Long before Chen Lie kissed Li Mu Ling's charming red lips, he had already sealed the vision of all the males present. Even if they could see, it would only be a blurred view. As for Yun Na being a girl, that didn't matter. She wasn't losing outright. She thought it would be fine to learn a thing or two. When she married in the future, she wouldn't feel inexperienced. The more Chen Lie thought about it, the more he felt he was being considerate. After walking several dozen miles east from the Imperial Palace, there stood a Taoist temple atop a mountain named Tianqin Palace. This Tianqin Palace was indeed the place of another master of the Forbidden Zone, Luo Chengfeng, and it was also the core area of the entire Qiankuan Great Formation. Here there was a very large altar, and a crystal coffin lay quietly in the center of this altar. Truly worthy of being the first beauty of the Ting Lu ancient kingdom from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Indeed, she was of stunning beauty and extraordinary grace, able to make even the extraordinary Emperor Fu Qiong willingly bow down at her feet, having remembered her for hundreds of thousands of years. This Su Xiang Shui truly possessed the charm to captivate all. It was obvious who the woman lying in the crystal coffin was. Of course, apart from Su Xiang Shui, who else could be a beauty appearing in the core area of the Qiankuan Great Formation? Standing in front of the crystal coffin and carefully examining Su Xiang Shui's face, Chen Lie had to admit he was truly taken aback. To be able to enchant even Emperor Fu Qiong, Su Xiang Shui indeed possessed the charm to turn the world upside down. Her skin was as smooth as cream with willow leaf-shaped eyebrows. Her beauty was so exquisite that it seemed she had walked out of a painting. Elegant and ethereal with a jade-like body, even after so many years of death, anyone who saw her beauty could not help but be entranced. Not too tall nor too short. Based on Chen Lie's estimate, she was about 1.6 meters tall. However, her figure was perfectly proportioned, radiating an allure from every angle. Husband. Is this the legendary first beauty of the Ting Lu ancient kingdom, Su Xiang Shui? I previously thought it was just a legend. I never expected there to be such a stunning beauty in the world. Seeing Su Xiangshue's beautiful and captivating face, it wasn't just Chen Lie who was enchanted. Even Li Mu Ling beside him, being a woman herself, had a hint of awe in her beautiful eyes. It was only natural for her to feel this way as her beauty was rated at 96 points. Among all the women Chen Lie had seen, only the revealing beauty of the Jiang family's eldest daughter could slightly surpass Su Xiangshue. Chen Lie naturally noticed the flicker of admiration in Li Mu Ling's eyes. Seeing that even she was captivated, he smiled slightly and spoke directly. It's only normal. If one lacks charm, how could they possibly enchant the great Emperor Fu Qiong to the point of losing his senses? However, Linger, you need not take this too seriously. In my eyes, you are not much weaker than her. Li Mu Ling was self-aware. Although she was hailed as the most beautiful woman in Xinfeng City, she still fell short compared to Su Xiangshue. The main reason was that the latter's aura was simply too remarkable. Even after so many years of death, she could still evoke a sense of astonishment in others. This was the effect of Su Xiangshue's so-called icy skin and jade bones. After speaking with Li Mu Ling, Chen Lie shifted his gaze to another person present. Do I just need to move the crystal coffin for the great array of the universe to be broken? The disciples of the Lingquan sect were not allowed to follow. They were all instructed to wait outside the gates of the Tianqian Palace. Aside from Chen Lie and Li Mu Ling, there was only one other person present, an old man who appeared emaciated, resembling a dried corpse. Indeed, this old man was the renowned master of another forbidden zone, Luo Chengfeng. Moreover, he had another identity, the childhood friend of Su Xiangshue and the national master of the Tianqian Empire. The great array of the universe that wreaked havoc on the entire Tianqian Empire was set up by him, Luo Chengfeng. When outsiders intruded upon the great array, he would certainly intervene to stop them. Yet, just as Emperor Fu Qiong had judged Chen Lie's cultivation was exceptionally high, he did not need to wait for any moonlit night. Thus, Luo Chengfeng's obstruction was utterly useless. What could a half-step celestial wheel realm practitioner do? As long as one had not fully entered that realm in the presence of Chen Lie, who possessed a perfected holy body and supreme bones, they were merely a larger ant. In less than half a stick of incense, Luo Chengfeng was captured alive by Chen Lie. At this moment, Luo Chengfeng had already realized Chen Lie's intentions. Seeing him approach the crystal coffin, Luo Chengfeng let out an enraged roar. Kid, stay away from that crystal coffin. You must not move the crystal coffin. Do you know what consequences will follow if the great array is broken? Are you trying to commit an unforgivable crime? An unforgivable crime. Upon hearing this, Chen Lie chuckled. Breaking a mere great array of the universe constitutes an unforgivable crime. If that's the case, then I am even more eager to give it a try. No. A desperate cry escaped from Luo Chengfeng's mouth, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Chen Lie had moved the crystal coffin from the core of the array. The next moment, countless sounds resembling shattered mirrors echoed from the air, and in that moment the great array of the universe was completely dismantled. After waiting so long, I have finally succeeded in waiting for this day. You have worked hard outside. Thank you for helping me break the great array of the universe. When I establish my great foundation for the ages, I will not forget the contributions you made today. At the instant the array shattered, the figure of Emperor Fu Qiong quietly emerged from the void. Upon seeing his appearance, Luo Chengfeng became utterly disoriented. It's over. Now it's all over. The next moment, as if recalling something, Luo Chengfeng glared at Chen Lie fiercely. Do you know you've fallen for his trick? Did that old thief Fu Qiong tell you that breaking this great array of the universe was merely to retrieve Schwetter's corpse? His true aim is not that at all. He intends to break the old and establish the new, using this place as the core to reconfigure a new great array of the universe. He wants to sacrifice the countless souls of the Tianqian ruins, converting death energy into vitality to resurrect himself. Outsider, how could you be so foolish? Chen Lie ignored Luo Chengfeng and turned his gaze to Emperor Fu Qiong. I have already dismantled the great array of the universe. According to our agreement, isn't it time for the Emperor to hand over the universe pearl to me? Hand over the universe pearl to you? Emperor Fu Qiong immediately laughed. Did you not hear what that little thief Luo Chengfeng said just now? The universe pearl is the only item that can facilitate my successful resurrection. Do you think I would hand? As for the true fate oath, that thing is only useful for the living. You don't think that it could bind me, who is already in a ghostly state, do you? However, it doesn't matter. Countless people in this world have harmed themselves because of a piece of greed. I will remember your contributions today and let you become nourishment for my resurrection alongside the countless souls of this land. Emperor Fu Qiong flew to the center of the altar and naturally saw the corpse of Su Xiangshue. In that moment, a deep hatred flickered in his eyes. This wretched woman died a bit too early. Otherwise, even if she were alive, I would still have her torn to shreds. Having turned into a ghost for hundreds of thousands of years, such a long time was enough to change anyone's character. It was all because of Su Xiangshui that he had become the wretched being he was today, neither human nor ghost. How could Emperor Fu Qiong not harbor resentment towards her? Indeed, wanting to revive himself was the true aim of Emperor Fu Qiong. The great array of the universe could overturn yin and yang, reversing life and death. It could transform the living into ghosts, and naturally, it could also turn ghosts back into the living as long as there were enough sacrificial materials. The land was now filled with endless souls which could be refined and absorbed. With the opportunity for resurrection so close at hand, Emperor Fu Qiong showed no hesitation. He directly summoned the Universe Pearl. The next moment, using the countless souls of the Tianshan ruins as nourishment, a new great array of the universe began to emerge. Like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow bird lurks behind, as Chen Lie had said earlier, who the yellow bird was remained uncertain. Having read the original work thoroughly, how could Chen Lie not know Emperor Fu Qiong's true purpose? He had been waiting for this very moment. Therefore, the instant Emperor Fu Qiong took out the Universe Pearl and began to arrange the new great array of the universe, Chen Lie also made his move. Huh? Are you trying to snatch the Universe Pearl from me? Do you really think I would be completely unprepared? Knowing that you aren't simple, even if I were to act recklessly, I wouldn't have full confidence in victory. Since I dared to appear before you, I have naturally prepared thoroughly. I have said it, no one can stop my resurrection plan. All of you will die here today. The next moment, under Emperor Fu Qiong's control, the Universe Pearl, which had been absorbing endless death energy, suddenly spewed the absorbed death energy towards Chen Lie. This move was the ace prepared specifically for Chen Lie by Emperor Fu Qiong. Those who wished to explore the treasures of the Tianshan ruins would first consume a special pill known as Huayin Dan. This pill has but a single effect: to prevent the cultivator from being eroded by the endless death energy permeating the Tianshan ruins. Before arriving, Chen Lie had also taken this pill. Whether the endless death energy posed a threat to him depended on the circumstances. The endless death energy floating in the air was merely in a suspended state. The role of Huayin Dan was less about dissolving it and more about avoiding it. However, the situation is now different. The endless death energy enveloping the entire Tianshan ruins surged forth at the summons of the Qianquan Pearl. It was precisely because there was no absolute confidence in defeating Chen Lie that Emperor Fu Qiong resorted to this tactic. Although he was unaware of how this outsider was avoiding the erosion of the endless death energy, evasion is always just evasion. Once locked onto by the Qianquan Pearl, the endless death energy would continuously assault Chen Lie. Even though he possessed a holy body, there was no way he could escape unscathed. Thus, in the eyes of Emperor Fu Qiong, Chen Lie was almost akin to a dead man. Indeed, being eroded by endless death energy would turn one into a ghost, but that depended on the amount of invasion. If the death energy was too overwhelming, it would only cause a person to explode from being excessively filled. This outsider wouldn't even have the chance to turn into a ghost. I must say, Emperor Fu Qiong deserves to be called the most talented emperor of the Tianshan Empire, as he does possess some skill. Frankly speaking, in countering his scheme, even those who have fully entered the Heavenly Wheel realm could easily fall victim. But would this tactic work on Chen Lie? Absolutely not. Chen Lie has read the original text countless times. If he couldn't handle such a small trick, then he might as well not have crossed over at all. There is no way he would embarrass himself as a transmigrator. As for how to resolve the current crisis, it would depend on a certain something within Chen Lie's body. Emperor Fu Qiong, in his foolishness, only recognized that he had a holy body. He could never have imagined that he also possessed a supreme bone within him. Indeed, the nemesis of the endless death energy is this supreme bone within Chen Lie. Although the supreme bone is powerful, its effects are varied. If it were a supreme bone that primarily governs killing power, it might still struggle to face this situation. But who said that the supreme bone Chen Lie possesses governs devouring power? In the original text, the destined protagonist Yi Tian made a deal with Emperor Fu Qiong to obtain the Qianquan Pearl. However, as a destined protagonist, his luck is against the odds. After arriving at the Tianshan Temple through a twist of fate, he formed a deep friendship with another master of the Forbidden Zone, namely Luo Qingfeng, who is before him now. Upon learning of Emperor Fu Qiong's conspiracy, Yi Tian immediately changed his mind and chose to assist Luo Qingfeng. Although Yi Tian's cultivation was quite low at that time, being the protagonist, the lower his cultivation, the greater his potential impact. With his seemingly insignificant cultivation, he successfully executed a counterattack against Emperor Fu Qiong. He dismantled the Qianquan Grand Array that attracted Emperor Fuqiong, who then reconfigured a new Qianquan Grand Array. Luo Chengfeng was responsible for holding Emperor Fuqiong back, while Yi Tian, using the devouring power of the Supreme Bone, quietly infiltrated. As the endless death energy surged toward Chen Lie, a hint of pride flickered in Emperor Fuqiong's eyes. Yet before long the scene before him left him utterly dumbfounded. No. Who exactly are you? Why? Why does the endless death energy have no effect on you? This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. What method have you used? As Chen Lie well knew, the Supreme Bone, with devouring power, was truly domineering. It could devour all things. Oh, what was the endless death energy? Wasn't it just one of the energy systems beneath the Tao? Of course, Chen Lie's realm isn't very high yet, and the Supreme Bone hasn't been fully cultivated. Devouring too much endless death energy at the same time could overwhelm him. However, even so, delaying for 12 days is certainly not a problem. And what does that 12 days mean? It means that Chen Lie could kill Emperor Fuqiong countless times. Facing the endless death energy heated as it roared and surged toward him, it felt like a gentle breeze brushing against Chen Lie, causing him no harm whatsoever. Instead, it was devoured by him and absorbed into the Supreme Bone. This scene indeed startled Emperor Fuqiong, who looked at Chen Lie with a face full of fear, completely unable to comprehend how he achieved this feat. As Chen Lie approached him, he smiled and said, "There are countless special methods in this world that you cannot understand. The era of the Tianqian Empire has already passed, and you, Great Emperor, have become too old and outdated. You have survived in a ghostly state until now. Oh, today, let me send you to where you belong." Due to controlling the Qianquan Pearl, Emperor Fuqiong had no power to resist Chen Lie. Chen Lie directly grasped the Emperor's head. In the next moment, the terrifying devouring power surged instantly. Emperor Fuqiong emitted a chilling scream, but was it of any use? His entire cultivation and soul power would be devoured by Chen Lie, completely turning into nourishment for Chen Lie's enhancement. After half a stick of incense, Emperor Fuqiong's body had completely withered. Only then did Chen Lie ease his grip. After hitting the ground, his corpse shattered into a pile of dust. Without Emperor Fuqiong's control, the Qianquan Pearl seemed to fall into a dazed state, and the endless death energy that had been continuously surging seemed to stop moving. Observing this scene, Chen Lie shifted his gaze to Luo Qingfeng, Qianquan Grand Array, reversing yin and yang, exchanging life for death and death for life. Once activated, it never ceases. The Grand Array has now been reactivated, and only you can continue to operate it. If given a choice, would you choose to resurrect yourself or revive the beloved beauty you have cherished for years? In the past, Emperor Fuqiong indeed bowed beneath Su Zhang's pomegranate skirt, yet the pain brought by becoming a ghost over the years had thoroughly erased this affection. However, Luo Chengfeng was different. Whether in the past or present, he had always harbored deep love for Su Xiangxue. Emperor Fuqiong was already dead, having had all his cultivation devoured by Chen Lie. Among those present, only Luo Chengfeng knew how to continue presiding over the Qianquan Great Array. Transforming the endless death energy into life could revive Su Xiangxue and also turn him back into a living being. However, he could only choose one. Given Luo Chengfeng's love for Su Xiangxue, what choice would he make? It was unnecessary to guess. Just like in the original work, when faced with the choice of resurrecting himself or Su Xiangxue, Luo Chengfeng quickly chose the latter, revive Shuer. If she is not alive in this world, even if I live, what good is it? As long as she can live safely, I can die with my eyes closed. After saying this, Luo Chengfeng seemed to think of something, taking a deep breath and looking at Chen Lie. "I do not know what means you use to resist the endless death energy's corrosion," he said, "but to possess such means you would surely be considered a top figure in the outside world. Allow me to take over from that old thief Fuqiong to continue presiding over the Qianquan Great Array without any problem," he continued, "but I hope you can agree to one thing. After I operate the array to revive Shuer, help me guide her well and ensure she lives properly. Do not let anyone harm her. This is not a transaction, but a request. If you can agree to this, I will continue to preside over the array." Once he continued presiding over the array, transforming endless death energy into life, all the ghosts in the Tianqian ruins would perish completely. Although Luo Chengfeng had high cultivation, he was still a ghostly body which he could not avoid. Therefore, choosing to revive Su Xiangxue meant he had to die. At this moment, the words spoken were essentially a trust of his beloved girl to himself. To be honest, Chen Lie loved such trust the most. Even without Luo Chengfeng's request, he would have to take good care of Su Xiangxue. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in Tinglu Ancient Kingdom, with a body like ice and jade. So the next moment, after a slight smile, Chen Lie directly spoke, "I swear by my true destiny that I will take good care of Miss Su after your death. You should be able to see that I am a living person, and the constraints of a true destiny oath are indeed effective." Luo Chengfeng naturally knew the true destiny oath was effective. Therefore, seeing Chen Lie make a promise, he had no more reservations at this moment. He gazed affectionately at Su Xiangxue in the ice coffin and murmured, "Swear. Live well. If there is a next life, I will risk everything to ensure you will not experience such pain and suffering again." Perhaps also being shocked by this scene, Li Muling, standing beside Chen Lie, could not help but mumble, "It seems this senior truly has deep feelings for Miss Su." Indeed, it is very deep, otherwise he would not be willing to sacrifice himself to revive Su Xiangxue. After finishing this statement, not knowing what he thought of, Chen Lie smiled and pinched Li Muling's little face. "However, I believe my feelings are no less than his. If you encounter danger, even if I have to risk everything, I will rescue you." Saying sweet words doesn't cost anything. After Chen Lie's few warm words, Li Muling was moved, gently biting her lips and clinging more tightly to Chen Lie's arm. "Husband, I feel the same way. If my husband encounters any danger in the future, I will not live alone." With no outsiders to interrupt, Chen Lie directly embraced Li Muling's slender waist and began to indulge in sweet nothings with her, while at this moment Luo Chengfeng also began to continue presiding over the Qinkuan Great Array to save his beloved. Under his guidance, the Qinkuan Pearl began to operate once more. At this moment, everyone exploring the Tianshan ruins was shocked to discover something: the color of the sky had changed. The originally dark sky began to gradually clear up, and in the depths of the Forbidden Zone, a massive vortex seemed to form in the air, absorbing all the endless death energy and the countless wandering ghosts within the Forbidden Zone. Everyone was left in a state of indescribable, endless shock, not knowing what had happened deep within the Forbidden Zone. 3 days. The Qinkuan Great Array operated for a full 3 days, and finally all the endless death energy that permeated the air was transformed into vitality, surging into Su Xiangxu's body. The transition from death to life was completely achieved, while Luo Qingfeng, due to the large amount of death energy on his body, fell straight to the ground from the sky. Don't forget what you promised me. Make sure to let Shuer live well in this world." Chen Lie would certainly not forget the promised matter. Ensuring Su Xiangxue lived well was a must. Not only would he ensure her well-being, but she also had to bear him a bunch of adorable babies. However, these words needed to be said to Luo Chengfeng to prevent this deeply emotional person from dying with regrets. Seeing Luo Chengfeng barely hanging on to life, looking as if he had only one breath left, Chen Lie seemed to think of something and walked straight in front of him. "It seems you can't last long. Why not make a deal with me before you die?" "A deal? At this state, what more can I trade?" Seeing Luo Chengfeng looking at him with a puzzled expression, Chen Lie smiled slightly and chose not to beat around the bush. "You must have seen the means I used on Emperor Fu Qiong 3 days ago. Indeed, I possess a supreme bone that controls the power of devouring within me," he continued, "which can absorb others' cultivation and make it my own. If you die like this, all your cultivation will be completely wasted. Why not, before you die, become the nourishment that strengthens me, just like Emperor Fu Qiong? After I grow stronger, I can take better care of Miss Su. Since I see how deep your feelings are, I intentionally wanted to inform you in advance. What do you say? Are you willing to make this deal with me?" Upon hearing Chen Lie's words, it must be said that at this moment Luo Chengfeng was truly stunned. He was on the verge of death, yet this guy in front of him had his sights set on his entire cultivation. "He wants to devour me. This is absurd. The person I chose to entrust to save Shuer can't possibly be someone from the demonic path, right?" The scene suddenly fell into a quiet silence. It was truly unexpected that he was left with only one last breath, yet Chen Lie was still thinking of devouring his own cultivation. The sudden words indeed left Luo Chengfeng somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, Luo Chengfeng was a person of integrity. He had never learned to curse throughout his life. Otherwise, if it were someone with a violent temper, they might not have been able to refrain from exclaiming, "I have never seen such a shameless person." Faced with such a situation, Luo Chengfeng did not know what to say. Seeing the atmosphere becoming somewhat subtle, Chen Lie smiled slightly and said, "I still stand by my previous words. Only by enhancing your strength can you better protect Miss Su. If you are willing to die, can't you bear to part with a bit of your cultivation? If you fear not death, then you should not hesitate to part with your cultivation, but... After contemplating for a long time, Luo Chengfeng ultimately swallowed the words he intended to say and instead stated, "I understand now. If you can fulfill your promise and protect Shuer, then I shall bestow upon you my entire cultivation." He had already sensed that this outsider before him was somewhat unusual. Everything he did not seem like the actions of a righteous person. But at this moment did Luo Changfeng have any other choice? Now he could only rely on the true fate oath to bind the other party. As long as he could fulfill the promise, he could give up his life, so what was the harm in sacrificing his cultivation? He could not live much longer anyway. Although he had made his decision, Luo Changfeng felt he still had a few words of advice to impart before his end. He originally intended to remind Chen Lie about some of Su Xiang's likes and dislikes, hoping that Chen Lie could take better care of her. However, before he could utter these last instructions, Chen Lie had already smiled and said, "I will honor my promise, so please rest assured and go." Without giving Luo Changfeng a chance to speak, Chen Lie swiftly devoured his entire cultivation. Luo Changfeng had intended to say he still had unfinished words, but at that moment he was left without the opportunity to speak, directly transformed into a dried corpse by Chen Lie, and then completely turned to dust scattered by the gentle breeze in this world. Knowing that Luo Changfeng still had many things to say, there was actually a reason why Chen Lie did not give him the chance to speak. In the original story, Luo Changfeng sacrificed himself to save Su Xiangxue. At that time, he entrusted Su Xiangxue to another, but the chosen person was the destined protagonist Yi Tian. Chattering away, this old fellow could really talk. Even with only one last breath left, he managed to hold Yi Tian's hand and instruct him for 2 hours. He went on about what Su Xiangxue liked to eat, what she disliked drinking, and even what color clothes she liked to wear, talking for quite a long time. In Chen Lie's heart, there was only one thought: is this some kind of international joke? Does the designated wife need someone else to teach him how to take care of her? Thus it would be better for this old fellow to rest in peace sooner. The beauty was revived, the Qianquan pearl was obtained, and he had devoured the life work of 2 half-step heavenly wheel masters. This trip to the Tianshan ruins had indeed been rewarding for Chen Lie. After handling all these matters, Chen Lie walked up to Li Muling and said, "Linger, I have successfully obtained the Qianquan pearl. Now, we should leave this place." Li Muling had naturally witnessed the scene where Chen Lie devoured Luo Changfeng's entire cultivation. The ability to devour another's cultivation was indeed terrifying. However, since Senior Luo had willingly agreed, Li Muling did not question the matter further. Seeing that Chen Lie had completed everything, she pondered for a moment and could not help but ask, "Husband, where are we going now?" "First, let's find a secluded place. I need to meditate for a while, and once I emerge from my retreat, I will accompany Linger to your Lingquan sect to visit your family." As the eldest senior sister of the Lingquan sect, now married to Chen Lie, him accompanying her back to the sect was akin to visiting her maiden family. However, Li Muling did not expect Chen Lie to express it so bluntly. At that moment, her fair and lovely face turned slightly red. Nevertheless, in her heart, she was very pleased that Chen Lie was willing to accompany her back to the sect. Therefore, at that moment, she said nothing particularly special, simply responding sweetly, "Linger will follow husband's wishes." Yet the next moment, Li Muling seemed to recall something and asked, "Husband, what about Miss Su? Did we not say that we had already used the power of the Qianquan Grand Array to revive her? Why has she not awakened yet?" Su Xiangxue had been dead for too long. Thanks to the effect of the crystal coffin, her body remained intact. The vitality transformed by the Qianquan Grand Array was indeed immense. It would take considerable time to digest it. In the original story, Su Xiangxue awakened only after a month. Seeing Li Muling inquire about Su Xiangxue, Chen Lie simply explained it requires some time to fully digest the vitality. She will awaken after a while. I have promised Luo Changfeng to take good care of her, so let's bring her with us. Once she fully awakens, I will ensure her well-being. The reason for choosing to enter seclusion was also to completely digest the cultivation absorbed from Emperor Fuqiong and Luo Changfeng. Both of these individuals had reached the half-step heavenly wheel realm during their lifetimes, with strength deemed unbeatable in the world. Chen Lie felt that if he could fully digest the power he absorbed from the two, perhaps he could make a breakthrough. Thus, after obtaining the Qianquan pearl, he found a picturesque place near the Tianshan ruins and directly began his seclusion. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. In a secluded valley not far from the Lingquan sect, a stunning young woman in a white celestial dress, her face veiled, was sitting by a lake, gently caressing a zither. Due to the surrounding cliffs, the beautiful sound of the zither echoed only within the valley. The melody was enchanting, indicating that this beautiful woman was skilled in zither playing. However, if a master of vocals were present, they would undoubtedly discern something different from the music. The sound of the zither flowed delicately like water, its melodious tunes swirling in the silent valley. Yet the only flaw was that occasionally a few notes seemed somewhat heavy. In the realm of vocal art, this was often regarded as a symbol of playing with a troubled heart. In truth, the beautiful woman indeed had matters weighing on her mind, which caused her to be unsettled during her performance. Sensing that her playing seemed to be flawed, she paused and softly asked, "Has there been no news from Linger and the others?"